#C987 Legendary Devil. However, Chu Yan is not worried about this. Although it is difficult to kill the 15 powerful puppet kings in front of him, Chu Yan has full confidence in getting out of their hands. Swish. 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 The next moment, the 15 puppet kings moved together, and the turbulent dark clouds in the midair swept across the sky and surged loudly. Rumble. In an instant, all kinds of black and blood-colored fist lights and palm prints rolled over with a large amount of evil spirit, which was shocking and mighty, forming a wave of attacks in the air, blasting towards Chu Yan in the center. The powerful power and the eerie cold air instantly solidified the void in this area. Not to mention the power of this wave of attacks, but before they landed, the suppression of the void caused by them made Chu Yan's mind stagnate. Whoosh! When the wave of attacks just took shape, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, his figure moved quickly, and the Haotian sword shot up into the sky, facing several of the attacks. At the same time, Chu Yan's figure soared into the sky, and flew away towards the valley. Boom! Haotian's sword slashed out, attacked the 5 evil spirits, twisted them into pieces, and the bursting sword energy scattered and rushed in all directions. With the opportunity of the air wave rushing away, Haotian's sword twisted its body, walked away with one touch, and turned around suddenly, towards the direction where Chu Yan fled, and shot away. Roar! Roar! Seeing Chu Yan swaying his sword falsely and running away, the 15 powerful puppet kings suddenly became furious, roaring and chasing after Chu Yan. Call out! Chu Yan, who was flying at high speed, waved his big hand and grasped the chasing Haotian sword in his hand without turning his head. The 15 powerful puppet kings behind him seemed to be the main force sent by Xuanhuan Valley to hunt down and kill Chu Yan. Even if Chu Yan has rushed hundreds of miles out of Xuanhuan Valley, he still has no intention of letting Chu Yan go. Chase after him. Obviously, the order they mentioned should be to kill Chu Yan, not to drive Chu Yan away. After rushing out of Summoning Soul Valley 100 miles away, Chu Yan sensed 15 powerful and evil spirits behind him, and suddenly his heart was full of killing intent. If the opponent only had 10 puppet kings, Chu Yan would definitely kill them all. However, the 15 puppet kings had already reached the limit of Chu Yan's combat power, and Chu Yan didn't intend to fight with each other with their lives. After all, it is almost impossible for them to catch up with themselves. Now, Chu Yan's Yulong covering the sky movement method, after using the 5 elements to fuse the Gangyuan, is no longer what it used to be. The powerful Gangyuan Zhenqi makes Chu Yan's body look like a dragon passing through the border, and a dragon swimming Xingtian. The speed is so fast, when passing the sky, only a faint phantom is left in the void. In less than 10 breaths, Chu Yan and the 15 powerful puppet kings behind him had already separated by nearly 100 miles. Emote Song. Chu Yan relaxed his mind a little, and the powerful Emote Song just now flashed in his sea of consciousness. This person has taken away Mo Xia, the young master of the Black Blood Temple in the extreme North Continent, and his cultivation has reached the terrifying Median Martial Venerable realm. His strength is so strong that Chu Yan remembers it deeply. Chu Yan and the Black Blood Temple have fought many times, and the grievances are deep. Sooner or later, a big battle will break out between the two, and this Emote Song puts a little pressure on Chu Yan's heart. Emote Song. This name is so familiar, I seem to have heard it before. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a consciousness flashed across, and his heart was full of doubts. Then, while flying, he took out the communication jade talisman with Zhangtian at the same time, contacted Zhangtian directly, and asked the other party. Zhangtian has a prominent status, grew up in the Zhongtian continent, and at the same time stayed in the well-informed Danmeng for many years. He will know some of the many lucky secrets on this continent. Emote Song. Could it be the devil of the Black Blood Temple? In the sea of consciousness, Zhang Tian's voice sounded, and his tone was full of horror. Zhang Tian didn't expect that Chu Yan would meet another terrifying Tianjiao on his way to Jiuling Xuantianzong to challenge Yifeng. Emote Song. In the Haotian continent, the demon son of the Black Blood Temple, the young master, is rarely born, and retreats all the year round. According to legend, his talent and martial spirit are extremely terrifying, able to devour the physical qi and blood of ordinary warriors, and at the same time absorb the power and talent of the opponent's martial spirit. This kind of talent and martial spirit basically exist against the sky. Every time he improving one level of cultivation base will attract heavenly punishment and thunder calamity, but he can survive it safely and get rewarded by auspicious clouds, which instead makes his cultivation base improve faster and faster. However, this person rarely shows up on Haotian continent, and not many people have actually seen him. However, gossip circulated on the Haotian continent said that this person was only 30 years old, and possessed the heavenly punishment Great Rebellion martial spirit. If he grew up, he would probably achieve the pinnacle of martial arts, even more impressive than the young legendary Tianjia Yifeng. Horror. Chu Yan, you have to be careful. This emote song is ranked higher than Yifeng on the Haotian list. Don't mess with him. Zhang Tian's tone was full of anxiety, and he kept reminding Chu Yan Dao. After chatting with Zhang Tian for a few words, Chu Yan put away the jade talisman of communication, narrowing his eyes slightly, his eyes full of thought. This emote song turned out to be a devil from the Black Blood Temple, and his name on the list was still higher than Yifeng. No wonder his strength was so strong. However, things like the strength rankings are changing at any time, and may not be able to truly reflect the true strength of the current major talents. It is just a reference. Find a place first, let's talk about breaking through. Immediately, Chu Yan restrained his mind and took a light breath. He was about to challenge Yifeng immediately, and improving his strength was the key. This emote song was a matter for the future, so there was no need to think about it now. After another 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan shook the 15 powerful puppet kings behind him so that they could hardly sense their spiritual consciousness. Afterwards, Chu Yan identified the direction, turned to the direction of Jiuling Xuantianzong, and flew again at high speed for an hour. Chu Yan found a hill with a few hundred feet, and his figure dropped sharply, swooped down, and rushed towards the hill. Sweeping Soul Valley, in the Black Stone Palace. The 15 powerful puppet kings who were still chasing and killing Chu Yan just now stood neatly behind Emote Song, like a row of stone statues. They could not feel breathing or heartbeat at all, only occasionally overflowing with a trace of terror. The evil spirit in his body made the void around him tremble slightly. In front of them, on the golden coffin, Emote Song sat cross-legged, listening to the report of Venerable Blood Soul, beside him. Young master, this Chu Yan was originally an unknown boy from the extreme north continent. He soared into the sky after the battle of the God of War arena. Venerable Blood Soul looked at Emote Song, and carefully reported the situation he knew truthfully. According to the news of the investigation later, this child has the extremely rare three-life martial soul, a dual-body physique, and a talent against the sky. When I first woke up 3 months ago, I thought about it. Venerable Blood Soul was really reluctant to tell Emote Song about Chu Yan's news, because he knew that as long as he talked about Chu Yan's situation, this demon who improved his talent by devouring the flesh and blood of Tianjiao martial soul would definitely have something against Chu Yan. The great interest, when the time comes, there is no possibility at all that I want to take Chu Yan away. Say. At this time, Emote Song had already heard the extraordinariness of Chu Yan from Venerable Blood Soul's report. His eyes brightened, and he shouted in a cold voice. Yes. Devil. I originally wanted to take down Chu Yan at the arena of war and take away his physical body. Unfortunately, I was blocked by people from the D-Zone and Ling Zone. In addition, my subordinates had just awakened and their strength had not recovered, so I let him escape. Yes, but, at that time, this sun's cultivation was only around 7 or 8 heavens. Now, I haven't seen you in 3 months. This boy has actually reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm, and has almost raised his cultivation level by 1 heaven and earth realm in 3 months. Okay. As soon as the words landed, Emotsong's whole body trembled, and 2 black streaks shot out from his eyes, shooting the void in front of him into powder. #C988 Go, 9 Lingxian Tianzong. Hearing Venerable Blood Soul's report, Emotsong couldn't help it at all. The breath in his whole body burst out suddenly, sweeping the entire hall like a wave of air. His eyes were full of black gleams, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Okay. It's finally here. Emotsong got up slowly, stepped out with big strides, and walked out of the golden coffin. With a grin on his face, he said softly. Compared with the current body that is born with a sinister physique, this body of Chu Yan is what I really need. Under the whole world, only my demon son, Emotsong, is qualified to possess such a heaven-defying body. The extremely excited Emotsong, after a long time, slowly suppressed his excitement, pondered for a while, turned to look at Venerable Blood Soul, and said coldly. This son belongs to Hizong. Where can we win this son? Hearing this, Venerable Blood Soul thought carefully, and quickly bowed and replied. Young master, this son does not belong to any sect in the Zhongtian continent, but has a deep relationship with the Dizong. However, according to rumors, this son is going to challenge Yifeng of the medicine sect, and on the 3rd day of next month, Yifeng will have a feast for the world, and we calling Soul Valley is the place that must be passed from Dizong to medicine sect, so Chu Yan is very likely to go to medicine sect. Huh. Challenge Yifeng. Emotsong suddenly raised his head and looked at Venerable Blood Soul. A bright color flashed in his eyes, full of astonishment. After pondering for a while, Emotsong said coldly, on the 3rd day of October, a kid from the 7th level of the heaven-reaching realm challenged Yifeng, the legendary Tianjiao, who was half a step into the martial venerable realm. What a fun show. Go down and prepare, leave immediately, and go to the medicine sect. Emotsong said. Yes, young master. Venerable Blood Soul bowed to accept the order, turned around and left. Chu Yan rushed into the bottom of the hill, headed straight into the ground, and walked a full 100,000 feet, only to find an underground cave at a very deep place underground, and stopped. Chu Wei is here to break through the bottleneck of his own cultivation and rise to the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm in one fell swoop. With a flip of his hand, he took out a bottle of 9 profound golden pill, swallowed it, and began to adjust his breath to recover. The true qi that was consumed in the battle just now was used to prepare for breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation. In less than 100 breaths, the 16 inner alchemy consumes the true energy. Under the majestic medicinal power of the 9 profound golden pill, recover quickly. Swish. 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 Chu Yan opened his eyes and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large group of black figures surged out of the Rakshasa space and piled up in front of Chu Yan. There are thousands of puppets, bringing a large amount of evil spirit, making the entire small underground cave full of cold wind and cold air. Suzaku, burn it for me. Raksha, devour. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan directly mobilized the Rakshasa Phantom and Suzaku Martial Soul. A large group of Rakshasa true qi surged out, and a tall figure appeared behind Chu Yan. The Suzaku Emperor fire sprayed out, and the more than 2,000 puppets in front of them were completely swallowed by the Suzaku Emperor fire, melting quickly like a snowdrift illuminated by the sun. At the same time, a large amount of evil spirit, like a large black cloud rolling, was released from the puppet corpse mountain, and kept rushing towards the Rakshasa ghost. Rumble. In the sea of qi, the 16 inner alchemy absorbed the majestic Rakshasa Zhenqi, and immediately trembled and spun crazily. At this time, Chu Yan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm, which is only a line away from the early stage of the 8th heaven of the Tongtian realm. Soon, a large amount of Rakshasa true qi gathered in Chu Yan's sea of qi to form a large amount of true qi Gangyuan, and began to crazily collide with the bottleneck of cultivation. It's only been a few days since I broke through the cultivation base, and the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm is the bottleneck of the cultivation base, which is too strong. Chu Yan flipped his palm, took hundreds of warrior inner alchemy he had collected, and threw it directly into Suzaku Emperor Fire, with a wave of his hand. With these 100 martial artist inner alchemy transformed into a martial artist's cultivation base of true energy, the true energy in the Sea of Qi doubled again in an instant. The originally solid bottleneck of cultivation finally began to loosen. The 5 elements essence flowed out from the 16 inner alchemy, and continuously merged into the tide of true Qi in the Sea of Qi, rushing towards the bottleneck of cultivation again and again. An hour later, when the mountain of puppet corpses in front of Chu Yan was completely reduced to black ashes, the bottleneck of Chu Yan's cultivation finally broke through. The early stage of the 8th heavenly layer of Tongtian realm. The moment the bottleneck of his cultivation was broken, Chu Yan only felt that his whole body was surging, his blood was boiling, and a strong sense of power filled his whole body, causing a violent wave of air to burst out from Chu Yan's body, impacting the entire underground cave. Okay, breaking through the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and he was about to reach the 9 spirits Shantian sect. At this time, he broke through to the 8th heaven of the Tongtian realm, which will have a huge effect. After breaking through the realm, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was introverted, and with the help of the trend of breakthrough in cultivation, he directly started to operate the Raksha Wuji divine art and began to consolidate the foundation of cultivation. In the past few days, Chu Yan has continuously broken through the bottleneck of cultivation base, and the foundation is already a little unstable. If it is not stabilized in time, it will have great harm to the improvement of martial arts cultivation base in the future. In the Sea of Qi, there are 16 inner alchemy pieces. After breaking through the 8th layer of heaven, the inner alchemy outside the inner alchemy becomes more and more intense. At the same time, the volume of the 16 inner alchemy is more than 1/3 larger than before. 16 inner alchemy. When the time comes, breaking through to the real martial arts realm will probably be as difficult as reaching the sky. It took another 3 hours for Chu Yan to stabilize all the foundations in his body, and at the same time adjust his breath to its peak state, including the stagnation of qi and blood caused by the battle just now, all straightened out. Immediately, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness returned to the sea of consciousness, and moved towards the newly awakened unicorn martial soul. Half a day ago, when Chu Yan had just entered Soul Calling Valley, the Qilin Wuhun in the sea of consciousness suddenly and quietly woke up. However, the Qilin Wuhun who woke up did not have any abnormal phenomena. He just stood quietly on the Wuhun mountain with his dragon eyes closed. On the beast body, a trace of mysterious breath came out of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, faintly connected with heaven and earth. Of course, Chu Yan couldn't understand this point, but the operation of the Qilin Wuhun's Wuhun power has returned to normal, and his own 5-element energy has also slowly returned to its peak state. Chu Yan has no way to intervene in the state of the Qilin Wuhun, but there is currently no problem with the Qilin Wuhun, which reassures Chu Yan a little. The next step is to go straight to the 9 spirits Shantian sect. Now, Chu Yan has all the medicines, and the spirit sword and spirit treasure are all ready. He has just broken through another level of cultivation, and his state has been adjusted to the peak. Standing up slowly, Chu Yan clenched his fists suddenly, feeling the explosive power in his body. Chu Yan's fighting spirit rolled like a tide. It has been almost 2 months since Chu Yan left the Jiuling Shantian sect last time. The current Chu Yan, and the Chu Yan who left the letter in front of the Yaozong mountain, have undergone earth-shaking changes. With his current cultivation base and combat power, plus the Lingbao equipment on his body, Chu Yan's combat power soared. Let's go, 9 spirits Shantian sect. Chu Yan took a deep breath, screamed into the sky, and rose from the ground, heading straight to the 9th heaven. Hashtag C989 Wash words in blood. Coming out of the mountains, Chu Yan was suspended in the air, and after finding the direction, he flew straight to the north. The north is exactly where the sect of the Nine Spirits Shantian sect is located. After making up his mind, there was plenty of time. Chu Yan walked slowly all the way, his consciousness flickering constantly, thinking about various issues. This time going to Jiuling Xuantianzong, the situation in all aspects is very complicated, and there are many possibilities, so Chu Yan's heart is naturally heavy. It goes without saying that he lost the battle with Yifeng. If you win, will there be a good result? Will they be able to take Yuer away smoothly? On this point, Chu Yan is not sure, and he will not be so conceited that he has the ability to fight against the entire sect. You know, that is the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, and one of the current overlords in the mainland, the Nine Spirits Shantian sect. Sect Master Gong, will you let yourself take Yuer away? Constantly thinking, Chu Yan felt more and more that this trip to the Nine Spirits Shantian sect must be done in accordance with the martial arts rules of the Haotian continent. In Haotian continent, what is the law of warriors? That is the strong respect. Therefore, everything depends on strength. The stronger the strength, the smoother things may be. Chu Yan thought for a moment, and he probably had some ideas in his mind, but he slowly let go of his thoughts and started to hurry. After all, I have only been practicing martial arts for less than 2 years. From the time I awakened my martial soul to when Yuer was taken away, only 1 year, 7 or 8 months have passed since today. The 3-year agreement, there is still a lot of time. In more than a year, Chu Yan has awakened from the martial soul to the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. It can be said that it has reached the extreme, and it is impossible to improve more. Personal strength is one aspect. Chu Yan has confidence in himself, but if the worst situation really arises and he wants to fight against the entire sect, no matter how strong Chu Yan is alone, he is only a boy under 20 years old. No matter how strong one's personal strength is, it is impossible to be an opponent of hundreds of millions of warriors against the mainland's overlord sect like the ancient 8 sects. So, thinking of this, Chu Yan thought of his own sect, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. The Rakshasa Soul Tianzong lost for 100,000 years. It is also the overlord sect of the mainland. Chu Yan believes that as long as a period of time, when the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is fully born and developed for a period of time, with the background of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's overlord sect in ancient times, it is absolutely capable of fighting against the 8 ancient sections any case. You know, last time in the Red Snow Empire, Chu Yan migrated more than 100 million young warriors to join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. As long as it takes a while, these young people will have many exercises and various kinds of skills in the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. Inheritance, as long as there is time to grow up, there is absolutely no problem. At that time, the strength of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will be enough to compete with Jiuling Xuantianzong. Moreover, Chu Yan has been working hard to rebuild the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and there are other reasons. This time, he came to Zhongtian continent from extreme north continent. He had 2 things to do. One was to bring Yuer back, and the other was to find his biological mother. But according to his father, his biological mother is in the Tianzong, which is the head of the 8 ancient sects. Regardless of strength in all aspects, Tianzong is much stronger than Yaozong, and it is definitely not the current Chu Yan who can fight against it. In the final analysis, it is still strength, not only personal strength, but also sect strength, which are extremely important. Thinking of this, Chu Yan basically determined what he should do next, so when he was flying at high altitude, he also began to distract himself and practice, and flew in the direction of Jiuling Xuantianzong. From Dizong to Yaozong, Chu Yan kept flying at a low speed, and it took 5 days to gradually approach the location of Jiuling Xuantianzong. After arriving outside the gate of Jiuling Xuantianzong, Chu Yan calculated the time, and there were still 5 or 6 days before the 3rd day of next month. Therefore, Chu Yan did not go directly to Jiuling Xuantianzong, but flew directly to the Yaozong city to which Jiuling belongs. This city is the territorial city under the jurisdiction of Jiuling Xuantianzong, and the distance from Jiuling Xuantianzong is only 100 miles. For a powerful warrior, this distance can be reached in an instant. Yaozong City has a history of tens of thousands of years. The population of the city is nearly 1 billion. The city is huge and extremely prosperous. Chu Yan used a secret method to change his aura and appearance to become the same as when he was originally sent to Jiuling Xuantianzong. Strictly speaking, Chu Yan is still a disciple of Jiuling Xuantianzong. Although Chu Yan disdains this, at the beginning, it was only for the convenience of entering Jiuling Xiantian to investigate Yuer's situation, so he joined Jiuling Xiantian sect. But now, Chu Yan is going to do something to Yifeng in the Jiuling and take back Yuer, so he needs to know more about the situation of the so-called big banquet on the 3rd day of next month, so as to facilitate himself action. Afterwards, Chu Yan entered Yaozong City and walked slowly all the way. As soon as he entered Yaozong City, Chu Yan felt a strong festive atmosphere. On the streets of the city, people came and went, and everyone was extremely excited. The shops on the street were also decorated with lights and festoons, which looked festive. From what Chu Yan saw, and what he heard casually from the conversations of the people and warriors on the street, they seemed to be extremely excited and proud of Yifeng's promotion to the strong martial arts realm and his engagement to the suzerain's daughter. The atmosphere was as if the ceremony held for Yifeng this time was a real grand event in the mainland. Therefore, the entire city is full of extremely excited martial artists, talking about it. Senior brother Yi and Princess Ning's engagement ceremony is still 5 days away. I don't know how many sects on the mainland can come. Haha, let me guess. I estimate that all the sects of the 8 ancient sects will be there, and then the first powerful sect and force in the Zhongtian continent should come to watch the ceremony. That's right, you should know that senior brother Yi, after stepping into the martial venerable realm, is already the #1 young talent in the mainland. This is a great honor. That's right. Those peerless geniuses on the Heotiandi list and the Qianlong list, I guess they will all be there too. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's too powerful. When the time comes, our 9 spirits Shantian sect will be so majestic. It's really an unprecedented event. Yes, just wait and see me. I am a disciple of the sect. It is also extremely honorable. Chu Yan walked in Yaozong City, hearing various discussions everywhere, but the first person he met, without exception, was discussing the grand ceremony that will be held 5 days later. Naturally, some people also mentioned their own names. After all, Chu Yan challenged Yifeng by leaving a message in front of the gate of Jiuling Mountain, which made all the disciples of medicine sect extremely disdainful and angry. However, for the row of sword marks left by Chu Yan, Yifeng did not allow others to damage it, saying that when Chu Yan came to challenge, he would use Chu Yan's blood to wash those engravings. #C990 Yifeng, here I come. Hearing the rumor that Yifeng wanted to wash the word with blood, Chu Yan didn't care at all, but just laughed it off. Strolling in the city of Tianyazong, Chu Yan was not in a hurry to go directly to Jiuling Xuantianzong. Anyway, the time has not come yet, and it is not the best time to go now. Although I have the Jade Talisman as a disciple of the 9 Spirits Shantian sect, I have basically never stayed in the 9 Spirits Shantian sect. If I stay in the 9 Spirits Shantian sect for a few days now, it may make people suspicious. Later, Chu Yan found the largest inn in Yaozong City, planning to find a client to settle down temporarily. Unexpectedly, all the rooms in this inn were full of people, all of whom came from all over the mainland to watch the feast of the world. Chu Yan found 3 other inns, finally booked a room, and temporarily settled down. In the inn, on the one hand, I can collect some more information about this world feast, and at the same time, I can strengthen my cultivation base. Therefore, after Chu Yan casually ordered some food and drink in the lobby on the first floor, after his spiritual consciousness dispersed, he found that there were hundreds of tables in the entire hall. Almost 90% of them were talking about the grand event of the medicine sect in a few days. In this way, Chu Yan really got a lot of useful information. Just like the engagement ceremony between Yifeng and Gong Ningyue, it will be held in the outer gate of medicine sect. In this regard, Chu Yan is also very clear that the inner sect of Jiuling Xuantianzong is their core, and it is impossible to open it to the outside world. However, this is a good thing for Chu Yan. If they are held in the inner sect, the danger of Chu Yan's trip will definitely increase a lot, but in the outer sect, if there is an accident, it will be relatively easier for Chu Yan to escape. And I also found out that almost all the major sects in the mainland have received invitations for this feast. Moreover, only those who hold the invitation card issued by Jiuling Xuantianzong can enter Jiuling. Anyone else can only watch the feast through the crystal screen in the Yaozong city or outside the Yaozong mountain gate. Chu Yan sat in the lobby on the first floor for several hours, and heard a lot of news about these feasts one after another. Basically, he also had a comprehensive understanding of the feasts. Afterwards, Chu Yan returned to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes. Try to hit the next level of Tai Ju. Chu Yan took a deep breath. Slowly running Tai Ju, suddenly, a mysterious breath slowly flowed in Chu Yan's body. At present, Chu Yan has already practiced Taiju to 8 points and 16, and the next level is 16 points and 32. If Chu Yan can cultivate successfully, although it will make it more and more difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future, it will greatly improve his combat power. Tai Ju is like a double-edged sword. The deeper you practice, the more difficult it will be for you to improve your martial arts cultivation, but it will be of great help to the increase in combat power. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chu Yan tried to control the inner alchemy while practicing. Tai Ju, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to cultivate to this level. The consciousness is divided into 32 strands, and each strand is connected to an inner alchemy. Carefully pay attention to the changes of each inner alchemy. Otherwise, it will even affect the original 16 inner alchemy. Chu Yan adjusted his breath for nearly an hour, and after adjusting his spiritual consciousness to the peak state, he slowly probed into the Sea of Qi. Once entering the Sea of Qi, the spiritual consciousness is immediately divided into 16 strands, wrapping around each inner alchemy of different colors, and carefully establishes a connection with each inner alchemy. Buzz. The Taiju started to work, and the 16 inner alchemy trembled, constantly trembling and changing shape, under various distortions, and under the control of divine consciousness, the shape became more and more flat. However, not long after practicing, things became extremely unsatisfactory. Although Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is several times stronger than that of warriors of the same level, but at the same time suppressing 16 inner alchemy, each inner alchemy has only 1/16 of the spiritual consciousness. It seems a little not enough. Therefore, each inner alchemy was constantly resisting the suppression of divine consciousness, which made Chu Yan sweat profusely for a while. Bang bang bang. With a muffled sound, there will always be a few of the 16 inner pills that rebound suddenly, forcing away the suppressed spiritual power, making it impossible to continue the cultivation, and can only start from the beginning. After repeated attempts more than 10 times, none of them succeeded, but Chu Yan's consciousness was exhausted and exhausted. However, Chu Yan did not give up. He knew very well that the more strength he had, the more chances of success he would have at the medicine sect feast a few days later. After resting for a while, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and tried again. At the same time, when Chu Yan was practicing Taiju, In the sea of consciousness, the unicorn martial soul still maintained a standing figure with its eyes closed, standing high on the top of the martial soul mountain, without any change or movement for several days. However, after all of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness left the sea of consciousness, the Qilin Wuhun began to independently transfer the soul stone in the Rakshasa space to temper the qi of the 5 elements. In this regard, Chu Yan can't take care of it now, and let the Qilin Wuhun go to liquid refining. Anyway, the more energy of the 5 elements, the better. The sun, the moon and the stars alternate, and time flies by. For 5 whole days, Chu Yan never left the room at all, and was immersed in cultivation all the time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The time for the Yaozong's world feast has finally arrived. In the eastern sky, Chu Yan just woke up from his practice when the first sun was released. After taking a bath and changing clothes, he went out of the inn after taking a serious bath and changing clothes. Ling Tianzong left. At this time, crowds of people just started to appear on the streets of the whole city, and almost all of them were heading in the direction of Jiuling Tianzong. Chu Yan stretched out his movements and shot straight into the sky. His figure was like a sharp black arrow, heading straight for Jiuxiao. Today, the weather is very good, the blue sky is cloudless, the whole sky is like a wave of blue sky. At a glance, it makes people feel happy. Chu Yan didn't fly at full speed. Under the volleying step, he took a step of 10 feet, like a horse flying in the sky, and strode towards the gate of Jiuling Tianzong. A distance of 100 miles, but less than half an hour, they arrived outside the gate of Jiuling Tianzong mountain. Chu Yan stood in the void, returned to the place where he left his words, and looked towards the cliff. The rock rises with the same wind in one day, and soars up to 90,000 li. Next year today, the 3-year agreement, Yi Feng is waiting to die. Chu Yan left a message. This line of handwriting that I left 3 months ago is still very clear, but there is another line of words beside it. Next year today, kill. 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 Yi Feng leave a message. With his eyes narrowed and his face full of indifference, Chu Yan stared for a long time, and finally turned around slowly, heading towards the sect of Jiuling Tian sect. The sky is blue, the sky and the earth are clean, the long sword is fluttering, and the black robe is hunting. 2 years ago, that boy, here he comes. #C991 Rising Sun. Jiuling Tianzong, the main peak of the outer sect, is tens of thousands of feet high, soaring into the clouds. Above the peak, a sea of spiritual clouds lingers. The entire Zongmen mountain looks like a fairyland. Soon, Chu Yan walked to the gate of Jiuling Tianzong. Looking up, the Jiuling Tian sect is very lively. In front of the Xuanhuan Square, the 2 buildings on the mountain road, including the stone pillars, are covered in red and green everywhere, a festive scene. Even the long stone steps leading from the mountain gate to the main peak were all dyed bright red, which looked extremely eye-catching. At this time, there is still a period of time before the sky is completely bright, and there are still a few hours before the feast begins, and even few guests have arrived. On the main peak of the 9 spirits Tian sect, only the disciples of the sect and some elders and deacons were preparing for various matters with excitement on their faces. In the past, when Chu Yan entered and exited the 9 spirits Tianzong mountain gate, it was just a few ordinary disciples guarding the mountain gate, but today, many big figures appeared, including nearly 100 of Elder Guang, obviously preparing to get close to the guests. Nearly 100 elders were all big brothers of the Jiuling Tian sect, and one of them was a tall and strong elder with an extremely strong aura. Chu Yan's consciousness had just touched his body, but he felt a terrifying force like the raging sea waves coming. Obviously, this is a strong Wuzuanjing. When Chu Yan was about to pass through the mountain gate, thousands of pairs of eyes looked at him in front of the mountain gate, all with strange colors in their eyes. Obviously, they saw the jade amulet of Zongmen disciple status hanging on Chu Yan's body, but among nearly 1,000 people, none of them knew Chu Yan. You. Stop. Before Chu Yan passed through the mountain gate, the tall and majestic elder Wu Zuanjing stopped Chu Yan and shouted. What's your name? The disciple of that hall and that pavilion. This Wu Zuanjing elder had a light complexion, and his expression seemed to be asking casually, but Chu Yan could clearly feel that the other party's consciousness had enveloped him, and his eyes were straight. He stared at himself, obviously observing any change in Chu Yan's expression. If it is another disciple, with a jade talisman of sect status on his body, this elder Wu Zuanjing. I will never ask questions, but Chu Yan has a strong sharpness, and even a sharp fighting spirit, which may not be perceived by others, but as a strong martial artist, for any fluctuations in breath, nothing could escape his eyes. Although he was in front of this mountain gate today, mainly to welcome some big men and giants from the big sect, so as not to neglect the distinguished guests. However, there is naturally another task, which is to prevent some troublemakers from entering the sect. Although the probability of this happening is extremely low, Jiuling Xuantianzong will naturally be extremely careful about such an important ceremony. Although, no one would think that anyone would have the guts to disrupt such an important ceremony of the medicine sect, because that would lead to the outrage of the medicine sect, a result that even the other 8 ancient sects could not bear, let alone ordinary warriors. Chu Yan. Silver Moon Pavilion. Hearing this, Chu Yan stood still and replied calmly. Chu Yan. Hearing this, the tall and majestic elder Wu Zuanjing was stunned and frowned slightly. Not only him, but thousands of other people in front of the mountain gate, when they heard Chu Yan's answer, their faces were startled, and their brows were slightly frowned. It's a very familiar name, I seem to have heard it there before. Thousands of people all looked suspicious, and they all felt that the name was familiar, but they couldn't remember it, they heard it there before. Almost all the elders and disciples of the 9 Spirits Shantian sect had heard about Chu Yan's challenge to Yifeng by riding on a cliff in front of the Yaozong mountain a few months ago. However, there are not 100 young talents who challenge Yifeng every month, but there are also 80. In a situation like Chu Yan, except for a few who still remember it, most of the others have long forgotten about it. After all, compared with Yifeng, Chu Yan has no fame, no cultivation, and no background, so how could it be remembered? Silver Moon Pavilion. Who do you belong to? After thinking for a long time, the elder Wu Zuanjing, who couldn't think of anything at all, looked at Chu Yan and asked softly. Elder Shan. Chu Yan replied. Well. Not bad, it's all right, you go in. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, there was no question, and in the process of his questioning, Chu Yan's aura and expression did not change at all, which gradually made elder Wu Zuanjing feel relieved and let him go. In his opinion, perhaps Chu Yan had just competed with people outside the sect, or hunted monsters, and experienced battles, so there was a trace of sharpness and fighting spirit on his body, which was considered normal and completely reasonable. Thank you, elder. Chu Yan bowed his hands, then strode into the mountain gate and walked towards the sect. As Chu Yan left, the Wu Zuanjing elder slowly turned his head and glanced at Chu Yan's background, but there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Chu Yan gave him a strange feeling, as if there was a halo on this person, and he couldn't see it through. Relatively speaking, the inner disciples of the 7th heaven of the Tongtian realm were just ordinary. It's interesting. Elder Wu Zuanjing muttered to himself, turned his head, and stopped paying attention to Chu Yan. After Chu Yan entered the mountain gate, he walked all the way along the steps of the main peak, towards the depths of the sect. Not long after, Chu Yan came to the main square of the outer gate of Jiuling Xuantianzong, and within sight, there was a very lively scene. In the outer gate of the medicine sect, there are no less than 100 squares in each hall, but the only one that can be called the main square is the one in front of you, which covers an area of nearly 10,000 mu. At this time, on the main square, the rostrum and the 8-sided viewing platform have already been set up. A large number of sect disciples and elders are still making final preparations. The large array of spirit patterns was a busy scene. At present, in the square, apart from the disciples of the Jiuling Shantian sect, guests from the major sects in the mainland have not yet come. Immediately, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, decided to act according to the plan he had thought up before, turned around slowly, and walked towards a small landscape forest on the side of the main square. This landscape forest is built around the main square, with streams and rock landscapes inside. It looks extremely quiet. Chu Yan randomly found a big tree, and sat cross-legged under the tree, waiting patiently. At this time, in the eastern sky, the fiery red sun has slowly risen, completely jumping out of the horizon, projecting the golden sun to every corner of the Haotian continent. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and there were more and more people in the main square, and the noise gradually became louder. While adjusting his breath, Chu Yan kept observing the situation on the main square. According to his plan, he planned to challenge Yifeng after all the powerful sects in the mainland had arrived. It is to defeat Yifeng in front of Quan Haotian continent, so that he will have a chance of life. #C992 continent to dominate. In the main square, crowds gathered, voices were buzzing, and it was noisy. Chu Yan hid in the woods beside the square, waiting patiently. Xuanhuan Sun Moon Sect, Deputy Sect Master and Great Elder, here. Suddenly, in the sky of Jiuling Xuantianzong, a loud voice resounded through the world. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan swept his eyes and looked in the direction of the main square. He saw a group of figures in yellow robes flying towards the main square in the direction of the mountain gate. This group of figures, all of them have a strong aura. The leader is a young man with long hair, a smile on his face, and shining eyes. Xuanhuan Sun and Moon Sect, also known as Xuanhuan Sect, besides the ancient 8 sects, is one of the top 10 powers in the heavenly continent, with overwhelming prestige. Following the arrival of Xuanhuanzong's people, the main square immediately set off a wave of climax. The elders of Jiuling Xuantianzong greeted them with smiles, greeted them politely, and led them into the auditorium. Nanyan Island, Venerable Skyfire has arrived. Extreme Snow Palace, Palace Master Yoshue has arrived. Juwaman, the Grand Elder, is here. Xingyi Sect, Venerable 9 Martial Arts has arrived. Beihai Wangyue Tower, Master Ling and Deputy Master Wu are here. A loud voice continued to explode in the mid-air of Jilingshuan Tianzong, and the behemoth-like sects of the sky continent continued to descend, and there was an endless stream of people coming to Jilingshuan Tianzong to observe the ceremony. Not only the major sects, but even some hidden sects, aristocratic families, casual cultivators, and demon clans that rarely appeared in the mainland also appeared constantly, making the big bosses of the major sects present all stand in unison. Startled. The world's dispersed Cultivation League, leader who is here. Shiwawu Mountain Cave Monster Clan, Chief Ku is here. Haiyuyu, the owner of Bailawu is here. Extreme Treasure Pavilion, the owner of Tanny Pavilion has arrived. The Demon Lord of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, the Demon Lord Lei Wuha, is here. Danmeng. Hall Master Hong is here. At the mountain gate, a red-robed elder of the medicine sect would announce loudly every time he saw a wave of figures appearing from the sky, and the sound shook the sky. Every sound resounded represented the appearance of a famous power in the mainland. Although the suzerain might not necessarily be there in person, every powerful power would send a heavyweight giant with a powerful warrior to lead the team, which was enough to give medicine sect face. What a grand event! All the major sect forces are here. Chu Yan glanced across the crowds of people in the main square, and even Danmeng sent a hall master. Seeing these behemoths in front of him, and a series of strong men descending, Chu Yan's heart was also slightly heavy. This scene is quite huge and unprecedented, and Chu Yan knows very well that the more it is like this, the greater the probability of abnormal changes and uncontrollable situations. While Chu Yan was concentrating on thinking, a large black cloud rolled in the sky, and a large black figure appeared in midair. With the appearance of these figures, in the sky, a large area of gloomy and cold atmosphere diffused between the sky and the earth like a tide. Black Blood Temple, the Young Hall Master and Blood Soul Venerable are here. The loud voice sounded and echoed in the sky. When Chu Yan heard it, his face suddenly froze. Chu Yan glanced at the black-robed figure, and then looked at the two leaders, Song and the Blood Soul Old Monster. People from the Black Blood Temple are here too. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at the figures of Song and Venerable Blood Soul in midair. He knew very well that these two people might be a big trouble. Although Chu Yan is not afraid of Venerable Blood Soul at all, the strength of that Song must not be underestimated. Chu Yan's face was gloomy, and he guessed that if he appeared later, maybe the people from the Black Blood Temple would directly attack him. After all, he was in the Valley of Calling Souls, and the world was turned upside down. Faced with this unexpected situation, Chu Yan certainly would not leave directly. Compared with the threat brought to him by the powerhouse of the Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan is more concerned about Yuer today. If he really turned around and ran away because he was afraid that the Black Blood Temple would attack him, not to mention whether Yuer would be sad, and he and Yifeng would really complete the engagement. Cluck cluck. Because of the excessive force, Chu Yan's fists made a crackling sound, and his face was full of determination. In any case, now that I have decided, I must defeat Yifeng in front of the whole continent today. People live in the world, walk with swords, and travel between heaven and earth. How can they let themselves lose their hearts because of fear? In front of him, whether it is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, Chu Yan will not back down in the slightest. After a while, Chu Yan took a deep breath, restrained his mind, and slowly suppressed his breath, so as not to let his breath become disordered. Yaozong Outer Gate, Main Square. Powerful forces and representatives of sects continued to come down one after another. Slowly, the huge viewing platform from all directions was filled with powerhouses from all directions, and the sky-shattering noise echoed throughout the sky. At this time, 2 hours have passed, and the sun is gradually rising above the sky. The elders and deacons of the medicine sect were still warmly greeting the representatives of all parties, and they kept sending some delicious food and spiritual wine to the viewing stands. The scene was not enthusiastic. So far, the core giants such as the suzerain and the great elder of Jiuling Xuantianzong have not yet appeared. They are still waiting, including other big sects, are also waiting patiently. Because, up to now, none of the remaining 7 of the ancient 8 sects has appeared. Everyone knows that the Haotian continent and the 8 ancient sects are the real overlords. Therefore, if the 9 spirits Shantian sect has such a great momentum, if the other 7 sects did not come to watch the ceremony, it would be as grand as it is, and more than half of them have gone. However, everyone knows that the other 7 sects will definitely come. Representatives of the Emperor sect have arrived. The representative of Jianzong has arrived. The representatives of the Dizong have arrived. The representative of Soul sect has arrived. The representative of the Demon sect has arrived. The representative of the Spirit sect has arrived. The representative of Tianzong has arrived. At the next moment, under the gaze of all people and hundreds of thousands of eyes, in the sky, 7 colored spiritual clouds rolled, large auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and waves of overwhelming aura, like a raging sea, rushed in all directions, sweeping the world. Representatives of the 7 sects arrived at the same time. At this moment, all the big bosses of the sect present in the audience, as well as the giants of the major forces, were all stunned. They never expected that the 7 ancient sects would arrive at the same time. This behavior gave the Yao sect enough face. One must know that the 8 ancient sects have deep roots, and the 8 sects are iron alliances with each other and have the same root. This is also one of the reasons why the 8 ancient sects have been able to dominate the Haotian continent for tens of thousands of years. Of course, there are also strong and weak points among the ancient 8 sects, and the competition among them is also very fierce, especially when they appear at the same time. They will often suppress each other with the momentum of their appearance, and show the power of their own sect. However, today, the 7 sects arrived at the same time, which means that there is no pressure on the medicine sect. In this way, all the sect forces in the whole continent are full of astonishment. The ancient 8 sects are indeed the real overlords of the mainland. #C993, The Return of the Deceased. With the arrival of the 7 ancient sects, the entire main square of the outer gate of the medicine sect fell silent. The hundreds of thousands of people who were so noisy just now became completely silent in an instant, and even the sound of panting seemed to have stopped. Heaven sect, Emperor sect, Soul sect, Earth sect, Spirit sect, Sword sect, Demon sect, 7 great sects, 7 overlords. Pieces of monstrous power are connected together, which immediately changes the color of the world, and the wind and clouds are surging, as if the sky is moved by it. For a moment, in the entire main square, boundless power swept the audience like a raging wind and raging clouds. As the leaders of the 7 sects slowly lowered their figures from the air and slowly restrained their breath, the originally quiet venue became noisy again. And the 7 major sects, also under the guidance of the 10 elders of the medicine sect, went to the rostrum and sat directly on the top of the 8 directions. After the 7 sects took their seats, the venue quickly set off a climax. Many bigwigs from powerful sects rushed to the rostrum. It was very lively. By now, all the guests of this world feast have basically arrived. The 2 towering crystal pillars towering in the north and south of the main square slowly began to emit light, shooting out 9-color brilliance, and began to project the grand scene of the feast to the 2 huge crystal pillars outside the Yaozong mountain gate and inside the Yaozong city. The screen is sent away. Those sect forces and fighters who did not receive the invitation letter from the 9 spirits Shantian sect could only gather outside the Yaozong mountain gate and inside the Yaozong city to watch the grand event. After all, such a grand ceremony is probably rarely held once in hundreds of years, and no one wants to miss it. And in Yaozong city, in the tide of the sea of people, 3 inconspicuous figures squeezed into a corner of the central square of the city, quietly watching the huge crystal screen in the sky. Of these 3 people, one is wearing a blue robe, has gray hair and white beard, and has a thin body. The powerful aura on his body represents his cultivation at the 4th level of the true martial realm. Behind him, there are 2 tall figures, one on the left and the other on the right, guarding the left and right. One of them is tall and straight, with white beard and hair. It seems that he is over 100 years old, but there is a faint breath of iron and blood on his body. Like a general who has fought in the battlefield for many years, his cultivation is only in the Xiantian realm. And the other person, wearing a gray robe, is also in the Xiantian realm. His face is cold, he is silent, and the power of the stars is overflowing from his body. Obviously this person's martial soul is very likely to be a star-like martial soul. These 3 people, with dignified faces, watched the surrounding situation from time to time, appearing extremely nervous, and only occasionally cast their gazes on the crystal screen in the sky. These 3 people, in the sea-like crowd, their cultivation base strength is relatively low, so they will not attract the attention of any other people at all, and they appear inconspicuous. Master, could it be that the young master will really come here? The gray-robed youth asked. Yes, I hope it won't be the same name. If it is the young master, I believe the young master will definitely appear today. The old man at the real martial arts level nodded, his eyes flickered, and he said with great certainty. Haha, I hope the young master will really show up, it's been almost 2 years. When we left the young master, he was only 16 years old, alas. The general and warrior first laughed out loud, and then, the words seemed to touch the heartstrings, but his expression gradually dimmed, and he sighed faintly. No, for the sake of the Rakshasa sect and the young master's growth, we have to leave him. Moreover, this time we return to the sect. Fortunately, we finally got that thing. This is too heavy for the young master. We must be careful. After finishing his words, the old man at the real martial arts level signaled the two of them with his eyes, and kept a high level of vigilance around him. Moreover, the three of them looked at each other, then moved their steps, and walked slowly towards the edge of the square again, which made them even more inconspicuous. If Chu Yan was here, he would have recognized these three people at a glance, and shouted out in shock. That's right, these three belong to the Rakshasa sect who left Chu Yan 2 years ago, Elder Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong. Jiuling Zuantianzong, Outer Gate Square. On the viewing platform from all directions, the guests are full, and on the rostrum, the ancient 7 sects are sitting, only the platform in the middle is empty. Everyone was discussing while waiting for the person in charge to appear. On the viewing platform in all directions, in the direction of the Black Blood Temple, Mo Tsang and Venerable Blood Soul had piercing eyes, constantly scanning the surrounding crowd, as if they were looking for something. Blood Soul, where's Chu Yan people? There was no trace of blood on Mo Tsang's face. He was extremely gloomy, and asked in a cold voice. Back to the young master. According to my guess, Chu Yan will definitely come. Maybe possible. Venerable Blood Soul stammered with a gloomy tone and embarrassed face as he replied. Maybe. Mo Tsang said with a colder voice. Definitely. Definitely. Chu Yan will definitely come. Please rest assured, my young master. This son is arrogant and lawless. Others don't know. We have found out the details of my son. This Gong Ningyue of the medicine sect was exactly the same year. Chu Yan's girlfriend in extreme north continent, so this time Yi Feng and Gong Ningyue are engaged. He will definitely show up. Moreover, I'm sure that the Chu Yan, who said he wanted to challenge Yi Feng 2 months ago, is exactly this Chu Yan. Venerable Blood Soul replied. Well, regardless of the outcome of Chu Yan's challenge to Yi Feng today, his physical body must be obtained. Mo Tsang opened his mouth and said. Yes, young master, don't worry, this time we are fully prepared and will never let him escape again. As long as Chu Yan is taken down, the young master will take away his body. At that time, the young master's talent and foundation will skyrocket again, and when the time comes, among the youths in the entire Haotian continent, who else will be the young master's opponent? When Venerable Blood Soul heard Mo Tsang's words, he quickly smiled, coquettishly. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Mo Tsang was in a good mood immediately, and laughed wildly. On the other side, on the rostrum and the seat of the D-zone, Shendang sat with a gloomy face, and also looked around, constantly looking for Chu Yan's figure. Different from others, Shendang is the only insider among the hundreds of thousands of people here who knows that Chu Yan will do something at this grand banquet of the medicine sect. However, seeing the powerhouses of the medicine sect around him and the majestic momentum of the various sects, he became more and more worried in his heart. He knew very well that Chu Yan challenged Yi Feng, not to mention success or failure, just after the fact. If he wanted to retreat from the whole body and leave Jiuling Zuantianzong, it would be as difficult as going to heaven. Although Shendang has made up his mind and made some preparations this time, he is also very clear that if the Yaozong insists on keeping Chu Yan to save the Yaozong's face, basically all of the 8 ancient sects will stand on the side of medicine sect. Thinking of this, his heavy face became more serious. Rumble. At this moment, above the main peak of Yaozong in the distance, a thunderous sound exploded, resounding through the entire sky. At the same time, a soaring aura diffused a towering power, bringing out a green light and shadow, flying towards the square. This person is the master of the medicine sect, Gong Yun Tian. #C994 Enthroned Sun. With the appearance of Gong Yuntian above the main peak, another cloud-like aura rose up, and a few figures stepped forward from the void. These few figures are all the real giants of the medicine sect, all the core elders and the masters of the halls. They quickly caught up with Gong Yuntian, followed closely behind, and slowly fell towards the main square of the outer gate. Gong Yuntian, about 40 years old, is wearing a golden-green robe, tall and straight, standing like a pine tree, with a resolute face, and the majesty and aura of a superior person radiating from his body. Gong Xingyun, one of the 8 ancient schools of medicine, also known as the Jiuling Xiantian school, the suzerain, one of the overlords of the Haotian continent. According to the rumors, Gong Yuntian's cultivation has already reached the half-step martial emperor realm, and may break through to the real martial emperor realm at any time. However, according to the rumors, no one has actually seen Gong Yuntian make a move, so naturally, there is no way to know Gong Yuntian's true cultivation level. Whoosh! 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 Gong Yuntian led a group of giants of the medicine sect, descending from a height of 10,000 feet, and landed on the rostrum of the main square of the outer gate. On the rostrum, the other 7 masters of the 8 ancient sects stood up one after another and waved their hands in gestures. All the grandstands in all directions, all the powerful sect bosses in the entire Haotian continent also got up together, and waved their hands towards Gong Xingyun in all directions. The disciples of the medicine sect in all directions stood up straight, and while bowing to salute, they paid homage loudly. See the sovereign! See the sovereign! See the sovereign! See the sect master! See the sect master! See the sect master! The elders and disciples of the Jiuling Xiantian sect, while paying respects loudly, the hundreds of thousands of bigwigs from the mainland sects in the audience also bowed their hands in unison, respectfully paying respects. You are welcome, you are welcome. Gong Yuntian stood at the top of the rostrum, looked around the audience, waved his hand. He bowed his hands in return. Gong Yuntian's voice was like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, without a trace of true energy, but it resounded throughout the outer square. After saying that, his eyes were like thunder, he swept across the audience, bowed his hands again and said, Today, I, the 9 spirits Xiantian sect, have invited all the heroes of the mainland to gather here. There are 2 things. One is the young disciple Yi Feng, who is extremely talented. Prestige. As soon as the words landed, the entire venue erupted into an uproar. Although everyone knew about this before coming here, but when they heard Gong Yuntian's announcement in person, it was still inconvenient for them to be surprised. For a while, discussions arose everywhere, and the scene was full of uproar. Gong Yuntian saw this, a faint arrogance flashed in his eyes, and it was fleeting. He was very satisfied with this Yi Feng. He was young, and at the age of less than 27, he had broken through to the half-step Wuzu. And looking at the 10,000-year history of the Haotian continent, there are only a few of the top talents with such talents. Therefore, after hearing the exclamation of all the sect powerhouses in the audience, Gong Yuntian was in a good mood and was not in a hurry. He waited for the crowd to calm down, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, At the age of 27, I have broken through to the half-step martial venerable realm. I am very relieved. After discussing with the elders and palace masters in the sect, I have decided that starting today, I will announce to all the seniors in the world and the continent that Yi Feng will be my 9 spirits. Son of the Xiantian sect. Congratulations to the sect master. Congratulations to the sect master. Congratulations to the sect master. From all directions, hundreds of thousands of strong people in the audience, the big bosses of the most powerful sects in the whole continent stood up together again, and thanked each other with cupped hands. In the Haotian continent, almost all the major sects have the position of Holy Son, which is basically equivalent to the successor of the suzerain, but it is not limited to one. Some sects will set up many, even hundreds of people, just to select more outstanding disciples, becoming the successor of the sect. However, the greater the number of Zhongmen's saint sons, the less attention they receive. Like Jiuling Xuantianzong, in order for Yi Feng to succeed him as the saint son, he invited the world sections. Under the circumstances of such a grand ceremony, Jiuling Xuantianzong's holy son will never exceed 2 people. This is enough to show that Gong Yuntian is very satisfied with Yi Feng. On this point, the various sects who came to participate in this feast naturally have a clear mind. They came here to congratulate each other, and they are also witnesses. However, it is a great honor to be able to come to Jiuling Xiantian's sect and witness the promotion of the Holy Son. Ordinary sects and powerful people have no status and are not eligible to be invited by the medicine sect. Therefore, all the bigwigs from the various sects prepared their own gifts for this witness, and when Yi Feng appeared on the stage, they gave gifts as a token of congratulations. For this kind of Holy Son's promotion ceremony, it is extremely important for any powerful sect, and it even affects the prosperity and decline of a sect. Especially for mainland hegemony-level sects like the medicine sect, the determination of a suzerain successor will even change the overall situation in the mainland. The major powerhouses who want to make friends with it will naturally seize this opportunity to engage in a fight with the new Holy Son. Good relationship, in this way, maybe you can get great benefits. Thank you everyone, I'm not talented, I will look to the seniors in the future, and take care of me. Gong Yuntian said loudly. Sect Master Gong is too polite. Sect Master Gong, you don't need to be polite, this is what you should do. A group of bigwigs who came to watch the ceremony returned their gifts one after another. Although they were all famous figures in the mainland, they did not dare to hold their ground in front of Gong Yuntian. In addition, Gong Yuntian's words were very face-saving to everyone, making everyone sound very comfortable, and naturally, they all smiled back. However, in this ceremony, the focus is on the new saint, Yi Feng. For Gong Yuntian, who has been in charge of the medicine sect for many years and is so powerful, it is naturally difficult to get close to him. But Yi Feng is different, he is still a young man, and he has made good friends with him now, and when he succeeds to the throne in the future, the benefits needless to say. Everyone, besides announcing Yi Feng's succession as the holy son of our sect, I will send you here this time, and at the same time, there is another important announcement. Gong Yuntian clasped his hands into fists and spoke loudly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the audience immediately fell silent, and they all turned their heads to look at Gong Yuntian. They knew that the main event was about to begin. Yi Feng's engagement with Gong Yuntian's daughter is of great significance. It stands to reason that even if the medicine sect appoints another holy son, Yi Feng is engaged to the suzerain's daughter. Like iron nails, it's sure. Moreover, according to rumors, Gong Ningyue, the daughter of the lord of the palace, is a stunning woman who tops the mainland. Therefore, all the powerful sects in the whole continent also hope to see the beauty of the city, and they are content. You know, this Yi Feng is very prosperous today. Not only was he promoted to the holy son of the medicine sect in one fell swoop, but he was also able to win such a beautiful woman, such a great beauty, and double happiness. Everyone envied Yi Feng. Okay, I won't say any more, everyone, please sit down, the next engagement ceremony will be handed over to the elders of the sect's deacon. Gong Yuntian cupped his hands to signal, then turned around slowly, and sat down at the head of the rostrum, a golden knife and a horse, a high position of gold. Immediately, an old man in a green robe walked out from the side of the rostrum, stood in the middle of the rostrum, and announced loudly. I invite the holy son Yi Feng and the eldest princess, Gong Ningyue. #C995 Peng is angry. I invite Yi Feng and the eldest princess, Gong Ningyue. The loud sound resounded over the entire main square, like the roar of a golden bell, with a long sound, echoing endlessly. Hum. The sound sounded, and above the sky of Jiuling Xuantianzong, the entire sky suddenly trembled slightly, one gold and one silver, two beams of light descended from the sky, as if divine light descended from the sky, standing upright from the sky and the earth. The two pillars of light, gold and silver, emitted thousands of dazzling rays of light, and dyed the entire world into brilliant gold and silver. The rays of light were natural and dazzling. Immediately afterwards, in the void under the sky, countless nine-color light spots continued to shine, like stars all over the sky, drilled out of the void, releasing brilliance of various colors, rendering the entire sky into a colorful sky, like a colorful starry sky. Against such a gorgeous background, the two golden and silver beams of light in the sky became more solidified, like two golden and silver crystal columns standing between the sky and the earth, connecting the sky. Then, under the nervous gaze of hundreds of thousands of people, the host of this feast officially appeared. I saw Yi Feng, wearing a light golden robe, wearing a purple jade hair crown, a white jade belt around his waist, and boots upturned, with a smile on his face, and his whole body was full of spring breeze. Although Yi Feng's face looked full of smiles and confidence, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes, which kept flashing out. Beside him, Gong Ningyue was wearing a long blue dress, her figure was as soft as snow, as soft as willow, and the thin gauze scarf covered his beautiful face full of displeasure. Yi Feng and Gong Ningyue slowly descended from the golden and silver beams of light, respectively, and landed on the rostrum. When the two of them landed, in an instant, they became the focus of hundreds of thousands of bigwigs and powerhouses in the audience, like the two most dazzling stars in the world. Everyone knows that today's Yi Feng is the real darling of heaven, who has gathered thousands of glory in one body. In this Haotian continent, among the young arrogants, no one is more glorious than him. At the age of 20, his cultivation has stepped into the half-step martial venerable realm. He has become the sage of the 8 ancient sects, and is engaged to the daughter of the suzerain. Any of these honors can become the envy of all young Tianjiao in the whole continent. Especially the engagement with Gong Ningyue. It also made all the young arrogances envious. You know, regardless of Gong Ningyue's identity and appearance, how many others can be compared with her in the entire vast continent? Although Yi Feng's talent is astonishing, he is a rare genius who cultivates both alchemy and martial arts, but no matter how high his cultivation base and talent are, his status is nothing more than a disciple of the medicine sect. However, after he got engaged to Gong Ningyue today, the situation will be different. It can be said that from today onwards, Yi Feng will become an existence within the medicine sect, under one person and above 10,000 people, and, after 100 years, he may even become the real overlord of all people above 10,000 people. This point, everyone sees it in their eyes, and they are naturally very clear in their hearts. However, apart from envy, they can only secretly be jealous. Because, in the world of martial arts, warriors are respected, and strength is the root. Yi Feng's talent and strength have reached such a high level that no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with him among the young talents in the Haotian continent. Yi Feng is the #1 pride in the mainland. No one can change this fact. At this time, in the grove on one side of the main square, a black-robed figure kept frowning slightly, staring closely at the two figures as dazzling as stars on the main square. Chu Yan just glanced at Yi Feng, and then all eyes fell on Gong Ningyue, unable to move away for a long time. Moon. Through the thin veil on her face, Chu Yan could faintly see the two clear tear stains on Yuer's face. Moon's tears. Falling into Chu Yan's eyes, blending into the deepest part of Chu Yan's heart, it was as if two sharpest spiritual weapons were wantonly strangling Chu Yan's heart. At this moment, Chu Yan only felt that the whole world suddenly fell silent. In all directions, the original hundreds of thousands of people suddenly disappeared, leaving only that blue shadow between the heaven and the earth. Moon. In the past 2 years, Chu Yan traveled from Longmen Town to Luoyang Kingdom, Hongye Empire, Extreme North Continent, and the Two Holy Lands, and crossed millions of miles of wild mountains to Zhongtian Continent by himself. All of this is for her. But at this time, that blue shadow appeared softly like a pool of blue sea water, and slowly flowed into the bottom of his heart, making Chu Yan's spirit tremble slightly. 2 years ago, Chu Yan watched her helplessly, and was taken away from her when she left. At that time I was powerless to resist, I could only scream in my heart, staring at the slowly disappearing figure in the sky like an ant. On the sky at that time, the crystal tears that swayed the sky like rubies also made my heart ache, like a twisted sword, so painful that I couldn't make a sound. Yuer left. In 2 years, Chu Yan, one person and one sword, went all the way from extreme North Continent, which is called a barbarian place by everyone in the mainland, to a kingdom of Wuhun that couldn't be smaller, breaking through desperation, stepping into secret realms, and stepping on countless lands. The corpse of the genius Tianjiao finally came here. I came to the place where the blue shadow that I dreamed about thousands of times was located. Today, in front of my eyes, this side, this tear. All the hard work, dedication and life and death in the past 2 years have all been worth it. Chu Yan quietly looked at Yuer in the distance, his absent-minded eyes slowly recovered, and a little bit of soft light slowly flowed out from Chu Yan's eyes. Thousands of miles send lovesickness, the bright moon leans against the window alone. On the rostrum, the blue figure gently raised her bright eyes, through the veil, she looked in all directions, looking at countless blurred figures, she was looking for that familiar figure and the warmest smile. Yuer has not forgotten, she has been waiting for herself, from the day when Chu Yan left a message in front of the Yaozong's mountain gate. Yuer believed that Chu Yan would definitely appear today. Even if, in 2 years, Yuer never saw Chu Yan again, even if his father, mother, and Yifeng persuaded him in every possible way, and finally even threatened Chu Yan's life, Yuer firmly believed that brother Chu Yan, today, will definitely come. But in Yuer's heart, she knew. Perhaps, today's sight is the last. Maybe, once you see it today, it will become eternal. However, as long as brother Chu Yan comes to her side, even if brother Chu Yan loses, she will follow closely. Inadvertently, Yuer's looking gaze finally moved towards the forest, and lightly touched Chu Yan's gaze. At this moment, the bodies of the two trembled slightly at the same time. For a moment, Chu Yan seemed to be hit by something suddenly, and the tenderness that was originally full of heart melted into water, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Between the heaven and the earth, all the silent sounds and breaths returned suddenly, shaking his soul violently. Chu Yan's eyes were changing rapidly. In the blood-red eyes, a golden vertical pupil, condensed into a needle, looking at Yifeng. Yuer, stand by Yifeng's side. This reality awakened Chu Yan instantly from the peaceful and soft dream just now. The instant switch between the dream and the real scene made the monstrous anger in Chu Yan's heart rise continuously. In his eyes, the world seemed to be covered by endless flames. Boom! A shocking explosion suddenly exploded from the woods, and a black figure soared into the sky. Yifeng, I, Chu Yan, are here. The roar was like the roar of a heavenly dragon, like the wrath of a demon god. Above the sky, the endless void was hit by this sound, and it sank severely. #C996 retaliate with death. With the sound of a thunder-like explosion, a black figure, with a golden light all over his body, shot straight into the sky. Those present were all giants from the Haotian continent, all of them were astoundingly powerful. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan soared into the sky from the forest, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes, hundreds of thousands of divine senses, swished and swished in unison. The figure in the air shrouded away. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked towards the sky. At a glance, everyone's eyes trembled violently. I saw, in the sky, a black figure, full of multicolored brilliance flowing, as if wearing a multicolored glow, like a rock swallowing the sky, soaring into the sky, like a thunderbolt, shaking Jiuxiao. At this moment, the entire Nine Spirits Shantian sect and the scene of hundreds of thousands of mainland giants suddenly fell silent. Chu Yan. Could it be? Hearing the sound that was still echoing like thunder in the sky, many people's expressions changed, and they suddenly cried out in surprise. Chu Yan! That Chu Yan, who wants to challenge Yifeng, is here. An arrogant young man left a message to challenge Yifeng's Chu Yan on the cliff in front of the medicine sect's gate. Regarding the rumors that had spread throughout the Zhongtian continent, everyone just sneered, non-committal, and only regarded it as a trick for some young people of the younger generation to gain fame, and no one really took it seriously. But now, no one would have thought that Chu Yan really came. Moreover, the name Chu Yan has gradually spread on the mainland in recent days, and it can be said that it became famous for a while and caused a sensation in the entire Zhongtian continent. Except for some warriors who don't often walk around, almost most of the strong men have heard of this name, Chu Yan. In the Battle of the Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm, the Emperor's second young man, Jiuxiao, was completely suppressed, and one person alone won 3 pieces of Chu Yan, the most treasured inheritance. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed boy in colorful rays of light, countless thoughts flashed across the sea of consciousness. Gradually, everyone's expressions froze and became dull. This Chu Yan really dares to challenge Yifeng. Moreover, one person and one sword directly killed the Jiuling Zuantianzong mountain gate. On the rostrum, Gong Yuntian looked at the black figure in the air, but his expression didn't change at all. It was as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples, as if he had expected this person to appear. Chu Yan. You. Hearing the voice, Yifeng also raised his head to look at the sky, and felt the fighting spirit on the boy in black robe and the explosive aura all over his body above the sky. He wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression became blurred and his eyes were in a trance. Up. This scene is so familiar. 2 years ago, I came down to the gate of Lingtian sect, with overwhelming momentum, floating in the void, looking down at the young man who looked like an ant on the ground below. But now, 2 years have passed, that young man from back then has actually come to the 9 spirits Shantian sect. Humph. So what if it's here? It's just an ant, courting death. Suddenly, Yifeng woke up from the trance, and suddenly became furious, roaring loudly, the killing intent in his eyes rolled out. Beside him, the beautiful blue figure trembled suddenly, and Yue raised her eyes to look at the figure in the air. She was pleasantly surprised, but she couldn't control herself anymore. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her face full of tears. Like rain. Coming. Brother Chu Yan, it's really here. I still remember that Brother Chu Yan still remembers Yue. Brother Chu Yan has not forgotten Yue. A cry, like a torrential flood, set off a thunder in Yue's heart, making her peerless face full of smiles, but she burst into tears. The veil was lifted by a white jade-like slender hand, and a peerless face appeared out of the world, without a trace of pink or black. The face was like a vast moon, and the eyes were like stars, beautiful and lovely, like the only elf in the world, and like the 9 heavenly genii. Female, fairy. But at this time, such a face was full of tears, and in the star-like spiritual eyes, there was an incomparably bright light, full of surprise, excitement, worry and determination, nothing more. Unspeakable. At this moment, not only Yue, but more than 100,000 people in the audience, except for one, Gong Yuntian, everyone has various complex expressions on their faces. On the other side, in Yaozong City, at the corner of the central square. Like Yue, there were also tears streaming down the face, trembling uncontrollably under the excitement of the whole body. The 3 big men, at this moment, looked at the imposing figure in the black robe in the crystal screen, and couldn't control their excitement. Young master. It's really the young master. Mo Xiong's face was always full of indifference, but at this time, it was completely replaced by ecstasy. A large stream of heat slipped from his face, his eyes were completely blurred, and he kept wiping his sleeves to let himself see for a while. Be clear about that figure. Different from Master Luo Pingchong and Zhong Tian, among the three, Mo Xiong has followed Chu Yan for the longest time, and also followed Chu Yan when Chu Yan first stepped on the martial arts. It can be said that Chu Yan's first step rise, he witnessed. Young master. It's really here, the young master has grown up. It's been 2 years. Elder Luo Ping burst into tears, his originally cloudy eyes instantly became as bright as stars, and he stared straight at the figure in the crystal screen, unwilling to move away at all. Okay. As expected of the young master, he has become so strong, ha ha ha, breaking through the medicine sect with a single sword, amazing. Zhong Tian also burst into tears, but stood proudly, laughing loudly. No, hurry up to the medicine sect. Suddenly, Elder Luo Ping's body trembled, his face darkened, and he shouted in an extremely solemn voice. Yes. Yes. The young master is alone, facing all the heroes in the mainland, there is danger, we must rush over. Zhong Tian shouted. Master, that thing can really help the young master. Hearing this, Mo Xiong looked at Elder Luo Ping and asked softly. That's right. This thing is very important to the young master. It may be the only hope for the young master in danger today. However, we don't have an invitation letter. This medicine sect mountain gate. When Elder Luo Ping said this, his eyes flickered slightly, and traces of determination continued to emerge. Master, senior brother Zhong Tian and I will protect you even if we die, rush into the medicine sect and meet the young master. When Mo Xiong heard what the master said, he naturally knew what he meant, but without any hesitation, Mo Xiong shouted sharply with his eyes reddened. That's right, master, don't worry, junior brother Mo Xiong and I will die, and we must not put the young master in any danger. Zhong Tian also had breath overflowing from his whole body, and said with an extremely resolute expression on his face. Okay. Let's go today. Even if the 3 of us die in front of the Yaozong mountain gate, we must deliver this thing to the young master. Elder Luo Ping heard the words, stopped talking, gave a light drink, and immediately flew and rushed towards the outside of Yaozong city. 3 figures came out of Yaozong city and ran towards the gate of Jiuling Zuantianzong. #C997 A 3-year appointment, dare to fight once. Jiuling Zuantianzong, outer gate, on the main square. Under the gaze of more than 100,000 pairs of eyes, in the sky, the figure lingering in the colorful rays of light sank suddenly and fell towards the bottom. Tom. With a bang, Chu Yan, who was dressed in a black robe, landed heavily on the main square, raised his head, and looked directly at Yifeng. At this moment, countless sharp eyes came looking straight at Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan, who was standing alone, completely ignored these gazes and just stared at Yifeng tightly. Facing Chu Yan's gaze, Yifeng also looked at Chu Yan. When his eyes met, he saw a contemptuous smile in Chu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yifeng, you deserve it too. Chu Yan said coldly. The words fell to the ground, like a thunderclap, and the whole audience froze. What? This kid actually said that Yifeng was unworthy. Not worthy of anything. Is it unworthy to be the holy son of Yaozong, or unworthy to be engaged to Gong Ningyue, or neither? Joke. At the age of 27, Yifeng stepped into the half-step martial venerable realm, and has become the #1 pride of young people in the Haotian continent, ranking first in the Haotian Qianlong list. You, a little Chu Yan, dare to talk to Yifeng like this, what a joke. In an instant, all the bigwigs of the sects, who were all stunned, all reacted, and suddenly, all kinds of laughter set off a wave, sweeping the entire main square. What is this kid talking about? Yifeng is unworthy. Ha ha ha, the ignorant are fearless, they really don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. That's right, this kid wants to die so much, he dares to make trouble today, he really doesn't want to live. A kid from the 7th level of the heaven-reaching realm actually yelled at the number 1 young man in the mainland, Tianjiao, "What a joke, what a joke. Yi Xingzi is really good-tempered, if I were to slap this Chu Yan to death." All kinds of laughter echoed in the sky above the main square. Everyone looked at Chu Yan with jokes and disgrace. That kind of gaze seemed to be full of gods and Buddhas looking at a man who was clamoring at the way of heaven, saying that he wanted to destroy Chu Yan. Like an ant that hurts the world, this is so ridiculous. However, among the more than 100,000 people in the audience, although 99% of the bosses looked at Chu Yan with mocking faces, there were also a few people whose faces were completely different. In the direction of D-Zone, the complexion is extremely complex, with appreciation, worry, hope, and determination. In the other direction, on the seat of the Black Blood Temple, two murderous gazes like ice, without a trace of warmth, fell on Chu Yan fiercely. For Emote Song and Venerable Blood Soul, Chu Yan is the number 1 target for the Black Blood Temple. A small Chu Yan not only destroyed a branch hall in the extreme north continent, but also made a big noise in the Summoning Valley. If Emote Song didn't happen to be practicing there, maybe the entire Summoning Valley would be smashed into powder by Chu Yan. Regardless of how the surrounding forces viewed Chu Yan, on the main square, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and he just stared straight at Yi Feng. Today, his target is him. "Yi Feng. I haven't seen you for 2 years. According to the 3-year agreement between you and me, I'm here." The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and he smiled coldly. His eyes were fixed on Yi Feng all the time, not daring to move to Yuer next to him. At this moment, Chu Yan knew very well that if he looked at Yuer more, he might not be able to control himself. At that time, he would definitely be affected by the life-and-death battle with Yi Feng. Therefore, Chu Yan tried his best not to look at Yuer. Against the enemy. So what if you're here? 2 years ago, you were an ant, but today, you're still an ant. Yi Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Chu Yan with a joking smile on his face. The anger just now had been controlled and no longer affected his will. He was very clear about the purpose of Chu Yan's coming here. Of course, his being able to come here also made Yi Feng's heart full of horror. Of course, Yi Feng remembered that 2 years ago, this ant-like Chu Yan had only just cultivated his Qi realm. In 2 years, there are 5 world realms: Qi Refining Realm, Xiantian Realm, True Martial Realm, Transforming Heaven Realm, and Tong Tian Realm. Such a talent, far above himself. The ant in front of him, inadvertently, has grown to such an extent that he already has the strength to compete with him. Of course, Yi Feng didn't think that Chu Yan had defeated himself and walked out of here alive. On the Haotian continent, there are countless secret methods to quickly increase the cultivation level. Just like the secret method of the Black Blood Temple, it is not difficult to quickly increase the cultivation level in a short period of time. However, combat power, haha. Most of the people present hardly knew Chu Yan, and naturally, they didn't know how talented Chu Yan was. However, in their view, at Chu Yan's age, it seems that even if he is less than 20 years old, even if he has good talent, he can be so strong. Because, what he is challenging now is the number 1 pride in Haotian continent, Yi Feng. What is the pride of the first day? That is, apart from him, among the young people in the whole continent, there is no one whose talent can surpass him. Therefore, facing Chu Yan's challenge to Yi Feng, it was just a joke. Of course, everyone is looking forward to Yi Feng making a move, showing his astonishing strength, and letting everyone see the horror of the mainland's number 1 arrogance. With such a good opportunity, everyone would naturally be willing to witness Yi Feng make a move. Of course, Yi Feng wants to take advantage of this opportunity to prove his strength in front of all the bigwigs at the top of the pyramid in the whole continent. A 3-year contract, do you dare to fight? Chu Yan looked at Yi Feng with a cold face, and said loudly. The sound is like thunder, resounding in all directions. When the words fell to the ground, everyone was startled, and all looked at Yi Feng. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan came for real. He really challenged Yi Feng directly, which is simply sending him to death. At the 7th level of the heaven-reaching realm, against the half-step martial venerable realm, they are 4 levels short of cultivation. Moreover, the opponent is still the number 1 Tianjiao. Therefore, there is a gap between the 3 levels of cultivation, and with Yi Feng's arrogance, I am afraid that at least 2 or 3 levels of combat power must be opened up. In addition, not to mention talent and the ability to fight beyond the ranks, you must know that although Yi Feng has only stepped into the martial venerable realm for half a step, he has also stepped into the martial venerable realm with 1 foot. In this way, although there is only a gap of 3 levels of cultivation between the two, in fact, there is a gap of cultivation of a world. Even if Chu Yan's cultivation reaches the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, in the face of a bottleneck in the realm of heaven and earth, there is still a gap between heaven and earth. In the later stages of the martial arts journey, there is a huge difference in strength. Even a small difference in realm may be insurmountable in a lifetime. Obviously, with such a disparity in strength, Chu Yan couldn't even block Yi Feng's move. Yue stood on the rostrum, looking at Chu Yan obsessively. She knew better than anyone else the 3-year agreement between Chu Yan's brother and Yi Feng. Only 2 years have passed since the 3-year agreement, but since he and Yi Feng are about to get engaged, brother Chu Yan can only come forward to fight for her. In 2 years, brother Chu Yan's strength has reached such a high level. If there are really 3 years, with the talent that brother Chu Yan has shown against the sky, then the situation in front of him will be completely opposite. But, do you have time? No. Today is the day of my engagement with Yi Feng, brother Chu Yan, and myself, don't have time. The master of 9 spirits Xiantian sect, Gong Yuntian, sat firmly on the rostrum chair, his eyes swept towards Chu Yan, his face was radiant, and his face did not change at all, as if what happened before him could not arouse his mind at all. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yi Feng laughed wildly. Aunt, today, you delivered it yourself, which just saved me a lot of trouble. Since you dare to come, prepare to die. #C998 leave you dead. When Yi Feng's words fell to the ground, all the strong men around him immediately applauded and nodded. In their view, a little Chu Yan dared to interfere with such a grand and solemn ceremony. Absolutely damned, just slapped him to death, this matter couldn't be handled easily. Who is an ant, you will know in one battle. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, the light in his eyes was like blood, and the fighting spirit on his body was rising like red fire, burning continuously. He has already stood in front of Yi Feng, he is too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, and everything depends on his strength. When Yi Feng heard Chu Yan's words and was about to speak, suddenly, on the viewing platform in the distance, a black figure stood up. The one who stood up suddenly was none other than Blood Soul Venerable of the Black Blood Temple. Sect Master Gong, Yi Xingzi, this son of Chu Yan, who is qualified to let the Son of God take action, and, some time ago, Chu Yan destroyed a branch of my Black Blood Temple, so hateful. I hope that Master Gong and Yi Xingzi can kill Chu Yan handed over to our Black Blood Temple, so as not to disturb such a grand ceremony. While Venerable Blood Soul was speaking, he kept looking at Gong Yuntian, and at the same time as his voice sounded, all the great sects from all directions nodded their heads to express their acquiescence. Because, this Chu Yan, I don't know where it came from. Let's not talk about whether he is qualified to challenge Yi Feng, even if he is qualified, but your challenge of Chu Yan made the top sect leaders in the whole continent, are waiting for you, this. Of course, this will make them feel uncomfortable. After all, Chu Yan is not yet qualified to make them wait. If they are Tianjiao or warriors of the same level as Yi Feng, then it is another matter. This matter will be handled by the Holy Sun himself. Gong Yuntian heard the words, his eyes swept across the audience, and after he had a panoramic view of the expressions and reactions of the big bosses, he shook his head and replied softly. The Blood Soul warrior heard Gong Xingyun's words, looked at Yifeng again, and asked, Yi Xing, what do you think about this matter? Hearing this, Chu Yan, who was standing on the main square, his face darkened. He naturally knew the purpose of Venerable Blood Soul's move. If he really lost the opportunity to challenge Yifeng, it would be troublesome. Because, not only did I want to challenge Yifeng, but I also wanted to prevent this engagement ceremony, and take Yue away. If you can no longer be in the challenge with Yifeng, defeat him forcefully, let your own strength be recognized by the medicine sect, and even the whole continent, the final result is self-evident. Chu Yan's brows were tightly furrowed, his consciousness was flying, and he kept thinking about how he should deal with the worst possibility. Senior Blood Soul, you're just a small ant. If I don't fight, it won't make the mainland warriors laugh at me. But don't worry, seniors, I won't waste much time. Just as Chu Yan was thinking, Yifeng's voice suddenly sounded, his tone full of confidence and contempt. The meaning of Yifeng's words is very clear. When he succeeds the Holy Son of Medicine sect, he encounters a challenge from Tianjiao. Regardless of his strength, if he refuses to fight, he may be ridiculed by others. At the same time, he clearly stated that the Chu Yan in front of him is unbearable. It won't take long to defeat him. Maybe with a wave of his hand, or with one move, Chu Yan will be wiped out. On the main seat of the rostrum, Gong Yuntian couldn't help but nodded slightly when he heard Yifeng's words, and his eyes were full of approval when he looked at Yifeng. He handed over this matter to Yifeng to see Yifeng's ability as a director. Now, when Yifeng opened his mouth, he not only reflected the demeanor of a strong man, but also took care of the psychology of all the strong men present. It is worth cultivating. You know, Yifeng is his most valued personal disciple, and he will hand over his daughter to him, of course, because he is extremely satisfied with him. However, on the viewing platform, Venerable Blood Soul and Emo Tsang, when they heard Yifeng's words, their faces darkened at the same time, and their brows frowned slightly. The request they made just now was not because they really wanted to help Yifeng get rid of Chu Yan, but because they were worried that when Yifeng made a move, Chu Yan's body would be blasted to pieces, so how could Emo Tsang seize him? Yi Xingzi, Chu Yan has a great enmity with my Black Blood Temple, so my devil wants to take this son and use his flesh and blood to pay homage to all the disciples who died in my temple, so, if Venerable Blood Soul couldn't open his mouth when he said this, after all, his request was a little too much. It's okay, Senior Blood Soul, don't worry, I will pay attention and leave the whole body behind. Yifeng looked at the Protestant of the Blood Soul, smiling all over his face, being polite, and directly agreed to the other party's request, which seemed very demeanor. Haha, that's great, thank you Yi Xingzi. Hearing Yifeng's words, Venerable Blood Soul and Emo Tsang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Yan's body is intact, they naturally don't care about the rest. After Venerable Blood Soul nodded with a smile on his face, and after the recalibration sat down, Yifeng slowly turned his head and looked at Chu Yan again. Aunt, I accept your challenge, but don't worry, I will leave you with a whole body. Yifeng replied softly, his eyes gradually became sharper. Chu Yan was faceless and speechless, and sneered. Unexpectedly, before the battle started, the Black Blood Temple and Yifeng began to discuss how to deal with their own corpses, and they were still in front of him. It seems that among the hundreds of thousands of strong people in the audience, there is not a single person who is optimistic about himself. In Haodian continent, the strong are respected. In the eyes of the strong, people without strength are really like ants, and their lives are worthless. Therefore, if I want to gain the right to speak, to be recognized by everyone, and to take Yue away, I can only rely on my strength. However, Chu Yan remembered what the Black Blood Temple said just now, and sooner or later, they will be dealt with. Then let's fight. Chu Yan's face was cold, the blood in his eyes bloomed, and the golden vertical pupils shot out two dazzling golden lights. Brother Chu Yan, I'll wait for you. Yuer's voice came from above, and a word made Chu Yan's body tremble slightly. Immediately, Chu Yan turned his head and looked at Yuer's worried and resolute little face. He didn't say anything, but nodded slightly and smiled softly. Seeing Yuer and Chu Yan looking at each other, Yifeng's face suddenly became ferocious, his face was extremely gloomy, and the anger in his heart rose rapidly. Junior sister, after today, the aunt you have been thinking about will disappear forever. Yifeng turned to look at Gong Mingyue, sneered again and again, paused for a moment, and then said, I want you to watch, who is the real pride of heaven, and I want you to watch how this garbage-like ant was defeated by me, and how he knelt in front of me like a pig and dog. At that time, you will understand that this trash-like ant is not worth your attention at all. Hearing Yifeng's words, Yuer's face turned red immediately, her spiritual eyes were full of anger, she stared at Yifeng fiercely, and said, You are the pig and dog, brother Chu Yan is the best. You are not worthy to compare with him. When Yuer spoke, her tone was full of disgust. The Yifeng in front of her, in front of his father and mother, looked like a gentleman, but in front of her, what she said and did was like a villain. #C999 Battle of Tianjiao. Although Yifeng lowered his voice, standing in front of him, Chu Yan naturally heard Yifeng's words. Yifeng, do you really think you can win against me? After hearing Yifeng's words, the murderous intent in Chu Yan's eyes became more and more cold, and he spoke loudly. What? Do you think there are other results? Ha ha ha, what a big joke. Yifeng was startled for a moment, then laughed wildly. In his tone, he didn't take Chu Yan seriously at all. Not only Yifeng, but all the great sects in the audience burst into laughter when they heard Chu Yan's words. Yi Xingzi, since you are so confident that you are invincible, then let's make a bet. Chu Yan sneered softly and said. This one is one of the plans that Chu Yan had thought up in advance. If it was just Chu Yan and Yifeng who gambled privately, Yifeng could still deny the result of the bet, but now, in front of the big sects of the whole continent, if Yifeng wants to deny the result of the bet, it may not be so easy to lose face. Therefore, Chu Yan is going to make a bet with Yifeng in front of the powerful people in the whole continent. If he wins in the end, then his confidence will be even more powerful. Huh? Bet? What bet? Yifeng was stunned when he heard Feng, and then his face was full of disdain. In the face of his absolute strength, Chu Yan could only die, and any bets were meaningless. If you lose, your engagement with Yuer will be cancelled. Chu Yan said loudly. I lost. A joke. Just say it, if you lose, so what? Yifeng sneered all over his face. He didn't think that he would lose at all. Instead, he was curious about what bet Chu Yan would make. If I lose, I will immediately abolish my cultivation. Chu Yan said. For a warrior, if he abolishes his cultivation, he will no longer be destined for martial arts, and will become an ordinary person from then on. Okay. I bet with you. Yifeng didn't care at all, thinking that if Chu Yan abolished his cultivation, it would make Gong Ningyue more desperate than killing him himself, so he agreed without hesitation. The engagement contract is decided by my master, Gong Yuntian. Although he has no right to make the decision to cancel, in Yifeng's eyes, he looks down on Chu Yan at all, and he doesn't think that Chu Yan has a slight chance of defeating him. However, in front of Gong Ningyue, if Chu Yan can self-cultivate and become a waste, I am afraid that killing him in front of Gong Ningyue will make Gong Ningyue give up more. In this way, Yifeng's goal is achieved, and at the same time, his woman, who has been thinking about other men's anger, can calm down a little. Because even if Chu Yan abolished his cultivation, Yifeng did not intend to let him go. Anyway, Yifeng didn't take this bet seriously. After Yifeng finished speaking, his whole figure rose into the sky, straight up to Jiuxiao, and flew up to the sky in the blink of an eye. Ants, come and die. Yifeng's eyes were like arrows, staring straight at Chu Yan across the vast void, and said. Hearing this, Chu Yan took a deep breath, glanced slightly, and glanced at Gong Yuntian, who was above the main seat of the rostrum, and saw that the other party's face was still as calm as water, without any change. Chu Yan knew very well that this time, he broke into the medicine sect alone, and it was this person who could really decide everything. Because, this person is not only the suzerain of Jiuling Xiantian sect, but also Yuer's father. His eyes swept lightly, and finally landed on Yuer. Chu Yan smiled faintly, nodded, and immediately, his figure rose from the ground and went straight to the sky. Whoosh! Like a black swift arrow, in an instant, Chu Yan flew upside down to the sky, facing Yifeng far away. For a moment, above the sky of the Nine Spirits Xiantian sect, two peerless geniuses confronted each other, and the tense and dignified atmosphere instantly dissipated. On the ground, the countless disciples and elders belonging to the Jiuling Xiantian sect, as well as the big bosses of the various sects in the whole continent, all raised their heads in unison, looking up at the sky. In this battle, there was no suspense. The only thing that interested everyone was Yifeng's real strength. Although there are rumors in the mainland, Yifeng, the medicine sect, is the top of the Qianqianlong list, with both alchemy and martial arts, talent and strength. Among the younger generation, he is the best in the mainland. However, Yifeng has been retreating in the medicine sect all year round, and rarely appears on the mainland, and there are very few people who have actually seen Yifeng make a move. On the rostrum, in the direction of the emperor, Hong Qiyu smiled, looked at Yifeng in the sky, and murmured. Chu Yan, you dare to challenge Yifeng in the medicine sect, this time, you are doomed. As a strong martial artist, Hong Qiyu certainly knew that the difference in strength between Chu Yan's cultivation base and Yifeng, who was half a step into the martial arts realm, was like heaven and earth. In the past, Chu Yan still relied on his talent to be strong and fight over the ranks, but now, the opponent he challenges is also a peerless arrogance, and he is also the number one arrogance in the mainland. Therefore, in Hong Qiyu's view, the advantage that Chu Yan Yuan had been relying on all along no longer exists. This battle will be fatal. On the other side, in front of the gate of Yaozong Mountain, the three figures, all anxious, rushed towards the gate of the Yaozong Mountain at full speed. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of the huge crystal screen set up in front of the mountain gate by Medicine Sect, and they were immediately attracted by the situation inside the crystal screen, and suddenly stopped. Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong stared blankly at Chu Yan and Yifeng confronting each other in the crystal screen, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Not good. Hurry up, attack the Medicine Sect mountain gate, we must rush in. Luo Ping's face became anxious, and with a low shout, he led Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong, accelerated suddenly, and headed towards the mountain gate of Yaozong. Nine Spirits Xiantian Sect, on the 10,000 feet high in the sky. Chu Yan and Yifeng faced each other 10,000 steps apart. Aunt, one move is enough to kill you. But don't worry, I won't let you lose so easily, I want a little bit, and let you suffer so much that you will be wiped out. At this time, they were at a height of 10 feet, and it was impossible to hear their conversation from below. Now Yifeng, who had completely removed his disguise, looked at Chu Yan with a look of ferocity, and said viciously. At that time I want you to kneel at my feet and watch your beloved woman become my plaything. After I master the power of Medicine Sect, even she will become my trash. While speaking, Yifeng's true energy continued to surge out, and his whole body exuded an invincible aura, with an invincible expression on his face. Hum. It was said that Chu Yan's eyes were like blood, but he didn't talk to him. He just kept destroying the true energy in his body like a volcanic eruption, so that he could reach his peak state as soon as possible. Clang! With a resounding sound of the sword, the Haoyan sword broke out of its sheath. Like a flash of cold electricity, the icy sword edge scattered in all directions. Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Yan's body was up and down, the sword intent and momentum surged, and his aura changed drastically. #C1000 You are not dead. The breath of Chu Yan's whole body changed drastically, and his sharp eyes looked straight at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, the #1 pride in the mainland. Today, I will crush all your arrogance, and hypocrisy, and trample them under my feet. A loud shout, like a bell, resounded through the entire sky. Back then, in front of the Lingshanzong mountain gate, Yi Feng was bullying the weak, and what he did to himself seemed to happen yesterday, and the scenes appeared clearly before his eyes. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong, in order to protect themselves, almost lost their lives on the spot. The bright red blood is still extremely glaring. Today, the shame is not only for myself, but also for my relatives, and everyone who believes in me. In this battle, although his cultivation level is far lower than that of the opponent, he will do his best to fight with his greatest strength. Even if he loses, he will be worthy of the world and everyone who trusts him. Boom! At this moment, the aura on Chu Yan's body, like a flood breaking a dike, erupted crazily, and the five-colored energy soared into the sky, dyeing half of the sky with glowing rays of light. Still have some strength. Seeing the burst of true energy on Chu Yan's body, Yi Feng's face was slightly startled, quite surprised, but the look of disdain on his face did not diminish in the slightest, and he said, "Humph. With your current cultivation, you want to defeat me, it's just wishful thinking." When the words fell to the ground, Yi Feng stopped talking and shot first. He didn't want others to think that Chu Yan really had the strength to compete with him. The nether falling moon fist. Yi Feng shouted sharply, raised his hand and blasted a straight black fist mark, like a black sharp gun, straight out. For a moment, the endless brilliance on Yi Feng's body surged, and the heat wave hit him head-on. The monstrous fist seal is like a black sharp gun, with streamers of golden light lingering on it, piercing through layers of void, breaking through all the way, bringing out a large sound of muffled thunder. This black fist print is extremely powerful and terrifying. It not only contains the power like a flood peak, but also has a fiery temperature that burns everything. This temperature is extremely terrifying, as if it can burn the sky and the earth, and burn everything. This is not caused by fire attribute exercises. It's the power of the pill fire in Yi Feng's body, which is by no means comparable to ordinary flames. You know, this Yi Feng, like Chu Yan, is also a dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts. With this punch, a large black wave of fire rushed out, sweeping half of the sky, and the world was eclipsed. Everything passed by the fist mark turned into nothingness, like divine thunder and black lightning, and in an instant it was in front of Chu Yan. "Break it!" Seeing the powerful fist imprint coming, Chu Yan yelled, and the five-color light of the Haoyan sword burst out in his hand, rushing out a five-color sword light of nearly 1,000 feet, like a sword holding the sky. The bright five-color brilliance illuminated the whole world. The sky formed a strong contrast with the black flames rushing out of Yi Feng's body. In the next breath, the sword light was like thunder, piercing the sky, and with an invincible momentum, it slashed fiercely on the black fist mark. Rumble! The five-color rays of light and black energy exploded with a loud bang, and the sky, with a radius of 100 miles, trembled violently. The terrifying wave of remaining energy, like a torrential flood, swept across the world and swept all directions. Swish! At the same time as Yu Qing's air blast exploded, Chu Yan's body flew upside down like a meteor, and was directly blasted back for nearly 10 miles before barely standing still. What a powerful force! Chu Yan stabilized his figure, urged his true energy to suppress the tumbling qi and blood in his body, and looked up at Yi Feng in the distance, with a serious expression on his face. If I hadn't been wearing the fourth order heaven-locking robe just now, I'm afraid that just the power of the shock would have killed me on the spot. However, Chu Yan had estimated Yifeng's strength a long time ago. At present, it seems that it is still within the range of his guess, and it has not exceeded too much. Because, just like Yifeng, he didn't use his full strength to make the move just now. What? But at this time, Yifeng in the distance was full of surprise, looking at Chu Yan in the distance with a gloomy face. Originally, according to his estimate, it was impossible for Chu Yan to resist the punch just now. It should have been blasted into scum, but this Chu Yan stood there intact, nothing happened. You're not dead? Surprised, Yifeng asked suddenly. What? Could it be that if you make a move, I must die? You think too highly of yourself. Chu Yan sneered. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yifeng suddenly reacted from his absence, and suddenly felt his face was hot, and his question was really stupid. One punch, but not killing the opponent, it can only show that he is not strong enough, and he even asked out of his voice, this is a big embarrassment. Thinking to myself, a dignified half-step martial venerable realm powerhouse, against a heavenly realm 8th level heavenly martial artist, can't kill him with one move. This is really not an ordinary embarrassment. I and Chu Yan are both Tianjiao warriors, so, with a difference of 3 levels of cultivation, every warrior present can kill with one punch. Even if it is Chu Yan, when he meets a Tianjiao warrior who is lower than his 3rd level cultivation base, he basically punches him one by one, and it is impossible to give the opponent a chance. However, when Yifeng shot just now, he also considered promising the Black Blood Temple to save Chu Yan's body, so he didn't make a full shot. On the ground, in the Medicine Sovereign Square, countless bigwigs immediately erupted into an uproar. What? Didn't die? That Chu Yan can block it. Huh. This Chu Yan has some strength. The punch just now has at least the power of a full-strength blow at the peak of the 8th heaven of the Tongtian realm. That's not right, this kid is only at the early stage of the 8th heavenly layer, so there's no way he can block this punch. This is interesting, hee. The bosses of all sects were all amazed. The attack just now was enough to kill all the warriors under the 8th heaven of the Tongtian realm. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by Chu Yan, and he didn't hurt him at all. This Chu Yan, in the face of the number 1 Tianjiao in the mainland, has the ability to fight beyond the ranks. This matter is weird. At this moment, all kinds of complex expressions began to appear on everyone's faces, but Gong Yuntian, who was above the head of the rostrum, remained calm and his expression did not change at all. Standing beside her father, Yuer was stunned for a moment when she saw what happened in the sky, and then her face was full of surprise. Brother Chu Yan's strength far exceeded her expectations. Although it seemed that Chu Yan retreated for nearly 10 miles, Yifeng did not retreat at all, but it was obvious that Chu Yan was not completely powerless to resist. This made Yuer's heart and face glow with joy and hope at the same time. However, there were also people with fierce faces, looking at Chu Yan in the air, with murderous intent surging in their eyes. Huangzong Hongqiu frowned, his heart was full of astonishment, the strength of this Chu Yan was beyond his expectation. I haven't seen him for just a few days. Compared with the time when Chu Yan was in the spiritual realm of Blood Sea, he has improved by leaps and bounds in terms of cultivation and strength, and has improved a lot. No, you must not let him grow up, you must kill him as soon as possible. In Hongqiu's eyes, there was a flash of light, and he was more and more terrified of Chu Yan's talent against the sky. #C1001 Netherfall. For Hongqiu, Chu Yan's talent and growth rate filled him with fear. If Chu Yan was allowed to grow, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the future emperor. Above the sky, the airwaves dissipate. Holding the Haotian sword in his hand, Chu Yan flew across the sky, dodged a few times, and then rushed back to the original place. Yi Feng, it seems that your strength is nothing more than this. Chu Yan's face was cold, and a trace of contempt and provocation flashed in his eyes. After just one move, the current Chu Yan's confidence has greatly increased. Although he knew that Yi Feng's real strength was far more than that, but why not himself? The counter-attack just now can be said to be a tentative attack by both sides. Since it is a tentative attack, both sides have more or less a good idea of the opponent's strength. For Yi Feng, Chu Yan's strength was far stronger than what he had guessed, but for Chu Yan, Yi Feng's strength was not as bad as he imagined, and it was still within his tolerance. In this way, it is equivalent to saying that I have a chance. Humph. It's just a move, I said, it won't let you die easily. Yi Feng's face was slightly red, but he was very stubborn. Looking at Chu Yan, he snorted coldly and said, "Next, you don't have any chance, let me show you, what is the real strength of the #1 genius in the mainland." After finishing speaking, Yi Feng's body exploded with true energy, and the strong energy fluctuations, like huge waves soaring into the sky, set off an energy nearly 100 feet high. At the same time, his whole body's energy increased violently again. The world is invincible, the aura of dominion over the earth rises from Yi Feng's body. For a moment, he seems to be the king in charge of the world, his domineering aura permeates the world. Underworld Falling Sun Fist. The same fist print roared out, like a round of black scorching sun, releasing a male black flame, blasting into the void, smashing everything. Compared with the previous punch, this punch was more than 50% stronger. The power of the punch made the sky tremble, as if it was about to collapse. The fist glow like the black flame scorching sun rushed to the sky, towards Chu Yan, and crushed down hard. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the fist light rushing towards him, he immediately poured his full attention, not daring to be careless. The 16 inner alchemy in his body were all working together, and the 5 elements of the gangster fused wildly. Dazzling 5-color Gangyuan rushed out from Chu Yan's body, dazzling as if the sun covered the sky. The power of 5 elements of different colors moved up and down Chu Yan's body, like a 5-color dragon, continuously pouring into the Haoyan sword in his hand. The 6th order Haoyan sword erupted instantly, and the 5-color sword glow shot straight into the sky. Chu Yan swung the sword with his right hand and slashed down. The 5-color Gangyuan evolved into the color of Xuanhuan, lingering outside the silver sword light, swaying thousands of sword lights, piercing the sky, like a shocking rainbow, spanning 10,000 steps, with the sharp and unparalleled sword power, slashing fiercely on top of the black flame fist light. Boom! The strong collision, the earth-shattering air explosion, shook the world, the fist light collapsed, the sword light exploded, the two forces collided crazily, turned into a sky-shattering air wave, sweeping the 9 heavens. Chu Yan only felt a surge of energy in his chest, and the violent power exploded in his body instantly. His whole body retreated violently, and was blown upside down again 7 or 8 miles away. This time, although Chu Yan only retreated 7 or 8 miles, he stopped his violent retreat. As for the countershock force of the thrust, Chu Yan did not forcibly suppress it, but directly exported it out of the body. Although it caused the qi and blood in the body to oscillate, it did not have much effect, but if Chu Yan forcibly suppressed the true energy, the consequences would be serious. Therefore, if it was not for the purpose of removing the countershock force, I am afraid that this time, Chu Yan would not have to retreat 7 or 8 miles away at all. After standing firm, he took out a rejuvenation pill, and Chu Yan swallowed it directly. The majestic medicinal power dissipated, and the concussion injuries in his body recovered quickly. Chu Yan mostly had medicinal pills, so he would let himself at the peak state. He doesn't care about the consumption of pills at all. What? This is impossible. Yi Feng saw that Chu Yan retreated 7 or 8 miles away, but stabilized his body. His face was startled, and his eyes trembled violently. He was very unclear, the punch just now still had no effect. This punch was actually blocked by Chu Yan again. In Yifeng's heart, there was a huge shock wave, and the eyes that were originally joking were suddenly stunned. Not only Yifeng, but also on the ground, the big bosses of various sects, who was not a long-time strong man, knew Chu Yan's situation clearly, and at a glance, everyone was stunned. From this point of view, this Chu Yan really has some strength and confidence in challenging Yifeng. Although he is at a disadvantage under the two moves, he obviously has some strength to contend with Yifeng. It's just that this Chu Yan's cultivation is really the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. This is simply impossible. Facing the mainland's #1 young man, Tianjiao, and fighting beyond the 3rd rank, this is simply impossible. After the 2 counterattacks just now, Chu Yan's combat power has at least reached the 9th level of the heavenly realm. For a time, under countless astonished gazes, the divine consciousness like a tide shrouded Chu Yan one after another, and went up and down on him, constantly probing, but finally found that Chu Yan's cultivation was really at the 8th level of the Tongtian realm sky. Here are the overlord-level bosses of the most powerful sects in the entire continent. Under their investigation, even if Chu Yan uses secret methods such as changing the cultivation base and breath, he will never escape the investigation of these bosses. The results of the investigation made all the big bosses dumbfounded. The 8th level cultivation of the heaven-reaching realm has the combat power to compete with the half-step martial venerable realm powerhouse. What is happening? In the direction of the Black Blood Temple, Emotsong's face was gloomy, and the strong Yin and death energy overflowed his body like a stream. The talent and strength that Chu Yan showed now were obviously not weaker than himself. In just a few days, Chu Yan, who was suppressed by himself and could only escape, was already on par with him. Chu Yan, you must not stay. Emotsong's heart was full of killing intent, and a pair of black pupils kept flickering. He firmly believed that there was a big secret in Chu Yan, otherwise, he would not believe it at all. It is impossible to surpass myself who uses the supreme secret method of the Black Blood Temple. If I can take away Chu Yan's body and dig out his secrets, who else is my opponent in the Haotian continent? Thinking of this, Emotsong's black eyes instantly turned blood red, bursting into a dazzling red light. Even the blood soul venerable beside him was startled. At this time, Gong Yuntian, who was sitting on the main seat of the rostrum, had always maintained a calm expression, and finally showed a slight change. A pair of eyes that deepened like thousands of hours, moved slowly, and glanced at the black sky in the sky. The young man in robes quickly looked away again, and the look of astonishment in his eyes disappeared in a flash. My son, not bad. A faint voice came from Gong Yuntian's mouth. The voice was so soft that it was only heard by Yuer behind him, and Gong Ning's moonlight body trembled violently at first, then, in a pair of spiritual eyes, burst out, show the color of surprise. It's a pity, Gong Yuntian muttered to himself, his face slowly regaining his composure. #C1002 Netherfire Shura. In the sky. 2 strokes. He didn't defeat Chu Yan at all, and didn't even hurt the opponent's hair. Yifeng was completely angry. You know, this is not a private battle, this is a battle in front of the top sects in the entire continent, all the overlords, and it is also a battle to promote yourself to the holy son of the medicine sect. However, this ant-like young man in black robe in front of him, whose cultivation level is no higher than the 8th level of the heavenly ascension realm, blocked his 2 moves in front of the bosses from all over the continent, without a single trace of failure, which made Yifeng fall down like this. Ant, I didn't expect that you are still a strong ant. If so, let you see part of my strength. Yifeng yelled loudly, and a shocking rainbow burst out from all over his body, like a round of black sun rising into the sky, casting thousands of black rays of light, causing the sky to darken suddenly, and all of them were swallowed by black flame waves. Call. 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 The flames like a black tide set off monstrous fire waves, like a large black cloud, rolling and burning in the sky, 9 days and 10 earths, swallowed by the black flames covering the sky, as if even the sky was melting. Yifeng stood suspended in the air, with black flames sweeping across the world from top to bottom. With his body as the center, the void within 1,000 steps in radius was completely burnt into nothingness. At this time, Yifeng seemed to be transformed into a round of black scorching sun, with the mighty astral energy all over his body, rushing straight into the sky. In the monstrous power, there was not only the power of true qi and astral energy, but also the terrifying power of pale fire. A black sun god. At this moment, above the sky, the tyrannical and unparalleled aura surged from Yifeng's body between the sky and the earth like a rolling sea wave. At this time, Yifeng's aura of cultivation was enough to make all the strong below the martial venerable realm tremble with fear, unable to give up any resistance at all. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the black flames around Yifeng exploded suddenly, rushing into a body of flames that was nearly 100 feet high. At the same time, a black figure slowly emerged from the hundreds of feet high black flames. Underworld Shura. Accompanied by Yifeng's roar, behind him, the almost 100-foot-tall black flame-condensed human-shaped phantom suddenly surged, turning into a black streamer, shot out of Yifeng's body, and disappeared instantly. See this scene. In all directions, everyone looked at Yifeng with astonishment on their faces. This is Yifeng's pale fire martial soul. Isn't it a sacrifice? Sure enough, as rumored, Saint Yifeng's pale fire martial soul possesses an inextinguishable fire soul. What? Inextinguishable fire soul. Doesn't that mean that Holy Son Yifeng has twin martial souls? Amazing. A natural alchemist can have a pale fire without sacrificing a martial soul. Oh my God, you are indeed the #1 talent in the mainland. This talent is too strong. That's right, you don't need to sacrifice, you have pale fire, which is equivalent to twin martial souls, plus the identity of an alchemist, TSK. In this way, no matter whether it is martial arts or alchemy, the Holy Son Yifeng is the supreme arrogance of the mainland. No wonder Gong Yuntian values Yifeng so much. On the main square on the ground, there was a burst of exclamation. Countless bigwigs looked at the underworld fire Shura that Yifeng had just shown, and they were all shocked. Nether fire Shura, an extremely rare spirit of strange fire among warriors, uses the nether fire of the 9 layers of abyss to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth after tens of thousands of years, condensing and evolving into the form of Shura. To be able to possess such a strange fire, as a warrior with a martial spirit, all of them are peerless monsters. What's more, his kind of martial soul is a rare heaven and earth fire, born with the power of pale fire. There is no need to use the martial soul as a sacrifice, it can be used directly as pale fire. This point is very similar to Chu Yan's Suzaku Emperor Fire. However, Suzaku Emperor Fire is the emperor of the world's supreme fire, and it is by no means comparable to ordinary heaven and earth fires. This is equivalent to the gap in rank. For Yifeng, as long as he finds a suitable fire element technique and continuously improves the power of fire element, he can even cultivate the fire spirit of underworld fire Shura in the end. In the end, after all, Yifeng still needs to use underworld fire Shura to refine the elixir. The twin martial souls, together with the different fires to assist in the practice of alchemy, enabled Yifeng to rise rapidly. He was only 27 years old, and he was already at the top of the mainland Qianlong list. This kind of talent, on the Haotian continent, as long as there are resources from a powerful sect to support it, it will be difficult not to rise up. A long time ago, various rumors about Yifeng's talent had been circulated in the mainland. Now, everyone has finally witnessed it with their own eyes, and they were all pleasantly surprised. They became even more convinced of Yifeng's talent and strength. Therefore, For this battle, everyone believed that even if Chu Yan had a little bit of resistance, after Yi Feng cast Underworld Fire Shura to make his fire power skyrocket, there would be no suspense at all. Although this Chu Yan, with the 8th level of the Heavenly Realm, resisted Yi Feng's 2 moves, his talent and strength are astonishing, but compared with the current Yi Feng, he is obviously still far behind. In fact, the people present did not fully understand that after Yi Feng used Underworld Fire Shura, not only did he increase the power of fire, so that every attack was accompanied by terrifying fire energy, at the same time, his physical strength was also enhanced. With the power of Shura, the strength skyrocketed, and the strength increased by at least 30%. This is the frightening thing about Underworld Azura. Once it is cast, not only will it be blessed with the fire power of 9 Abyss Nether Fire, but it will also be blessed with the power of 9 Abyss Azura. This is a double blessing. For a moment, Yi Feng's aura in the sky at this time was shaking the sky and shaking the ground, and his eyes were full of smirks when he looked at Chu Yan. On the ground, Yuer, Shindang, and even Luo Ping in front of the Yaozong Mountain Gate all nervously raised their hearts to the noise. At this time, Yi Feng, can Chu Yan still compete? Above the sky, Yi Feng flew towards Chu Yan slowly, with black flames rolling all over his body. His eyes were dark, and his gaze, like black lightning bolts, looked directly at Chu Yan. "And, I told you 2 years ago that my height is definitely beyond your imagination. It was 2 years ago, and it is still the same now. An ant is an ant, and it will never change." Yi Feng's voice was like Shura Sanskrit, shaking the sky and echoing continuously, saying, "Soon, you will clearly know that this gap cannot be changed by your hard work. Die." After saying that, Yi Feng's figure suddenly accelerated, and flew towards the sky above Chu Yan's head. The black flames all over his body, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, frantically gathered on his right fist, forming a huge black flame condensation. His fist prints blasted straight out. #C1003 Azura comes into the world. Sura is born. Yi Feng punched down, and the black fist glow rushed out, as Ashura with black flames all over, blood eyes and fangs, holding a steel knife, and wearing short hair of steel needles, like a black beast, roaring, towards Chu Yan rushed over angrily. The terrifying and ferocious Shura contained indescribable hostility, and his mighty fist light shook the void for hundreds of miles. This fist light, shaped like a black flame Shura, carries an extremely hot temperature. Even if you are in the sky, everyone on the ground can feel a raging heat wave, even the woods beside the main square. There were instances of tree wilting. This is still within the main gate of the medicine sect, protected by a spirit array, isolating most of the power of the flames, and outside the gate of the medicine sect, there is no area protected by the spirit array. In the mountains there, the mountains are full of trees, rocks immediately began to melt, like a snowdrift under the scorching sun. This terrifying vision is enough to see the power of fire on Yi Feng's fist. Yi Feng punched out, and looking around, it was like a majestic sun suddenly appeared in the sky and the earth, and the black sunlight spread all over the world. With the power of this punch, even the overlords of the various sects on the viewing platform in the main square and in the Bafang viewing platform all showed serious expressions, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Compared with the bosses of various sects thousands of feet away, Chu Yan, who was facing the punch head-on at a high altitude, was even more surprised. Black flame Shura, roaring in the air, charged violently, and the powerful punch made Chu Yan's whole body tighten, and his face sank fiercely, as if he felt a flaming mountain coming under pressure. The fist was like a meteor, and the speed was astonishing. Chu Yan suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He knew that it was impossible for him to take this punch head-on. In a short time, Chu Yan's Yulong Zhetian body technique unfolded, and he retreated violently. At the same time, he communicated with the Xuanhuan Wuhun and prepared to defend with all his strength. The black light on his body flowed, and the Xuanhuan shield appeared instantly. Under the entanglement of the black light, it turned into a phantom armor, shrouded in the protective energy. At this time, Chu Yan was wearing a heaven-locking robe, with a bodyguard and a mysterious water shield, with double defenses, almost reaching 70% of his defense peak, except that the double body training was not activated, and he was already in the strongest defense state. Call out. With the Haoyan sword in his hand, under the full infusion of Chu Yan's true energy, 5 color rays of light rushed to the sky, bursting out with a dazzling sword glow. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan directly used Wuji swordsmanship, and slashed out with a fierce sword. The violent and shocking 5-color sword light set off a large amount of sharp sword energy, and the sword power swept across the sky, pierced the earth, and went up against the sky, slashing fiercely at Haiyan Shura. Boom! The sword light collided with the black flame Shura, and there was a loud noise that exploded in the void, and the 5-colored sword light collapsed instantly. The black flame Shura just trembled with his fist, and after suddenly stagnating for half a minute, he roared and continued to rush towards Chu Yan. As he passed along the way, the void exploded layer by layer, and was burned into nothingness by the power of the underworld fire on the fist light. In the blink of an eye, it landed on top of Chu Yan's head. Mysterious water shield. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was gloomy. He let out a loud drink, his whole body surged with true energy, and frantically activated the Xuanhuan shield, making the phantom-like black light armor burst into light, and instantly fused into a solid armor. At the same time, on the Xuanhuan shield armor, small 5-colored energy flowed one after another, obviously greatly increasing the defense. Raksha demon physique. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his consciousness was like electricity, and his mind moved, and he activated the Rakshasa demon body again. Suddenly, the whole body was covered with golden light, and complex black spirit patterns swam on Chu Yan's skin. Merged, and finally turned into a large piece of golden brilliance, covering the whole body. Xintian fire body. Under the roar of anger, the fiery red light covered a large piece of golden light just now, and circles of red flame rings moved up and down Chu Yan's body, and suddenly flashed, then entered Chu Yan's body, turning into a piece of red light, covering the whole body. At this moment, Chu Yan directly pushed his physical strength to the extreme. In the next moment, black flame will come to his body. The radiant black flame Shura, like a round of black sun, slammed into Chu Ji's body fiercely, the outermost black light armor, the Xuanhuan shield. Rumble. The sky-shattering explosion caused even the sky to jump suddenly. The huge sound wave far surpassed the roar of thunder. When it rushed in, the minds of all the strong men trembled violently at the same time. Immediately afterwards, that round of black flame sun suddenly erupted, and the endless powerful force and monstrous fire power swept across the entire world, soaring up to the sky and rolling down the earth, as if to destroy the entire world. Rumble. The loud noise shook the sky, and everyone felt that the whole world suddenly went dark, and the sky around 100 miles away was completely filled with black flames, cutting off all sunlight and air, as if the world was about to be destroyed. On the ground, in the main square, among all the strong fighters who raised their heads and looked up at the sky, some of the weaker fighters even trembled at the same time, and their faces were pale. Whoosh! Amidst the tumbling black flames, and the vigor filling the entire world, a figure in a black robe was rushed straight to the ground from above, like a meteor falling from the sky. It was like a black meteorite, bringing out a long black shadow, falling extremely fast, shooting through the sky 10,000 feet, and in an instant, smashed into a tall mountain 300 miles away from Yaozong. Rumble. The tall mountain peak was instantly smashed by that black figure into a huge hole with a width of 100 feet, which descended obliquely from the side of the mountain peak, penetrated the entire mountain body, and plunged straight into the depths of the ground. All of a sudden, flying rocks splashed on the mountain peak, countless rocks cracked, and along the mountain, they rolled down like a torrent, setting off a large cloud of stone dust and dust, which scattered in the sky. After a while, the trembling mountain peak subsided slowly, and above the thousands of feet high mountain peak, a huge cave appeared, as if it had been blasted through by someone's punch. As the dust and mist dissipated, the sound of thunder gradually subsided between the sky and the earth, and there was no more noise in all directions. Whether it was the strong men on the Yaozong main square, or the hundreds of millions of warriors in front of the huge crystal screen outside the Yaozong mountain gate and inside the Yaozong city, all of them were stunned, holding their breath, and their faces were stupefied when they saw this scene. Color. This is the power of underworld Azura. Horrible. In the medicine sect master square, on the 8-party viewing platform, whether it is the big brothers of the 8 ancient sects, or the suzerains of the powerful sects in the mainland, the supreme elders, all over the continent, there is a hegemon-level existence, with trembling eyes, staring at in the sky. Yi Feng, who stood proudly, was shocked. This Yi Feng is so against the sky. Should be dead. In the sky, Yi Feng slowly restrained his whole body's aura, sweeping his arrogant eyes to the ground under his feet, and said with a joking smile. The consciousness like the Skynet river swept towards the mountain where Chu Yan fell, penetrating thousands of feet underground, without finding a trace of life. Yi Feng smiled coldly, confirmed that Chu Yan was dead, and immediately nodded in satisfaction. #C1049 Yuan Thunder. Finally dead. Yi Feng secretly said something in his heart, sighing in his heart. For this Chu Yan, who was completely ignored 2 years ago, he never thought that his growth rate would be so amazing that it only took 2 years to grow to such an extent. Before the battle, Yi Feng thought that he could be wiped out with just a wave of his hand, but he didn't expect that he was forced to use one of his trump cards before killing him. Others don't know, but Yi Feng knows very well that this black-robed boy, 2 years ago, only had a body-refining cultivation level. In 2 years, he broke through the realm of the 5 great heavens and earth, went straight to the realm of Tongtian, and was about to catch up with his own cultivation realm. You must know that although I am a dual cultivator of alchemy and martial arts, I have a sect that is one of the overlords in the mainland, and the accumulation of all the cultivation resources of the medicine sect has only broken through a half-day realm in 2 years. Calculated in this way, this Chu Yan's talent is probably 10 times more than his own. If he was given another year to fight according to the original 3-year agreement, Yi Feng couldn't even imagine that the one who lost now would most likely be himself. Such a terrifying heaven-defying monster-level genius, even in the 100,000-year immemorial period on the Haotian continent, and the 100,000-year-old ancient period, I have never heard of such a shocking monster genius. Chu Yan, you must die. Yi Feng thought to himself, and then heaved a long sigh of relief. Anyway, now, this Chu Yan has been lost, and on the Haotian continent, there is no other genius who can surpass him, and he is still the #1 young genius in the mainland. After I take over the medicine sect, I will use the huge resources of the 8 ancient sects to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, the entire continent will succumb to my feet. But now, this Chu Yan was bombarded and killed by himself, which is equivalent to letting his goal go 1 step further. Let me ask, with his current talent and strength, coupled with his status, who else can shake him? At this time, not only Yi Feng, but all the bosses in the main square all believed that Chu Yan had been lost. Because, the mountain where Chu Yan fell, including the bottom of the mountain, did not have any fluctuations in life. This means Chu Yan had already fallen to the bottom of the mountain, and possibly, there were no bones left. Everyone sighed endlessly. Unexpectedly, another talented Tianjiao was lost, and it was a little pity. After all, this Chu Yan, at the beginning, fought against Yi Feng with a few tricks. In this Haotian continent, there are really not many young talents who can achieve this level. After all, when fighting Yi Feng at the 8th level of the Tongtian realm and the half-step Wu Zuanjing Yi Feng, just looking at Chu Yan's leapfrog fighting ability, he even surpassed Ji Feng. Such an amazing and peerless Tianjiao, even the hegemony-level sect bosses of these continents, all feel sorry for him. If there is a genius of this level in their sect, they will definitely train them with all their strength, and their future martial arts achievements will never be low. However, in Haotian continent, there are hundreds of millions of fighters, and countless battles take place every day, and a large number of Tianjiao are lost. This kind of thing is perfectly normal. Because, in the world of warriors, strength is the most important thing, and the law of the jungle is the basic law. On the 8-way viewing platform, Emotsong's face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was full of pain. Originally, he wanted to take Chu Yan's body back. On the one hand, he dug out Chu Yan's secret, and at the same time, took away his body and his own blood. The combination of talent and the three can definitely create a young warrior who is stronger than Yi Feng. But now, under Yi Feng's shocking blow, Chu Yan's body may not be complete. Forget it, let's die. At least one confidant has been eliminated. Now, Emotsong has no choice but to accept the reality, shaking his head and sighing. On the rostrum, a blue shirt fluttered gently with the trembling of the beautiful figure. No. Impossible. Yuer's face was a piece of jade white, and there was no gleam in her horrified spiritual eyes, and she seemed to lose her soul in an instant. She simply cannot accept, or believe, that this is the truth. Scenes of past events kept appearing in her sea of consciousness. The voice and smile of the black-robed boy seemed to be bursting into pieces of crystal painting curtains, torn apart and slowly dissipated. Tears, like water breaking a bank, pour out. In Yuer's field of vision, it became hazy, and there were bursts of knife-like pain at the position of the heart, like the tide, coming continuously. The intense pain and deep regret filled Yuer's heart completely. A faint fluctuation of true energy slowly overflowed from Yuer's body. It may be because the consciousness and soul are in an extremely unstable state, so the true qi gushing out of Yuer is also extremely unstable, growing very slowly. At this moment, those spiritual eyes that were originally as bright as stars were full of lifelessness and determination. Puff Tom. In front of the Yaozong mountain gate, 3 figures collapsed to the ground as if the mountain peaks were toppled over. Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong, their faces were as white as paper, their eyes trembling violently, they were so frightened that their souls flew away. For the 3 of them, the scene that appeared in the crystal screen that was as big as half of the sky seemed to be falling apart, making them all froze, unable to react at all. Young Master. After a long time, Elder Luo Ping, a little bit of clarity appeared in his lost eyes, and he murmured. Young Master, lost. The pupils of Zhong Tian's eyes were dilated to the extreme, and his long snow-white hair and beard were constantly trembling. With his heart at this moment, he was sinking into the abyss of 90,000 feet. Not impossible, young master, it is impossible to lose. Mo Xiong's eyes were lost, his face was frozen, his voice was choked up, he could hardly speak. An indescribable feeling, straight into the bone marrow, rushing to the deepest part of the soul. The young master is lost. All hope for the 3 of them, even the meaning of existence, is completely lost. Silently, the 3 of them slowly raised their heads and looked at each other, and then, a flash of determination flashed in their eyes at the same time. From the 3 of them, strong true energy slowly gushed out. The 3 palms were raised at the same time, and the true energy lingered around the palm prints and slowly moved towards the top of their heads. Live as the young master, die as the young master's soul. Rakshasa sect, let him be completely defeated. With a flash of thought, the 3 of them roared loudly, raised their palms, and dropped them, severing themselves in front of the Yaozong mountain gate. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. A muffled sound of thunder that seemed to come from the 9 layers of abyss suddenly reverberated throughout the entire world, like the sound of drums and thunder, and it was also a horn of golden arms, with banners waving. It sounded from the bottom of the ground, but it echoed across the entire sky. In an instant, the world that had been completely silent was suddenly shaken by this rolling thunder. Above the sky, spiritual clouds rolled, the wind was like a tide, and the color of the world suddenly changed. #C1005 Not so much. Above the 9 nights, thunder was rolling, and the situation in the world changed. Whoosh! Above the ground, a black lightning flashed golden light all over his body, like a round of golden stars, and like a golden-winged rock, his body was shocked, and he rushed straight to Jiuxiao for 90,000 li. In an instant, it was like a golden lightning that split the world into two, and after the golden lightning flashed, before everyone could react, a figure was Yifeng, who had already stood in the sky, standing in front of him. This person is none other than Chu Yan. Above 10,000 zhang high in the sky, dressed in a black robe, hunting against the wind, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly with the wind, sending out the sound of the sword. On Chu Yan's face, there was not a trace of emotional fluctuations, only a cold indifference, and an aura soaring into the sky. What? How is this possible? Including Yifeng, the audience of more than 100,000 sect leaders were all taken aback. Their faces were full of astonishment, all of them were stunned, their expressions were like seeing a ghost. What? You're not dead. Yifeng's eyes were round, and he stared straight at Chu Yan, with a face full of disbelief, completely dumbfounded. However, his eyes swept across Chu Yan's whole body, and when he saw a trace of deep red at the corner of Chu Yan's mouth, his face froze immediately, and a trace of coldness and sharpness flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't die, Chu Yan was injured. Now, the original great shock in Yifeng's heart gradually subsided. This Chu Yan is so evil that he has far exceeded his imagination. No matter what, he must not be allowed to live. Although, just now, he performed his unique move and failed to kill this child directly, but he was also injured. What does this mean? Although this Chu Yan is so evil, he is still not his opponent. Since the move just now can hurt him, then it is just a few more moves to kill him completely. Anyway, no matter what, today, this Chu Yan must not be allowed to leave the medicine sect alive. Call. Chu Yan holds the Haoyan sword. The Rakshasa Jinchi in the body is constantly circulating, adjusting the breath quickly, and slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Although the move just now was extremely powerful, if he hadn't activated the double body training, he might have lost it directly. However, this move was finally blocked by him. In this move just now, I used all my defensive cards, even the Xuanhuan shield, which can only be used once a day, so that I can no longer use the Xuanhuan shield in the subsequent battle with Yifeng. Unfortunately, the level of Xuanhuan Wuhun is still too low, otherwise, Xuanhuan shield will not have restrictions at all. Chu Yan thought to himself, then looked at Yifeng, narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about the next battle. At this time on the ground, on the main square of Medicine Sovereign, everyone saw Chu Yan's golden figure soaring into the sky like a golden-winged rock. At this moment, all the bosses in the audience, including in front of the Yaozong Mountain Gate and in the Yaozong City, all warriors in front of the crystal screen, suddenly boiled, and set off a soaring sound wave. What? That Chu Yan didn't die. Oh my God, how is it possible that such a powerful attack did not die? Is this kid really at the 8th level of heaven-reaching realm? Impossible. Maybe, there is some powerful secret method or spiritual treasure on him, otherwise, it's impossible for nothing to happen. Is it possible to hide your cultivation? Everyone was guessing, mixed with bursts of exclamation. The entire Medicine Sovereign Square was boiling, and everyone looked horrified. Chu Yan's strength has completely exceeded everyone's expectations, and it shocked them more and more time after time. The point is, judging from the age of that Chu Yan, he should be about 20 years old. At such an age and such strength, I am afraid that he will be ranked in the top 10 of the Qianlong list, without any problem. The top 10 on the Qianlong list, among all the powerful sects in the entire Haotian continent, they are all existences comparable to the treasures of the sect. You know, Lingbao is easy to get, but Tianjiao is hard to find. For a moment, all the bigwigs in the main square were a little bit moved, and even some giants from the 8 ancient sects had their eyes flickering. They are very clear that this Chu Yan has never had any reputation in Zhongtian continent, which means that this son has no strong sect background at all. If he can recruit his own sect and give him the power of the whole sect to train him, he will definitely have a chance to aspire to the top in the future. The peak of the mainland, when the time comes, the sect that recruited him to join will naturally dominate the mainland. My son, the talent is good. Just when everyone was astonished, at the head of the rostrum, the sect master Gong Yuntian, who had always been stable on Mount Tai, spoke loudly. In an instant, all the sect bosses in the audience turned their heads together and looked at Gong Yuntian, who was above the main seat, with a complex expression flashing across their faces. Everyone knows that Chu Yan and Yi Feng made a bet to fight, and they are obviously coming for Gong Ningyue. Therefore, if this son is appreciated by Gong Yuntian, the clan who intends to recruit, relatively speaking, has less chance than them. Much bigger. In the direction of the Black Blood Temple and the Emperor's sect, Mo Tsang and Hong Qiyu looked up at the sky, and the figure in the black robe had a hideous expression on his face. Not dead. Chu Yan didn't die. Both of them are very clear that if this Chu Yan grows up, it will be a disaster for them. This son must be eliminated, otherwise it will be a serious disaster. Different from other people, Yue, Shindang, Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong at this time saw that Chu Yan was intact. Their faces were filled with ecstasy, and they breathed a long sigh of relief, suddenly loosened, but found that his whole body was weak, as if he had lost his strength. However, soon, they discovered that there was a trace of blood on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. Chu Yan was injured. Hurry up, attack the Yaozong mountain gate, even if you die, you must send the things to the young master. In front of the Yaozong mountain gate, Luo Ping shouted loudly, his whole body erupted, and the sound of the roaring spiritual consciousness resounded in the sea of consciousness of Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong at the same time. Yes, master. Yes, master. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong nodded heavily in response. 3 breaths erupted at the same time, the eyes of the 3 turned into a blood red, and rushed out instantly, their bodies turned into 3 lightning bolts, towards the gate of Yaozong, madly rush away. In less than 10 breaths, the 3 of them rushed over a distance of nearly 10 miles, and they could already see the Yaozong mountain gate within their line of sight. At the same time, the Yaozong disciples guarding in front of the Yaozong mountain gate suddenly turned their heads and found Luo Ping and the 3 of them. Above the sky. Chu Yan raised his hand to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, this is the real strength you said. Not so good. While speaking, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sneer. In that move just now, although Chu Yan used all his defensive cards, he was blasted into the ground. However, Yi Feng's burst of strength made Chu Yan clearly perceive Yi Feng's actual combat power. In this way, for this battle, Chu Yan already has 7 or 8 points of confidence in his heart. Maybe he can win. #C1006, God Soldier is here. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yi Feng's face instantly turned ashen, so dark that ink could almost be squeezed out. I even used one of my whole cards, Underworld Fire Shura, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't kill Chu Yan. From agreeing to Chu Yan's challenge to now, I have lost all my face. Even if he waits and explodes with all his strength to kill Chu Yan, the face he lost now may never be regained. After all, the holy son of the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, with a half-step martial venerable realm cultivation, and the reputation of being the number 1 in the continent's Qianlong list, even a warrior who is in the 8th heavenly realm can't be defeated. If this spreads on the mainland, I still have face, and my reputation will be greatly damaged. But now, there is no need to think about whether the mainland will spread the word, because in the entire continent, as long as the powerful sect bosses are present, they all witnessed this battle with their own eyes. The monstrous anger erupted in Yifeng's sea of consciousness, like a volcano that had been simmering for thousands of years erupted in an instant. In a pair of black eyes, red pupils shot out 2 fierce and murderous gazes. No matter what, today, Chu Yan must be killed, and moreover, he must be hacked into pieces. Yifeng. Since you have displayed your true strength, just now, it's my turn now. Chu Yan's eyes were like soldiers, he looked directly at Yifeng, and his voice was like thunder. As soon as the words landed, all the bosses on the ground were stunned in shock. What? It should be his turn. What does it mean? Could it be that Chu Yan just now didn't use all his strength? What a joke. Just kidding me. A kid at the 8th level of the heavenly reaching realm, facing a half-step martial venerable realm powerhouse, was almost blown to pieces just now, and now, he actually said that he didn't use all his strength just now. For a while, the Yaozong square, which had just subsided a little, broke out again. This kid. Have you been beaten silly? At this time, dare to say such a thing. Does he still have a whole card that surpasses Yifeng? That's right, Yi Xingzi belongs to the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, and his cards are so strong. It's too arrogant to say that it's his turn to show his true strength. Does he really think he can beat Yifeng? This kid's talent is good, but his temperament is too arrogant. On the main square of Medicine Sect Master, and on the 8-party viewing platform, there were ebb and flow of discussions, and they were all shocked by Chu Yan's words. Their faces were full of surprise, their mouths opened wide, and their jaws fell to the ground. Chu Yan's words made all of them feel unbelievable. It is your turn. Yifeng's face turned grim, and anger rose in his chest, but in his heart, he was a little surprised by Chu Yan's words. In fact, this Chu Yan's previous performance was too weird, which made Yifeng feel a little uncertain about him. Could it be that he really has some powerful cards? Yifeng stared at Chu Yan, his suspicious eyes kept flickering. But soon, Yifeng's gaze returned to normal. With his strength, it was completely enough to crush Chu Yan. Even if the other party had negatives, it was just a matter of wasting a few tricks, which is nothing to worry about. Yifeng, as the new saint son of the medicine sect, of course has his own powerful trump card. Then come on. Let me see the true strength of the ants. Ha ha ha. Yifeng was full of disdain, and laughed directly. Hearing this, Chu Yan stopped talking, and a cold light flashed in his hand, and the 10 absolute sword appeared in his hand, and the Haotian sword that was originally on his right hand rose directly into the sky, turned into a little cold light, and went straight to Yuanxiao. Call out. The cold light was like a star, flying across the sky, and the sharp sword light erupted instantly, traveling through the void, disappearing, and sneaked directly behind Yifeng. The sword power of the 6th order Haotian sword, at this moment, completely exploded. The sharp blade aura could not even withstand the void around it, and it was constantly torn apart. The icy and biting sword aura directly locked on Yifeng, making him, my heart suddenly trembled. A spirit sword with a weapon spirit. Yifeng's complexion changed drastically, he turned his head to look behind him, and saw the Haotian sword constantly flashing in the void. His consciousness swept over him, and a sense of danger that made his soul tremble suddenly rose in his heart. The 6th order Haotian sword looks across the entire Haotian continent. Of all the great sects present, except for the giants of the sword sect, there is probably no one who can possess such a terrifying weapon. Traveling through the void, the Haotian sword, which continuously exudes fierce sword energy, fully displayed the sword power of its own sword body. Unlike when it was in Chu Yan's hands at the beginning, Chu Yan's Gangyuan was completely poured into Hao Yan's sword, and other people could not see the essence of Hao Yan's sword at all. But now, Hao Yan's sword leaves Chu Yan's hand, and the sword power displayed is completely its own sword power. This blow of the Hao Yan sword erupted instantly, and the power of the 6th level sword shocked the world, and the sharp aura swept across all directions, and when it spread, it caused Yifeng's whole body to explode. But at this time, on the ground, in the Medicine Sovereign Square, a group of strong men, seeing this scene, all of them stared at the Hao Yan sword in the sky. Hiss! 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 On the viewing platform in all directions, many strong men gasped in horror, like a tidal wave. What? That's a magic weapon. Damn. How is it possible that a kid in the heaven-reaching realm actually possesses divine weapons? Tian Tier, look at the sharp aura and kingly aura on that sword, it is at least a 6th-rank magic weapon. Impossible. How is this possible? The main square, which had just regained its calm, boiled instantly at the moment when the Hao Yan sword showed its power. Everyone looked up at the Hao Yan sword, which was shining with soaring sword energy, and was constantly flashing and gaining momentum in the void. All of them were so shocked that their eyeballs dropped to the ground, their mouths opened wide, and their jaws couldn't be closed no matter what. Even Gong Yuntian on the rostrum, his eyes flashed brightly, and his face showed surprise. He could no longer do it, as stable as Shoshan. God soldiers. Those who have sword spirits, and whose refinement level exceeds the 3rd level, can be called divine weapons. In the world of warriors, martial souls are destined. In the way of martial arts cultivation, if you want to strengthen yourself, one is to rely on martial arts and martial arts, the other is to rely on the chance of life and death, and the third is to rely on spiritual weapons. Every warrior hopes to obtain a powerful spiritual weapon to enhance his combat power. As for the divine weapon, in the martial spirit world of Hao Yan continent, it is almost a legendary existence. Even Chu Yan, apart from the Hao Yan sword, only saw the 8 god soldiers once in Tianya city. However, the master of the 8 divine soldiers back then was a powerful existence who reached the sky thoroughly and surpassed the peak of the entire Hao Yan continent. Based on this calculation, he was at least a powerful Emperor Wu. And now on the Hao Yan continent, who really has a magic weapon? Probably not more than 10. It is extremely difficult even for a divine weapon to recognize its master. Once a spiritual soldier reaches the level of a divine soldier, he will choose his master. It is not that you can become its master if you get it. Just like the 8 god soldiers, even though they had waited in Tianya city for tens of thousands of years with their damaged bodies, no one could make them recognize their master. Above the sky, the true energy in Yifeng's body surged, and he kept suppressing the sense of danger rising in his heart. His eyes narrowed into needles, and he looked straight at Chu Yan, saying, "So what if you have a magic weapon? It's just good luck. You got a magic weapon, but with your strength, can you exert its power? Based on this, you still have no chance of defeating me. No hope." Yifeng's face was full of smirks. In his opinion, the more cards Chu Yan had, the better, because as long as he killed Chu Yan, all the cards he had were his own, including this divine weapon. #C1007 almost 1 o'clock. Hearing Yifeng's words, Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, and he said coldly, "Whether you can beat you, you will know if you try." After all, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness communicated with the Hao Yan sword, and in an instant, the sharp sword power on the body of the Hao Yan sword skyrocketed again. The sudden burst of sharp sword power directly twisted the void around the Hao Yan sword into fine powder, and the silvery silver on shot out, like a silver star crystal ice. The Hao Yan sword burst out from the shattered void all over the sky, showing the body of the sword. At the same time, the 10 absolute sword in Chu Yan's hand, under the infusion of the 5 elements true energy, also erupted with 5-color sword lights that were thousands of feet long, and slashed towards Yifeng suddenly. Wuji sword art, Taishi Wuji. Thousands of sword lights erupted from the 5-color Gang Yuan, like a round of sword-blade sun. In an instant, the sky and the earth were brightened, as if the sun was shining in the sky. Cut out from his body, forming a huge sword net of different colors, facing the top of Yifeng's head, and covering it directly. At the same time, behind Yifeng, the Haotian sword's original towering sword power suddenly withdrew, and instantly became lifeless, like a wisp of void aura, directly disappearing into the void, disappearing without a trace, except for a faint, straight line of void. The fluctuation, like black lightning, shot directly at Yifeng's vest. Under the power of the Haotian sword, the void was like water waves separated by a swordfish, but there was no ripple, and the sharp aura stirred the 9 heavens, astonishing the sky. One in front and one in the back, 2 peerless swords attacked Yifeng at the same time. In an instant, feeling 2 terrifying sword moves attacking him, Yifeng's face changed drastically. He only felt his scalp go numb, his whole body turned cold, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. Xing dodged sharply to the left, avoiding the Haotian sword behind him, and at the same time, he raised his hand and punched out. The fist light like the black flame scorching sun once again condensed into a round of black sun, like a black meteor, dragged out a long black flame, and blasted straight towards the oncoming 5-color sword net. Almost at the moment when the fist glow like the black flame sun blasted out, it collided fiercely with the sword net. Boom! 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 Under the sound of continuous explosions, the 5-colored sword light covering half of the sky collided with the black flame sun's fist light, and exploded into a ball that rushed into the sky, raising a huge wave of air, setting off a 10,000 zhang air cloud, and heading straight for Jiuxiao. Both are annihilated at the same time. However, behind Yifeng, a little cold light suddenly lit up, and the Haotian sword had pierced the void, like a spirit of the void. The moment the air in front of Yifeng exploded, it pierced Yifeng's vest. Not good. Yifeng felt the cold breath coming from behind, and his expression changed drastically. Although he blasted away the sword net coming from the front, he certainly remembered that Chu Yan's attack this time was simultaneous attack. Originally, Yifeng thought that the Haotian divine soldier behind him was a real move, and the sword net in front was just a false move to distract him. But unexpectedly, the sword in Chu Yan's hand is equally terrifying, and the sword net that he cuts out also makes him vigilant physically and mentally, especially the sword net covering half of the sky. The attack range is too large. If the sword net is not broken first, I have nowhere to go. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Yifeng slammed the fist that was originally aimed at Han Tianjian at the sword net. But at this time, the Haotian divine soldier behind him attacked, and Yifeng had no time to resist at all. Swish! Flipping his big hand, a palm-sized shield-shaped lingbao appeared in Yifeng's hand, exuding different lights of 3 colors. When he raised his hand, he was thrown out and rushed towards Haotian's sword. The moment the 3-color spiritual shield rushed out of Yifeng's palm, it swelled instantly, turning into a giant shield the size of a door panel, firmly blocking the area behind Yifeng. In the next breath, the Haotian sword pierced fiercely on the 3-color spiritual shield with overwhelming power. Boom! A sword and a shield collided together in an instant, and there was a palpitating muffled sound, like the sound of an iron spear piercing a stone wall. The 3-color spiritual shield blocking Yifeng's back instantly fell apart and turned into various fragments, dissipated into the void. The Haotian divine soldier ignores defense, and is unstoppable. It is impossible for ordinary spirit treasures to block the might of the Haotian sword. After the Haotian sword shattered the 3-color spiritual shield, it was only slightly stagnant, but continued to rush towards Yifeng with a shocking sword force. What? Seeing this scene, Yifeng's whole face was almost pale with fright. He didn't expect that his Wu Zuanjing Ling Bao was not much stronger than a piece of craft paper in front of the Haotian sword. A Wuzun spirit treasure. In a hurry, Yifeng had no time to make another move, so he could only crazily mobilize the true energy in his whole body, pouring it into the body, protecting energy, and in an instant, the body protecting energy was activated to a thickness of nearly 100 feet. Call out. Hao Yan was like a silver aura, piercing fiercely on Yifeng's bodyguard. Bang bang bang. With a slash of the sword, Yifeng's body shield was punctured layer by layer. In front of the Hao Yan sword, the 100-foot-thick body shield, like layers of crystal walls, continuously shattered and turned into starlight, quickly dissipating. However, Yifeng was facing a catastrophe, and he almost wanted to mobilize the true energy in his body, and the Hao Yan sword had just broken the 3-color spiritual shield, which consumed a lot of energy. The Gang Yuan is extremely powerful. After breaking through Yifeng's protective Gang Yuan, which was 70% thick, he lost his strength and could no longer fight against Yifeng's true Qi Gang Yuan, and his speed suddenly dropped. Hao Yan, take it. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He quickly took back the Hao Yan sword, which had been exhausted, and held it in his hand. With one move of the Hao Yan sword, Yifeng's crisis was finally resolved. Call. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. His face was as white as paper, he was panting like a cow, his chest was heaving violently, his calves were trembling with fright. How is it possible? What kind of sword is this? Is it really a high-level magic soldier? Yifeng's paper-like face had just recovered some blood, and then quickly turned into a livid color, with a look of shock on his face. With that move just now, if he hadn't thrown the life-saving Wu Zuanjing spirit treasure and the 3-color spirit shield, I'm afraid, he would have been damaged by that sword strike, at least seriously injured. The power of this sword made him tremble, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Too frightening. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yan actually had the trump card to keep his life alive. The next moment, Yifeng's eyes instantly turned red, and in the sea of consciousness, a ball of anger exploded directly, and the monstrous anger turned into majestic true energy, heading straight to Jiuxiao. An ant actually threatened him. Yifeng, who was completely awakened, was completely angry at this moment, completely angry. Sure enough, it really is a high-level magic weapon. On the ground, in the main square of Medicine Sect Master, many sect bigwigs exclaimed, they saw the power of Hao Yan's sword, of course they recognized the grade of Hao Yan's sword. You must know that in Hao Yan continent, since the history records, the #1 magic weapon in the world is a 10th-order spiritual sword called Tianyuan sword. But now, the one in Chu Yan's hand is as high as the 6th rank. #C1008 I am the king. I am the god. Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand, his whole body was full of energy, staring straight at Yifeng. With this move, the opponent was almost beheaded. Unfortunately, the opponent has a spirit treasure to protect the body, plus a half-step martial venerable realm cultivation base, and the body protector is far stronger than the heaven-reaching realm martial artist, so, just almost. For a moment, the entire sky fell silent. Chu Yan and Yifeng faced each other from a distance, gaining momentum, but on the ground, on the 8-party viewing platform in the main square, the pot exploded in an instant. Oh my god, it's really a high-level magic soldier. I didn't expect that among the less advanced Tianjiao on Hao Yan continent, there are still people who have such magical weapons. Impossible. Tier 6 magic soldier, this kid is so lucky. This is found in that secret realm. Amazing, high-level magic weapon, it really is the strongest weapon for fighting over the next level. In the entire main square, people's voices were like a wave, setting off a loud noise, and everyone was stunned and trembling. They never expected that with just one move, the situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. Chu Yan, who was almost destroyed by Yifeng's bombardment, suppressed Yifeng in turn with only a high-level magic weapon. Although everyone can see that the Hao Yan sword is a high-level divine weapon, no one can guess that it was refined by Chu Yan himself. They all think that Chu Yan is lucky enough to get it in a secret place, this magical weapon. You must know that the technique of refining spirit weapons is extremely complicated. With the current abilities of refiners in Haotian continent, it is as difficult as going to the sky to refine a high-level magic weapon. Not to mention how high the failure rate is, at least, it is extremely difficult to find a suitable weapon spirit. Even if you find a weapon spirit, do you dare to rise up? If you accidentally fail, the spirit sword and weapon spirit will be destroyed at the same time, turning into black ashes. In this way, how many weapon spirits and spirit swords do you need to refine a high-level magic weapon? Even if you waste all your strength and refine a high-level magic weapon, but if you want the magic weapon to recognize its master, it will be as difficult as climbing the sky. A magical weapon with a spirit doesn't mean that if you have a high cultivation level, he will recognize you as master. Dizong is one of the 8 ancient sects that is based on business transactions. Shindang has seen and heard of the world's most treasured spirit weapon, too many. Therefore, if the sword in Chu Yan's hand was obtained from a secret realm, there must be relevant records, at least, there are some rumors and the like, but Shindang clearly remembers that the ancient mystery of the Haotian sword is basically no. No, his sword doesn't seem to be so strong before. It's not a magic weapon either. Among the hundreds of thousands of mainland giants present, only Shindang had seen the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand, so he clearly remembered that he had brought this sword with him when he first met Chu Yan. At that time, this sword was just an ordinary spirit sword, not a high-level magic weapon at all. Could it be? A shocking consciousness suddenly exploded in Shindang's sea of consciousness, causing Shindang's body to tremble violently, and his face changed drastically. The next moment, when Shindang looked at the figure of the black-robed boy in the sky, his face was filled with horror. In the sky, Chu Yan and Yi Feng are facing each other, far away. On the main square on the ground, the horror of hundreds of thousands of mainland giants did not attract his attention. Now, he is ready to launch the next attack. Call out! Call out! Call out! The might of the sword soared into the sky, the Haotian sword in his hand once again disappeared into the void, and the 10 absolute sword on his right hand burst into the sky with 5 colored sword lights. Infused with 5 elements, on the Shijua sword, the 5 elements unite to form a ray of light, and the sword's power is 3 points stronger than just now. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. Xuanhuan rushed into the night, and the mighty sword power, soaring to the sky and attacking the ground, with the momentum of slashing everything, once again charged towards Yi Feng. Chu Yan just wanted to take advantage of the favorable situation just now, without giving Yi Feng any chance to breathe, and take him down in one go. This time, Chu Yan did not use a range attack, but unleashed the strongest single-target attack. I don't believe it, Yi Feng still has a second 3-color spirit shield in his hand. However, when the 2 sword lights flashed one after the other, a grim smile flashed across Yi Feng's face, and he rushed forward without retreating, and rushed directly to the void above Chu Yan's head. The next moment, violent and invincible black flames erupted from Yi Feng's body, and the flame waves rushed to a height of nearly 500 feet. The black flames almost incinerated the entire sky. The power on his body suddenly rose to its peak state. Sura Underworld. Yi Feng let out a roar that shook the sky, and directly released his martial soul. This is a black Shura, with bloody eyes and fangs, covered with short hair like needles. On the other side is a round of black scorching sun, black flame swallowing. At the same time as their 2 martial souls appeared, the 2 suddenly confronted each other and instantly fused together, turning into a Shura martial soul with a height of hundreds of feet and a whole body braving black flames soaring into the sky. The double 10-star martial spirits can still fuse together. In an instant, monstrous ghostly aura surged out of black flame Shura, coupled with the power of the underworld fire that could burn the sky and the earth. The monstrous power swept across the world like a shock wave. Just when everyone was astonished and looked at the fused black flame martial soul of Shura in the sky with a full face of shock, they saw that the black flame Shura melted directly and quickly, as if the sand tower collapsed into the black fire waves all over the sky, gushing out in all directions, evolving a large domain space. This area of Shura's black flame domain expanded to a distance of nearly 10,000 steps almost in the blink of an eye. Within the covered area, everything was burned into nothingness. The power of fire. Nourish. The Shijue sword's brilliant sword light and Haotian's sword rushed into the Shura nether realm at the same time, as if rushing into a substantive space. The resistance was so great that the sword light began to weaken instantly, and the speed of Haotian's sword dropped 10 times. More than double. Damn. He actually has a domain. Haotian, come back. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was slightly startled, and with a big move, he drew Haotian's sword back at the moment when the sword light of Shijue's sword completely melted. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chu Yan's consciousness is flying like flying. This Yi Feng, as the #1 young man in the mainland, can comprehend the domain, which is considered normal. However, once the domain comes out, within the domain, it is equivalent to an invincible existence. The environment is completely inclined to the other side. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Chu Yan received the Haotian sword, Yi Feng laughed wildly and said, "Ants, see, this is the difference between me and you, an ant. My Xue does not belong to any of the 5 elements. Within this field, I am the king, I am the sky, what can you do? Can you beat the sky?" Ha ha ha. Seeing Chu Yan's serious face, Yi Feng laughed wildly, his face full of arrogance, and he returned with incomparably powerful self-confidence. Before, he just underestimated Chu Yan, so there were some accidents. Now, Yi Feng broke out with the strongest hole card. In his opinion, little Chu Yan is not enough to watch. Once my Xura nether realm comes out, not to mention Chu Yan, even any warrior below the martial venerable realm, it is impossible to be my opponent. Even if the opponent is a peerless arrogance, there is absolutely no chance. Possessing a domain among the warriors that is more powerful than a magic weapon, and it is still powerful, completely invincible. King. God. Huh. You're a fart. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, and he kept scanning the large black flame space within 10,000 steps of Yi Feng's body, and said coldly, #C1009, the power of the realm. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yi Feng didn't care at all, and still laughed wildly, saying, "Ant, as long as you dare to step into my Xura underworld, you will never return to death." Speaking of this, Yi Feng's eyes were full of murderous intent. He swept towards Chu Yan, and continued to say, "This time, you don't have any chance anymore, wait to die." Rumble. After the words fell, Yi Feng shot directly, and the huge black flame fist light, like a black sun, carried the power of heaven and earth, as if the scorching sun fell from the sky. The whole fist light was as high as 100 feet, and the black flame tumbling, blasted towards Chu Yan. This black flame fist light, after passing through the Xura underworld, continuously attracts the ghost energy and black flame power in the domain, and the power of the fist light continues to rise, which is much stronger than the previous fist seal. "Break it!" Chu Yan yelled, raised his hand and pointed. Haotian's sword, like a snow-colored thunder, shot straight out. The sword energy invaded the sky, and slashed towards the black flame fist. Boom! The black flame fist light was twisted into powder on the spot, scattered in the void, and turned into nothingness. Boom! 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 However, within the next 10 breaths, Yi Feng was in the Xura nether realm, with both fists coming out, constantly bombarding Chu Yan, one after another. Black flame fist light, powerful and powerful, fist imprint like 10,000 zhang flaming peaks, constantly bombarding Chu Yan. Break! 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 Chu Yan's face was as cold as ice, and his true energy and spiritual consciousness were activated. The Haoyan sword was like a lightning bolt, traveling through the void, twisting the incoming black flames into powder. In the blink of an eye a few times, Yi Feng blasted out hundreds of black flame fist lights towards Chu Yan. Cut me. A moment later, Chu Yan retreated violently, holding the 10 absolute sword, and swung out 5 color sword lights. At the same time, he raised his hand to attract, and the Haoyan sword immediately turned from defense to offense, escaped into the void, and shot straight at Yi Feng. Humph. I'm really overwhelmed. When Yi Feng saw Chu Yan, he wanted to use the power of the divine weapon again, to break through his own defenses. However, Yi Feng seemed to be extremely confident in his Sura Nether realm, and looked at the Haoyan sword attacking without paying attention at all. But the movement of punching and attacking in his hand also stopped, and he was fully alert to prevent accidents. Originally, his black flame fist had no effect even after hundreds of punches. It would be better to save some energy, but the Haoyan divine weapon posed a big threat to Yi Feng, so he would naturally use all his strength to right. Moreover, he cast Sura Nether realm and was already invincible. Now, it's time to let Chu Yan know that he is different from himself. Cut. The Haoyan sword, surging with sword power and sharp aura, condensed into substance without any hesitation, directly rushed into the Sura Nether realm, and shot straight towards Yi Feng, who was in the middle of the field. Xie La. Haoyan sword rushed into the Sura Nether realm, and suddenly seemed to rush into the quagmire. The pressure was like a mountain, although Chu Yan was prepared to push the sharpness of the Haoyan sword itself to the extreme, but Haoyan the speed of Tianjian's sword was still greatly suppressed, and Haoshianjian rubbed against the ghost energy and fire power in the domain, making a series of Qi La sounds. Nourish! 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 The power of the sword competes with the power of the domain, and the two fall into confrontation and consumption. The sharp energy on the Haoyan sword is rapidly consumed, and even the power of the 5 elements in the sword is also rapidly consumed. Not good. This can't work. Chu Yan's mind froze, and he sensed the huge resistance and consumption of Haoyan's sword, especially those powers of underworld fire, which even caused slight damage to Haoyan's sword's whole body. Haoyan, take it. After persisting for a while, the distance of the Haoyan sword rushing into the Sura Nether realm was less than 1,000 steps, not even 1/5 of it. Therefore, Chu Yan directly mobilized his spiritual consciousness and retracted the Haoyan sword. This time, although Chu Yan was mentally prepared early and guessed that he might not be able to break through the field, but unexpectedly, he didn't even break through 1/5 of it, which made Chu Yan's face become dignified. After taking back the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan stood holding the sword, looking at Yi Feng. His consciousness kept running rapidly, thinking about the countermeasures. Yi Feng, on the other hand, looked proudly, looking at Chu Yan with a teasing look on his face. For a moment, there was a sudden silence in the sky, and the fighting stopped completely. On the ground, all the bosses watching the battle were stunned when they saw the scene. Unexpectedly, the battle between Yi Feng and Chu Yan had reached a stalemate. This result, before the battle began, they could not have imagined it. However, judging from the current situation, Yi Feng is already in an invincible position in the Sura underworld, and is preparing to attack. Obviously, the initiative of the battle is still in Yi Feng's hands. In the main square, on the 8-party viewing platform, hundreds of thousands of mainland giants are all watching the battle in the sky. However, their initial judgment on the battle situation now suddenly feels that there is something different. To put it simply, this battle, which seemed to have no suspense at the beginning, has become somewhat variable. Up to now, everyone has a feeling that it seems that this Chu Yan's talent is not inferior to Yi Feng's, and even some surpass it. Because, they guessed, if the battle situation was reversed at this time, Yi Feng was at the 8th level of the heavenly reaching realm, and he might not be able to form a stalemate with an opponent who was half a step into the martial venerable realm. Chu Yan's leapfrog fighting ability is really terrifying. All the powerful sects present are the top sects on Haotian continent, with over 100 million disciples, and there are not a few talented Tianjiao disciples, but, like Chu Yan, it seems that I have never seen it before. You know, Yifeng is the #1 pride in the mainland, but until now, Chu Yan has reversed the situation, and he is not weaker than Yifeng in the slightest. Above the sky, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, traces of radiance loomed, and the 5 color pupils kept sweeping towards Yifeng's location. For the Sura underworld in front of him, Chu Yan has already used the unicorn pupil, hoping to find its weakness. Otherwise, the current situation will really become a stalemate, which is not what Chu Yan wants. The 5 color pupils swept up, down, left, and right, and carefully observed the entire Sura underworld. This large area of Yifeng is actually a fusion of the power of Shura and the power of the underworld fire, which is more than twice stronger than the ordinary domain. Although Chu Yan used the unicorn pupil to see the origin of the Sura underworld, but he has no clue about the weakness and the way to crack it. The more he probed, the more dignified Chu Yan's face became. If no flaws can be found, the result will be. The best result may be a tie. However, this kind of result will become very unfavorable to Chu Yan. No. Chu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely, and couldn't accept this kind of result in his heart. You must know that he entered the medicine sect alone today to defeat Yifeng, wash away the shame of 3 years ago, and take Yuer away at the same time. Chu Yan would never accept the result of a tie, nor would he be reconciled. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, consciousness is flying like flying, and it is running fast, and a countermeasure must be found. On the opposite side of Chu Yan, Yifeng was already preparing to use his killer move to completely kill Chu Yan without leaving any hidden dangers. You know, Shura Netherland is not only used for defense, his main power is to attack. The reason why Yifeng didn't do it now is because his Sura underworld only has a range of 10,000 steps. If he can't cover Chu Yan at once, it will be difficult to kill him. Yifeng, just waiting for Chu Yan to make a move first, took advantage of the moment he made a move, suddenly mobilized, covering Chu Yan in one breath. At this time, Chu Yan finally made up his mind to use his whole cards and fight hard. Rakshasa Refining Domain. With a burst of shouting, behind Chu Yan, 100-foot-high Rakshasa phantom roared out, like a demon god of heaven and earth, standing above the sky, with a golden fork in his hand, shooting out thousands of golden lights, covering the entire sky. Reflected into a golden color. At the same time, black clouds rolled over Chu Yan's body, and Rakshasa airflow like a sea of clouds swept all directions. Field against field, this is the only way Chu Yan can think of. #C1010 Play with fire with me? Can't kill you. Chu Yan's Rakshasa refining domain, like a tumbling black cloud, unfolded rapidly. In less than 3 breaths, it expanded to a range of 10,000 steps, and it continued to expand, with no intention of stopping at all. At the beginning, when Chu Yan awakened the Rakshasa refining domain, the range reached 300 steps. At that time, Chu Yan's cultivation was so low that the Rakshasa promise art couldn't even reach the 7th floor. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation base has been astonishingly improved, coupled with the Raksha Wuji divine art, he has cultivated to nearly 30 heavens. With this strength, Raksha's domain training is naturally far superior to the original. Swish. On the other side, Yifeng, at the moment when Chu Yan just launched Rakshasa refining domain, his figure was like lightning, his speed increased tenfold, and he rushed towards Chu Yan. The distance of 10,000 steps is only half a blink of an eye for a half-step, Wuzuanjing powerhouse. Almost in an instant, Yifeng, who was engulfed in the Sura Nether realm, wrapped Chu Yan and the Raksha refining realm that had not been fully unfolded in it. Not good. Chu Yan is fully mobilizing the Rakshasa realm. Unexpectedly, Yifeng will attack at this time, and is instantly covered by Yifeng's Azura Nether realm. Trembling, he was immediately suppressed severely. Trapped within Yifeng's domain, Chu Yan wants to start Rakshasa domain refinement. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Moreover, the consumption of true qi increased by more than 10 times in an instant. Such a terrifying consumption of true qi, it was impossible to persist for too long. Wuji swordsmanship, innate Wuji. Haotian sword, go. Between the lightning and the flint, Chu Yan, who seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, made a decisive decision, drew out both swords, and suddenly attacked Yifeng. Previously, Chu Yan was outside of Yifeng's domain, and it was very difficult to pierce through his domain and attack Yifeng in the center of the domain, but now, within Yifeng's neighborhood, Haotian will be able to attack again. The distance the sword has to travel is greatly reduced. Call out. The Haotian sword rushed out like a silver lightning, instantly rushed through the area of Luosha's refining domain, and plunged into Yifeng's domain fiercely. Although the speed was still very slow, because of the shortened distance, the sprinting force was extremely strong. What? This can't work. Ignored the power of his divine weapon. When Yifeng saw the opposite side, first a 5-color sword glow rushed over, cutting a passage of nearly 100 steps in his own domain, followed by the Haotian sword, walking 100 steps along the broken passage, then continued to break through the domain and cut towards himself. At this moment, Yifeng knew that although he enveloped Chu Yan, he also shortened the distance with Chu Yan, and Chu Yan had the power of a magic weapon, which also put himself in danger. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Yifeng, who came to his senses, immediately restrained his domain, dodged and retreated quickly, avoiding the sharp edge of Haotian's sword. In the blink of an eye, the domains of the two sides that originally overlapped were split into two, facing each other from afar. Call. Chu Yan, who felt the pressure on his body suddenly loosened, immediately took out the 9 profound golden pill, swallowed it, and while quickly recovering his true energy, he urged the Rakshasa to refine the domain with all his strength. In less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan's Rakshasa training domain was fully unfolded, and its area was twice as large as Yifeng's. What? You actually have a domain? Yifeng withdrew 10,000 steps away, looked up suddenly, and realized that the large black air current in his domain just now was not Chu Yan's true energy, but the domain that Chu Yan displayed. Humph. It's just a single domain, but I'm a dual fusion domain, so I'm going to die. Yifeng's face was extremely gloomy. If he still wanted to kill Chu Yan at the beginning of the battle, and didn't want to kill him immediately, then, now, after seeing Chu Yan's domain, Yifeng's heart, he only has killing intent towards Chu Yan. The same thing after another, Chu Yan continued to show horrifying cards and strengths. At the beginning, he was a high-spirited soldier, and now he has the power of the field. These cards have exceeded the talent range of ordinary Tianjiao. Chu Yan's enchanting level far exceeds Yifeng's psychological endurance limit. Such threats must be killed and must not be kept. Azura Netherland, collide. After shouting violently, Yifeng, whose eyes were completely red, surged with true energy all over his body, and the mighty Sura underworld, like a dark cloud passing through, slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. For his dual fusion domain, Yifeng has absolute confidence. Whether it is the ghost power of Shura or the power of the underworld fire, they are all extremely powerful, and they cannot be countered by any power in any domain. Because these two things are Yifeng's biggest cards and capital to become the #1 arrogance in the mainland. Raksha came to the world. Seeing Yifeng urging the domain to charge towards him, Chu Yan naturally wouldn't back down, and immediately shouted loudly, motivating Luo Sha to refine the domain, and charged head-on, hitting Yifeng's domain, and slammed away fiercely. Immediately, the two major domains, like two huge dark clouds, slammed into each other fiercely. Rumble. Rumble. Two kinds of ultimate attribute power, like two waves of steel torrents, collided suddenly with the momentum of thunder and lightning. The black air volume, like a black tornado, rushed straight into the sky, bursting out with the sound of thunder and thunder. Moreover, this kind of collision is not like fighting martial arts, it just ends with a single blow. This kind of collision is like two strong men colliding continuously, each one wants to suppress the other. At this moment, the confrontation of the power of the field is more powerful than the power of whose attributes. Ha ha ha, ants, compare your domain strength with me, you are courting death. Yifeng laughed wildly when he saw Chu Yan's domain and was pushed back by his own domain. As long as Chu Yan's domain is completely defeated, it will be easier to clean up Chu Yan when the time comes. Like Chu Yan, Yifeng is in the domain, and while urging the domain to collide with Chu Yan, at the same time, he takes out the golden core and keeps recovering his true energy. In this way, it is impossible for the lack of true energy to occur in a short period of time. Causes the problem of excessive consumption of fields. And this trick is also Yifeng's ultimate trump card against Chu Yan. As long as he is in the power of the domain, he is equivalent to an invincible existence. First stand in an invincible position, and then deal with Chu Yan, then you will completely control the battle situation by yourself. Defeat. Let you see, who is the loser? Chu Yan's face was serious. Although his Rakshasa domain is powerful, it is a single attribute domain after all, and its level is obviously lower than Yifeng's. Therefore, his domain is at a disadvantage just after the attack. In particular, the power of the underworld fire in Yifeng's domain is constantly burning and consuming the Rakshasa black cloud, posing the greatest threat. Jiuxiao Minghua is one of the top strange fires in Haotian continent, far surpassing ordinary real fires. However, for Chu Yan, he really doesn't believe that there is any flame that can compete with his own Suzaku Emperor fire. Suzaku martial soul, come out. The next moment, Chu Yan roared, his whole body glowed with red light, and in the void behind him, a ball of golden flame rose into the sky, like a round of golden sun, soaring through the 9 heavens. Chirp. The resonant phoenix cry, like a celestial voice, pierced through the heaven and earth, making the whole sky sink. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and above the sky, the sound of thunder rolled, and the sounds of various birds echoed the sky and the earth, as if thousands of birds were flying up to the sky, making everyone's expressions change drastically and they were stunned. #C1011 Stalemate. The golden flame hit the sky, the Suzaku martial soul spread its wings and flew, the wings trembled slightly, and it was 90,000 miles straight into the sky. The endless fiery red Suzaku Emperor fire swayed across the sky, and large swaths of red sparks spread across the entire sky. The darkness brought by the 2 black domains was swept away by the light of the Emperor fire of Suzaku martial soul at this moment. Null. Chirp. Under the loud and clear chirping sound, the Suzaku martial soul, guided by Chu Yan's divine sense, rushed straight to the phoenix body in the sky, suddenly shot a wave of fire, turned sharply, and rushed straight towards the Thsura nether realm in the distance. And go. Call. 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 With a wing of 90,000 miles, almost in the blink of an eye, the Suzaku martial soul charged straight from the 9 heavens. With its mouth wide open, a large piece of Suzaku Emperor fire poured down like a waterfall. The Suzaku Emperor fire formed a large wave of fire, rolling and sweeping, and slammed into the Thsura underworld. Call. 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 The Emperor fire and the underworld fire collided, and in the circular field with a range of nearly 10,000 steps, at the point where the 2 fields collided, there was a gap of nearly 100 steps in the size of a mooncake that seemed to have been bitten in an instant. As the Suzaku Emperor fire passed by, it swept away everything. The power of the underworld fire within the Azura domain was like a small river meeting a vast ocean, and was instantly melted and swallowed without any hindrance. What? What kind of martial spirit is this? Seeing this scene, Yifeng was stunned, his face turned pale in an instant, his eyes were so wide that he was almost stared out of his eyes. Jiuxiao Minghua is one of his most powerful martial spirits, even stronger than another Azura martial spirit. When I was practicing martial arts, I had never met an enemy of the same type of fire martial spirit. Moreover, Minghua is the top different fire in the mainland. I practiced alchemy by myself, and I could be promoted to gold in just a few years. Alchemist, all Jiuxiao Minghua. However, he never expected that on this continent, there are more powerful flames than his Jiuxiao Minghua. Fusion. Fusion. In desperation, Yifeng didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Originally, in order to quickly eliminate Chu Yan's domain, he replaced all the power of the domain where the two domains collided with the power of the underworld fire. Now, seeing Chu Yan suddenly recruited a terrifying fire martial spirit was frightened out of his wits, and he quickly activated the domain to quickly fuse the power of Shura with the power of the underworld fire. In this way, the power of the fusion domain is definitely much stronger than the power of a single attribute. Rumble. Under the burning of the Suzaku Emperor fire, the Sura domain that had been burnt out a gap suddenly rolled over, and the power of the double-fused domain filled the gap again. Dihua rushed directly out of the domain. Humph. The power of dual domains. I don't believe it, who has more power than my attributes? Seeing that the attack was blocked, Chu Yan snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with brilliance, muttered to himself, and let out another loud roar. White Tiger God of War, come out. Roar. The dazzling white light was like a bright white lightning strike between heaven and earth, and the snow-white lightning fell, and the void was divided into two. In the crack of the void, a Tianhu with black stripes on a white background and golden thunder eyes stepped forward. Coming out, a pair of golden tiger eyes swept across, and a large piece of void continued to burst. The God of War among beasts, respect the world. The sound of the tiger's howl was earth-shattering. The 300-foot-tall tiger's body was striding in the air, and a pair of golden tiger eyes swept across, directly landing on the opposite Sura underworld. Bang bang bang. The tiger paw as big as a small house was lifted up, once and for all, and pressed heavily on the Shura Netherland. The whole realm trembled wildly like a hard-hit ball, and at the same time, there were loud noises. The large black clouds were photographed flying in all directions, directly breaking away from the control of the domain, and scattered the sky. What? What kind of martial spirit is this? Seeing the white tiger martial spirit continuously bombarding his domain with palm after palm, like tearing down a house, Yifeng's entire face turned green, and in horror, his mouth opened so wide that his jaw almost fell off. Up. His Sura nether realm, one is the power of underworld fire, and the other is the power of Shura, which is a combination of strength and fire power, but now, in front of this white tiger martial soul, the powerful power of Shura seems to be a baby who met a strong man had no strength to fight back. The power of the white tiger and the power of Shura are against each other, and the relationship between the two is like heaven and earth, they cannot be compared at all. At this moment, the Suzaku Emperor fire filled the sky, invaded the sky and attacked the earth, spewing out a large wave of fire, continuously burning one side of the domain, and the white tiger martial soul, facing the void, stood high and down, with one palm and one palm, engulfing the body that could be smashed into pieces. The power of the mountains and the sea kept hitting the domain. In an instant, Yifeng's domain confrontation, where he had the upper hand, suddenly took a turn for the worse, and was completely suppressed by the two terrifying martial spirits. And Chu Yan's Rakshasa refining realm also took advantage of this extreme meeting to continuously collide with the Sura nether realm. In less than 10 breaths, he forcibly knocked it back by nearly 1,000 steps. Seeing that he was at a complete disadvantage in his field, Yifeng's eyes instantly turned blood red, his hideous face was distorted and almost completely deformed, he clenched his teeth tightly and made a gnashing sound. Flipping his hands, Yifeng's face sank, he took out a green jade bottle, and poured out a round golden-green elixir. Without even looking at it, he poured it directly into his mouth. When the golden-green elixir was put into his mouth, Yifeng's true energy immediately surged wildly. A large amount of power from the black domain rushed out like a flood breaking a bank. Terrifying fluctuations of Gang Yuan, like a great river in the Yangtze River, surrounded his body. Soaring crazily. What a powerful pill. It is at least one level higher than the Jiuxiao golden pill. Seeing that Yifeng's true energy had not only returned to its peak state in an instant, Chu Yan had even skyrocketed by 3 points. He immediately understood that the golden pill that Yifeng swallowed was of a higher rank than his own 9-profound golden pill. This Yifeng is the holy son of the medicine sect, and the medicine sect dominates the mainland with spirit grasses and elixir formulas. Therefore, it is only normal to have some precious golden elixir formulas. Azure fights the sky, the fire of the underworld burns the world. Yifeng, who was already at a disadvantage, instantly had his domain power skyrocket, forcefully pushing back all of Chu Yan's attacks. Moreover, Shura's power in the underworld is still skyrocketing, and he is obviously ready to go all out and counterattack directly, completely turning defeat into victory. Ha ha ha, ants, wait to die. At this time, Yifeng looked like he was crazy, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was violently violent, and his whole body was full of true energy. A golden pill instantly changed the situation again. Rumble. Under the attack of the sudden skyrocketing Shura Nether realm, the Raksha refinement realm retreated steadily. The originally occupied domain space was seized back in an instant. Moreover, Chu Yan's heart trembled, and a sense of danger kept flashing in the sea of consciousness. Out. Rakshasa's domain refinement, he couldn't hold it anymore. #C1012 Chase and Chop. Seeing that Yifeng swallowed the elixir, his true energy soared, and he regained control of the battle situation. Chu Yan's face suddenly sank. Comparing consumption with me, right? Good. No matter what the comparison is, I'll still play you to death. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, he flipped his hands over in an instant, took out a few bottles of Jiuxiao golden pill, and swallowed them directly. At the same time, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, streams of 5-color streamers fluttered out from a corner of the sea of consciousness, rushed out of the sea of consciousness in an instant, and shot towards Rakshasa Demon Shadow, White Tiger Martial Soul and Suzaku Martial Soul. And go. Qi of the 5 elements. This time, before Chu Yan came to Medicine Sect, he had prepared no less than 100 Qi of the 5 elements. His own 5 gods and beasts, including the Rakshasa domain, did not have any kind of golden elixir that could compare to his own Qi of the 5 elements when it came to growth. Qi of the 5 elements. Boom. 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 The Qi of the 5 elements merged, and the martial souls of Rakshasa, White Tiger, and Suzaku suddenly increased in strength. Not only Rakshasa and martial soul, Chu Yan even mobilized the Qi of the 16 paths and 5 elements, and directly integrated them into the 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi. At this moment, on Chu Yan's body, the 5 elements, like the water of a surging river, set off 5-color air waves as high as hundreds of feet, almost occupying half of the sky. Roar. Chirp. Ho ho. After the White Tiger martial soul fused the energy of the 5 elements, a pair of golden tiger eyes seemed to be solid, and shot out 2 golden beams of light, sweeping towards the Shura Nether realm, pressing down with a heavy palm, and directly shot through the entire Shura realm, blasting out a huge hole with a width of hundreds of feet. Call. Call. The fiery red emperor fire of Suzaku martial soul, after merging the energy of the 5 elements, instantly turned into a 3-color emperor fire. The power of the fire increased by more than 3 times. The fire power was so overwhelming that even the surrounding space began to turn into white smoke, constantly melting. The three-color Emperor fire swept towards the Shura domain, like hot water rolling over the snow. Wherever it passed, the Shura netherland instantly turned into a large puff of white smoke and quickly dissipated. Rakshasa phantom, roaring into the sky, with a golden fork in his hand, like a round of golden sun, shooting out thousands of golden lights. The cloud and air waves slammed into the Shura nether realm on the opposite side. Call out! Call out! Call out! Wielding the 10 absolute swords in his hand. A series of 5-color sword lights rushed out, slashed fiercely on Yifeng's domain, and immediately cut off a large area of black clouds in the domain, turned into light smoke, and disappeared in all directions. Just now, Chu Yan considered the consumption of true qi, so he just let Wuhun and Luosha refine the domain to attack, but now, he consumes 19 5 elements of qi in one go, and the true qi in the sea of qi explodes, so Chu Yan can't wait, just attack with a sword. Since Yifeng wants to compete with himself for consumption, then come on. What? How is this possible? Yifeng's face, which was still full of wild laughter just now, froze in an instant, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He never thought that he used the life-saving golden pill, and wanted to take down Chu Yan in one go, but he didn't expect that Chu Yan was really angry. In terms of degree, he is not worse than himself at all. Moreover, as a golden alchemist, he only swallowed one golden alchemy, and that Chu Yan swallowed the whole bottle. Could it be? Could it be that this Chu Yan is also a golden alchemist? For a moment, Yifeng's face turned green with fright, his spirit kept trembling, and the sense of danger in the sea of consciousness rose crazily. He clearly felt that his Sura nether realm could no longer withstand it. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Yifeng's face sank, his body flashed and retreated quickly, trying to distance himself from Chu Yan, and at the same time quickly restrain his domain. Now, even a fool can see that it is impossible for him to beat Chu Yan in domain confrontation. Now it continues to support the field, not only does it not help, but it becomes a burden. Whoosh! Yifeng's figure retreated violently, and at the same time, he quickly retracted the Sura nether realm. Although he swallowed a golden elixir just now, and his true energy rushed to the peak, Chu Yan suddenly became furious, slashing and shooting wildly at his own domain. The power of the domain was consumed a lot, and his own true energy, within a few breaths, a huge consumption was also produced. Therefore, at this time, Yifeng has no choice but to avoid the battle temporarily. But, will Chu Yan let him go? Yifeng turned around and fled in front of him. How could Chu Yan let go of this opportunity to beat the dog in the water? If he used it properly, it could basically be a battle. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure is like lightning, and Yulong Zhitian's body skills are displayed to the extreme. With the White Tiger martial soul and Suzaku martial soul, he surrounded and killed Yifeng in 3 directions. Under the 5-colored sword light, the large void between the two of them was all smashed into powder, and the violent sword power rushed out like a raging sea. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords were cut out. The overwhelming sword aura, covered with earth-shattering sword momentum, enveloped Yifeng like a rain of meteors and fire. A series of sword qi slashed on the Sura nether realm that was not completely restrained, and large black clouds were continuously cut down and dissipated into the sky. For a while, Yifeng's aura became weaker and weaker. If it weren't for Yifeng's cultivation to reach the half-step martial venerable realm, and his body speed surpassed his own, Chu Yan's current sword light could directly split his domain and cut on his body protecting qi. Bastard! Damn it! While fleeing, Yifeng scolded loudly. Now his face is uglier than crying, and he feels that the true energy in his body is constantly being consumed, and his own domain can't stop Chu Yan at all. Now, his actual combat strength is less than 70% of his peak period, and it keeps declining. But looking back at Chu Yan behind him, he became more and more courageous as he fought, and the true energy in his body not only did not weaken at all, but became stronger and stronger. What a fart! At this moment, above the ground, the viewing platform in all directions of the square was dead silent, and there was no sound. Hundreds of thousands of continental giants stared at the scene in the sky with their eyes wide open, their eyes twitching, and they froze on the spot. What's the situation? What exactly is going on? It can't be my own dizziness. Above the sky, the person in front is really the holy son of medicine sect, Yi Feng. The black-robed boy in the back, holding a sword, chasing after Yi Feng, slashing wildly, is really that ant-like Chu Yan. At this moment, the sea of consciousness of all the giants in the mainland became blank in an instant, and they were completely dumbfounded. Before the battle started, even if they had 10 brains, they wouldn't have guessed that this scene would happen. The mighty number 1 young man in the mainland, the holy son of the medicine sect, Yi Feng, who cultivated both alchemy and martial arts, is now being chased by a young man with a sword in his hand, without the slightest power to resist. All of a sudden, all kinds of incomparable expressions appeared on the faces of the big bosses. However, even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. This is too bad. Before everyone could accept and adapt to the battle situation in front of them, an icy voice echoed across the sky like thunder and bells. Yi Feng, now, it's time to end. Holding 2 swords in his hands, Chu Yan shouted in a cold voice. His whole body's true energy erupted like a flood, and the whole sky was dyed by the 5-colored energy, turning it into a scene full of rays of light, as if between heaven and earth, a vision would arise. #C1013 Crazy Chop. At the same time that Chu Yan's whole body exploded with Xinqi, the swords in his hands flashed, the 10 swords entered the Rakshasa space, and the Haotian sword in his right hand burst into light, a 1,000-foot-long 5-color sword glow, as if the divine sword descended from the sky, dazzling the world and shaking the sky. Toward Yi Feng's back, he slashed down fiercely. The sword light frightened the night, as if it was about to split the sky. When the sword came out, the sky changed drastically. The dazzling 5-color sword light, like a colorful dragon, roared and rushed out, rushing toward Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng, with the power of the domain, could not have blocked the colorful dragon-like sword light, and was instantly split open. The momentum of the sword light did not weaken at all, and continued to slash at Yi Feng fiercely. What? Yi Feng's complexion changed drastically, and he was in a hurry. He took out a jade talisman again and crushed it directly. A dazzling blue light flashed, and a bell-shaped defensive spirit array appeared, covering Yi Feng's entire body. The multicolored dragon descended from the sky, crashing on the blue bell. Tom! An earth-shattering bell sounded, as if it was about to shatter the sky, and the deafening sound echoed in the entire sky. The big cyan bell couldn't block the 5-color sword light at all, and the moment it collided with the sword light, it was directly torn into pieces and completely collapsed. As for the 5-color sword light, it only stagnated for a moment, and then fell down again, slashing straight at Yi Feng. Break it! Yi Feng shouted angrily, his eyes were blood red, mobilized all the remaining true energy in his body, and smashed out a black flame fist. Although Yi Feng has mobilized all the remaining true qi in his body, the battle until now, especially his own domain, has been severely damaged, which has a great impact on it. The energy in his body is almost 40% insufficient, and his strength has been greatly reduced. The sword light fell, smashed the black flame fist light effortlessly, and struck Yi Feng's body shield. Under the strong shock force, Yi Feng's whole body, like a meteor flying upside down, retreated thousands of steps. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan chased after him like lightning, and invaded Yi Feng, who was flying upside down. Die to me! Under the roar, Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, and the bright 5-color sword light pierced out again. Dividing the void in front of him into 2, the edge of the blade pointed directly at Yi Feng, who was flying upside down. The sword light swung down, and without a trace of hindrance, it slashed at Yi Feng's bodyguard, causing Yifeng's upside-down figure to fly back violently again. Fuck. The turtle is still thick. The sword light slashed at Yifeng's body shield, but it only split more than 10 feet away, and Yifeng's body shield was hundreds of feet thick, which is worthy of a half-step martial arts cultivation. The body shield alone far surpassed the sky. Environment strong. However, Chu Yan did not hesitate in the slightest, and followed Yifeng closely, urging the sword light in his hand, slashing down with one sword after another. On the ground, at the viewing platform in all directions, the mainland giants who saw this scene widened their eyes, opened their mouths wider, their pupils shrank sharply, and the corners of their eyes twitched wildly. Hundreds of thousands of mainland giants lost their composure and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. It's not their fault, it's the scene in front of me, it's too scary. You know, that is the #1 pride in the mainland, the holy son of the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, was chased and hacked, and he had no power to fight back. Yifeng is about to lose. Everyone who knew the sea had this thought, but no one dared to make a judgment, and they all stared at the sky in horror. The true energy in Yifeng's body was exhausted, and now, he didn't even have time to swallow the elixir. Moreover, even if Yifeng has time to swallow the elixir, but you eat one, and Chu Yan eats a bottle. It is also a golden elixir, and there is a difference in grade. 1 pill and 1 bottle are enough to make up for it. In this regard, Yifeng does not have the slightest advantage. More importantly, since the battle until now, no matter whether it is martial arts, exercises, domains, martial arts, or even spiritual treasures, Yifeng has not surpassed Chu Yan in any way. Rest of the problem. Looking behind Yifeng, Chu Yan, who was chasing and killing Yifeng with a sword, was really imposing like a rainbow, and his energy was like a tide. There was a trace of fatigue, and he chased him more and more, like a dragon and a tiger. Between the two, who is stronger and who is weaker, can be judged at a glance. At least it can be confirmed that Chu Yan's true energy is far stronger than Yifeng's, and he has actual combat experience. Obviously, he has been through life and death battles for a long time. No matter what disadvantage the battle situation is in, it will not affect the martial arts will at all. In this regard, Yifeng has been cultivating in the medicine sect, rarely going out to practice, life and death battles, even less pitiful, far inferior to Chu Yan who has wandered on the line of life and death countless times. Up to now, everyone feels incredible. A martial artist at the 8th level of the heavenly reaching realm unexpectedly fought across the ranks and defeated a half-step martial venerable realm powerhouse, and he was attacking head-on without using any sneak attack method. This Chu Yan's level of evildoer against the sky has refreshed the understanding of Tianjiao among all the mainland giants present. At this moment, Gong Yintian, the head of the rostrum, who had been sitting firmly, had an extremely complicated expression on his face, and it was impossible to keep calm anymore. His eyes were like the sea of stars, staring straight at the battle in the sky, his face full of fear. Thoughts of the sky. Yifeng's entire face has turned deadly gray. Facing Chu Yan's pursuit, he has no other way in cards. Now, he finally realized that, as the #1 pride in the mainland, the holy son of the medicine sect, he was far inferior to the Chu Yan in front of him in terms of cards. No matter what level of trump card trick he uses, he can display a stronger trump card restraint. Now Yifeng's heart is full of a strong sense of loss. Facing the chasing Chu Yan, Yifeng couldn't even feel any resistance in his heart, he just dodged and escaped, relying on his own body speed advantage as a half-step Wu Zuanjing, several dangerous times avoid Chu Yan's deadly sword. However, counting his speed again, he can avoid Chu Yan's sword glow, but he is definitely not as fast as the Haotian divine soldier. Call out. Seeing Chu Yan who couldn't catch up with Yifeng, he waved his big hand, and the Haotian sword shot up into the sky, turned into a little bit of cold light, and instantly escaped into the void, sneaked and shuttled, and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng, die. Chu Yan's roar shook the sky, and he urged the Haoyan sword with all his strength, not giving Yi Feng the slightest chance to come back. The Haoyan sword was like a life-threatening cold light, and the sword light was like water, swaying the sky, and the mighty sword energy appeared in front of Yi Feng, slashing straight down. Call out. The void was divided smoothly, the sound of the sword was shocking, and the five-color sword energy cut straight between Yi Feng's neck. Get out. Yi Feng had no way to dodge it, so he could only grit his teeth to block it. Immediately, he threw out both fists, exerting all his breastfeeding strength, and punched hard. The sky-shocking fist light, like two small black suns, is powerful, and the void collapses all the way through the fist light. Boom! Boom! The Haoyan sword collided with two fist lights, and there were two loud explosions. The sword energy and the fist lights shattered at the same time, but Yi Feng's body, like a rag, was set off by the air waves soaring into the sky for more than 10 miles, covering the sky. Throw fly. Defeat me. Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and his spirit and soul fused together. The Haoyan sword trembled slightly, and the sword intent rose to its peak. All the strength of his body was poured into the sword, and he slashed down heavily, straight to Yi Feng, who was thrown into the air. This sword condenses all the strength of Chu Yan, the speed is as fast as thunder, and it splits through layers of void, and it arrives in an instant. What? No. Yi Feng roared angrily, his face was green, his beard and hair were flying, and he looked like a madman. The anger in his heart rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption. This sword made his sense of danger rise to the peak. Deep in his soul, a trace of death quickly overflowed, making his body tremble, and his whole body felt like falling into an ice cellar. #C1014 Break the limit of Tianjiao. Seeing the fatal sword strike, Yi Feng was so frightened that the hairs all over his body exploded, and his whole body was icy cold. However, the true energy in his body is exhausted now, and his combat power is greatly affected, so he can't fight Chu Yan at his peak state. Call out. This sword contains all of Chu Yan's sword intent and power. After being blessed by the two martial arts souls of Baihu and Suzaku, it also gathers all of Chu Yan's strength. Wei. If this sword strikes, Yi Feng, who has less than half of his bodyguard left, will surely die. The Haoyan sword light came in an instant, and the sword light rushed into the night. Yi Feng's whole body trembled, there was no time to dodge it. At this moment, the death energy in Yi Feng's heart rose violently, as if he had reached the point of death. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils opened suddenly, their mouths were dumbstruck, and their faces were full of horror. Could it be that Yi Feng, the #1 pride in the mainland, was lost just like that? The #1 genius in the mainland, the holy son of the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, was defeated by young people of the same generation on the first day he succeeded the holy son. If it spreads on the mainland, Yi Feng will become the laughingstock of the entire continent, and even the medicine sect will be affected. However, on the rostrum, Gong Yuntian stared intently, his face had returned to calm, and he didn't seem to have the slightest intention to intervene. The junior young Tianjiao fight, one-on-one fair appointment, even if they lose, Gong Yuntian can't intervene in front of the giants of the whole continent. In that case, it would be even more embarrassing than Yi Feng's loss on the spot. Above the sky, the mighty and shocking sword light fell straight down. Yi Feng burst out with true energy all over his body, raised his fists high, and the black flame fist light condensed out. The fist light, which was only 10 feet in size, was not as powerful as before. Collide. Rumble. Rumble. Like chopping a watermelon, the sword light cut and exploded the two black flame fist lights one after the other. At the same time as the waves of the sky were lifted, the 5-color sword light rushed out of the air wave and slammed on Yi Feng's body fiercely. The bodyguards collided with each other, and a shocking explosion erupted again. Swish! A figure in a gold-rimmed white robe flew upside down from the explosion at the same time as the bright five-color sword light turned into a wave of air, and retreated nearly 10 miles violently before barely standing still. At this time, in the sky 10 miles away, Yifeng's chest, the protective body, has been completely broken, and a clear sword mark has cut a foot-long cloth crack on his silver robe. On the chest of the robe, inside the torn robe, there is a black leather armor, shining brightly. Huh! There is a high-level spirit armor. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up, saw the black leather armor inside Yifeng's robe, and gasped slightly. He didn't expect that there was a life-saving item on Yifeng's body, but so what? Up to now, let alone a spirit treasure, even a god, can't change the situation of the battle. Hum. The Berserk Five Elements essence emitted dazzling rays of light, like five-color divine water, continuously poured into the Haotian sword. In the next breath, the sword power of the Haotian sword was once again urged to its peak state. The power of the sixth-order divine weapon made the void continuously burst with the trembling of the Haotian divine weapon. Haotian divine soldier, ignore defense. Even if it is a spirit treasure of the martial venerable realm, it will only suffer damage in front of the Haotian sword bursting out with its peak sword power. Break it! With a loud roar, Chu Yan rushed out, and the Haotian sword in his hand burst out with a 1,000-foot sword light, soaring to the sky and night, and the situation changed in unison. Call out! Holding the sword in both hands, within Chu Yan's body, 16 inner alchemy are running crazily. At this moment, it seemed as if he was about to cut down the sky. Die! Chu Yan's figure was extremely fast. His figure was like a thunderbolt, smashing through the layers of void, echoing the sound of thunder that exploded in the void, and rushed to Yifeng in the blink of an eye. The Haotian sword is raised high, the sharp edge of the divine weapon shines on the heavens, like a sword of a god, the bright light shoots straight into Jiuxiao. Destroy! With the sound of a long howl, the Haotian sword slashed straight down, slashing at Yifeng fiercely. Within 100 steps, Yifeng's eyes burst out and his pupils trembled wildly. He watched the shocking sword light fall, his body was completely devoid of true energy, and his heart was as dead as ice, which made his whole body freeze. This sword cannot be dodged at all. This sword was so shocking that Yifeng wouldn't dare to take it head-on even when he was at his peak combat power. With this sword, defeat is set. Although he knew that he would be defeated, Yifeng would never stand by and wait for death. The inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi circulated, urging the last sliver of true energy, and raised his hand to punch the divine light sword light. On Yifeng's fists, there is a pair of Wu Zuanjing Lingbao gloves. At this time, there are already cracks all over, and the power of Lingbao has been greatly reduced. In an instant, Haotian Jianmeng and Yifeng's heavy fist collided fiercely. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the airwave rushed straight into the sky, setting off a shockwave that was hundreds of feet high, sweeping across the sky, sweeping across the world. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and Yifeng's body fell straight down from the sky like a meteor falling from the sky. Whoosh! Yifeng's body flew across the sky, and the sound of howling was pulled out, like a meteorite falling from the sky, falling straight to the distant mountains. Rumble! There was a loud explosion, and the entire continent trembled suddenly. On the thick ground, a large cloud of dust shot up into the sky. Yifeng's body was exactly the same as when Chu Yan was blasted down before, and he fell directly into the depths of the earth, a huge hole, stretching straight down, as if entering the nine abyss. Swish! Seeing this scene, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all. He rushed after him, rushed directly into the cave with a swipe, and went deep underground, chasing after him. Now is an excellent opportunity. He can't give Yifeng any chance of a comeback, and kill Yifeng directly. No mercy. Just when the figures of Yifeng and Chu Yan disappeared into the huge cave at the same time, one behind the other, There was a complete silence in the Yazanzu square in the distance. Lost. Completely defeated. At this point, everyone knows in their hearts that Yi Feng has lost. A dignified half-step martial venerable realm powerhouse, the young supreme being ranked number 1 on the continental Qianlong ranking, Yi Feng, who had just been promoted to the holy son of the medicine sect today, was defeated by an 8th-level heavenly martial artist of the heaven-reaching realm. In this battle, everyone witnessed Yi Feng's strength with their own eyes. In fact, they all recognized Yi Feng's strength. It can't be Yi Feng's opponent. So, it's not that Yi Feng is too bad, but that Chu Yan is terrifying. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Feng was the limit of the mainland Tianjiao, but today, this point of view was completely shattered. The black-robed boy, with his monstrous and heaven-defying strength, told everyone what is the real pride. #C1015 Who is the ant? In the main square, Hong Qiyu, Mo Tsang and others all had dull faces and absent-minded eyes, completely shocked by Chu Yan's strength. Because they all know that the Chu Yan in front of them is completely different from the Chu Yan they saw a few days ago. In just a few days, or half a month, Chu Yan's growth has already made them feel terrifying. Especially Hong Qiyu, his face was full of gloom, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He even felt that in a few days, Chu Yan's strength would soon be on par with him. Even now, Hong Qiyu dare not say that he can win against Chu Yan. At this moment, the other giants in the mainland were waiting. Some people's consciousness slowly came out and swept towards the cave hundreds of miles away. They wanted to know if Chu Yan would directly kill Yi Feng. Although the two are fighting for life and death, other people have no right to intervene. But Yi Feng is the holy son of the medicine sect after all, and this is the territory of the medicine sect. If Chu Yan really kills Yi Feng and wants to get out of the medicine sect safely, I'm afraid impossible. All kinds of thoughts flashed across every giant sea of consciousness, and many bigwigs secretly turned their heads to look at Gong Yuntian on the rostrum. Yi Feng is the number 1 pride in the mainland, and even the number 1 pride in the medicine sect. Gong Yuntian should not let him lose so easily. If Chu Yan really wanted to kill Yi Feng, Gong Yuntian would definitely do it. Although it is impossible to forcibly interfere with a fair fight between warriors in front of everyone, it is still possible to talk about conditions. However, everyone also knows that the Chu Yan who defeated Yi Feng is a monstrous genius, even surpassing Yi Feng. The problem Gong Yuntian is facing is complicated. Such a monstrous Chu Yan, no matter how powerful the sect, would want to recruit him, but Chu Yan hurt the face of the medicine sect, so he should be killed. Is it a move? It is cut. It is impossible for Gong Yuntian to become suzerain without making a decision. Chu Yan is like a black sharp arrow, shooting straight out of the big hole in the ground from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already penetrated 1,000 feet deep into the ground, rushed to the position in front of Yi Feng, and then stopped. In front of Yi Feng, his whole body was full of sword marks wounded by sword energy. His gorgeous gold-edged silver robe was broken into large strips of cloth, his hair disheveled, and his appearance was not in a mess. Corner of mouth. A large amount of blood spilled out, and it was obvious that he suffered serious internal injuries from the sword just now. His fists reached all the way to his forearm, and all the flesh were turned open. The scarlet flesh, accompanied by blood spilled out, looked extremely hideous and terrifying. The ground at the bottom of the cave, which is less than 10 steps wide, has been completely stained red by the blood flowing from Yi Feng's body. You. Seeing Chu Yan chasing after him, Yi Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, trembling with fear. He was about to get up and run away. However, at this time, Yi Feng was not only full of true energy, but also seriously injured. In addition, in this cave, there is only a passage behind Chu Yan, and it is possible to walk there. Call. With a big wave of Chu Yan's hand, the palm of the Gangyuan transformed by the Jinqi Gangyuan rushed out, pinched Yi Feng's neck directly, and with a light lift, he grabbed the opponent in front of him. Yi Feng. Are you convinced? Chu Yan's face was full of coldness, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Chu Yan, if it wasn't for my lack of true energy, what if you could win? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yi Feng's feet dangled in the air, his eyes turned red instantly, and he said angrily with a ferocious face. Before today, even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that he would be defeated by this ants. This is simply impossible. The anger and aggrieved heart spewed out like fire, and the light from a pair of eyes was full of ferocity and viciousness. I am a powerful half-step martial artist, and the supreme being of the mainland, but I didn't expect to be defeated by an ant whose cultivation base is only the 8th level of the heavenly realm. Moreover, this ant came here for his betrothed wife. This series of realities made him completely unacceptable. If you lose, and you're still looking for excuses. Chu Yan said coldly. Humph. Chu Yan, you are just lucky, your strength is not enough to defeat me. If I had killed me at the beginning of the battle, you would not be alive. Yi Feng snorted coldly, his face was full of hysteria, and his eyes were full. It's the color of madness. Chu Yan heard the words, but smiled coldly, with a look of disdain on his face, and said. Yi Feng, you disappointed me so much. I always thought that you were a good opponent. I didn't expect that, apart from your arrogance, you are so unbearable. Chu Yan was full of disappointment. For the past 2 years, he had always aimed to defeat Yi Feng, but he never expected that Yi Feng in front of him would disappoint him so much today. Others don't know, but Chu Yan is very clear in his heart. Even if he has fought until now, at least half of his whole cards have not been displayed. It must be like the other 3 martial spirits and back to the water. Therefore, Yi Feng's current strength, apart from high cultivation, it is impossible to be his opponent. Of course, Chu Yan will not easily display the other 3 martial souls, but the backwater Ju can be used, even if it only draws 30% of the blood essence and increases the combat power by 3 times. It is not at all the current Yi Feng, which can match. Defeated, not terrible. The scary thing is that after losing the battle, they are still making excuses. This is the behavior of the weak. A real strong man is always looking for an opponent who can defeat him. 2 years ago, Yi Feng was in front of the gate of Lingshanzong Mountain, as if a god descended, arrogant and aloof. At that time, Chu Yan thought that he was a strong man, a real martial arts powerhouse. Moreover, within 2 years, Chu Yan witnessed with his own eyes that Yi Feng continued to break through his cultivation and continuously improved his ranking in the Heotiandi ranking. Therefore, Chu Yan believes that Yi Feng is a strong man who is constantly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. But now, Yi Feng in front of him is no different from ordinary warriors. His martial arts will is so unbearable. Quickly let me go. This is the territory of my medicine sect. If you dare to touch me, you will be completely wiped out. Yi Feng kept struggling and roared loudly. Let go of you. Chu Yan said coldly, his eyes were full of murderous intent. As for Yi Feng, Chu Yan wanted to kill him directly. However, Chu Yan was naturally clear about the situation in front of him, and slowly suppressed the impulse in his heart. His eyes flickered. I am in the medicine sect, and Yi Feng is almost half the face of the medicine sect. If I kill him now, I will definitely bear the overwhelming anger of the medicine sect. Although Chu Yan is not afraid, but this time he came to the medicine sect, Chu Yan still has a purpose that must be fulfilled, which is to take Yuer away. I can escape, I can fight. But what about Yuer? I came to look for Yuer by myself, not to let her follow me and live a life of being hunted and killed all over the mainland. However, for Yi Feng in front of him, Chu Yan naturally wouldn't let him go easily. Snapped. Raising his right hand high, he slapped Yi Feng's face fiercely, and a red 5 fingerprint immediately appeared on Yifeng's face, which was full of shame. "Remember what you said yourself? Didn't you say, let me look up to you for the rest of my life?" Snapped. Without waiting for Yifeng to answer, Chu Yan slapped him again. "Now, who is trampled underfoot? Body like a dog." Snapped. "Who is an ant?" Snapped. "Aren't you high and looking down on all living beings?" Snapped. "Awesome, continue to be awesome." Snapped. 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 Every time a sentence fell, it was a slap on Yifeng's face, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen slaps fell on Yifeng's bulging left and right cheeks. Chu Yan knew that Yifeng's physical body was tyrannical, and he didn't show mercy. After a dozen slaps, Yifeng's entire face was swollen into a pig's head, his mouth was full of teeth, and more than half of it fell out. Both sides of the face were swollen high, flesh and blood were flying, teeth and bones were shattered, blood cherry blossoms were flying, the appearance was horrible. Ah ah ah. Yifeng's eyes were blood red, and he let out a shrill scream, his face was full of blood, his long hair was flying, and he looked like a lunatic. Chu Yan, I must kill you." Yifeng was so aggrieved that he raised his hand and punched Chu Yan in the face. The fist is like thunder, the momentum is like a shooting star, and the power is like a mountain peak. #C 1016 Dalian living people. Originally, Yifeng still had the medicinal power of the elixir in his body, so in just a few breaths, Yifeng's true energy has just recovered a little. However, with such a little true energy, it is impossible to threaten Chu Yan. Boom! With a loud noise, Chu Yan directly caught the other party's fist with his palm, mobilized with true energy, and squeezed hard. Click! What? There was a clear sound of bones cracking, and Yifeng's right fist was crushed to pieces by Chu Yan. "You want to kill me? Then you must have the consciousness to die." Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly. For Yifeng, the best way to deal with it is to kill him to avoid future troubles. Although Yifeng cannot be killed directly, Chu Yan thought of a way to make Yifeng never have a chance to stand up. Hum. 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 The next moment, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and several spirit patterns flew out. Under the fluctuation of spiritual power, the entire cave was completely sealed. The two of them were in the depths of the ground, only this huge hole was knocked out by Yifeng's body. Chu Yan used the breath-separating spirit pattern Situ Yang gave him to completely seal the hole. In this way, even if someone uses their spiritual sense to investigate, they will not be able to know what happened in the cave in a short time. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Yifeng was frightened out of his wits, his face was ashen, and he shouted in horror. At this moment, looking at Chu Yan's lightly raised mouth and the flashing killing intent in his eyes, he felt a chill in his heart, all of which was a bad premonition. "If you dare to kill me, from now on, there will be no room for you in the entire continent. Kill you. Don't you know? I'm sorry for warriors, there are some things that are more terrifying than death." The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, evoking a sinister smile. He would not kill Yifeng, nor would he abolish his cultivation. Outside, there are hundreds of thousands of mainland powerhouses, hundreds of millions of medicine sect disciples, and even sect master Gong Yuntian. Chu Yan must take care of himself and Duer's future. Consider. What? Yifeng's face was full of fear. Although his entire face was rotten, his eyes were still narrowed, showing fear. Mountains, rivers, and beasts, come out. Chu Yan had already made up his mind, so he ignored Yifeng and gave a soft drink. A ray of light gushed out from behind him. The golden scroll floated in the air, and the void behind Chu Yan slowly unfolded. The picture of mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts can contain all martial spirits in the world, and Chu Yan is going to collect all of Yifeng's martial spirits into the picture of mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts. Although the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts cannot devour the living martial arts soul, Chu Yan naturally has other methods. Heaven asks 9 residual furnaces, come out. Tom. With a muffled sound, the huge coffin pill furnace fell heavily in front of Chu Yan. As long as Yifeng's martial soul is devoured, no matter how proud he is, he will not be able to cultivate from now on. In this way, Yifeng will never have future troubles for Chu Yan. Call. Emperor Suzaku fires into the furnace, and inside the Tianwen 9 remnants furnace, the fire is full of fire. Because the furnace lid is not closed, the 3-color furnace fire rushes out of the furnace mouth, continuously burning the void. What are you doing? Yifeng, as an alchemist, of course knew the alchemy furnace, but he didn't understand at all what Chu Yan was going to do. Boom! With a heavy palm, Yifeng hit the back of Yifeng's head, and Yifeng, whose face was covered with dead gray, suddenly passed out. Jiuxiao Minghua, let's see if you can stand my alchemy furnace. Chu Yan whispered, and then, aroused by his true energy, he threw Yifeng into the mouth of the 9 residual furnaces of heavenly questions, and then ignited the fire with all his strength, rushing towards Yifeng's body which was in the middle of the furnace mouth. Chu Yan knew that Yifeng, like himself, had a different fire martial soul. With this kind of martial soul, ordinary flames could not harm the warrior's body at all, but using the pill furnace was different. As long as the temperature control is improved, Chu Yan can break through the limit endurance of the Jiuxiao Minghua martial soul in Yifeng's body. At that time, the 2 martial souls in Yifeng's body will naturally be forced out of Yifeng's body by the fire. Once it leaves the body of the warrior, without the guidance of the warrior's spiritual sense, the connection between the martial soul and the warrior at this time is extremely weak, and it is entirely possible for the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts to swallow it. Hurrah! The fire was burning, and the 3-color fire was driven by Chu Yan's powerful true energy, and it became stronger and stronger, covering Yifeng's body completely and burning it continuously. The location of the furnace mouth and the inside of the furnace are bounded by heaven and earth. Of course, Chu Yan's purpose is not to burn Yifeng to death, but to break Yifeng's fire constitution defense and extract his martial soul. Buzz buzz. In less than a moment, within Yifeng's body, a human-shaped phantom and a black flame sun suddenly rushed out of Yifeng's body, hovered in the space of the cave, and rushed straight towards Yifeng in just a flash, wanting to return to his body again. Of course, Chu Yan would not give them a chance. Immediately, he urged the true energy to pour into the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture, and began to frantically tear up the 2 suspended martial spirits. The current Yifeng has exhausted all the energy in his body, and the power of his martial soul is naturally not weakened. It is impossible for him to be the opponent of mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts. Without any resistance at all, the 2 martial spirits were sucked into the picture by the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and disappeared. Call. Chu Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. After absorbing Yifeng's martial spirit, Yifeng was completely useless. Whether it is his martial arts or alchemy, from now on, there is no possibility of cultivation. A martial artist without a martial soul is like an ordinary person with severed limbs, without any threat. In addition to the inner alchemy of the Sea of Qi, which can also provide him with true energy, the combat power may not even be 1/10, and, in the future, he will use the true energy in the inner alchemy to recover. Without the martial soul to attract the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth, it would probably take 100 times the time of ordinary warriors to restore all the true energy in the inner alchemy. A martial artist who is cut off from the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth, his cultivation base is not bad, and he wants to practice, it is simply a dream. This time, Yifeng's martial arts path has no possibility of further progress, and it is considered to have come to an end. The next moment, Chu Yan put away the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and the alchemy furnace, threw out a spirit pattern, flipped his handprints, and photographed it into Yifeng's sea of consciousness. This spirit pattern can isolate Yifeng's sea of consciousness, and it can be regarded as a relatively simple spirit pattern for sealing cultivation. Naturally, this spirit pattern cannot completely seal Yifeng's sea of consciousness, but in a short period of time, it can make him unable to perceive that his martial soul has disappeared. By the time he finds out, I'm afraid that Yaozong already knows everything about it. At that time, Chu Yan will not be afraid of him and others at all. After staring and thinking for a while, and finding no other problems, Chu Yan withdrew the breathtaking spirit pattern, carried Yifeng's body, and flew out of the cave. Although he defeated Yifeng and turned him into a cripple, Chu Yan's face was still solemn when he was flying. Next, facing Gong Yintian and 9 spirits Xiantian sect, it is really hard to say whether he can be with Yue. Moreover, the people of the Black Blood Temple will not let themselves go easily after seeing that they have defeated Yifeng. I am afraid they will shoot directly after a while. Gong Yintian. Will the Black Blood Temple let him go? #C1017 Gong Yintian's decision. Chu Yan rushed out of the ground, and flew away in the direction of Yaozong. Swish! Less than 100 miles away, for Chu Yan, it only takes a few breaths to get there. Soon, Chu Yan carried Yifeng back to the Medicine Sovereign Square. All the hundreds of thousands of giants in the 8 directions viewing platform saw Chu Yan's flying figure. At the same time, they also saw Yifeng, who was held in his hands by Chu Yan like a dead dog. The mainland's #1 pride, Yifeng, lost. What's more, he was defeated so embarrassingly, and was brought back like a dead dog by his opponent. It was extremely miserable. Although the scene is full of embarrassment, everyone already knew the result at the moment Yifeng was blasted down from the sky. Everyone knew that Yifeng had already lost. It's just that when everyone saw Yifeng being dragged back like a dead dog with a pig's head all over his face, they were a little surprised. This Chu Yan is so bold. On Yaozong's territory, he completely disregarded Yaozong's face, as well as the face of sect master Gong Yuntian, and beat Yifeng so badly. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Gong Yuntian on the rostrum. Sure enough, seeing this scene, Gong Yuntian's entire face had completely sunk, with a hint of resentment evident. When Yifeng was blasted down from the sky, Gong Yuntian didn't make a move, not because he didn't care about Yifeng's life or death, but because the black leather armor Yifeng was wearing was one of the treasures of the medicine sect. It is impossible to break through the defense of that treasure, and really kill Yifeng. Gong Yuntian has absolute confidence in this treasure. However, he did not expect that although Chu Yan did not kill Yifeng, he beat Yifeng so miserably. You must know that most of the warriors who have reached the martial venerable realm have no hope of promotion and have reached the peak of martial arts. They are more concerned about their reputation and prestige on the mainland, hoping to gain higher power and status within a sect. But now, Yifeng's appearance is more terrible than killing him to every martial arts expert present. What a shame. It's really embarrassing. A majestic and strong man of martial arts. He has almost reached the position of overlord, but he was beaten like this. Swish. Facing the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, Chu Yan flew over and landed towards the medicine sect master square. As soon as he landed, Chu Yan swung his hand and threw Yifeng directly to the ground in front of him, making a muffled sound. Boom! Yifeng's body fell to the ground, and his tattered robe was immediately covered with dust. After rolling several times on the ground, his appearance was even worse than that of beggars on the street. However, it was this impact that made Yifeng faintly wake up from his coma. Ah! Subconsciously, Yifeng opened his mouth and let out a terrified scream, and suddenly jumped up from the ground, a pair of eyes full of fear, looked around, his whole body was trembling, and he looked like he had seen him during the day. It's like a ghost. The dignified holy son of the medicine sect, the #1 pride in the mainland, is so out of control. How can there be a little bit of demeanor of a strong man, a little bit of a holy son's aloofness? This time, not only Chu Yan, but also the giants of the various sects in all directions, looked at Yi Feng and shook their heads slightly. The disappointment in their eyes was not concealed at all. It is common for warriors to win or lose in battle, even if they lose a little bit. As long as the will of martial arts is still there, everything is possible. However, like Yi Feng, not only lost the battle, but even the martial arts voice collapsed. Then this person is almost hopeless. Yi Feng, fulfill our gambling agreement. Chu Yan stood in front of Yi Feng, with a look of disdain on his face, looked at Yi Feng proudly, and said in a cold voice. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, and finally recovered from the loss of his soul. When he raised his eyes, he saw Chu Yan's expression of disdain, and there were more contemptuous gazes from all directions. Exploded in the sea of consciousness. Boom! As if a thunderbolt was thundering in Yi Feng's sea of consciousness, Yi Feng's body trembled fiercely, and under the shaking of his body, he subconsciously took 3 steps back, staring at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes. The expression in his eyes was extremely complicated. Shame. Huge shame. Yi Feng only felt his eyes go dark, and the sky turned dizzy for a while. His face was flushed, and he wished he could slam his head on the square to death. However, he just thought about it. It is impossible to really commit suicide, because he is afraid of death. Before the battle, he ridiculed Chu Yan in front of all the top sect bosses in the world. But now, it is completely ironic. Yi Feng clenched his teeth tightly. There were not a few left, and they were all loose. He gritted his teeth so hard, and suddenly a sharp pain came. The aggrieved feeling almost made him explode. Ever since he was a child, Yi Feng has always been a proud son of heaven. No matter where he goes, he is superior to all young people of his generation. When he suffered such humiliation, at this moment, his heart was bleeding continuously. Yi Feng, don't pretend you didn't hear it. According to the bet, immediately cancel the engagement with Yuer. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't speak, Chu Yan just looked at him angrily, sneered, and shouted loudly. When the voice fell, Chu Yan glanced at the rostrum in the distance, and saw Gong Yuntian's face was deep, his eyes were piercing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, Chu Yan deliberately raised his voice to take this opportunity to make Yi Feng unable to repent in front of all the powerful sect leaders in the world. He, Gong Yuntian, was naturally embarrassed to repent. Cancel the engagement contract. All Yi Feng's teeth fell out, and his speech slipped through the net. His voice was extremely muffled, but he could still hear the general idea. Of course he doesn't want to cancel the engagement. The significance of this engagement is extremely important. It is directly related to whether he can control the 9 spirits Shantian sect in the future. If he cancels the engagement, I'm afraid he will never have any chance to become the top of the medicine sect. Master. The engagement contract was made by Gong Yuntian himself, no matter what Yi Feng thinks, but in fact, he has no right to make a decision at all, so he can only slowly turn around, look at Gong Yuntian on the rostrum, and speak softly. In his tone, it's all about asking. Of course, there is still a glimmer of hope in Yi Feng's heart. I hope that Gong Yuntian will care about his talent, and will not give up on himself because of this failure, continue to support himself, maintain his engagement with Yuer, and even make a move to kill this Chu Yan. By all means. Hearing Yi Feng speak, everyone, including Chu Yan, looked towards the rostrum. Chu Yan and Yuer looked at each other, their faces and hearts were full of tension, and their whole bodies were tense. On the high seat of the rostrum, Gong Yuntian kept staring at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering like an abyss in the sea of stars. After a long time, Gong Yunkai got up slowly, stood up, looked across the audience, and spoke loudly. #C1018 Dark Cloud Surging. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, Gong Yuntian looked at Chu Yan, and spoke loudly. Chu Yan, since you have an appointment with Feng, it is natural to rule according to the agreement. I declare that the engagement agreement between Feng and Yue is cancelled. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart, his face was full of joy. Yue, who was standing beside Gong Yuntian, also had a flowery smile on her face, her spirit eyes sparkled, and she was very excited. But suddenly, Gong Yuntian's face darkened suddenly, his eyes became extremely sharp, and the imposing aura on his body, like a shock wave, swept across the audience. Everyone felt the change of Gong Yuntian's momentum, and at the same time, their expressions turned serious. However, you trespassed on my 9 spirits Shantian sect and disrupted our sect's grand ceremony, you should be punished. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the cold killing intent enveloped Chu Yan straight away. Feeling the pressure of Gong Yuntian's murderous intent, Chu Yan's whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice, his soul instantly froze, his whole body was stiff, and he couldn't move at all. The patriarch of the 8 ancient sects of the medicine sect, Gong Yuntian, was a half-step martial emperor realm giant. His cultivation was astonishing, he might be able to crush himself with just one finger. At this moment, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and a strong sense of danger was formed in his heart. Oops! It seems that Gong Yuntian will not let him go. Not only Chu Yan, but even the smile on Yuer's face froze in an instant, her spiritual eyes flickered, and her heart suddenly reached her eyes, and she looked at her father nervously. On the viewing platform in all directions, all the bigwigs of the sect looked at Gong Yuntian in unison, slightly startled in their hearts, and sure enough, Gong Yuntian was finally going to make a move. Although the battle between Chu Yan and Yifeng was just a life-and-death battle between the young Tianjiao, it was very common, but this battle was of great significance, not only on the day when the medicine sect announced Yifeng as the Holy Sun, but also on the day when the medicine sect announced Yifeng as the Holy Sun. In Zhong's territory, defeating Yifeng in front of the bosses of the most powerful sect in the world, this matter is tantamount to a great loss of face for Yao Zong. If, in this situation, Gong Yuntian did nothing, after all, it would make the warriors of the entire continent laugh at him, and the face of the 8 ancient sects would be affected. When Yifeng heard Gong Yuntian's words, his face was filled with ecstasy, his face was swollen like a pig's head, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyes became extremely cold. Master! This son ruined the engagement ceremony between the disciple and Yue, and at the same time disgraced my medicine sect, he should be killed directly. Yifeng was full of excitement, and his voice was full of resentment. He saluted Gong Yuntian and said loudly, Yifeng, it's you who made medicine sect lose face. When Yue heard the words, she immediately yelled coquettishly, and after she finished speaking, she quickly turned around to look at her father, begging urgently. Father, elder brother Chu Yan has been kind to me, you can't treat him like this. Yuer's face was pale, she knew her father's character very well, as long as he made a decision, nothing could be changed. Therefore, Yue was just looking forward to it, and his father didn't really make up his mind to kill brother Chu Yan. Although his father was very aware of his feelings for Chu Yan's brother, from the very beginning, he did not agree at all, and did not give Yue and Chu Yan any chance to be together. However, in the past 2 years, Yue has never forgotten Chu Yan, even just now, when Chu Yan was almost lost, she was ready to kill herself and go with her brother Chu Yan. But it's different now, Chu Yan crushed Yifeng strongly and proved himself, now, Yue must try her best to persuade her father to let Chu Yan go. Because she also knows that her father, as the suzerain, all his thoughts and actions are based on the interests of the sect, and Chu Yan's talent. Okay. Chu Yan, since the little girl begged for you, I can spare your life, but you must agree to one condition. Gong Yuntian finally relaxed when he heard Yuer's words, and spoke in a gentle tone. Okay. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, and he frowned slightly and looked at Gong Yuntian. Join my 9 spirits Shantian sect, you must not betray the sect for life, and then join other sects. Gong Yuntian's voice, like a bell and a golden drum, can be heard for hundreds of miles, resounding throughout the sky of the medicine sect. At the Bafang viewing platform, everyone's eyes flashed suddenly when they heard Gong Yuntian's words, and a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. Sure enough, Gong Yuntian's move was simply to attract Chu Yan. If Chu Yan agrees to Gong Yuntian's conditions and joins the 9 spirits Shantian sect, then other sects will have no chance to recruit Chu Yan. How can it be possible that Gong Yuntian is the only one who is attracted to Chu Yan's monstrous talent? From the moment Chu Yan defeated Yi Feng, the #1 arrogant in the mainland changed hands. Moreover, this newly promoted #1 arrogant in the mainland is actually in the Zhongtian continent and has no sect affiliation. With such a secret, why not heartbeat? Gong Yuntian, like other bigwigs, has exactly the same thoughts. What? When Yi Feng heard Gong Yuntian's words, he felt a thunder explode in the sea of consciousness, and he was completely stupid. He fully thought that Gong Yuntian would support him, kill Chu Yan, and avenge himself, but he didn't expect that this would be the result. Join the 9 spirits Shantian sect. Don't betray the sect for life, and vote for another sect. These conditions sound extremely harsh. Compared with the freedom of ordinary disciples to enter and leave the sect, they are almost restricted to die in the sect for a lifetime. But in fact, all the big brothers and Yi Feng knew in their hearts, is Chu Yan an ordinary disciple? This one seems harsh, but in fact, it means that Gong Yuntian wants to cultivate Chu Yan with all his strength, and even has the possibility of succeeding the Holy Son in the future. Otherwise, it is impossible to ask him to vote for another sect. You must not betray the sect for life, and you must not vote for another sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned, with a serious expression on his face. This one, in the eyes of others, is tantamount to a great opportunity, like a good thing that a big pie fell from the sky, but Chu Yan knows that this one is impossible for him to do. Because, he himself is now the suzerain of the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and, after the matter of the medicine sect is over this time, he will go to the Sky God Valley and prepare to reopen the sect of the Raksha Soul Tianzong. Therefore, it is impossible for him to agree to Gong Yuntian. This is troublesome. Chu Yan's heart shuddered, his face darkened. However, at this moment, on the Bafang viewing platform, a tall figure in a black robe suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Sect Master Gong, before the battle, Yi Xingzi clearly agreed to hand over Chu Yan to our sect. You medicine sect, you can't just keep your promises in front of all the sects in the world." The words exploded like thunder, and everyone turned their heads to look at. The person who spoke was none other than Venerable Blood Soul. I saw him standing up, bowing his hands in salute to Gong Yuntian, and continued to say, "The bet between Yi Xingzi and Chu Yan, the master of the palace admits, then the agreement between our sect and Yi Xingzi, the master of the palace, will not deny it. Therefore, please also the master of the palace, Hai Han, this Chu Yan, we Black Blood Temple, must take away." As soon as the words landed, everyone's face changed drastically. They all remembered that before the battle between Yi Feng and Chu Yan, he really promised the Black Blood Temple, and after the battle, he would hand over Chu Yan to the Black Blood Temple for disposal. Now, the battle harness, the Black Blood Temple wants to take down Chu Yan. They simply can't wait any longer. If Chu Yan agrees to Gong Yuntian, then Chu Yan will have the great backer of Yaozong. #C1019 Mighty Black Blood Temple. The words of Venerable Blood Soul immediately caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, and they were full of surprise and suspicion. Regarding the move of the Black Blood Temple, no one knew whether the Black Blood Temple really wanted to deal with Chu Yan, or after seeing Chu Yan's heaven-defying talent, they also wanted to recruit him. However, the people of the Black Blood Temple had an agreement with Yi Feng before the battle, so now they have taken the absolute initiative. Chu Yan, as long as you agree to my conditions now, I can guarantee your safety. Gong Yuntian's gaze was like a soldier, and he swept in the direction of the Black Blood Temple, without even looking at Venerable Blood Soul, but turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said softly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the bosses of the 8 ancient sects breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. No matter what, as long as Gong Yuntian is willing to come forward to defend Chu Yan, a Black Blood Temple is just a Black Blood Temple, and it can't make big waves. As for Chu Yan, they didn't need to guess at all. Facing the huge temptation thrown by Gong Yuntian, not to mention Chu Yan, I am afraid that none of the Tianjiao on the Qianlong list in the entire Haotian continent would refuse. No. Sect Master Gong, I can't do it. However, just when everyone thought that the overall situation was settled, Chu Yan's words sounded like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone in the audience. What? How can that be? That Chu Yan actually rejected the conditions of Sect Master Gong Yuntian. Chu Yan, don't be impulsive, and quickly agree to the Sect Master Gong. In the direction of the ancient 8 sects, Dizong Shindang heard Chu Yan's words. His expression changed drastically, he stood up abruptly, and urged urgently. No. I can agree to join the 9 Spirits Shantian sect, but if I can't do it, I won't vote for another sect. Looking at Shindang's concerned eyes, Chu Yan had no choice but to reply with a wry smile. Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Whether in public or private, you can't give up. I promised Ao Zhantian and Elder Qing Yun that I must revive the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect. Moreover, my own growth also started from getting the Rakshasa Soul Heaven Ju, plus Mo Xiong, Zong Tian, Li Wutian, Bull Demon and others belong to the Tianzong of Rakshasa Soul. How could he abandon them? Boy Nua. It's worth $1,000. In addition, my next step is to go to the Shenwu Soul Shaotian sect to find out the whereabouts of my mother. The worst possibility is that I will even have a head-on confrontation with the Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, the head of the 8 ancient sections. If there is no Raksha soul with the support of Tianzong's revival, there is no possibility at all with my own strength. Therefore, if the Rakshasa soul is over, I will never give up, and at the same time, I will let the Rakshasa soul revive and rise in my hands. Ha ha ha, Palace Sect Master, you heard it too, Chu Yan refused. Therefore, according to the previous agreement, my Black Blood Temple must bring Chu Yan back to the Zongman's life sacrifice. Please, Palace Sect Master and everyone, give the old man a face and don't interfere. At this time, in the direction of the Black Blood Temple, a thin old man slowly stood up and laughed loudly. This person, dressed in black, was the same as most of the warriors of the Black Blood Temple. His whole body was as thin as a stick, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, unlike the others, his palms were not pale, but dark red like blood. Venerable Bloody Hand. One of the 10 elders of the Black Blood Temple, a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing cultivation base, in the entire Haotian continent, he has a fierce reputation and people like ghosts. No less than 10,000 famous and powerful people died in his hands. This time, Mo Tsang was determined to win Chu Yan's body, so among the 10 elders of the Black Blood Temple, he brought 2 of them here, and he would not give Chu Yan any chance of surviving. Hearing the words of Venerable Blood Hand, Gong Yuntian's eyes were slightly stern, staring at Chu Yan, thinking constantly. Gong Yuntian valued Chu Yan's heaven-defying talent very much. If Chu Yan could join the 9 Spirits Shantian sect, it would only be a matter of time before he became the Holy Sun. However, Gong Yuntian never expected that Chu Yan would directly reject his offer, and Yifeng did have an appointment with the Black Blood Temple before, so things would be troublesome. As the Lord of the Medicine sect, Gong Yuntian knew much more about the details of the Black Blood Temple than ordinary people. In recent years, the Black Blood Temple has been acting strangely and making big moves throughout the 5 continents of the Haotian continent. Gong Yuntian knows a lot of secrets and reasons for this, so he knows very well that the Black Blood Temple is very powerful. Although most warriors believe that the 8 ancient sects are the 8 overlords on the entire continent, in fact, the real situation is far more complicated than these facts. At least, according to Gong Yuntian's knowledge, the hidden strength of this Black Blood Temple is much stronger than that of Medicine Sect. Otherwise, in the extreme North Continent, the Black Blood Temple would not have dared to attack the 2 holy places of Dizong and Lingzong directly at the same time. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Gong Yuntian didn't want to really mess with the Black Blood Temple. In this case, I will give Venerable Blood Hand a face, and I will not interfere in this matter. Gong Yuntian shook his head, glanced at Chu Yan, and said in disappointment. He still doesn't understand why Chu Yan rejected him directly. Even if he didn't open his mouth, he could resist the pressure of the Black Blood Temple for him. Although Gong Yuntian also knew that the relationship between Chu Yan and the Dizong was not superficial, even if he recruited into the 9 Spirits Shantian sect, he might not be able to make Chu Yan truly return to his heart, but he was sure that as long as his daughter was still there, he would fully cultivate her. He, Chu Yan, will recognize Yaozong sooner or later. But now, after weighing the pros and cons of all parties, Gong Yuntian still chooses to give up, because, after all, he is the suzerain of the Medicine Sect. Even if Chu Yan is talented, he must first be responsible for the hundreds of millions of disciples of the Medicine Sect. If once they get angry with the Black Blood Temple, it is very likely to lead to a war between the sects. Then the consequences will be serious. Gong Yuntian's voice fell, and everyone's faces changed drastically in all directions. Shindang and Yuer were also full of surprise, and when they looked at Chu Yan again, their faces were full of anxiety. Not good. Chu Yan's heart tightened, and Gong Yuntian let go completely. In this way, the people of the Black Blood Temple would have no scruples at all. Sweeping his gaze, Chu Yan looked in the direction of the Black Blood Temple. Emote Song and Venerable Blood Soul brought a total of more than a dozen people this time, and 2 of them, including the Venerable Blood Hand, had extremely terrifying auras. It's a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing cultivation base, and it's not something I can resist. Could it be that this time, it's really going to be lost here? Chu Yan sighed secretly in his heart, but his face was extremely calm, and his eyes were fixed on Emote Song. From his eyes, Chu Yan had already seen that this devil from the Black Blood Temple wanted to kill himself and then rob him body. It's not like everyone in the audience guessed, just want to recruit themselves. Hearing Gong Yuntian's answer, more than a dozen people from the Black Blood Temple had a smirk on their faces at the same time, looking at Chu Yan as if they were looking at a corpse. Do it. Get back to the temple. Emote Song waved his hand and ordered in a cold voice. Swish swish swish. As Emote Song's voice fell, Venerable Blood Soul rushed towards Chu Yan with 10 men in black robes. #C1020 die again. These dozens of Black Blood Temple fighters are all elder-level powerhouses, and the lowest cultivation bases are all low-ranking martial arts masters. Although all the warriors of the Black Blood Temple have practiced the secret method of quickly improving their cultivation, their actual combat power is far lower than that of warriors of the same level. However, with this kind of secret method, as the cultivation base continues to improve, the gap will continue to narrow. After reaching the martial venerable realm, the gap will become smaller and smaller. The actual combat power of these dozen or so low-level Wu Zuanjing black robes can compete with ordinary warriors who have reached the half-step Wu Zuanjing. Although it is not as good as Yi Feng, who can leap to fight, Tianjiao level half-step martial venerable realm warrior, but with 10 people working together, it is difficult to say that even the middle-ranked martial venerable realm powerhouse can hardly be said to win. Whoosh! Seeing Venerable Blood Soul rushing forward with 10 men in black robes, of course Chu Yan would not stand still. Almost the moment Emote Song's voice fell, Chu Yan rose into the sky and fled away quickly. Chu Yan had no choice but to escape. 10 black-robed men with half-step Wu Zuanjing combat strength, plus 2 high-ranking Wu Zuanjing Black Blood Temple powerhouses, stayed by themselves, and there was only one way to die. As for Yuer, anyway, the engagement has been cancelled, so if you come back later, just take Yuer away. After rushing to the sky, Yulong Zhitian's body technique unfolded, and Chu Yan's figure suddenly turned into a black dragon, soaring above the 9 heavens, shuttling between the spiritual seas. The speed was faster than that of lightning difference. Humph. This old man is here, but you still want to escape. On the ground, Venerable Bloody Hand stood behind Emote Song. Seeing this scene, he immediately let out a cold cry. His body stood still, but he waved his big hand, and a bloody paw print rushed straight out towards the sky. Boom! This blood-colored paw print rushed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble suddenly, and a blood-red paw print continued to skyrocket. At a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, the blood claws pulled out a blood-colored scar, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Under the continuous skyrocketing, in an instant, it reached a diameter of tens of miles, as if completely covering the entire sky. High-ranking Wu Zuanjing strongman, the strength is monstrous. The blood claw pierces through the air, and wherever it passes, all the air, spiritual clouds, and voids are all turned into powder, annihilated into nothingness, like a hand of a demon god, descending from the sky. The power is loud, and Jiuxiao trembles. Bloody paw prints. He was not hindered by the void at all, and his speed was more than 10 times faster than Chu Yan's body skills. In the blink of an eye, he rushed behind Chu Yan. What? Sensing the monstrous force coming from behind him, Chu Yan's face changed wildly. The power of this claw was too frightening. Facing the death situation, Chu Yan had no time to react, so he could only mobilize all his strength, swing the Haotian sword, and slash towards the bloody paw print. At the same time, he turned around suddenly, hoping to avoid the front of the paw print. Boom! The Haotian sword exploded with a soaring sword light, and the 5-color gangsters shone in the sky, slashing fiercely on the blood-colored paw prints, and made a loud noise, but it was unable to shake the blood-colored paw prints at all, but was hit by the countershock force. Body fly out. Break it. Call out. Taking advantage of the momentum of flying backwards, Chu Yan's eyes were completely red, and the true energy in his whole body exploded to the extreme. The Haotian sword in his hand slashed again, and slashed at the bloody paw print. Although Chu Yan knew that it was impossible to break through, this way blood claws as big as half of the sky, however, can somewhat weaken the power of some claw prints. Boom! Another explosion exploded, and the 5-color sword light exploded instantly, and the blood-colored claw print was hit twice. After a heavy delay, it rushed away from the scattered sword light and energy, and fell to Chu Yan's body. Tom. Even if Chu Yan pushes the bodyguard and double body refining to the extreme, and even adds the sky-defying defense of the Fourth Order Lock Heaven robe, the claws fall, and they can't bear such a terrifying power at all. Puff. The power as violent as a flood rushed into Chu Yan's body, like a violent beast with 10,000 heads, raging in Chu Yan's body. Suddenly, Chu Yan only felt the blood in his body tumbling wildly, opened his mouth wide, and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. Whoosh! Under the trauma, Chu Yan didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. He rose into the sky and flew towards Jiuxiao. Above the sky was full of blood mist. This claw is too strong. Fortunately, Venerable Bloody Hand knew that Emote Song wanted Chu Yan's identity, so he had spare energy, otherwise, with one move, he could directly kill Chu Yan. You guys, get him for me. The blood-handed Venerable stood behind Emote Song and said with disdain. In his opinion, no matter how monstrous Chu Yan's talent is, if he hasn't grown up now, it's still the same, he can be killed with one move. Swish. 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 Hearing this, Venerable Blood Soul quickly took 10 men in black robes, flew towards the sky, and rushed straight to Chu Yan. On the viewing platform in all directions, all the giants from the mainland shook their heads and sighed, with expressions of regret on their faces when they saw this scene. Such an arrogance, it seems that today, there is no escape. Regardless of whether the Black Blood Temple wanted to recruit Chu Yan, anyway, ordinary warriors entered the Black Blood Temple and failed to end well. The Black Blood Temple is almost notorious in the entire Haotian continent, and its bloody and terrifying methods have almost reached a heinous level. It's like using the flesh and blood of ordinary people to set up altars, extracting the blood of warriors practicing martial arts, and turning them into mummy. These things are almost known to everyone. Moreover, the Black Blood Temple didn't kill one or two. They would massacre the population of a small country every once in a while for ordinary people, and warriors, tens of millions, died under their flesh and blood altars every year. Although the Black Blood Temple is cruel and insidious, which disgusts the major sects in the mainland, but the Black Blood Temple, which possesses rapidly improving secret techniques, has too many strong people, and no sect is sure to be able to compete with it. It is rare to take the initiative to directly conflict with it. As a result, the influence of the Black Blood Temple on the Haotian continent is getting stronger and stronger. Although none of the 8 ancient sects were afraid of the Black Blood Temple, they were unwilling to quarrel with the Black Blood Temple unless it was absolutely necessary, to the point where a sect war broke out. In the main square, Yifeng was grinning all over his face at this moment, and he could tell that this time, Chu Yan would never survive in the hands of the Black Blood Temple. On the other side, at this moment, Yuer's face was pale. She turned to look at her father, and kept begging. "Father, please, save brother Chu Yan." Yuer's face was full of tears. She didn't expect that Chu Yan had just conquered Yifeng from the battle, but now, he fell into desperation again, and this time the enemy was simply impossible for him to contend with. If there is no one to help brother Chu Yan, it is impossible for brother Chu Yan to survive with the Black Blood Temple's all-out attack. Hearing Yuer's words, Gong Yin Tian slightly shook his head, saying, "Just now, I have given him a chance. He can only bear his own choice. He is naturally aware of his daughter's feelings for Chu Yan, and even Chu Yan Yuer's feelings. However, these matters of love for his children will naturally not affect his decision. For him, what he has to consider is always it is the interest of the sect." In the sky, Chu Yan's mouth was full of blood, and the blood in his body was surging. Not only the internal organs, but even the bones of the whole body were seriously injured. After swallowing a few pills, the wounds in his body quickly recovered, but below, Venerable Blood Soul brought 10 men in black robes, but they had already killed them. #C1021 Injury after injury. 10 men in black robes headed by Venerable Blood Soul surrounded Chu Yan with grinning faces. "Hey Chu Yan, you'd better be honest, come back to the Black Blood Temple with us, and let you suffer less pain, otherwise, I will let you taste the pain that life is worse than death now. Blood Soul is immortal, I forgot to be in the Valley of Souls, you are my defeat." Chu Yan's face was as heavy as water, while thinking about the way to get out, and at the same time recovering the power of the drug, hoping to recover from the injury in his body as soon as possible, so he talked nonsense with Venerable Blood Soul. "Humph. Chu Yan, don't be arrogant. Today is different from the past. 2 of the 10 elders of my Black Blood Temple have come. Even if people from the D-Zone came forward to help you, you will never have a chance this time." When Venerable Blood Soul heard Chu Yan mentioning the battle in Summoning Soul Valley, his face was gloomy and cold, and he roared with a reddish face. "Actually, Chu Yan, you can join my Black Blood Temple. Emote Song, the devil of my temple, will treat you with sincerity later." Venerable Blood Soul turned his eyes slightly, and persuaded with a sincere smile on his face, just like a senior who has attained the Tao, sincerely comforting his junior. "Haha, really?" Chu Yan sneered, but said "shit" in his heart, but felt that the medicine in his body was slowly dissipating, and the injury was recovering a little bit, so Chu Yan could only continue to chat with Venerable Blood Soul. Of course it's true. Are you delaying time? Venerable Blood Soul just answered with a smile on his face. His eyes swept across Chu Yan's eyes, and seeing a flash of light in them, his face froze immediately. He reacted instantly, and exclaimed. The answer is correct, it is still as stupid as before, idiot. Chu Yan sneered. Damn it, everyone, take action, and take this son. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, but don't hurt his body. Venerable Blood Soul said sharply. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, one of the black-robed elders of the Black Blood Temple had already made a move, stretched out his hands at the same time, waved 2 black paw prints, and grabbed Chu Yan. Hiss woo. Ghostly, Yin Chi whistling, 2 Gangyuan ghost claws, like ink, one left and one right, grabbed towards Chu Yan. These 2 ghost claws. The power is extremely strong, although it is not as good as the Venerable Blood Hand, but it is already considered an invincible attack in the sky-reaching realm. The powerful fluctuations caused the surrounding void to vibrate, and the sky and the earth were full of ghostly aura. The void within a radius of 10,000 steps has completely turned into a place where ghosts are rampant. The black-robed elder who made the move is one of the few ordinary elders of the Black Blood Temple, with top cultivation and combat power. Compared with Chu Yan, it is only a little worse in blood, and the current combat power of Blood Soul Venerable is basically the same. The other 8 are similar. With 10 people joining forces, even if Chu Yan recovers from his injuries, it is impossible for him to be their opponent. Call. Call. 2 black ghost claws struck. Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and with a move of his mind, he threw the Haoyan sword in his hand, holding the 10 absolute sword, and swung the sword to chop out 2 5-color Gangyuan. Call out. Call out. The sword light is like a cloud, and under the guidance of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, the sky is full of colors, and the sword light is soaring into the night. The 2 sword chi, wrapped in the aura of cutting the sky and smashing the earth, collided fiercely with the black ghost claw. Boom. Boom. The 2 sword glows collided with the black ghost claws, and exploded at the same time, turning into a radiant energy that scattered and rushed in all directions. Not good. Chu Yan had just broken the 2 ghost claw attacks in front of him, but suddenly felt that the attack of another black-robed man behind him had rushed to less than 100 steps behind him. At this time, Chu Yan had just broken the attack directly in front of him, and he had no time to turn around to meet the enemy. If he was hit by this red fist, he might be injured more and more, and his combat power would not be less than 50%. Block. Turning around just now, Chu Yan put the 10 swords in his hand across his chest, and he could only force this move. Boom. The fist light exploded, the energy rushed out, and the violent force poured out of Chu Yan's body. After the body was shaken violently, the blood that had just stopped at the corner of the mouth overflowed again, and the figure flew upside down for 1,000 steps. Fortunately, there is a Xuanhuan robe, otherwise this punch would never be so simple as a minor injury. Chu Yan stabilized his figure, suppressed the tumbling blood in his body, and muttered to himself. But at the next moment, before Chu Yan could breathe for a moment, another black palm print rushed towards him from the left side. At this time, Chu Yan showed blood turbulence in his heart, old injuries plus new injuries, his face was as pale as paper, and his actual combat strength was less than 70%. 10 people teamed up and kept attacking Chu Yan, not to mention getting out. I'm afraid they will be lost at any time. We can only use back to water. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his face turned cold, and he made up his mind. However, the current Chu Yan is seriously injured in his body. If he forcibly extracts his own blood at this time, it may cause permanent damage and cause serious damage to his cultivation base. If it was even more serious, he might die in an instant due to lack of chi and blood. But Chu Yan has no other choice at all. Facing a desperate situation, he can only fight to the death. If you don't use the back to the water, I'm afraid even the black fist mark on the left side can't stop it, and you will be seriously injured directly. At that time, there may not even be a chance to use the back to the water. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan had just activated the secret technique back to water, when suddenly, a sudden change occurred. In the distance, a petite figure in a purple robe, like a purple startled rainbow, flew from the direction of Yaozong, and in an instant, rushed to Chu Yan's side, raised his hand and punched out. Break! With a soft shout, the purple fist light collided with the oncoming black fist print, and instantly blasted it away. The purple fist light pierced the black fist print, and the fist stagnated fiercely, then continued to charge forward, smashed through Mantianchi, and slammed heavily towards the black-robed man who made the fist print. Boom! The purple on was like a hammer, and it slammed into the black-robed man's protective body, and it exploded. The black-robed man spewed out a big mouthful of blood mist, and flew out backwards. Whoosh! While all the people in black were stunned by this scene, that petite figure rushed to Chu Yan and stopped suddenly. Chu Yan looked up, and his expression changed drastically, because the one standing in front of him was the little white bear Dingdang. Boss? Are you okay? Little white bear Dingdang's face was full of urgency, his flushed face was already flushed with rage, and he said in a delicate voice. Dingdang. When Chu Yan saw Dingdang, his face was full of surprise at first, and then soon, his face darkened, and he shouted viciously. What are you doing here? Hurry up. With such a dangerous situation in front of him, little white bear rushed directly regardless of his life or death. However, in the face of the siege of 10 strong fighters who have reached the half-step martial venerable realm, he has no way to protect himself. If Dingdang comes here at this time, he can only die. Seeing the anxious look on little white bear Dingdang's face, Chu Yan was moved, but he would never allow Dingdang to follow him into death. Go away. Leave me alone. Chu Yan roared, urging the little white bear to leave as soon as possible. Boss. If you want to go, let's go together. If you want to die, die together. Little Bai Xiongwei's face was filled with absolute arrogance, and he ignored Chu Yan's urging voice at all. #C1022 Young Master. The slave is here. Chu Yan's heart was bleeding. Of course he knew that the little white bear was all for himself, but now, no matter whether it was his own strength or the little white bear's strength, not only was it useless, but he would lose his life in vain. Let's go. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. A cold voice suddenly resounded, and Emotsong's figure slowly flew over from below. Behind him, 2 high-ranking martial venerable realm experts, one on the left and the other on the right, were extremely imposing. From the heaven-swallowing mountain range. As long as we meet the Black Blood Temple, none of them will live. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's face was stunned. Hearing the meaning of Emotsong's words, they seemed to have a deep hatred with the monster forces of the Black Blood Temple and the Tian mountain range. Emotsong's cold eyes swept across Chu Yan, and directly fixed on the little white bear Dingdang. 3 masters of the Tunshan mountain range. Be a priest, right? Ha ha ha. Emotsong's eyes flashed brightly, he was in a good mood, and laughed wildly. He did not expect that this time rounding up Chu Yan would even attract the enemy force, the number 3 figure in the Tunshan mountain range. Moreover, the strength of this number 3 man was far worse than the other 2. In a sense, for Emotsong, Little White Bear is even more important than Chu Yan. This is an excellent opportunity to attack the monsters in the Swallowing Mountain range. The 3 divine senses swept over, and immediately found out that Little White Bear's Dingdang cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. With this level of cultivation, even if Little White Bear has the bloodline of the Supreme Beast clan, and also has the inheritance of Tsang Lei Dao, it's a pity that the time is too short, and it is absolutely impossible to have any chance under the siege of many powerful men in the Black Blood Temple. Leave this girl doll to me. Take down Chu Yan immediately. Emode-song grinned grimly, and ordered softly. Yes, Your Majesty Mosey. A group of strong men from the Black Blood Temple responded immediately. Immediately, except for the venerable Blood Hand who stayed beside Emode-song as a countermeasure, everyone else, including another high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouse, surrounded him. Chu Yan. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, 5 men in black robes shot at the same time, all kinds of black and red attacks were flying all over the sky, and the powerful palm prints, fist lights, and claw prints, like a large meteor shower, shrouded towards Chu Yan. 5 people shot at the same time. Formidable power, overwhelming, terrifying power and spirit of ghosts, like waves of blood and endless tides of ghosts, swept towards Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's complexion changed drastically, and his combat power was comparable to the joint attack of a half-step martial artist. It was not something Chu Yan could resist. Although 5 people joined forces, it was not enough to kill Chu Yan directly, but it was absolutely possible. Let Chu Yan be seriously injured. Dang dang, run away. Chu Yan's eyes are like blood, and the golden pupils are like 2 golden arrows, shooting into the void. The whole body's true energy is like a volcanic eruption, and the 5-colored energy soars into the sky. With flying long hair and a black robe like a flag, Chu Yan has no choice but to use the backwater Jiu. Even if the blood is exhausted after extracting the blood, he must protect the little white bear to escape. Above the sky, a large black and red torrent of attack is constantly merging, and it will be crushed down at any time. Chu Yan's eyes are about to crack, his eyes are burning with anger, the sense of crisis in his heart is constantly rising, and the blood in his body is slowly flowing move. This time, even if it is death, it will be vigorous. On the ground, the big bosses of various sects shook their heads and sighed after seeing this scene. They did not expect that the Black Blood Temple would be so strong in order to deal with Chu Yan, and did not give Chu Yan a chance to survive at all. 10 low-level Wu Zuanjing powerhouses whose combat power is comparable to half-a-step Wu Zuanjing, and 2 high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouses, such a lineup, not to mention Chu Yan, even these big shots present, dare not say that they can save your life. A person, after all, is single and weak. It is impossible to compete with a sect-level force. Oh, what a pity, such a monstrous genius was killed by the Black Blood Temple. Yes, I heard that the Black Blood Temple has a method of seizing the body. I guess they want Chu Yan's body. Humph. The hateful Black Blood Temple, how many heavenly talents on the mainland died in their hands. It's a pity, Chu Yan is so arrogant, but he doesn't have the support of the sect. It's hard to support him alone. Oh, what a pity. It's such a loss. On the ground, all kinds of discussions spread in all directions. All the bosses shook their heads and sighed, but no one wanted to help Chu Yan. Even the Shindang of the D-Zone was firmly stopped by several elders of the D-Zone, who kept dissuading him. In the eyes of the elders of the D-Zone, although Chu Yan was against the sky, he rejected the Yaozong's solicitation, and he would not agree to join the D-Zone. Not worth it. As the top-level powerhouses in the mainland, they certainly know the power of the Black Blood Temple. If it is other forces in the mainland, they may still help Chu Yan, but now it is the Black Blood Temple, then. Yi Feng stood behind Gong Yuntian, looked up at the battle in the sky, with a sinister smile on his face, feeling great. Chu Yan, fight with me. Wait to die, ha ha ha. Above the sky, the qi and blood in Chu Yan's body surged crazily. Facing the terrifying flood attack, a death-willed light rose in Chu Yan's eyes. He has decided to fight with the Black Blood Temple with his life. More than a dozen powerhouses from the Black Blood Temple looked at Chu Yan with teasing smiles on their faces. For them, it was too easy to kill the current Chu Yan with 10 to 1. Boom. Boom! Boom! At this moment, suddenly, in front of the Yaozong mountain gate in the distance, bursts of air burst into the sky. This sudden change made everyone startled at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look, only to see a battle broke out in front of the Yaozong mountain gate. The three figures exploded with true qi, as if they were immortal. They were attacked by the disciples of the medicine sect Shoshan Mountain, and were blasted to the point of spurting blood from their mouths. Rushed into the medicine sect. Among the three people, there are two people on the left and one on the right, protecting the middle one like a shield and enduring most of the attacks from all directions. A series of attacks exploded on the two people, and there would be a large amount of flesh and blood flying, and the blood gushed like a pillar. There was only one person in the middle, wearing a gray robe. His eyes were cracked, his pupils were like fire, and his eyes were fixed on the black-robed figure surrounded by a dozen people above the sky. Young master! The criminal slave Mo Xiong is here. Boom! Boom! Under the overwhelming wave of attacks, Zhong Tian and Luo Ping couldn't hold on any longer, and were finally thrown out, falling towards the outside of the Yaozong mountain gate, leaving only Mo Xiong, who looked like a madman, spewing blood from his mouth, and his hands were dead. Holding his chest tightly, he ran towards Chu Yan. The roar was earth-shattering, and the sky trembled. Brother Mamoxing. Chu Yan above the sky, his eyes swept across, looking at the figure in the gray robe who had rushed into the medicine sect, was being attacked one after another on his back, and his body was still rushing forward, and kept approaching him. His face trembled violently, said in surprise. #C1022 Young Master. The Sin Slave is back. Chu Yan's heart is bleeding. Of course he knows that the little white bear is entirely for himself, but now, whether it is his own strength or the little white bear's strength, not only is it useless, but he will lose his life for nothing. Let's go. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. A cold voice suddenly resounded, and Mo Tsong's figure slowly flew over from below. Behind him, two high-ranking martial venerable realm experts, one on the left and the other on the right, were extremely imposing. From the heaven-swallowing mountain range. As long as we meet the Black Blood Temple, none of them will live. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's face was stunned. Hearing the meaning of Mo Tsong's words, they seemed to have a deep hatred with the monster forces of the Black Blood Temple and the Tian mountain range. Mo Tsong's cold eyes swept across Chu Yan, and directly fixed on the little white bear Dang, the third master of the Tunshan mountain range. Be a priest, right? Ha ha ha. Mo Tsong's eyes flashed brightly, he was in a good mood, and laughed wildly. He did not expect that this time rounding up Chu Yan would even attract the enemy force, the number 3 figure in the Tunshan mountain range. Moreover, the strength of this number 3 man was far worse than the other two. In a sense, for Mo Tsong, Little White Bear is even more important than Chu Yan. This is an excellent opportunity to attack the monsters in the Swallowing Mountain range. The 3 divine senses swept over, and immediately found out that Little White Bear's Dang cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. With this level of cultivation, even if Little White Bear has the bloodline of the Supreme Beast clan, and also has the inheritance of Tsang Lei Dao, it's a pity that the time is too short, and it is absolutely impossible to have any chance under the siege of many powerful men in the Black Blood Temple. Leave this girl doll to me. Take down Chu Yan immediately. Mo Tsong grinned grimly, and ordered softly. Yes, Your Majesty Mosey. A group of strong men from the Black Blood Temple responded immediately. Immediately, except for the venerable Blood Hand who stayed beside Mo Tsong as a countermeasure, everyone else, including another high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouse, surrounded him. Chu Yan. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, 5 men in black robes shot at the same time, all kinds of black and red attacks were flying all over the sky, and the powerful palm prints, fist lights and claw prints, like a large meteor shower, shrouded towards Chu Yan. 5 people shot at the same time, powerful power, overwhelming, terrifying power and spirit of ghosts, like waves of blood and endless tides of ghosts, swept towards Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's complexion changed drastically, and his combat power was comparable to the joint attack of a half-step martial artist. It was not something Chu Yan could resist. Although 5 people joined forces, it was not enough to kill Chu Yan directly, but it was absolutely possible. Let Chu Yan be seriously injured. Dang dang, run away. Chu Yan's eyes are like blood, and the golden pupils are like 2 golden arrows, shooting into the void, and the energy of the whole body is like a volcanic eruption, and the 5-colored energy soars into the sky. With flying long hair and a black robe like a flag, Chu Yan has no choice but to use the backwater Jiu. Even if the blood is exhausted after extracting the blood, he must protect the little white bear to escape. Above the sky, a large black and red torrent of attack is constantly merging, and it will be crushed down at any time. Chu Yan's eyes are about to crack, his eyes are burning with anger, the sense of crisis in his heart is constantly rising, and the blood in his body is slowly flowing move. This time, even if it is death, it will be vigorous. On the ground, the big bosses of various sects shook their heads and sighed after seeing this scene. They did not expect that the Black Blood Temple would be so strong in order to deal with Chu Yan, and did not give Chu Yan a chance to survive at all. 10 low-level Wu Zuanjing powerhouses whose combat power is comparable to half-a-step Wu Zuanjing, and 2 high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouses, such a lineup, not to mention Chu Yan, even these big shots present, dare not say that they can save your life. A person. After all, it is so weak that it is impossible to compete with a sect-level force. Oh, what a pity, such a monstrous genius was killed by the Black Blood Temple. Yes, I heard that the Black Blood Temple has a method of seizing the body. I guess they want Chu Yan's body. Humph. The hateful Black Blood Temple, how many heavenly talents on the mainland died in their hands. It's a pity, Chu Yan is so arrogant, but he doesn't have the support of the sect. It's hard to support him alone. Oh, what a pity. It's just so lost. On the ground, all kinds of discussions spread in all directions. All the bosses shook their heads and sighed, but no one wanted to help Chu Yan. Even the Shindang of the D-Zone was firmly stopped by several elders of the D-Zone, who kept dissuading him. In the eyes of the elders of the D-Zone, although Chu Yan was against the sky, he rejected the Yaozong's solicitation, and he would not agree to join the D-Zone. Not worth it. As the top-level powerhouses in the mainland, they certainly know the power of the Black Blood Temple. If it is other forces in the mainland, they may help Chu Yan, but now it is the Black Blood Temple, then. Yi Feng stood behind Gong Yuntian, looked up at the battle in the sky, with a sinister smile on his face, feeling great. Chu Yan, fight with me. Wait to die, ha ha ha. Above the sky, the qi and blood in Chu Yan's body surged crazily. Facing the terrifying flood attack, a death-willed light rose in Chu Yan's eyes. He has decided to fight with the Black Blood Temple with his life. More than a dozen powerhouses from the Black Blood Temple looked at Chu Yan with teasing smiles on their faces. For them, it was too easy to kill the current Chu Yan with 10-1. Boom. 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 At this moment, suddenly, in front of the Yaozong mountain gate in the distance, bursts of air burst into the sky. This sudden change made everyone startled at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look, only to see a battle broke out in front of the Yaozong mountain gate. The 3 figures exploded with true qi, as if they were immortal. They endured the attack of the disciples of the medicine sect Xuanhuan, and were blasted to the point of spurting blood from their mouths. Rushed into the medicine sect. Among the 3 people, there are 2 people on the left and 1 on the right, protecting the middle one like a shield, and enduring most of the attacks from all directions. A series of attacks exploded on these 2 people, and there would be a large amount of flesh and blood flying, and the blood gushed like a pillar. There was only one person in the middle, wearing a gray robe. His eyes were cracked, his pupils were like fire, and his eyes were fixed on the black-robed figure surrounded by a dozen people above the sky. Young master. Slave Mo Xiong is here. Boom. Boom. Under the overwhelming wave of attacks, Zhong Tian and Luo Ping couldn't hold on any longer, and were finally thrown out, falling towards the outside of the Yaozong mountain gate, leaving only Mo Xiong, who looked like a madman, spewing blood from his mouth, and his hands were dead. Holding his chest tightly, he ran towards Chu Yan. The roar was earth-shattering, the sky trembled. Mo. Brother Mo Xiong. Chu Yan above the sky, his eyes swept across, looking at the figure in the gray robe who had rushed into the medicine sect, was being attacked one after another on his back, and his body was still rushing forward, and kept approaching him. His face trembled violently, said in surprise. #C 1023 Miracles of Heaven and Earth. Although I haven't seen him for more than a year, when Chu Yan glanced at the gray-robed figure, he recognized it immediately. That's Mo Xiong. From the moment I stepped into martial arts, I was the first to accompany me, like a backer, giving myself wholeheartedly, without asking for anything in return. What's more, in Chu Yan's heart, Mo Xiong's weight is no less than that of Little White Bear. Stop. Chu Yan was furious instantly, roaring crazily. At this time, Mo Xiong was attacked by the attack from behind, causing his flesh to fly, and the ground that Mo Xiong rushed over was almost completely soaked in blood. At this moment, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body was boiling, and he only felt that his sea of consciousness and body were about to explode, and the violent anger surged in Chu Yan's body like a torrential river. The way of killing, sleeping in Chu Yan's blood suddenly woke up, and an extremely mysterious force filled Chu Yan's whole body in an instant. Whoosh! Under this force, Chu Yan's figure turned into a black long rainbow, and his speed soared 10 times, like a black rock, and like an eagle hitting the sky, he escaped the oncoming attack flood almost instantly. Heading towards Mo Xiong on the ground, he charged straight away. Boom! 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 With a wave of his hand, the silver-glowed fist prince surrounded by 5 color gangsters raised his hand and blasted out, like colorful angry dragons, constantly exploding behind Mo Xiong, defusing all the attacks that were attacking Mo Xiong like a tide. Brother Mo Xiong, are you crazy? Chu Yan charged, quickly, and roared in horror. At this time, Mo Xiong was horrific. His entire back was already rotten, and there was not a single part of his body that was not injured. His whole body was like a bloody man, and his vitality was passing away quickly. However, Mo Xiong, who was only at the Xiantian realm, didn't even have the true energy to protect his body. He only relied on a piece of Xiantian defensive spirit armor to resist the attacks of more than a dozen disciples of the medicine sect Huatian realm guarding the mountain, and was able to rush here alive. It is entirely supported by a force of will. Young master. Sin. The moment he saw Chu Yan falling in front of him, Mo Xiong uttered a word in his heart and let it out suddenly. He, who was just like a madman, instantly collapsed and fell to the ground. Tom. Chu Yan is like thunder. Landing heavily beside Mo Xiong, without the slightest hesitation, he took out a few bottles of golden pills and poured them into Mo Xiong's mouth frantically. Puff. Puff. As Mo Xiong spurted blood, at least half of those golden pills were sprayed out of his mouth. Young master, this is for you, master and brother, if you want me to hand it over to you. Every time Mo Xiong said a word, a lot of dirty blood gushed out from Mo Xiong's mouth, and his face became paler and paler. As Mo Xiong reached into his arms and took out a white token the size of a palm, the light in his eyes fades quickly. No. Brother Mo Xiong. Looking at the vitality on Mo Xiong's body, which was almost on the verge of being damaged, Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness seemed to explode. The energy of the 5 elements, infuse me. With a big wave of his hand, in the sea of consciousness, 10 streaks of 9-colored glazed 5-element air, such as strands of 7-color airflow the size of a thumb, quickly rushed out of Chu Yan's body and submerged into Mo Xiong's chest. Aha! The energy of 10 paths and 5 elements completely dyed Mo Xiong's body in 9 colors the moment it entered Mo Xiong's body. The majestic spiritual power of heaven and earth rushed out like a tidal wave, turning into a beam of colorful light, heading straight towards Jiuxiao, and Mo Xiong, who was still sinking to death just now, suddenly trembled and let out a groan. The map of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts, give it to me. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, it was like a ray of light ascending to the sky. A golden scroll rose into the sky, and 3 rays of light surged out, covering Mo Xiong respectively, and Luo Ping and Zhong Tian who fell to the ground in the distance, whose life and death were unknown. Swish! The mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts that put away the scroll turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Chu Yan's body. At this time, the entire world was silent, as if night was about to fall. Everyone held their breath, staring straight at the black-robed figure who was still squatting on the ground with staring eyes. No one spoke, even the sound of breathing stopped. Suddenly, a feeling arose in their hearts, a very, very bad feeling, as if something dangerous was about to happen. However, that young man in black robe obviously didn't move. Hurrah! I don't know when, between the sky and the earth, a gentle wind howled slowly across the entire sky. This breeze, when everyone just felt it, has already begun to increase rapidly. In the sky, a large sea of spiritual clouds began to move. Deep in the clouds, the monstrous clouds and waves made a muffled sound of thunder, as if thousands of troops were rushing in the endless sea of spiritual clouds. Wind. It's getting stronger and stronger. Gradually turned into a storm, sweeping the whole world. Everyone has discovered this vision, eyes full of doubts and fear, looking around, looking for. What's the situation? In the end, is there to give birth to the vision of heaven and earth? Everyone felt that this wave of heaven and earth visions was extremely powerful, and it made everyone feel a little uneasy. Even the giants of the most powerful sects in the mainland slowly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Rumble. The sea of spiritual clouds that had been simmering for a long time finally erupted, setting off a 1,000-foot-high cloud wave that completely covered the entire sky. Almost at the moment when the thunder exploded, the sky and the earth changed, and the thunder roared. A palpitating mysterious force slowly fills the space between the heaven and the earth, spreading across the entire world. Everyone sensed this power, a terrifying power that they had never seen before, or even heard of. The giant who dominates a continent can vaguely feel that this mysterious power even seems to surpass the power of heaven. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open, their faces full of disbelief. At the next breath, Chu Yan's body moved. The figure in the black robe slowly stood up from the ground, and as he got up, the surrounding void disappeared instantly with his body as the center, turning into a world of nothingness. Within this range, without air and void, even a high-ranking martial venerable realm cannot get close. Huh. It's his power that comes from Chu Yan. Look quickly, his left hand. Suddenly, I don't know who it is, suddenly found that Chu Yan, who was standing tall, was different from before, and suddenly exclaimed. With this sound, hundreds of thousands of bosses all moved towards Chu Yan and looked at him with fixed eyebrows. At a glance, everyone's face changed drastically, and their pupils kept trembling. I saw Chu Yan standing upright, his black robe fluttering, and his long hair fluttering. On the position of his left hand, a white token shot out thousands of rays of light, like a Tsangyu star, held by Chu Yan in his hand. What? What is this? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, their faces full of astonishment. They felt that the aura of Chu Yan was like a flame rising into the sky, rapidly and violently skyrocketing. #C1023 Heavenly and Earthly. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, and they didn't know what happened. However, they all sensed that the mysterious power that aroused the strange colors of the world was caused by the white token on Chu Yan's left hand. What the hell is that? There is such a terrifying power, is it some kind of treasure? At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Chu Yan intently, with astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan slowly raised his left hand, and looked down at the thing in his palm that was sent at the cost of the lives of Mo Xiong and the other three. This is a jade token, the size of a palm, and its entire appearance is exactly the same as the black Rakshasa token that Chu Yan encountered in the cave. However, the aura emanating from this white Rakshasa order is completely different from the black Rakshasa order. A wave of righteousness, inspired by Chu Yan's Rakshasa true energy, continuously radiated from the token. The gods and the earth are holy, and the noble spirit will last forever. 8 incomparably clear characters appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Immediately, the white token on his left hand began to dissipate slowly, turning into a white air flow visible to the naked eye, continuously blending into the palm of Chu Yan's left hand. In the blink of an eye, on Chu Yan's left hand, a white tattoo of the Rakshasa order suddenly appeared. Chu Yan was stunned, then raised his right hand gently, and looked at the very familiar, black Rakshasa tattoo. Compared with the two, it was exactly the same as the white Rakshasa tattoo on his left hand, regardless of size and shape. This is what Elder Qingyun said, by Luosha order. Chu Yan murmured. Chu Yan remembered very clearly that Elder Qingyun told himself at that time that only by obtaining 2 pieces of Rakshasa order, black and white, can he truly succeed as the suzerain of Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. For a long time, Chu Yan didn't know at all, where is this Bai Luocha order? I have never received any news about Bai Luocha order. Unexpectedly, today, after Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong disappeared for more than a year, when they found themselves again, they actually brought themselves this white Rakshasa order at the cost of their lives. But why didn't they wait until it was safe, and then hand it over to themselves, insisting on forcibly breaking through the mountain gate of the medicine sect? With the cultivation of the 3 of them, what is the difference between this and death? Scanning the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts with his spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan clearly felt that Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong's lives were so weak that they could hardly be sensed. Although Chu Yan tried his best to mobilize the heaven and earth spiritual power, constantly nourishing the physical bodies of the 3 of them, but the vitality of the 3 of them is still like a candle in the wind, which will be extinguished at any time. Buzz. Suddenly, when Chu Yan was staring blankly at the 2 Rakshasa Ling tattoos on his left and right palms, one black and one white, 2 beams of light shot up into the sky, and 2 black and white beams of light shot straight into Yunxiao. Violently, the power soared to the sky, and as the beam of light passed, the void exploded layer by layer, and the entire sky was shaken continuously by the impact of these 2 beams of light. Roar! Roar! The next moment, in the black beam of light, a black figure as tall as 100 feet, holding a golden fork, stepped out of the void and roared to the world. The majestic power of Rakshasa, like a sea of black clouds, sweeps in all directions. At the same time, as if attracted by the black Rakshasa shadow, the white beam of light began to vibrate violently. Roar! Roar! Immediately afterwards, in the white beam of light, there was another Baizhang figure with a whole body of snow and a silver fork in his hand, striding forward, roaring angrily. The appearance of this white Rakshasa is exactly the same as that of the black Rakshasa. The only difference is that the silver fork in his hand is different from the color of his body. Boom! Suddenly, above the sky, 2 black and white beams of light collided suddenly, turning into a 9-colored divine light and falling down, pouring into Chu Yan's head like a 9-colored spiritual waterfall. Call. The 9-color aura entered the body, and the 16 inner alchemy in Chu Yan's body was running crazily. The endless 5-color aura surged out like a tide, turned into 2 strands, and rushed towards the sky, two black and white Rakshasa. Rumble. True energy poured into the body of the black and white Rakshasa, and the two Rakshasa phantoms exploded with a shocking momentum, and the black and white rays of light rushed straight to Jiuxiao. The next moment, the two Rakshasa glanced at each other, and immediately, their figures flew towards each other. Boom boom boom. One black and one white. The moment the two Rakshasa ghosts collided, the sky and the earth sank violently, and the entire sky collapsed completely. The black and white light disappeared in an instant, replaced by a large group of golden light, above the 9 heavens, like a golden sun, emitting thousands of golden lights, illuminating the entire world. Roar. Immediately afterwards, the golden light group continued to twist and slowly condense into a human figure. In the blink of an eye, the entire shape immediately became clear. Hiss. This is. At a glance, Chu Yan's eyes trembled, his face was full of shock, and he gasped. I saw a Rakshasa phantom in the sky, with a golden fork in his right hand and a silver fork in his left hand. His pupils were also one gold and one silver. The two pupils were like a two-color sword of gold and silver, piercing the void in front of him layer by layer. A majestic and invincible breath, like the light of a god, diffused the entire sky with the bright golden light. What's even more frightening is that Chu Yan clearly sensed that with the appearance of this golden-bodied Rakshasa, within a radius of 100 miles, all the spiritual power and majesty of the world suddenly disappeared, and he couldn't even sense a single bit of it. Roar. Rakshasa with a golden body, a pair of eyes, gold on the right and silver on the left, like a sun, a moon, the light of his eyes, the void within 10 miles, all turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the golden body Rakshasa slowly fell from the sky and rushed towards Chu Yan. Boom! The golden Rakshasa rushed into Chu Yan's body, and Chu Yan only felt that an indescribable power suddenly woke up from his body, and his whole body was full of flesh and blood, and his true energy, under the baptism of this power, kept happening. Changing. Roar. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the Qilin Wuhun, who had been standing still and looking up at the sky, suddenly burst out with 5 colors of light all over his body, and let out a sky-shattering roar. The violent power of heaven came from the Qilin Wuhun. Surging out, towards the meridians in Chu Yan's body, the flesh and blood, and the sea of qi, rushing away. This time, the golden streamer in Chu Yan's body and the 5-color streamer, like two torrents, slammed into each other fiercely, bursting out with even more terrifying power, like a shock wave, centered on Chu Yan's body, rippling in circles, sweep the whole world. A circle of gold and silver double colors, a circle of multicolored clouds, layered on top of each other, rushing straight for hundreds of miles. And in Chu Yan's body, there are 2 torrents, which refuse to give in to each other and crush each other. Both want to suppress each other. Roar. 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 In the sea of consciousness, the other 4 martial spirits also joined the unicorn martial spirit one after another. Immediately, the 5-color streamer became powerful, suppressing the torrent of gold and silver all the way, pouring into the sea of air. After 10 breaths, the gold and silver 2-color air flow completely merged with Chu Yan's air sea. At the same time, he snatched 6 of Chu Yan's 16 inner alchemy and converted them into gold and silver 2-color. The power, 2 each. With the power of the 5 gods and beasts, slowly withdrawing from the sea of qi and returning to the sea of consciousness, the changes in Chu Yan's body finally gradually subsided. The sense of control of the body returned to Chu Yan's hands, and in an instant, Chu Yan suddenly woke up from the sluggishness. The gods and the earth are holy, and the noble spirit will last forever. Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp eyes, one gold and one silver, burst out, and a voice like a god and demon echoed throughout the world. #C1024 Holy Rakshasa. On Chu Yan's body, an aura of the ancient Song Song swayed like ripples in the water. Behind him, a 100-foot-tall golden body Rakshasa, holding a pair of gold and silver forks, and a pair of eyes like the sun and the moon, swept the audience. In all directions, everyone, like petrification, was sluggish on the spot, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Those who can participate in the grand ceremony of the Nine Spirits Shantian sect are all big-shot figures on the mainland, so they naturally feel the terrifying power of this golden Rakshasa in front of them. This is a force that is comparable to the power of the heavenly way, and even some top bigwigs still faintly feel that when this power grows up, it will probably far exceed the power of the heavenly way. However, no one knows what this power is. Quick! Do it, kill him! Just when everyone was stunned and lost, a roaring scream sounded, making everyone startled at the same time, quickly woke up, and looked towards the place where the sound was made. I saw that in the distant sky, Missouri-san pointed at Chu Yan and continued to roar with a grim expression on his face. Give me all of you! You must kill Chu Yan, and never give him another chance. Yes, Your Royal Highness. A master of the Black Blood Temple, his face was stunned, his eyes swept to Chu Yan, and he cupped his hands and ordered. They never thought that they were about to take Chu Yan, but suddenly such a thing happened, completely destroying the good situation. What's even more terrifying is that their current consciousness, if they want to get close to Chu Yan, they will be directly twisted into powder by the monstrous aura emanating from Chu Yan's body. The current Chu Yan is completely different from just now. Everyone in the Black Blood Temple, including Emote Song, felt it, and even felt a little suspicious in their hearts, feeling that they could not compete with the current Chu Yan. Therefore, this is also the reason why Emote Song was so furious that he ordered Chu Yan to be killed immediately. However, can the current Chu Yan really be killed by them? Whoosh! 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 A full 8 Black Blood Temple powerhouses, roaring at the same time, rushing towards Chu Yan. In the distance of the sky, Chu Yan stood in a black robe and stood in midair. The golden body of the Rakshasa behind him shot out a golden streamer, which was connected to Chu Yan's body. Is this the holy Rakshasa? Chu Yan opened his mouth slowly, his whole body was full of golden light, and the 5-color Gangyuan lingered, and his breath hit the sky directly from top to bottom, as if the gods were standing between heaven and earth. Holy Rakshasa! At the time of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, Elder Qingyun told him that when the black and white orders of the Rakshasa were merged, he who practiced the Rakshasa Wuji divine art could achieve the supreme sacred body, which he called Rakshasa sacred art. Body. Moreover, at the moment when the Rakshasa holy body awakens, it will trigger a terrifying force that is enough to compete with the heavens and the earth. This force can temporarily make Chu Yan's strength reach the martial emperor realm. Of course, this is just relying on the power of the awakening of the Rakshasa holy body to temporarily obtain the power comparable to the power of the martial emperor. Stock strength. Above the sky, Chu Yan's body, in addition to the golden light of the golden body Rakshasa's continuous infusion, Chu Yan's cultivation base momentum is still rising wildly. Chu Yan could feel that there was a terrifying force in his body that was rapidly rising. The sky-shattering power filled his entire body, and Chu Yan even felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could crush the sky. What a powerful feeling! Chu Yan smiled lightly and turned around slowly. The eyes of the sun and the moon swept across, and when he saw 8 powerful men from the Black Blood Temple attacking, there was no fluctuation on Chu Yan's face, but the corner of his mouth was lightly raised, revealing a cruel smile. Look for death. Then die. A voice like a god and demon echoed in the sky. When the voice fell, Chu Yan's golden and silver eyes lit up with a bright light, and he waved his hand in an instant, and a mighty and invincible power wave surged forward like a large ocean tide. At the moment when this force rushed out, all the people present, including the giants such as the 8 ancient sects, all froze, and their faces were full of horror. Horrible! It was so terrifying that even though they were separated by more than 10 miles, they felt the terrifying power of that power. Boom! The next moment, the gray airflow swung by Chu Yan, like a tide, swept through the 8 Black Blood Temple powerhouses. These 8 Black Blood Temple powerhouses were rushed by the gray airflow, and their faces suddenly froze, and then, one by one, the whole body trembled, and the eyes showed fear. Bang! 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 In the gray airflow, 8 bodies exploded in an instant, as if a rotten watermelon collapsed, and red and white blood flew into the sky. But soon, these scattered flesh and blood, in the gray airflow, instantly vaporized, and turned into large black ash, fluttering in the wind, and gradually disappeared without a trace. In one move, kill 8 low-ranking martial sovereign realm powerhouses. In an instant, the whole world suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes suddenly burst, as if they had seen a ghost. Hiss! 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 The sound of pumping air reverberated in the sky, and it sounded. Everyone's eyes are round, their mouths are wide open, their jaws are falling all over the floor, and even the soul in their bodies is trembling. What? How is this possible? That Chu Yan, who was almost destroyed by the bombing just now, was only a blink of an eye, and with just one move, he killed 8 lower-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouses. Moreover, these 8 powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple did not even leave scum, they all turned to ashes. What power is this? It was so terrifying. How can that be? On the rostrum, Gong Yuntian jumped up from his seat, his eyes trembled, and he stared at the sky, that horrified scene, his face was full of shock. He never imagined that this Chu Yan actually had such a trump card. You must know that even if you are a half-step martial sovereign realm cultivation base, it is extremely difficult to kill 8 lower-rank martial sovereign realm powerhouses with one move, not to mention, blast them all into powder. At the Bafang viewing platform, hundreds of thousands of bigwigs were all dumbfounded, and their consciousness and soul trembled violently. Although they had already felt that power when Chu Yan made his move, it was extremely powerful. However, none of them could have imagined that this power would be so strong. The median martial sovereign realm cultivation base. There is definitely a median martial sovereign realm cultivation base. After a big boss reacted, he roared loudly, with a monstrous sound, venting the shock in his heart. Yes, the aura of Chu Yan's cultivation has not changed, but the combat power of just one move has already reached the middle martial sovereign realm. Another giant spoke slowly. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Yifeng's face was full of miserable green, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he looked up at the black-robed figure on the sky, as if he was looking up at a god. At this time, in the sky, Chu Yan held back his hands and saluted, his eyes like the sun and the moon, slowly swept across, looking at Mo Tsang, Venerable Blood Hand, Venerable Blood Soul, and another high-ranking martial artist. Damn you too. Chu Yan's voice was like ice, and his eyes were cold. The voice spread, and Mo Tsang's pupils shrank fiercely, and their faces instantly paled. #C1025 Control the world. What kind of look is that? One eye of the sun, one eye of the dark moon, and the 2 eyes seem to contain the sun, moon and stars, all phenomena in the heaven and earth, all the great avenues to the profound, all fused together. At this moment, in the eyes of Mo Tsang and the others, Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe, seemed to be the only god between heaven and earth. Don't say that Chu Yan exudes an aura that is enough to suppress the world. Just such a look makes Mo Tsang and the others tremble suddenly. Their souls are like being struck by lightning. Can't get up. Powerful. Too strong. Strong enough for everyone, the atmosphere does not dare to breathe. What kind of dog? Far does the strength of the middle martial emperor realm, at least the strength of the upper martial emperor realm. Compared with the hundreds of thousands of giants on the ground, Mo Tsang, who was obviously much closer, stared at Chu Yan with round eyes and a horrified face. However, he was only at the 8th level of heaven-reaching realm just now. How could his strength skyrocket to the upper martial sovereign realm after the golden figure appeared? How is this possible? In Emotsong's heart, 10,000 alpaca monsters rushed past. Obviously the situation has been under control, this enchanting body that defies the sky will soon be available. However, how could it suddenly become like this? 8 of his subordinates, with their cultivation base reaching the lower martial sovereign realm and their combat power reaching the half-step sovereign realm, were killed by him in one move. What the hell is that golden figure? Emotsong roared in his heart, and his face was full of unwillingness. It was like, a heaven-defying treasure is about to be obtained, but now, the heaven-defying treasure is in a frenzy. It doesn't matter if you don't kill them, you still want to get the treasure. Dream it. Huh. Don't worry, Your Highness, the devil, this child should have awakened some kind of power, but the actual cultivation level is still the 8th heaven of the heavens, wait for me to go up and test it. Another high-ranking martial artist from the Black Blood Temple saw Emotsong's expression, he couldn't help but clenched his heart and said through gritted teeth. Xuanhuan, be careful. Emotsong nodded and said softly. Yes. His Royal Highness, the power of awakening is usually impossible to maintain for too long. My Black Blood Temple, there are records in the history of the temple, when someone awakened the blood of the ancient blood god, the situation was very similar to this child, and the awakening power at that time was only maintained for 10 breaths of time. The high-ranking martial venerable realm expert named Xuanhuan slowly stimulated his true qi, ready to go to test, and at the same time, he opened his mouth to remind Emotsong Dao. In his opinion, Chu Yan did not take the initiative to attack, that is a waste of time, and when the time to awaken the power is over, it is not the same, let them be slaughtered. Therefore, as long as Chu Yan doesn't take the initiative to attack, he can take a breath for a breath, and he naturally won't rush to die. After all, no one knows when the power of Chu Yan will disappear at this time. The power of awakening. What the hell did he awaken? What is that golden figure? Hearing Xuanhuan's explanation, Emotsong heaved a sigh of relief, his expression gradually calmed down, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, the intense greed in his eyes burst out with 2 fishy red lights. No matter what, we must get that body. Emotsong roared in his heart. If he first encountered Chu Yan, he just thought that this body was very strong and his talent was extremely high. If he could win the body, he would be able to achieve the path of the dominant martial arts. But now, Emotsong felt that if he could get this with a physical body, maybe he can dominate the vast continent and achieve the supreme position. Come on. Come on. Be sure to grab that body. At this time, Emotsong could no longer suppress the fire of desire in his heart, and roared with a flushed face to the 3 powerhouses, including the bloody hand behind him. As soon as the words landed, on the medicine sect master square, hundreds of thousands of giants, their faces froze at the same time. Sure enough, those guys in the Black Blood Temple are looking at Chu Yan's body. Oh my god, in front of the whole world, shouting to take Tianjiao's body, these Black Blood Temples are too arrogant. Damn, these guys, Chu Yan is in danger. Dangerous ass, you didn't see it, Chu Yan just killed 8 lower-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple with one move. Yeah, Kill. It's best to kill them all. These people from the Black Blood Temple are courting death. However, looking at Chu Yan's appearance, the time for his awakening of power seems to be running out. Emotsong's words caused the big bosses of the powerful sects in the whole continent to scold in unison, and all kinds of curses rose from the sky. However, these sect bosses are just scolding, and they really don't want to fight against the Black Blood Temple. Above the sky, Chu Yan carried his hands on his back, the sun and the moon flashed in his eyes, and stared straight at the oncoming venerable blood forest. He was not in a hurry to attack, all his spiritual consciousness was restrained and spread all over his body, meditating to feel the mystery of this powerful force. This is the first time that Chu Yan has felt such a powerful power. With this level of power, Chu Yan has only sensed it in Lei Tianyu of the Swallowing Heaven mountain range. Apart from that, there is no other person who can possess it. Such a terrifying power. Xuelin, what are you dawdling about? Give it to me. Emotsang's eyes were full of madness, and the world of consciousness sea was completely shrouded in greed. Right now, he only had one thought, that is, to obtain Chu Yan's body and become the supreme position of the continent. Blood soul, give it to me too. Even if you die, you have to grab Chu Yan's body for me. Go. Following Emotsang's hysterical roar, he waved his hands and turned his head to stare at venerable blood soul with blood-red eyes. Yes, young demon lord. When venerable blood soul heard the words, his face was startled, and then a bitter expression appeared on his face, his legs trembled involuntarily, and then he bowed to answer. The next moment, venerable blood soul and venerable blood forest, both on the left and the right, surrounded Chu Yan at the same time. Chu Yan, you'd better, surrender obediently. Venerable blood soul's face was pale, and he approached Chu Yan cautiously. His words were full of threats, but they were all lacking in confidence. In the other direction, venerable blood forest, who was also close to Chu Yan, had his whole body infuriating to the peak, and his cultivation of the martial venerable realm did not hold back at all. With Chu Yan. Noisy. Chu Yan, who was feeling the mysterious power in his body, suddenly opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and shouted coldly. Immediately, both hands stretched out to the left and right at the same time, one gold and one silver. Two air currents rushed out of Chu Yan's palm and shot directly at the blood forest venerable and the blood soul venerable. Ah! Be careful! Venerable blood forest shouted, his whole body burst out with true energy, raised his hand and blasted out a bloody palm print, facing the golden air current that was attacking him. More than 300 feet. No, no. Run away. On the other side, venerable blood soul just sensed it a little with his divine sense, and the silver air blasting towards him suddenly made his eyes bulge, his soul flew away, and all the hair on his body exploded. Turn around and run away. Call. Call. One gold and one silver, two airflows, after rushing out most of the distance, suddenly trembled and evolved into two golden and silver paw prints. These two paw prints, apart from the gleaming light of one gold and one silver, are extremely ordinary, as if they were the martial skills of a novice martial artist. However, these two paw prints, which looked extremely ordinary and did not have the slightest power, first directly blew up the bloody palm prints of venerable blood forest, and then broke through the protective chi of blood forest and blood soul without any obstruction, abruptly grabbed the necks of the two. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, his eyes flashed, his hands were hard, and he suddenly raised it. He even lifted the two of them up in the sky. At this moment, everyone in the audience was so shocked that their whole body trembled, their eyes were round and their mouths were so wide that they could almost stuff a pig monster. Hundreds of thousands of mainland giants, all with a look of astonishment. What a joke! This Nima is too strong. Chu Yan broke out. Ask for fire support. The stronger the firepower, the more people Chu Yan killed. Recommended tickets and monthly tickets, come and drop. Let Chu Yan's strength soar to the sky. Hashtag C1026, the vast Tianwei. One of the 10 elders of the Black Blood Temple, a high-ranking martial venerable realm expert, the Blood Forest Venerable. One of the giants standing at the pinnacle of the mainland, an existence at the level of a hegemony, is now caught by a young man in a black robe, strangled by the neck, and carried in mid-air. A pair of scarlet eyes protruded like dead fish, full of horror and disbelief. Can't stop a move. That Chu Yan just raised his hand casually, and a seemingly ordinary airflow hit him, and he directly smashed his full strength into powder, without any hindrance, and broke through himself to a thickness of more than 300 feet. Bodyguard Qi. How can that be? The venerable blood forest has traversed the continent for hundreds of years. When did he experience tens of thousands of battles? When was he so unbearable? Forgive me. Chu Yan, please forgive me. In the distance, the blood soul venerable, who was also stuck in the air and picked up in the air, was already so frightened that his face was green and his liver and gallbladder were split. After finally waking up from the blood coffin that was 100,000 years ago, he is more afraid of death than anyone else. After all, the fear of dying again is definitely not something ordinary people can bear. Boss, it's amazing. Dang dang, the little white bear, in the distance, saw this scene, but his face was full of excitement. Compared with other people, he didn't show any surprise. Because of the excitement, a small face was red and simple, and he waved his arm like a small white jade lotus root, and shouted loudly. Boss, ignore him, kill him, kill him. Hearing the voice of little white bear dang dang, Chu Yan slowly turned his head, glanced at her, and nodded with a chuckle. Immediately, he clenched his hands fiercely, and the gold and silver handprints suddenly exploded between the necks of the blood forest and the blood soul venerable. Tom. Tom. Two muffled sounds came out, blood forest and venerable blood soul were pinched and their heads exploded, the whole head exploded like a rotten watermelon. White and red splattered, blood spurted, and blood stained 10 steps of void. Swish. Swish. Next moment. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the two corpses were directly taken into the Rakshasa space and disappeared on the spot. These two, but the strong Wu Zuanjing, are excellent materials for burning corpses and refining qi, and Chu Yan will naturally not let them go. Next. Withdrawing his hands, Chu Yan swept his eyes across, looking at Venerable Blood Hand and Emote Song. His voice was like the voice of a demon, echoing in the blue sky. Hiss. Hiss. Seeing Chu Yan at a glance, Emote Song and Venerable Blood Hand felt a cold air rise in their hearts, and their whole bodies were like falling into an ice cellar. At the same time, their bodies trembled and they took a breath of air conditioning. Is this guy still human? Just raising his hand, he killed a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing expert and a middle-ranking Wu Zuanjing expert. Bloody Hand, didn't you say that his power awakening time does not exceed 3 breaths? He is so numb that he has passed 100 breaths. Emote Song's teeth were chattering, his voice was trembling. At the moment when the heads of Blood Forest and Venerable Blood Soul exploded, the fishy light in his eyes receded, replaced by fear, and finally remembered that this Chu Yan in front of him had the ability to destroy them into dust. Yes. Young devil, it seems that there is only one explanation. Venerable Blood Hand took a long breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, his eyes trembled, and explained. The power awakened by this child is extremely powerful. What? Then what should we do? Emote Song asked anxiously, his face paled upon hearing the words. Devil, wait a minute, I'm going to entangle him, you just break through the void and escape. It's best. While speaking, Venerable Bloody Hand glanced to one side, and he spoke to Emote Song about the plan through voice transmission from his spiritual sense. But, in this way, you. When Emote Song heard the words of Venerable Blood Hand, he couldn't help being startled, and asked suspiciously. It doesn't matter, as long as the devil returns to the temple safely, use the blood essence I left in the altar to help me regenerate my body. It is a great favor to my subordinates. After the Venerable Blood Hand finished his words, he bowed his hands to Emote Song, and then, he strode out, striding towards Chu Yan in the air. Rumble. Just when everyone's eyes were looking at Venerable Bloody Hand and Chu Yan, above the sky, thunder shook for 9 nights, and a mutation occurred. Above the Nine Nights cloud peak, a large piece of thundercloud gathered crazily, and above Chu Yan's head, almost in the blink of an eye, it even merged into a large piece of sky punishment thunder cloud sea. Thunder calamity cloud sea, 900 miles in diameter. The sea of thunder clouds that had just condensed almost reached a range of thousands of miles. Such a mighty heaven's punishment thunder calamity is extremely rare. Rumble. Under everyone's astonished eyes, the black sea of thunder clouds is still expanding crazily, covering the entire sky in less than 3 blinks of an eye. 1,500 miles. 2,300 miles. 3,100 miles. 4,009 miles. 5,000 miles. After 10 breaths, the sea of thunder clouds covering the entire sky finally stopped expanding and began to roll wildly, constantly gaining momentum. 5,000 miles of tribulation clouds. Thieves, you're really saving face. Glancing at the sea of catastrophe and thunder that was smashing into the sky above the sky, a trace of disdain flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he said coldly. Chu Yan has experienced the heavenly punishment thunder calamity several times, and the biggest one was only 100 or 200 miles away. But in front of him, this cloud of heaven's punishment and robbery is a whole 5,000 miles away. I'm afraid that even being promoted to Martial Emperor won't be treated like this. Venerable Bloody Hand, who had just stepped out, looked up at the sky, first with a dazed expression, and then, his face was full of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, that's great. Chu Yan, even the sky won't allow you. Wait for death. Venerable Bloody Hands originally held the heart of death, but unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, Chu Yan's heavenly punishment thunder calamity appeared. Not only Bloody Hand Venerable was astonished, but even the hundreds of thousands of medicine sect giants on the ground were all horrified. Oh my God, 5,000 miles of calamity clouds, this is too scary. Hiss. This is going to blow Chu Yan into scum. 5,000 Li thunder cloud sea, who can stop the power of the judgment of the sky? Chu Yan is in trouble now. I'm afraid this catastrophe will be difficult. It's not just the heavenly tribulation, there is also the Black Blood Temple over there. If they attack Chu Yan when Chu Yan crosses the catastrophe, then... Yes, it's over. It's over. Chu Yan is dead this time. Hundreds of thousands of mainland giants looked up at the sky, and a sea of thunder clouds covering 5,000 miles covered the entire sky. The space between the sky and the earth had become pitch black, as if night had fallen. Moreover, such a huge thunder calamity brought about the terrifying coercion of heaven. Even those big bosses like them who dominated one side were all terrified, bearing the terrifying coercion of heaven. They didn't even dare to imagine that Chu Yan, the target of the sea of thunder clouds 5,000 miles away, was probably 1,000 times stronger than them under the pressure of heaven. On the rostrum, Gong Yintian's eyes were as bright as the stars at this time, and his face could no longer maintain his composure. Under the trembling eyes, his face was full of shock. You know, as a half-step Martial Emperor realm powerhouse, for more than 10 years, while improving his cultivation, he has been constantly preparing ways to survive the Martial Emperor's thunder tribulation. As far as he knows, on the Haotian continent, breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm for nearly 10,000 years, brought about the strongest lightning calamity, which was only 1,900 miles away. But in front of him, the heaven and earth thunder calamity attracted by Chu Yan is a full 5,000 miles away. Although Chu Yan attracted Lei Jia because of the awakening of a certain power, it was not promoted to the Martial Emperor realm, but just by looking at the power of Lei Jia, it can be easily judged that the power Chu Yan awakened far surpassed the Martial Emperor territory. How is this possible? The thunder calamity that a descendant Tianjiao actually attracted was the strongest thunder calamity in Haotian continent for thousands of years. #C1027 Full Migration. Boom, boom. Above the 9 heavens, a sea of thunder clouds rolled over with overwhelming power, as if they were destroying this whole world. Everyone felt that the power in the sea of thunder clouds suddenly exploded, and the coercion of heaven that had been exerted on them sank severely. This is a sign that the catastrophe is about to come. In the black sea of clouds, Chu Yan stood tall in the sky, with long hair flying, black robe hunting, and the golden Rakshasa holy land behind him. He just raised his head and glanced at the 5,000 miles of thunderclouds in the sky, then looked away. He looked disdainful. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, die. Die. The thunder tribulation is about to fall. You wait to turn into fly ash. Emotsong saw a thunderbolt as thick as a mountain in the sea of thunder clouds 5,000 miles away, and it had already gathered momentum, so he laughed wildly and said, it's a pity for this body. However, as long as Chu Yan is blasted to pieces, it can be regarded as getting rid of a serious problem. Looking at the height of Chu Yan standing against the sky and looking down on the sky, Missouri-tsang felt a little disappointed in his heart. If he could get Chu Yan's body, it would be the most perfect. However, Emotsong also knew that Chu Yan, with his heaven-defying talent, would definitely be a terrifying enemy to the Black Blood Temple if he could not kill him today and let him grow up. Boom, rumbling. In the middle of the sea of thunder clouds, at a height of 9,000 feet above Chu Yan's head, a thunderbolt with the diameter of a mountain peak poked its head out of the sea of thunder clouds one after another. The momentum of the thunder and lightning had locked onto Chu Yan, and it would crash down at any time. Look quickly, that tribulation thunder, oh my god, I'm afraid it has a diameter of 10,000 feet. What? 10,000 zhang in diameter. God, what a joke, this. Is this still a human's thunder calamity? This Nima is going to kill even a god. Not good. If this thunder tribulation, after killing Chu Yan, falls on the ground, it will be turned into dust for a radius of hundreds of miles. That's right. Such a terrifying lightning calamity is rare in 10,000 years. I'm afraid this medicine sect is no longer safe. Sect Master Gong, you medicine sect, do you want to? Along with the sea of thunder clouds for 5,000 miles, the first thunder tribulation just appeared in the form of thunder. Immediately, everyone's eyes trembled fiercely in the Yao sect master square, the corners of their eyes twitched wildly, and their faces were full of horror. This level of thunder calamity, not to mention Chu Yan, even all the giants present, dare to say that he can survive it. Moreover, once the thunder calamity falls, everything within a radius of 100 miles above the ground will be blasted into slag. In this way, their location, as well as the Yaozong Mountain Gate, are all in danger. Pass down my sect's order, within the 9 spirits Shantian sect, all disciples who have cultivated below the heavenly reaching realm will leave the sect. Stand by thousands of miles away. Without the slightest hesitation, Gong Yintian, whose face was ashen, suddenly soared into the sky, arousing the true energy in his whole body, and ordered in a voice like a bell. Yes, suzerain. Yes, suzerain. Yes, suzerain. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of elders from various halls, palaces, pavilions, and peaks of the 9 spirits Shantian sect immediately dispersed, and began to organize disciples in the 9 spirits Shantian sect whose cultivation level was lower than the heaven-reaching realm, heading towards the place thousands of miles away from the sect. For a while, the 9 spirits Shantian sect, the first major relocation of the sect since the founding of the sect, was staged extremely nervously. The entire 9 spirits Shantian sect. Disciples below the heaven-reaching realm accounted for 99%, or nearly 100 million. Such a large crowd of people migrated, although hundreds of thousands of elders were constantly guiding them, but it still caused some confusion. Time passed very quickly, less than 20 breaths later, above the sky, the long-prepared thunder tribulation finally fell. Boom, rumbling. The moment the thunder pillar as huge as a mountain broke away from the sea of thunder clouds, the entire sky sank fiercely. The thunder was like overwhelming mountains and seas, where the thunder pillar passed, the void exploded layer by layer, and the endless sky broke into a huge void hole. From the huge void of nothingness, Lei Zhu fell fiercely towards the top of Chu Yan's head like a lightning star that was about to destroy the world. The power of thunder made the sky tremble, and the entire sky trembled crazily as it rushed past. Oh my God! This, the first lightning tribulation, is so strong. On the Medicine Sovereign Square, there were viewing platforms from all directions, and hundreds of thousands of giants from mainland China saw this scene, their eyes trembling with horror, and they stood up one after another, looking at the monstrous thunder pillar in the sky. Their hearts were shocked. You must know that no matter what kind of thunder tribulation is, it is generally divided into 9 paths, and the first path is the weakest, and the power of thunder calamity increases with each path, and the 9th path is the strongest. However, when the first and weakest thunder calamity fell in front of them, the hearts of the dozen or so giants sank. They didn't need to sense it, but just scanned it with their eyes, and they could be sure that there was no inferiority in this thunder calamity. Martial Emperor Realm Cultivation Base, it is impossible to stop it. Therefore, among the hundreds of thousands of giants present, those who survived this thunder calamity, I am afraid that they can be counted with 2 hands. The point is, this is still the first lightning tribulation, it is the weakest. Roar. The next moment, above the sky, the figure in the black robe, flying in the wind, moved. I saw Chu Yan, slowly raised his head, looked at the Jiuxiao, the huge thunder calamity that fell down like a pillar of thunder. His face was as sinking as water, and there was no change in his expression. If he had to say something different from the expression just now, that is, in a pair of eyes like the sun, moon and stars, a trace of disdain flashed. Good. It's the color of disdain. Not only Chu Yan, but even behind him, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the 1,000-foot-tall, golden Rakshasa physique. Boom, boom. The thunder came to the world, as thick as 10,000 feet, as if a single blow would destroy the mortal world's terrifying thunder column. It crashed down, with the roar of thousands of thunders, and in an instant, it had already landed on top of Chu Yan's head. Roar. Holding the Raksha holy body with 2 golden and silver prongs, he let out a sky-shattering roar, and the silver fork in his hand danced, slashed out fiercely, and smashed heavily on the falling thunder pillar. Boom! A soaring explosive sound exploded, and the silver fork passed by. The monstrous thunder column, like a broken egg, exploded in an instant, turning into a silver light snake in the sky, scattered in the void. Nourish! 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 Countless electric snakes exploded, like a forest of electric snakes, spreading across the entire sky. Endless thunder and lightning rushed between the sky and the earth, completely uncontrollably rushing in all directions, towards the front, back, left, and right spaces, rushing in all directions. The remaining power of the electric snake crashed into the nearby mountains, and more than a dozen thousand zhang peaks collapsed under the lightning strike of the electric snake. More than a dozen huge dust explosions rose into the sky, like a dozen mushroom clouds, heading straight into the sky. This scene fell on everyone's eyes, as if they had witnessed the end of the world. Their faces were full of horror. However, what shocked them even more was that the terrifying thunder tribulation, which was enough to destroy half of the medicine sect, was broken so easily by Chu Yan, without even lifting his hand. He has always maintained the posture of holding his hands on his back and looking down on the sky, as if he is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sky. #C1028 I want to kill the sky. Boom. Another bolt of thunder thundered straight down, as thick as 2 mountain peaks. The moment it fell, it was like a lake composed of thunder and lightning, smashing down heavily from the 9 heavens. Rumble. Without a second thought, the Rakshasa sage waved the silver fork in his hand. The silver light collided with the thunder light, and it was another snake of thunder and lightning, which scattered and flew in all directions. Boom. 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 Immediately afterwards, the 8 thunder tribulations fell one after another, and all of them were smashed into powder by the Rakshasa on top of Chu Yan's head, directly waving the gold and silver forks, which could not hurt Chu Yan at all. At this time, there is only the last cloud of thunder and calamity left, and it is also the most powerful one. Ordinary thunder calamity, usually the last thunder and lightning, is the sum of the power of the previous 8. At this moment, Chu Yan didn't waver at all. Even now, he hadn't even looked at the cloud of 5,000 thunder calamities. If Chu Yan hadn't considered that the auspicious cloud rewards after the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation would have great benefits, I am afraid that the Rakshasa Lord would have been aroused long ago, and all the thunder clouds would be directly scattered, and there would still be waiting for it to show its power. At this moment, in the square of the sovereign of Jiuling Xiantian, and in the sky on all sides, there are everywhere dumbfounded and petrified figures. Hundreds of thousands of giants from the mainland, plus nearly 100 million disciples and elders of the medicine sect, were all suspended in the air in a daze, staring blankly into the distance, the black-robed figure standing proudly facing the sky. Eyeballs stared wide open, mouths opened wide, eyeballs fell all over the floor, all dumbfounded. The migration of the whole sect was only halfway through, but everyone stopped, and the sea of consciousness shocked by Chu Yan's strength was chaotic. Hundreds of millions of people, floating in mid-air, are chaotic in the wind. Rumble. The last thunderbolt, like a god of thunder, roared in fury, resounding through the heaven and earth. I don't know when, somewhere in Lianhai, a red ball of thunder rushed out, and instantly reached the sky above Chu Yan's head. The red thunder ball, constantly distorting and deforming, turned into a humanoid appearance directly, with both feet stepping in the void, and a pair of huge eyes composed of colorful lightning, staring straight at Chu Yan. This human figure made of red lightning. It is extremely vague and mighty. Its body exudes wisps of will that make the heart tremble. It gathers a series of terrible wills such as anger, contempt, arrogance, and hatred, and spreads between heaven and earth. What? Chu Yan's face was startled, and he raised his eyes in astonishment, and at the same time stopped the golden fork that Rakshasa was about to swing out. Boy, you dare to go against the sky and try to achieve the holy body of Rakshasa. I am transformed by the will of heaven. If you harm yourself today, I will let you go. Otherwise, you will fall into the boundless abyss, will be punished by heaven forever. The human-shaped thunder and lightning spit out human words, and the voice was like a beast, roaring endlessly. What a dog, the gods rule the will. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and the way of killing on his body exploded directly, raising his hand and punching out. Titan Mage Noron. Call. A gold and silver double-colored fist light, wrapped in 5 colors of astral energy, with the power to smash the sky, condenses into an extremely terrifying fist light. He is about to be rewarded by Xuanhuan. At this critical moment, what kind of a dog dares to disturb himself? Court death. Completely tired of life. Boy, don't you dare. If you dare to attack me, from today onwards, the punishment of the heavens and the heavens will follow you forever, and the curse of the gods will be added to your body. Your martial arts cultivation will stop here, and you will fall at any time. The human figure transformed into a red thunder pointed at Chu Yan, his face full of arrogance, as if the gods were looking down on the ants, and all kinds of nonsense, kept gushing out, and Chu Yan frowned continuously. Too much nonsense. Court death. Finally, Chu Yan couldn't bear it anymore, and swung his right fist hard, hitting the thunder figure hard. Boom. Ah. A shrill scream sounded, and the figure of thunder and lightning exploded by the fist light instantly turned into a large cloud of black air, and unexpectedly condensed into a skeleton. It laughed strangely, like a black smoke passing by, towards the Chu Yan rushed over. The way of heaven adjudicates the will. Is it really necessary to curse the gods and descend on Chu Yan? The black skeleton, with a quacking grin and an extremely penetrating voice, rushed towards Chu Yan, its black hole-like eyes gleaming, as if seeing a peerless delicacy. Could it be that this black skull is really cursed by the gods? Bold. My lord is the lord of heaven and earth, even a mere will dares to be presumptuous. Suddenly, behind Chu Yan, a group of colorful streamers rushed out, and the unicorn martial soul glared at it. A pair of dragon eyes, colorful pupils shot out, and ruthlessly shone on the group of black skulls. The voice was like a Sanskrit sound, and he shouted. Rumble. The voice of the Qilin Wuhun fell, and the whole world trembled suddenly, as if the whole world was responding. A pair of dragon eyes, colorful streamers swimming, with endless coercion, staring at the group of black skeletons, it seems to be staring at this world. An unspeakable eternal coercion slowly rippled from its body. At this moment, Chu Yan's power also rose to its peak. Facing the 5,000 miles of thunderclouds and the ruling will of heaven, his face was like water, and he was as immovable as a mountain. What a god curse! What a will of heaven to rule! These dogs, fart, Chu Yan simply doesn't believe it, or disdains it. At this time, Chu Yan, the body of the holy Rakshasa, and the body protection of the 5 gods and beasts, even if it is the will of heaven, so what? Big deal, chop. With a 3-foot green sharp edge in his hand, people refuse to accept it and kill people. If the sky refuses to accept it, kill the sky. Personal driver. When he waits for the day when he proves the Tao and becomes a god, he directly slaughters this day and this place. Ah! The black skeleton, as if it had encountered some terrifying existence, let out a shrill scream, exploded itself, turned into nothingness, and disappeared without a trace. Rumble. In the 9 heavens, with the disappearance of the black skull, 5,000 thunderclouds quickly dissipated. Between the whole world, a piece of clear and bright. Roar. The unicorn martial soul let out a sky-shattering roar, turned into a colorful streamer, and disappeared into Chu Yan's body. Roar. Immediately afterwards, behind Chu Yan, the 1,000-foot-tall Rakshasa also turned into a golden streamer and disappeared into Chu Yan's body. The 5,000 miles of thunderclouds, including the final will of heaven's ruling, passed through. Buzz. Above the Jiuxiao, the boundless sea of thunderclouds began to shrink rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it gathered into a group of golden auspicious clouds the size of 100 miles, and towards Chu Yan, a bright golden beam of light was shot down. The golden light beam bathes the body, and in Chu Yan's sea of qi, besides the 16 inner alchemy, the golden alchemy mist that was originally wrapped has become more intense, and, under the distortion and deformation, all of them have turned into a super small Luo Shashingzuan's appearance. Boom. At this time, Chu Yan's aura suddenly changed drastically, surpassing everything, surpassing the mortal world, and even surpassing this world, becoming the only god under the sky. Crash. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan, who was bathed in golden light, slowly opened his eyes. Between the heaven and the earth, the golden light subsided, the auspicious clouds receded, and everything finally returned to calm. Chu Yan stood in the air, with flying long hair, and a black robe hunting around. The rich light of the sun and moon in his eyes slowly dissipated. In the sea of consciousness, the last paragraph of Rakshasa promise that had been floating all over the sky finally emitted a boundless golden light and appeared in front of Chu Yan. At the same time, at the beginning of the chapter, next to the 6 big characters Raksha Wuji God rank, 2 big golden characters also appeared as God rank. What? Rakshasa promise. It turned out to be a god-level technique that surpassed the heaven-level technique. Chu Yan's eyes froze fiercely, and he said in surprise. This is impossible. For a moment, Chu Yan only felt the sea of consciousness tremble, and his mind was instantly stunned. At this moment, a roaring sound suddenly exploded. Chu Yan, without the protection of that golden figure, you will die for me. Hundreds of miles away, Venerable Bloody Hands was like lightning, and under a sharp roar, he turned into a blood-colored lightning and attacked Chu Yan directly. #C1030 Perish together. Seeing Venerable Bloody Hand rushing towards him like a rainbow, Chu Yan's face suddenly sank. Just as the opponent expected, at this time, Chu Yan's whole body was up and down, and the power of the Rakshasa holy body receded like a tide, and the terrifying aura that looked down on the world was also rapidly dissolving. In other words, Chu Yan's strength is returning to the original 8th heaven of Tong Tian realm. At this time, Venerable Bloody Hand attacked. It can be said that he caught Chu Yan's weakness and was ready to kill him with one blow. However, before the heaven punishment thunder tribulation appeared, Chu Yan had been staring at the Venerable Blood Hand. How could he be unprepared? Hao Yan sword, stab. Chu Yan raised his hand a little, and in the void, a little golden cold light passed by, like a little golden divine light, piercing through the void, releasing a monstrous and sharp aura, and shuttled out. The Hao Yan sword, the sword shines into the night, is different from before. At this time, the Hao Yan sword, on the body of the sword, has a two-color sword light of gold and silver, and the sword is mighty. It was just when Chu Yan poured a wisp of the power of the Rakshasa sacred body into the Hao Yan sword when the Rakshasa sacred body was the strongest. In Tianjin, it is waiting for this moment to appear. Everyone knows that when the power is awakened, the explosive strength obtained will disappear with the passage of time. Since everyone knows, Chu Yan, as a power-awakened person, naturally knows it better than them. Call out. The two-color sword light of gold and silver, like a golden rainbow flying through the sky, brought out a long two-color sword track of gold and silver, and stabbed fiercely at the blood-handed venerable who charged violently. There is no accident, for the sudden appearance of the Hao Yan divine weapon, it is still wrapped in the power of the Rakshasa holy body. Even if it is the Venerable Blood Hand, it is impossible to be its opponent. Puff. In an instant, the golden Chonghong broke through Venerable Bloody Hand's body shield, and opened a bloody hole the size of a fist in his chest, directly coming out through the body. A large stream of blood arrows shot out from the back of Venerable Blood Hand like a fountain, spraying blood mist all over the sky. Yu. Venerable Bloody Hand was severely injured. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, and his vitality passed away quickly. Just 1,000 steps away, less than 1,300 steps away. If in normal times, it doesn't even take half a blink of an eye, Venerable Bloody Hand can rush across this distance, blasting his opponent to pieces. Moreover, the power of the holy Rakshasa on Chu Yan's body is rapidly disappearing. With the current cultivation base of the Blood Hand Venerable, it couldn't be easier to kill him. It's a pity that the distance of 1,300 steps has become a long distance, like life and death. What? This is impossible. In the distance, Emotsong's face was pale, and under his round eyes, he suddenly looked back, only to find that there was no one else in the Black Blood Temple at this time, except him. The stunning shrew is too difficult to tame. 11 elder-level powerhouses, including 2 top 10 elders in Wu Zuanjing, did not expect that all of them died just to catch one Chu Yan. You know, a few days ago, in Summoning Soul Valley, not to mention the top 10 elders, even he could easily kill Chu Yan. But now, the 11 elder-level powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple, even if they fought against a sect, were enough to sweep them away. But they all died in Chu Yan's hands. Emotsong, the next one is you. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, looking at Emotsong, with killing intent surging all over his body. Although the power of the holy Rakshasa in his body has all disappeared now, the current Chu Yan is completely different from the previous Chu Yan. Even with the power of self-shooting, Chu Yan has the confidence to defeat Emotsong. Kill. No. Chu Yan, you can't. I am the devil of the Black Blood Temple, you dare to kill me, you. Hearing the words, Emotsong's whole body trembled, his face changed greatly in fright, his legs backed away, and he said in a trembling voice. However, when he said the last threatening words, he found that there was nothing to threaten Chu Yan at all, because no matter what, the Black Blood Temple and Chu Yan were in an endless situation, so what else could they do? Threatening? Swish. Emotsong swept his eyes and looked not far away. The excited little white bear Dang Dang suddenly turned cold and the corners of his mouth raised. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Chu Yan to react, Emotsong rushed out of his body and rushed towards the little white bear. Court death. Seeing Emotsong rushing towards the little white bear Dang Dang, Chu Yan instantly realized that Emotsong wanted to hold Dang Dang hostage as a bargaining chip for his escape. Dongdong's current cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm, and it is impossible to be Emotsong's opponent. Suddenly, Chu Yan became angry. Ah! Just when Chu Yan burst out with true energy and was about to rush towards Emotsong, not far away, a beast-like roar shook the entire sky. Okay. The roar spread, Chu Yan stagnated, and suddenly turned his head to look, only to see, not far away, the blood-handed venerable who had just been pierced through the chest, the whole body, the true energy erupted like a volcano, and a streak of as high as the bloody wave of thousands of feet hit the 9 heavens. Mosey, go! The blood spurted from the mouth of Venerable Bloodhand, and the true energy in his whole body surged rapidly. While waving his hands, a huge void crack appeared beside Emotsong. Chu Yan, I want you to die. My family has a little fox fairy. Without a trace of hesitation, after opening a void passage for Emotsong, the blood-handed venerable had a ferocious face, long hair fluttering around, and blood-red eyes, rushing towards Chu Yanbang like crazy, with dirty blood splattering the sky from top to bottom. True Qi Gang Yuan is still skyrocketing. What? You actually destroyed the inner alchemy yourself. Chu Yan looked at the blood-handed venerable rushing towards him, and his face suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, this blood-handed venerable chose to explode himself in order to protect Emotsong. However, with the Haoyan sword piercing through his chest, Venerable Bloody Hand would not have survived long. Now, if he is allowed to rush to Chu Yan's side, blew up his inner alchemy, and with his high-level Wu Zuanjing cultivation base, I am afraid that the current Chu Yan will not be able to resist at all. Such a terrifying explosion of true energy, 99 out of 10 will be with him loss. Depend on. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his complexion changed suddenly, his true energy was infused with the 10 absolute sword, and the long sword swung out. Call out. The resplendent 5-color sword light, like a shocking rainbow, slashed fiercely at the blood-handed venerable, erupting a cloud of blood mist. However, even though the body-protecting energy of the high-ranking martial venerable was broken, he could only rely on his physical strength. And it is definitely not Chu Yan, who is in the 8th level of the heavenly realm, who can break through it. What? The sword light cut through, and the body of the blood-handed venerable trembled. Not only did the speed not slow down, but with a roar, it soared again. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, it is a great honor for you to have my 10 elders of the Black Blood Temple die with you. I will not accompany you anymore. Emotsong's figure was like lightning, flitting across the sky, with black air lingering all over his body. He just dodged, slapped the neck of the little white bear in front of him, held Dang Dang in his hand, turned around and rushed towards the void crack 10,000 steps away. Go. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, come down to the 9 layers abyss with me. Seeing Emotsong, the venerable blood hand was about to rush into the cracks in the void, and he laughed wildly. The violent infuriating energy all over his body, like a storm passing through the sea, was constantly stirring, setting off waves of wind and waves, majestic and majestic. The terrifying power shocked everyone in all directions. A self-destruction of a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouse, what a terrifying existence. But at this time, in the sky, no matter how Chu Yan attacked, Venerable Bloody Hand ignored him at all, relying on his powerful body, he could not block it, and rushed towards Chu Yan like a meteor of anger. This is troublesome. Seeing this scene, a chill rose in Chu Yan's heart, unable to break through his physical defense, and his speed was not as fast as the opponent's. At this time, the venerable blood hand wanted to drag Chu Yan to die together. For Chu Yan, this is almost a doomsday situation. Suddenly, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A sky-shattering sword light shot straight into the sky, from the square of the Master of Medicine, soaring into the sky. C1031 Dang was robbed. The sword light soaring into the sky, like a sky-slashing flame, shocked the sky, reaching 10,000 feet long, emitting a dazzling flame. The light of the sword was so fast that it seemed to have the power to cut down the sky. With a single cut, the sky suddenly split into two halves, and it slashed fiercely at the body of the bloody hand venerable. Boom! There was a loud bang, the sword glow shattered, and the power was overwhelming. Half of the sky was covered by the shattered sword glow, as if the sky was covered and everything was going to be turned into dust. Seeing the sword light attacking, venerable blood hand just glanced out of the corner of his eyes, his face sank suddenly, but he still gritted his teeth, his true energy exploded again, and he rushed towards Chu Yan. Bloody hand Xun Lao can resist the power of this saber, but in terms of time it is too late. If, with his current figure, he breaks the knife, then the exploding inner alchemy in his body will not be able to explode when he is close to Chu Yan. In this way, his plan to die with Chu Yan fell through. Therefore, venerable blood hand gritted his teeth and prepared to resist the knife. Even if his body was damaged, his body would rush to Chu Yan's side and die with him. Whoosh! In the airwaves filled with saber force, the figure of the blood-handed venerable rushed out of the airwaves. His whole body was covered in blood, his entire right arm was broken at the root, and even a huge wound was broken on his shoulder, black and red flesh rolled up, terrible. However, venerable blood hand, who was so severely injured, did not stagnate at all, and still rushed towards Chu Yan at full speed. Call out! There was another shocking sword slashing, which was more powerful than the one just now, and even Chu Yan, who was swinging his sword to attack the blood-handed venerable, suddenly turned his head to look. Not only Chu Yan, but everyone in the audience turned their gazes to the person with the sword light, and everyone's faces were stunned at the same time. Unexpectedly, the person who shot was actually Gong Yuntian. Gong Yuntian's cultivation has already reached the half-step martial emperor realm, and there is a one-level gap between him and the bloody hand venerable. If he wants to kill a high-ranking martial venerable realm expert within 2 or 3 moves, only it is possible for a strong man like Gong Yuntian to make a move. The second sword glow rushed out into the night, and the audience suddenly fell silent. Sect Master Gong. You actually attacked my black blood temple. Even Emoth Song, who was just about to rush into the void crack. The moment he stepped into the crack in the void, he stopped and shouted loudly with surprise on his face. Within my 9 spirits Shantian sect, I can't say that the people of your black blood temple are presumptuous. Gong Yuntian sneered coldly, and the golden-green saber in his hand flashed, and he immediately put it away. He turned his eyes and looked up at the sky. The blood-handed venerable, who was split in half by his own saber light, directly rose to the sky. And instantly arrived at Chu Yan's side. Time will tell me. Keeping Chu Yan behind him, Gong Yuntian's cold expression obviously wanted to protect Chu Yan. Gong Yuntian, I've made a note of this matter, and I will settle the matter with your medicine sect in the future. Humph. Seeing this scene, Emoth Song knew that there was no possibility of what happened today. A savage look flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Chu Yan standing behind Gong Yuntian, then turned around, ready to rush into the void crack. Stop. Put down Dang. Seeing that Emoth Song was about to leave, Chu Yan shouted angrily, rushed out, and chased after him. Swish. It's a pity that at a distance of nearly 10 miles, Emoth Song took a big step and walked into a crack in the void, and at the same time, a wild laughter echoed in the sky. Ha 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 Chu Yan. If you want to save Dang Dang, come to the Black Blood Temple. I'm waiting for you. Emotsong's laughter echoed, and immediately, the figures of He Dang Dang disappeared into the void like black eyes. Dang Dang. Chu Yan roared anxiously, his heart was full of anger, but it was already too late to chase after him. Just now, Venerable Bloodhand first opened the crack in the void, then blew up his inner alchemy, and rushed over, wanting to die with him, but Emotsong took this opportunity to attack Dang Dang, and took her away. All of this was clearly discussed by the two in advance. Moreover, if Gong Yuntian hadn't acted in time just now, even if he hadn't been killed by Venerable Bloodhand's self-explosion, he would have been seriously injured. At this time, Chu Yan could only watch Emotsong arrest Dang Dang. Even if there was anger in his heart, it would not help. Black Blood Temple, I will go. Chu Yan's eyes were like blood, he clenched his teeth tightly, and the killing intent around his body almost solidified. He knew very well that this time, Dang Dang must have heard the news and ran out from the Swallowing Mountains in order to save himself. Unexpectedly, he was captured by the people of the Black Blood Temple. Every time, Dang Dang was caught between life and death for himself, which filled Chu Yan with guilt, and at the same time, his anger towards the Black Blood Temple became even more turbulent. Glaring at the slowly disappearing crack in the void, Chu Yan's heart was like a sea of fire, and his eyes were like fire. On the ground, giants from all over the mainland looked at Chu Yan in the sky, all of them sighed. Today, the grand ceremony of the medicine sect was really ups and downs, and the situation changed suddenly. This heaven-defying Chu Yan survived. Moreover, they can imagine that from now on, the name of Chu Yan will definitely shake the entire Haotian continent. The demon girl becomes a fairy wife again. Ah! My martial soul! Chu Yan, what did you do to me? Suddenly, a roar sounded, making the silence of the audience suddenly broken. Everyone heard the sound and looked, but saw Yifeng on the rostrum. His face was full of panic, his face was pale, and he looked crazy, like a wounded beast, staring at Chu Yan in the sky. What's the situation? This, Yifeng, what are you shouting about now? A trace of suspicion flashed in everyone's eyes, but Gong Yuntian, who was standing beside Chu Yan in the sky, looked at Yifeng, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He never thought that Yifeng, his personal disciple, spent countless efforts on himself, and the sect's massive cultivation resources were originally cultivated according to the Holy Sun. But today, his performance was really disappointing to the extreme. Not only in terms of talent and cultivation, but even in dealing with people, compared with Chu Yan, it is completely different. Even in the face of the situation of life and death, Chu Yan's heart is calm and his face is as usual, but Yifeng in front of him is like a mad dog, yelling there, attracting everyone's attention. Such a state of mind is too bad. Not only Gong Yuntian, but all the bosses in the audience also looked at Yifeng with disappointment in their eyes. Therefore, naturally no one cares about Yifeng's current mood, and what happened to the martial spirit in his body. Everyone is paying attention to how Gong Yuntian will deal with Chu Yan after he saves him. Yifeng's eyes were red, and he kept trying to contact the two martial souls in the sea of consciousness again and again, but his consciousness was like a sea of mud, and he didn't get any response at all. There was an ominous feeling in his heart, he guessed that his martial soul might have disappeared. But before that, he was stunned by Chu Yan in the burrow, and he even added a seal to his sea of consciousness. These actions made Yifeng directly judge that this matter must have been done by Chu Yan. At this moment, Yifeng looked at Chu Yan with killing intent, and even the air around him became cold. What made him even more unacceptable was that his master, Gong Yuntian, actually made a move to save this enemy who lost everything. At this moment, Yifeng's heart was bleeding. He felt that he had already been abandoned, or even abandoned. Now, Gong Yuntian, Yuer, everyone in the medicine sect, and even the big bosses in the whole continent, only have one person in their eyes, and that is Chu Yan. Come back with me. Gong Yuntian stared at Chu Yan for a long time and finally spoke. Immediately, two figures descended from the sky, from a height of 10,000 zhang, slowly descended towards the Medicine Sovereign Square, and stood in front of all the giants. C1032 The ceremony ended. As Gong Yuntian and Chu Yan landed on the main square, the viewing platform of hundreds of thousands of people, and hundreds of millions of disciples of the medicine sect, fell silent. Gong Yuntian glanced across the audience, subconsciously glanced at Yi Feng from the corner of his eye, and then announced loudly. Today's grand ceremony of our sect, something happened suddenly. In view of the current situation, I announce that, first, I cancel the engagement agreement between Yi Feng and my daughter Gong Ningyuer. In addition. Speaking of this, Gong Yuntian stopped, glanced, and looked not far away. There was a gray figure in the group of elders, smiled lightly, and then said. According to the investigation, Chu Yan joined Yingyue Pavilion of Jiuling Shantian sect 3 months ago, and he is a cabinet disciple of our sect. I announce that from now on, I will accept Chu Yan as my Gong Yuntian's direct disciple, so as to announce to the sect in the world door. When the words fell to the ground, it was like a thunderclap, and everyone's faces were stunned at the same time. What? Chu Yan turned out to be a cabinet disciple of the medicine sect. This. It's no wonder that Gong Yuntian would make a move. So that's the case. Since Chu Yan is a disciple of the medicine sect, it's justifiable for the medicine sect to protect him. I didn't expect that Chu Yan, who is so evil and against the sky, turned out to be a disciple of the medicine sect. Alas! What a pity, what a pity! That's right, I was going to invite Chu Yan to join our sect later, but I didn't expect it to be over. On the viewing platform in all directions, there was a big exclamation, and then there was a flood of regret. Today, Chu Yan's performance, all the giants in the mainland, all saw it in their eyes. How could they not be tempted? First, he went against the sky and defeated Yi Feng, the #1 genius in the mainland who was 3 realms higher than him, and then faced the siege of 11 elders of Wu Zuanjing in the Black Blood Temple. Power, anti-kill in one fell swoop, except for one Emote Song, who escaped life and death under the condition that the blood-handed venerable fought with his life, and the rest all died under Chu Yan's hands. Moreover, when Chu Yan killed the 10 Wu Zuanjing elders of the Black Blood Temple, he just waved his hands and threw his feet. The power that was so powerful that it shocked everyone. Afterwards, the golden body attracted the Haotian continent's first thunder calamity in 10,000 years, a total of 5,000 miles of thunder calamity, and even the will of heaven's ruling, but they were all wiped out by Chu Yan. Although everyone knows that this is only the powerful power that Chu Yan possessed temporarily when he awakened his power, but everyone knows that since Chu Yan has awakened this power, as long as he takes time to practice, sooner or later, that terrifying strength will return to Chu Yan again. At that time, the peak order of the martial arts pyramid in Haotian continent will undergo earth-shaking changes. Sovereign palace, but the first daughter is glorious, the mercenary queen. Hearing what Gong Yuntian announced, Chu Yan frowned, quickly bowed his hands, and said, Your words, talk about it later. Gong Yuntian waved his hand to stop Chu Yan, then turned his eyes, then faced the Bafang viewing platform, and said, Everyone, today I was not well received by the Jiuling Shantian sect. In the future, I will come to the door one by one to make amends. I declare that today's medicine sect grand ceremony is over. After Gong Yuntian's words fell, everyone on the viewing platform stood up one after another, bowed their hands in salute, and responded politely. There, sect master Gong is too polite. Today is an eye-opener, and this trip is worthwhile. The sect master Gong is serious. Polite. After the bigwigs from various sects returned their gifts, one after another, the bigwigs on the viewing platform in all directions started to get up and leave. After Gong Yuntian ordered the top 10 elders and the big bosses behind him to see off the guests, he wrapped his arms around Chu Yan and Yifeng, and headed towards the main peak of Yaozong behind him. After a few breaths, Chu Yan followed Gong Yuntian and Yifeng to a huge palace on the main peak. After entering the hall, Chu Yan didn't wait for Gong Yuntian to speak, but directly waved his hand, releasing Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong from the picture of mountains, rivers and beasts. After careful inspection, Chu Yan took out several bottles of golden pills and poured them into the mouths of Luo Ping and Zhong Tian, respectively. The strong fragrance of pills diffused in the hall. Gong Yuntian and Yifeng flashed doubts on their faces at the same time, and glanced at the jade bottle and golden pill in Chu Yan's hands. Their eyes were full of strange colors. You must know that the price of golden pills is no different from that of the sky for ordinary warriors. Like Chu Yan, you can buy more than a dozen bottles of golden pills at random. There is only one possibility, and that is the golden alchemist. Chu Yan, you are a golden alchemist. Seeing Chu Yan pouring all kinds of golden pills into the mouths of the two people in front of him one after another, Gong Yuntian couldn't help the corners of his eyes twitching slightly, and finally couldn't help asking. As the lord of the medicine sect who is famous for pills in the 8 ancient sects, I don't seem to have as many golden pills as Chu Yan. Chu Yan ignored Gong Yuntian's inquiry, felt the injuries in Luo Ping and Zhong Tian's body, and began to recover slowly. After heaving a sigh of relief, he glanced at Emo Xiong, his face darkened, and his whole body trembled. Carp biography. Life is cut off. Emo Xiong embodies vitality and disappears completely. In order to save himself, Brother Emo Xiong only relied on his innate realm cultivation to attack the medicine sect gate guarded by more than a dozen Huatian realm disciples. This is absolutely determined to die. Brother Emo Xiong died for himself. When I met him 2 years ago, Emo Xiong was extremely loyal, took care of him very carefully, and waited for him to grow. The family fights, Emo Xiong fights for himself, and retreats the great elder. In the restaurant, in order to protect his own safety, Emo Xiong fought 2 strong men with 1 against 2. Yuer left, but Emo Xiong stayed outside his door for 3 days and 3 nights without leaving a single step. Scenes of memory pictures kept flashing in Chu Yan's mind. The inexplicable heartache was like a knife, piercing through the heart, and Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness twitched non-stop, followed by incomparable anger. The Black Blood Temple is immortal, and I swear not to be human. This time in the challenge of Shengye Zazong, although he defeated Yifeng, Emo Xiong, who was like a big brother, died, and the little white bear was caught. Although it seems that Chu Yan is very beautiful, but in fact. Brother Emo Xiong, I'm sorry for you. Chu Yan murmured with his voice choked up. At this moment, Gong Yuntian took a step forward, walked up to Chu Yan, lowered his head to observe Emo Xiong's situation, and said softly. Chu Yan, let the old man see. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned at first, then nodded lightly, and waved Luo Ping and Zhong Tian, who had calmed down, to take back the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture. At the same time, he took 2 steps back to make room for Gong Yuntian. Immediately afterwards, Gong Yuntian brought up a beam of true energy, carefully penetrated into Emo Xiong's body, and began to examine. After a while, Gong Yuntian sighed and said, the vitality of the physical body is cut off, and there is basically no possibility of resurrection, but his spirit will is extremely strong, but he has not been annihilated. What? Chu Yan was shocked when he heard the words, and hurriedly asked. Sect Master Gong, can you save him? Hashtag C 1033-2 conditions. Seeing Chu Yan's anxious face, Gong Yuntian knew that this Emo Xiong should be someone close to Chu Yan, and Chu Yan cared so much about the people close to him, so Gong Yuntian couldn't help but let Gong Yuntian treat Chu Yan's heart again. Secret praise endless. I have a broken mountain golden pill here, which is used to strengthen the soul of the warrior, but it will allow this Mo Xiong to keep his soul immortal for 10 years. However, if you want to revive him completely. Speaking of this, Gong Yuntian's face darkened slightly, he shook his head, sighed, and said. If you want to completely save him, there are only 2 ways. One is to use the secret method of seizing the body of the Black Blood Temple, and the other is to find a living person, and it must be a martial artist. This method is relatively simple, and the other method, but it's as hard as climbing the sky. Seize the body of a living person. Chu Yan frowned deeply upon hearing this. Originally, Chu Yan hated these vicious secret methods of the Black Blood Temple. If he used this method to save Mo Xiong, how would it be different from those in the Black Blood Temple? Sect Master Gong, what is the other way? Chu Yan pondered for a moment before asking. Another method. You must have the power of Emperor Wu to make a move, so that there is a chance of life. But, in the current Haotian continent, I have never heard of the existence of a strong Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu is strong. When Chu Yan heard it, his face darkened immediately, and the fire of hope that had just risen in his heart dimmed again. As Gong Yuntian said, Haotian continent has never heard of the power of Emperor Wu, so naturally there is no chance to save Mo Xiong. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yan looked at Gong Yuntian, and asked, Sect Master Gong, may I ask Brother Mo Xiong, if he takes the Broken Mountain Golden Pill, how long will his soul last? Gong Yuntian said, 10 years at least. 15 years at most. It depends not only on breaking Eugene down, but also on his own martial arts willpower. When Chu Yan heard the words, his eyes lit up immediately, and a glimmer of hope was ignited in his heart again. 10 years. If I can break through to Wuzun realm, Martial Emperor realm, and then to Martial Emperor realm within 10 years, then I can save Brother Mo Xiong. 10 years, 3 years of World realm. Moreover, the Martial Zun realm, Martial Emperor realm and Martial Emperor realm. It is not as easy to break through as the Qi refining realm and Xiantian realm that Chu Yan practiced before. Along the way of martial arts, the higher the level of cultivation, the difficulty will increase by hundreds and thousands of times. It can be said that if Chu Yan wants to break through the third heaven and earth realm and reach the Martial Emperor realm within 10 years, it will be more than 5 times as difficult as he went from the body-tempering realm to the heaven-reaching realm in the previous 2 years. The golden thigh of rebirth is Chui. Chu Yan's current cultivation base has reached the 8th level of the Tongtian realm, and the gap between the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu realm is too far, so far that he can't even imagine it. Moreover, in Haotian continent for nearly 10,000 years, there has not been a single martial emperor realm power. Chu Yan wants to break the status quo. It is easier said than done. However, Chu Yan possesses 5 spirits of divine beasts and the body of Rakshasa. Although the possibility is very small, it is not impossible. Thank you, Suzerain Gong. Chu Yan bowed to Gong Yuntian. If Gong Yuntian didn't help today, maybe Chu Yan would have buried Mo Xiong directly when he turned around. Hehe, Chu Yan, this Broken Mountain Golden Pill is a 4th grade golden pill. It's not impossible to give this pill to you, but... A smile appeared on Gong Yuntian's face. He looked at Chu Yan, and said with a light smile. But what? Chu Yan's heart sank. Unexpectedly, this Poyu golden pill turned out to be a 4th-rank golden pill, and its value would be huge. If you want to get it, it may not be so easy. Promise me 2 conditions. Gong Yuntian said directly. Conditions? Chu Yan was stunned. That's right. First, join my 9 spirits Xiantian sect and be my direct disciple. I have already announced this matter, and it cannot be changed. Gong Yuntian said. But, Master Gong, Chu Yan became anxious when he heard this, and wanted to explain. Gong Yuntian is Yuer's father. If he cannot be offended, Chu Yan is naturally unwilling to offend him. If there are other conditions, Chu Yan will agree without hesitation. Impossible to give up. I know that your talent is astonishing, your future achievements in martial arts are immeasurable, and you have your own secrets. So, I will not ask you to never leave the sect, and you must not join another sect. If this is the case, is it okay? Gong Yuntian laughed. Ah. Of course this is no problem. This junior is willing to join the Nine Spirits Shantian sect. I will contribute to the sect within my ability. Chu Yan replied with a happy face. As long as Gong Yuntian doesn't ask him to vote for another sect, then his establishment of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will not be affected, and naturally he will not refuse. In this way, just like Ling Tianzong and the two holy places that Chu Yan joined before, the matter will be easy to handle. Okay. Let's talk about the second thing. Seeing Chu Yan's agreement, Gong Yuntian was overjoyed and nodded. Then, he turned his head to look at Yi Feng, and said lightly that a gentleman is a noble lady. Fenger, today, in front of all the sects in the world, you lost to Chu Yan. In this way, the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain, the second place in my medicine sect, let Chu Yan go. Do you have any objections? Yi Feng's complexion suddenly changed as soon as the words fell to the ground, his face was full of disbelief. The secret realm of Tianlian Mountain is one of the top 10 secret realms in the Haotian continent. The rare treasures and opportunities in it are all rare treasures for warriors above the Tongtian realm, and may even create a powerful existence in martial arts. Originally, the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain was opened every once in a while. On the entire continent, only the 8 ancient sects were eligible to send 2 disciples to participate, and the disciples sent by the 8 ancient sects every time were all the top geniuses or saints in the sect. Son's choice. But now, Gong Yuntian actually asked Chu Yan to go on behalf of the Yaozong, which means that Gong Yuntian will treat Chu Yan as a saint to train. For a moment, Yi Feng only felt a burst of lightning and thunder in the sea of consciousness, and he was stunned. Okay, since you have no objection, the matter is settled. Gong Yuntian withdrew his gaze from Yi Feng, looked at Chu Yan again, and said with a light smile. The second requirement is that you, as a disciple of my medicine sect, participate in the Tianlian Mountain trial, and at least win the top 3. In this way, I will not only give you the Broken Mountain Golden Pill for free, but at the same time, I can also agree, you date Yuer. What? If you get the top 3, you agree to have a relationship with Yuer. Chu Yan was ecstatic when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the matter between him and Yuer would be given an opportunity by Gong Yuntian. You know, before he came to the medicine sect, he made a good plan to take Yuer to the end of the world. However, in that case, let Yuer leave his parents and have to suffer with himself, worrying about being afraid. Of course it is not Chu Yan. The original intention. Top 3. It shouldn't be difficult. Chu Yan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. If that's the case, the two of you have just gone through a big battle, go down and adjust your breath. By the way, Chu Yan, you can go to Elder Shan for all your arrangements in the medicine sect. I have explained everything. Gong Yuntian laughed. Yes. Chu Yan and Yi Feng responded at the same time, and then they resigned together and left the hall. When he walked out of the hall, Chu Yan thought of Dingdang in his mind, and his heart was filled with anger. Now, things on the medicine sect's side have basically achieved good results. The next step is to go to the Sky God Valley, rebuild the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Mountain Gate, and kill the main hall of the Black Blood Temple to rescue Dingdang. #C1034 See you again. In the hall, Gong Yuntian looked at the background of Chu Yan, with a thoughtful look on his face. His eyes were piercing, and his hidden light kept flickering. When Chu Yan left the main hall, he was going to Inue Pavilion. When he joined Jiuling's Uantianzong Inue Pavilion, he had a place to live. However, Chu Yan still planned to meet Elder Shan first, because his own situation must be Elder Shan told Gong Yuntian. Chu Yan, stop for me. A silver-robed figure flashed, and Yifeng stood in front of Chu Yan like a gust of wind. Okay. Chu Yan stopped, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Yifeng. Tell me, what did you do to me? Why can't I sense my martial soul? Yifeng asked with a gloomy face. In his opinion, on the Haotian continent, he has not heard of any secret technique that can extract the martial soul of a living warrior from the body. Therefore, Yifeng simply believes that Chu Yan has manipulated his hands and feet so that he cannot contact with Wuhun, but don't know that my Wuhun has been taken away by Chu Yan. A method like Chu Yan's has never appeared in Haotian continent, and of course Yifeng couldn't have imagined it. Your own martial soul, what do you want me to do? Get out. At this time, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to Yifeng at all, and he was in a bad mood, so he shouted directly. You. When Yifeng heard this, his face was furious, but he suppressed his anger, and continued to ask, what seal did you use? How long will it take to get rid of it? Humph. Hearing this, Chu Yan snorted coldly, a smirk flashed in his eyes. He ignored Yifeng at all, and stepped directly towards the distance. In his opinion, Yifeng is basically equivalent to a useless person now. After he knows everything, it will definitely be more painful than killing him. A person who is full of ambition and wants to dominate the continent and stand above everyone else, this kind of blow will definitely drive him completely crazy. And this is also Chu Yan's punishment for Yifeng taking away Yue in front of him back then. Asshole. Seeing Chu Yan ignored him at all. Yifeng was suddenly furious, a mouthful of old blood was held in his chest, and he almost spewed blood. Looking at the background of Chu Yan's departure, Yifeng's eyes were full of murderous intent, constantly flashing. Chu Yan, just wait, I will cut you into pieces. Yifeng clenched his teeth, his face was full of veins, and he roared full of resentment. Billionaire warm marriage loves his wife to his bone. Not long after walking, Chu Yan arrived at Inuit Pavilion and met Elder Shan. Elder Shan was full of praise for Chu Yan, and his eyes were shining. After all, it is definitely an extremely honorable thing for Inuit Pavilion to have such a talented person who shocked the mainland. Afterwards, according to Gong Yuntian's instructions, Elder Shan took Chu Yan to a residence hall of elite disciples of the medicine sect's inner sect. The two chatted for a while, and then Elder Shan said goodbye and left. Randomly checked the situation inside the hall. The 3-story building, with the front and rear gardens outside, was spotless everywhere, and looked extremely clean and tidy. More importantly, there is an extremely powerful spirit-gathering formation in this living hall, and the concentration of spiritual power in the world far exceeds that of an ordinary residence. Chu Yan found the practice room, and after activating the spirit formation, he unfolded the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture and released Luo Ping, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong again. At this time Elder Luo Ping and Zhong Tian had already woken up, and when they saw Chu Yan, they quickly knelt down on the ground and said in unison. Outer sect Elder Luo Ping, see the suzerain. Outer sect disciple Zhong Tian, see the suzerain. Chu Yan quickly helped the two of them up, and asked. Elder Luo Ping, how did you come here? Hearing this, Elder Luo Ping quickly saluted again and said respectfully. Sovereign, after a farewell 2 years ago, I took Zongtian and Mo Xiong with me. I was going to sneak back to the sect to see if I could lead the whole sect to serve the suzerain. There was a disagreement between the inner and outer sects, we kept fighting, and we were attacked by a powerful enemy. When the 3 of us arrived, the entire sect was in a state of distress. Speaking of this, Elder Luo Ping's eyes dimmed instantly, he knelt down on the ground suddenly, and said in a trembling voice. Young master, I'm sorry for you, the Rakshasa sect has been lost. Who did it? Chu Yan asked after hearing this, his face darkening. According to the few surviving disciples we found, it's the Black Blood Temple. Elder Luo Ping said. What? It's the Black Blood Temple again, and the Rakshasa sect is not a big sect. How could they follow the Rakshasa sect? Chu Yan's brows sank, and the anger in his eyes erupted immediately. Now, as long as he hears the words Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan will be angry. I want to tell the suzerain, the Black Blood Temple has been attacking some small and medium sects not only in the Zhongtian continent, but also in the other 4 continents in the past few years, robbing warriors and disciples of the small and medium sections. Weak, that's why they were targeted by the Black Blood Temple, Luo Ping said. Then how did you find the Bai Luochao order? Also, with the cultivation base of the 3 of you, logically, it is impossible to rush into the medicine sect's mountain gate. Could it be that there are other people in the Rakshasa sect? Chu Yan Lu, after a moment of pondering, he continued. Past events in Xiangqing. Reporting to the suzerain, the White Rakshasa order has been stored in a Jedi of the Rakshasa sect, and only a few of us elders know about it. Therefore, I saw that the Rakshasa sect was almost in ruins, but when I opened that Jedi, I discovered the White Rakshasa order. I want to bring it to the suzerain. Luo Ping said. Because, according to the rumors in the Rakshasa sect, only when the Black Rakshasa order and the White Rakshasa order are combined into one, can you achieve supreme magic power. Therefore, we received news that the young master wants to challenge Yifeng from the medicine sect, and hurried over. Originally, in front of the gate of Yaozong Mountain, we couldn't even pass the first pass, but suddenly a little girl fell from the sky. She knew Mo Xiong. I heard Mo Xiong call her little white bear. Later, that little girl helped the 3 of us to rush through the Yaozong Mountain gate. Just after passing through the Yaozong Mountain gate, she saw that the young master was in danger, so she jumped into the sky and went to support the young master. The 3 of us were able to enter the medicine sect. However, that disciple of the medicine sect followed closely behind Mo Xiong. Hey. Dang dang. That's right, brother Mo Xiong was the first to follow me, of course he knows dang dang. Hearing this, Chu Yan finally understood what had happened, but the anger in his eyes also ignited more and more. This time, little white bear must have heard his news and escaped from the swallowing mountains. Otherwise, Lei Tianyu, as little white bear's big brother, would not have let little white bear take risks by himself. But, who would have thought that the little white bear just happened to meet by himself, just to save himself, he was captured by the Black Blood Temple. Black Blood Temple, wait for me. Chu Yan roared, and the whole hall trembled crazily. Then, Chu Yan told Luo Ping and Zhong Tian something about the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and gave them some cultivation pills, and let them practice in the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts temporarily, and waited. When I go to the vault of God Valley by myself, I will arrange the last thing. Sweeping his eyes, Chu Yan looked at Mo Xiong who was lying quietly on the ground, gritted his teeth and said. Brother Mo Xiong, in the past, you helped me, but now, I will not let you lose, you have to hold on, and wait for me. Chu Yan's face was solemn, his eyes trembled slightly, and his voice was extremely firm. Boom. 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 After a while, there was a hasty knock on the door outside the hall. With a sweep of Chu Yan's consciousness, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he quickly got up and walked towards the gate of the residence hall. After a few steps, Chu Yan arrived at the gate of the residence hall and opened it. Outside the door, Yuer was dressed in a blue shirt and long skirt, her eyes were like stars, her brows were light, her long eyelashes trembled, her pretty face was carved out of white jade, and her long black hair was as smooth as water. The people outside the door were Yuer and Elder Shan. #See 1035 Secrets of the Black Blood Temple. Yuer's agile eyes looked at Chu Yan, and Chu Yan's eyes also looked at Yuer. The 4 eyes met, and the 2 stared at each other tightly. At this moment, everything in the world and everything returned to nothingness. It seems that there is no other existence in the sky except the other party. Brother Chu Yan. With a coquettish cry, Yuer jumped up and threw herself into Chu Yan's arms. Brother Chu Yan, you scared me to death, I thought so. Yuer hugged Chu Yan tightly, her voice choked up, her delicate body trembled slightly, a pair of jade bracelets wrapped around Chu Yan's waist, and she hugged her tightly, as if she was afraid that Brother Chu Yan would disappear if she let go. Silly girl, Yuer is still there, how can I be willing to die? Chu Yan chuckled, hugging her beautiful woman, a rare trace of tenderness and tranquility flashed in his eyes. After 2 years, we are finally together. Chu Yan and Yuer hugged each other tightly. At this moment, they forgot everything, and recalled the pictures of being together in the past, especially the scene when the two were separated in front of the Lingshanzong mountain gate. No one expected that after 2 years, the two would finally be together again. All of this seemed like a world away, like a dream, making them unable to distinguish between reality and a dream. Time seemed to be completely still, this scene was frozen again, and the whole world became more and more quiet, just like the hearts of the two of them now. Cough. Cough. After a long time, an embarrassing coughing sound suddenly broke the tranquility of the scene. Elder Shan, who was standing aside, couldn't stand it any longer, and coughed lightly to remind him. In an instant, Yuer and Chu Yan bounced away as if being shocked by an electric shock. Both of them were flushed and shy. Just now, the two were immersed in the two-person world, and they even forgot the Elder Shan next to them. Elder Shan. Chu Yan laughed dryly. He bowed his hands and said, Chu Yan, it's rare, I still remember the old man standing next to me. Elder Shan was also smiling and teasing, but seeing Chu Yan's blockbuster today, he was still respectful and polite to him, and he was immediately relieved. Black Cat Demon Lord, I want it. Elder Shan, I'm joking, please enter the cloud chat. Chu Yan said, and brought Yuer and Elder Shan back to the palace. Chu Yan, I came to disturb you with Princess Xiu. There are 2 main things. One is that the suzerain asked me to bring you the Broken Mountain Golden Pill. The other thing is about the Black Blood Temple. Just as he sat down, Elder Shan spoke. Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right, this Black Blood Temple is not as simple as you think, so the sect Master Gong is worried about your impulsiveness, so I specially asked me to remind you. With your current cultivation level, you can't go to the Black Blood Temple. Elder Shan said solemnly. Said very seriously. No. I must go to the Black Blood Temple. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes resolutely said, Little White Bear is in danger for himself, and he must save him, and the sooner the better. Seeing Chu Yan's resolute expression, Elder Shan frowned immediately, and said, The strength of the Black Blood Temple is not what ordinary people see, even surpassing several overlord sects among the 8 ancient sects. If you go rashly, you will die. Elder Shan, don't worry, I have my own concerns. Chu Yan knew that Elder Shan was doing it for his own good, and of course he didn't want the other party to worry too much. However, Chu Yan is going to go back to the Tunshan mountain range to rescue the little white bear. If he has the support of Lei Wuhuang, it will be much easier. I believe that with the strength of the heaven-swallowing mountain range and the power of Emperor Lei Wu, no matter how powerful the Black Blood Temple is, it is still enough to fight. Good. That's good 1 inch. Elder Shan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and sighed. The Black Blood Temple has made great moves in the 4 continents and the Zhongtian continent in recent years. Their ambitions are well known to passers-by. However, with the suppression of the 8 ancient sects and the Tian mountain range, nothing major will happen for the time being. Tian mountain range. Chu Yan was puzzled. When he first saw Little White Bear in Emotsong, he felt that there was a great relationship between the Black Blood Temple and the sky-swallowing mountain range. At this time, he heard Elder Shan having said that. He immediately opened his mouth to ask. The current Haotian continent seems to be the strongest of the human race and the monsters, and they have no power to resist at all. However, I don't know how many years ago, I am afraid that in the ancient times, the strongest on the mainland was the monsters. A clan, even to this day, several clans of hidden monsters and beasts are so powerful that they are extremely terrifying. Comprehensive, unbalanced love. Elder Shan's face sank like water, and he explained slowly, especially the 3 realms of demons headed by the Tunshan mountain range, including the 3 branches of the Sky Monster Beast, Sea Monster Beast and Land Monster Beast. Very powerful. I don't know why, the monster 3 realms between them and the Black Blood Temple, they have been fighting with each other all year round, and the grudges are deep. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful demon 3 realms force in the Haotian continent, and that Emperor Lei Wu's Tunshan mountain range was still the head of the demon 3 realms forces. The Black Blood Temple is extremely mysterious. What it reveals in front of the world is only the power of the outer hall. The real core power of the inner hall and the holy temple is extremely mysterious, and not many people know it at all. The inner hall and the holy hall. Chu Yan's face suddenly became solemn when he heard this. That's right, you've also seen that venerable bloody hand today is one of the 10 elders of the Black Blood Temple. If they only have this kind of power in the Black Blood Temple, the 8 ancient sects will not be afraid of them at all. Therefore, what really scares the 8 ancient sects and other powerful sects is the power of the inner hall and holy hall of the Black Blood Temple. So that's it. It seems that there are many secrets in this Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan nodded, frowning slightly, contemplating. That's right, the Black Blood Temple is the same as the ancient 8 sects. It experienced the catastrophe of the mainland 100,000 years ago, but not only has the power of the sect not weakened, on the contrary, it has become stronger and stronger in the past tens of thousands of years, especially their unique sect. The secret method of the door can quickly cultivate powerful warriors in large quantities, and, according to rumors, they are still secretly refining puppets. Elder Shan said with a worried look on his face. Yes, a few days ago, in a valley called Soul Calling Valley 3,000 miles away, I met. Afterwards, Chu Yan and Elder Shan introduced the situation in Summoning Soul Valley in detail. Elder Shan's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he got up directly, bid farewell to Chu Yan, and went to report to Gong Yuntian. After all, this Valley of Souls is too close to their 9 spirits Shantian sect. For the 9 spirits Shantian sect, it is a great threat. The key point is that their 9 spirits Shantian sect has not received any news about this Valley of Summoning Souls for so long. Afterwards, Elder Shan hurriedly left Chu Yan's residence hall. Only Chu Yan and Yue were left in the hall. #C 1036 Wrath of Emperor Lei Wu. Seeing Elder Shan leave, Yue looked at Chu Yan's spiritual eyes, trembling slightly, and soon, a small face turned blushing, like a ripe cherry. Brother Chu Yan, how have you been these 2 years? Okay. Of course, everything is fine except you are not by my side. Chu Yan smiled silly, looking at the beautiful woman in front of her eyes, completely obsessed. Isn't it a 3-year agreement? Why do you have to come to the medicine sect now? How dangerous? Yue said with a hint of palpitation on her face. I can't wait anymore. I can't just watch you get engaged to that Yifeng. Chu Yan laughed. Engagement? It's not a big wedding. What if something happens to you, what will I do? Yue's eyes darkened, remembering that when Chu Yan and Yifeng fought, when Chu Yan fell to the bottom of the mountain with no life left, she almost. It's okay, Yue is good. Seeing Yue's eyes were reddish, Chu Yan felt a pain in his heart, and quickly hugged Yue in his arms, comforting him softly. And Chu Yan's heart is also wrapped in warmth. After all, in this cold world, there is someone who really cares about and loves him, so everything is worth it. The two hugged each other tightly, and they hadn't seen each other for 2 years. There was endless talk and lovesickness between them. That night, the two of them just sat hugging each other, looking at the silver full moon in the sky, and chatting softly about everything in the past 2 years. Yue will tell Chu Yan everything that happened after she left. In the past 2 years, except for cultivation, she has hardly left her blue courtyard. Inflammation news, 2 years have passed as peacefully as water. And when Chu Yan told Yue about his experience in the past 2 years, although he tried his best to speak very plainly, the experience of each year on the verge of life and death still made Yue shed tears of worry. Yue is in the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, so she naturally knows that no matter how talented a warrior is, if he wants to imagine Chu Yan, in 2 years, relying on his own strength to achieve this level of cultivation, he will have to go through a lot of training. How many life and death trials? In 2 years, the lives of 2 people are very different. After chatting for a long time, they talked about Little White Bear and Mo Xiong, and they all looked sad. Little White Bear and Mo Xiong, Yue also has a deep affection for them. When she was with Chu Yan, they were all there. At that time everyone was together, very happy. Unexpectedly, now, Little White Bear was captured by the Black Blood Temple, and Mo Xiong's life was hanging by a thread. Brother Chu Yan, Elder Shan said that going to the Black Blood Temple is very dangerous, that Little White Bear. At this time, Yue was worried about the Little White Bear, and worried that it would be dangerous for Chu Yan to save him, so she was caught in a dilemma. I know, I have to go to the Tunshan mountain range first. If Emperor Lei Wu comes forward, this matter will be much easier. Sol Yuan do sure. Chu Yan looked solemn and said softly. According to Elder Shan's introduction, with his current strength, going to the Black Blood Temple alone would not only fail to save Little White Bear, but would even cost his own life. However, those people in the Black Blood Temple have no humanity. If they go late, the Little White Bear will be in danger. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's face became more and more serious, and he remained silent for a long time. Yue was well behaved, and didn't ask any more questions. Of course Yue knew Chu Yan's feelings for Little White Bear, so Yue's heart was also extremely sour. Brother Chu Yan, how is your injury? After a while, Yue remembered that Chu Yan had just experienced a big battle, and asked worriedly. It's okay, just adjust your breath for a while. Chu Yan smiled and shook his head. Well, Brother Chu Yan, then you heal your wounds. I won't affect you anymore. After Yue finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and turned it over, and a bottle of elixir appeared in her palm, and said softly. This is the best healing elixir from our medicine sect, it is useful for you. Okay. I'll see you off. Immediately, Chu Yan sent Yue back to her blue courtyard, returned to the residence hall again, and began to operate the Raksha Wuji divine art to recuperate her internal injuries. In 1 day and 1 night, Chu Yan's injuries were basically healed, and his combat power returned to its peak state. In the early morning of the next day, Chu Yan stepped out of the residence hall, preparing to go to the Tunshan mountain range. The matter of rescuing the Little White Bear cannot be delayed for a moment. Chu Yan even made a plan. If Emperor Lei Wu of the Tunshan mountain range doesn't care about this matter, Chu Yan is ready to kill the Black Blood Temple alone. However, when Chu Yan stepped out of the gate of the palace, his body trembled violently, and his eyes tightened instantly. Hum. He felt that the void around him suddenly produced an extremely powerful fluctuation, and at the same time, a will that was invisible to the naked eye rushed into his sea of consciousness, and he had no resistance at all. Chu Yan, I'm Lei Tianyu. Is it true that Xiao San was taken away by the Black Blood Temple? An incomparably grand and urgent voice suddenly exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, shaking Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. However, Chu Yan quickly circulated his true energy and stabilized the fluctuation of the sea of consciousness. Senior Lei Wuhuang. When Chu Yan heard the voice, his face was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that Lei Tianyou's strength was so strong that his spiritual consciousness could pass through the sect formation of Jiuling and directly penetrate into himself. In the sea of consciousness. The daughter-in-law's husband-seeking plan. The strength of the martial emperor realm powerhouse is really monstrous. That's right, little white bear came to the medicine sect alone to save me, but was captured by Mo Tsong from the Black Blood Temple. With the little white bear Anren, Chu Yan didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly answered truthfully. The Black Blood Temple court staff. Suddenly, Chu Yan only felt the void around him sink heavily, and a violent roar rushed out of the sea of consciousness, shaking his entire residence hall. Humph. It's okay, I have an important person from their Black Blood Temple. I'll contact those trash right now and make an agreement with them to exchange hostages in a month's time. After a pause, Emperor Lei Wu's voice sounded again. 1 month. Senior Lei Wuhuang, isn't it too long? Chu Yan frowned and said. Chu Yan, my second brother and I are in the sea outside the territory, and it will take a month at the earliest to return, If it weren't for the absence of my second brother and me, it would be impossible for Shaosan to escape from the Swallowing Mountains. This time, wait when Shaosan comes back, see if I won't punish her severely. Lei Wuhuang spoke powerfully, but from his tone, there was obviously a hint of doubting. However, the people of the Black Blood Temple are extremely vicious. In a month, if. Chu Yan still said extremely worried. Don't worry, in my hands, the hostages of the Black Blood Temple are extremely important to their Black Blood Temple. It will not be a problem to exchange for the mistress. Moreover, if I come forward, unless they want to break out a big war now, otherwise, they dare not touch the mistress. A hair. Lei Wuhuang said. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. With Lei Wuhuang's status and the importance he attaches to Little White Bear, since he said so, of course he is absolutely sure. It's guaranteed. Chu Yan, 1 month later, follow me to the Black Blood Temple, I want them, and the whole sect will be destroyed. After a few breaths, Emperor Lei Wu's voice sounded again in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Yes. The younger generation will definitely accompany you. Finish killing this bunch of trash. Chu Yan said coldly. Now that there is a month, Chu Yan can do many things. As long as the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is established, the power of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong can be used. At that time, if Emperor Lei Wu really does it, of course he will not let go of the people of the Black Blood Temple. Immediately, Emperor Lei Wu's will slowly dissipated. Okay, next, go to the Vault of Heaven and rebuild the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and he strode out, walking towards the outside of the hall. #C1037 Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, in this world. After leaving the residence, Chu Yan went to Gong Yuntian first and told him that he would be away for a few days. After all, now that he is nominally a direct disciple of Gong Yuntian, he will naturally report to Gong Yuntian when he leaves the sect. Gong Yuntian didn't stop when he heard the words, he just told Chu Yan to be careful on the road, maybe the Black Blood Temple would be bad for him. At the same time, when he asked Chu Yan to return to the medicine sect, he should come to him as soon as possible to discuss about the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. Things. After Chu Yan nodded and agreed, he went to Yuer and asked her to wait for her for a few days. Yuer originally wanted to go with Chu Yan, but Chu Yan was also worried that the people in the Black Blood Temple would be detrimental to him. In the event of danger, Yuer follows herself, not in danger together. Afterwards, Chu Yan left the Nine Spirits Shantian sect and walked all the way towards the Heavenly Valley. While flying all the way, Chu Yan thought for a long time, then took out the communication jade talisman, contacted Zhang Tian, Situ Yang and Shen Xingjia who were in the Earth sect, and asked them to go to the Heavenly Valley to wait for him. At the same time, he explained carefully to Situ Yang alone. Something. A few days later, Chu Yan arrived in front of the Taniguchi of the Heavenly Valley. At this time after the last war, most of the damaged places in the Sky God Valley have been repaired. Except when Chu Yan came for the first time, the two huge secret portals have disappeared, and the others are exactly the same. Please help me, Chu Yan asks to see the owner of Ouyang-gu, and we need to discuss something important. When Chu Yan arrived at Taniguchi, he bowed his hands to Shogu disciple and said politely, "You are Chu Yan." Hearing Chu Yan's name, more than a dozen Shogu disciples suddenly changed their faces, and their faces were full of astonishment. Not bad. I'm Chu Yan. Please report. Chu Yan nodded, guessing that he may be too conspicuous in the Battle of Yaozong. Now on Haotian continent, many people should have heard of him. That's great. Our Valley Master has been looking for you. Wait a moment, I will tell the Valley Master immediately. Among the Shogu disciples, someone answered Chu Yan in surprise, while the other two had already dodged and flew towards the valley. Ouyang-gu is looking for me. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was also startled, and he was a little unclear. Therefore, he and this Ouyang Valley Master seemed to have no friendship. How could he find himself? Transformed, I am Tang Xuanzong. However, this time, when I came to the Heavenly God Valley, I wanted to ask others. Therefore, Chu Yan hoped that this Ouyang Valley Master would agree to his conditions, even if he paid more yuan jing, or heavenly and earthly treasures, spirit treasures, pills and the like. As long as you can get this piece of Heavenly Valley, Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, you can officially be born. After most of the time, in the valley, a group of people came flying, and the leader was the current Valley Master of the Heavenly Valley, Ouyang Valley Master. Immediately, Chu Yan followed Ouyang Valley Master and entered the Valley of the Heavens. Along the way, Chu Yan looked around, checked the situation in the valley, and confirmed that this place was really suitable for the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong to establish a mountain gate. After some exploration, as Zhantian said at the beginning, this Valley of the Sky and the Gods is a rare place with complete 5 elements. Moreover, the Yin and Yang Qi merge together, and the Earth Spirit aura is extremely strong. Special. It can be said that Chu Yan has been to so many places, but he has never seen such a magical place. When they arrived in the main hall of the Heavenly Valley, Chu Yan and Ouyang Valley Master directly put forward a request to buy this valley. However, Ouyang-gu's reaction was beyond Chu Yan's expectations. Brother Chu Yan, our Tsangqiong Divine Valley has been affiliated with the 9-character Mantra Palace since ancient times, so since young Master Zhan recommended you to come here, I naturally have nothing to say about the Tsangqiong Divine Valley, but we have one in the Tsangqiong Divine Valley. Require. Ouyang-gu, looking at Chu Yan, said it very seriously. Please tell me. As long as I can do it. Chu Yan said politely. If Brother Chu Yan wants to use this valley to build a sect, then we belong to the Heavenly Valley of the Sky and want to join Brother Chu Yan's sect. However, we want to be alone, I don't know if we can. Master Ouyang-gu said solemnly. This. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, Ouyang-gu's request turned out to be this. No problem, according to the setting of my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect's 9 palaces, I can promise Ouyang-gu Lord to set up another pavilion, which is independent of the 9 palaces, and it will be directly named Tsangqiong Pavilion. Now, Chu Yan, possessing a black and white double Rakshasa decree, is already the suzerain of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. If you give up this place, you may not be able to find such a suitable place, so Chu Yan will naturally agree. Gunmans. Okay. Brother Chu Yan is happy. From now on, all 7 million disciples and elders of my Songqiong Divine Valley will respect Brother Chu Yan as their suzerain. From now on, Songqiong Divine Valley will be changed to Rakshasa Sol Tianzong Songqiong Pavilion. Gu Master Ouyang, when he saw Chu Yan's agreement, immediately had a happy expression on his face, got up directly, brought hundreds of elders in the hall, bowed and saluted to Chu Yan, and said, "See Sect Master. See Sect Master. See Sect Master." Seeing this scene, Chu Yan quickly helped everyone up with a relaxed smile on his face. Afterwards, Chu Yan immediately sent a message to contact Zhan Tian and Situ Yang, and asked them to go to the Heavenly God Valley as soon as possible. It turned out that this Zhanggu Shingu originally belonged to the subordinate sect of the 9-character mantra palace tens of thousands of years ago. It used to be sheltered by the 9-character mantra, and naturally lived well, but later, the 9-character mantra fell and the Zhanggu Shingu became a guardian. The small sect forces in the secret realm of spiritual blood sea are already weak on the mainland. But now, even the sea of blood in the spiritual realm has disappeared. From then on, the Songqiong Divine Valley will definitely become the target of bullying by the major sects on the mainland. Therefore, the owner of Ouyang Valley will naturally find a way out for the sect. It just so happened that, under the recommendation of Zhantian, the owner of Ouyang-gu had already treated Chu Yan differently. As a result, Chu Yan's subduing of the Heavenly Valley was surprisingly smooth. A day later, Zhan Tian, Situ Yang and Shen Xingjia all arrived. After a few people chatted for a while, Chu Yan used the Black Rakshasa order to activate one of the black and white spiritual patterns. This piece of spirit pattern was given to him by Elder Qin Yun at the beginning, and it was specially used to induce Jiuxiao Palace to leave the small world in the void and appear in the spirit pattern of Haotian continent. There is only one piece of this spiritual pattern in total, so Chu Yan must really confirm it, and only after the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect can be activated. Boom! The spirit pattern emits 2 dazzling black and white rays of light, shooting towards the vast sky. In the blink of an eye, above the endless sky, a large void is distorted, an incomparably huge black ocean, supporting a magnificent palace, with a black background and white walls. Out of the world. Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is here. #C1038-9 Out of the palace. Jiuxiao, also known as Rakshasa Sea, covers thousands of miles, the endless Black Sea water, under the impact of the power of the void, stirred up the black waves. The majestic Jiuxiao Palace is thousands of feet high, and thousands of palaces of various types are connected into a magnificent palace group. At this time, at the height of 10,000 feet in the sky, Jiuxiao Palace was born, like a fairy palace, falling from the sky. On the white jade square in front of Jiuxiao Palace, a group of Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect leaders gathered together, plus countless Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect disciples, all of them were excited. Regarding the news that the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will be born, when Chu Yan returned to the Jiuxiao Palace last time, they already knew that in the past 2 months, everyone has been preparing for the birth of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. With all kinds of preparations. And now, the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect has finally appeared in this world. Boom! Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the endless sky trembled, and 9-colored thunderclouds surrounded the Jiuxiao Palace that broke out from the void, making bursts of thunderous roars. All the elders and disciples of the Sky God Valley were stunned. Boom! 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 The vast and boundless Jiuxiao Palace finally stepped out of the distorted area of the void, and the entire figure was completely revealed in front of the world. It began to slowly move towards the ground, and Chu Yan, who kept flipping his handprints, fell to the position he was guiding. The Jiuxiao Palace is really too big. Every time it falls a certain distance, because the void cannot bear its weight, there will be a collapsing air explosion, as if a salute exploded, and even the heaven and the earth are trembling at the birth of the Jiuxiao Palace. Songqiong Divine Valley, covering an area of 10,000 miles, is close to the seaside, backed by the Songqiong Mountains, and its area is equally huge, fully capable of accommodating the Jiuxiao Palace within 1,000 miles. Boom! 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 As the sky completely darkened, Jiuxiao descended from the sky like a large immortal palace, slowly falling towards the sky and the Valley of the Gods. On the ground, more than 7 million disciples and elders of the Songqiong Divine Valley looked at the sky in stunned expressions. Such an earth-shattering scene, they may never have seen it in their entire life, and even in their next life, they may never see it again. In ancient times, the first sect of Haotian continent, Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, broke out of the sky and descended on this continent again. Just look at this momentum. Just ask, under the sun, even the 8 ancient sects, I am afraid they are not so powerful. Boom! After a full half an hour, Jiuxiao Palace, under the guidance of Chu Yan, slowly fell into the Songqiong Divine Valley. At the moment of landing, the entire Songqiong mountain range, even within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, shook the ground. The dust and fog are all over the sky, looking for the youthful affairs of flowers and wine. Another hour passed, and the Jiuxiao Palace released 10,000 rays of light, which continued to penetrate into the ground and the surrounding sky, and began to merge with the foundations. As the dust and mist dissipated, a majestic Jiuxiao Palace, like a heavenly palace, finally appeared in front of everyone. The boundless Jiuxiao Sea, after moving the Jiuxiao Palace, merges with the sea area behind the Songqiong Mountains, and is slowly spreading the area of the Black Ocean. And the huge Jiuxiao Palace stands in the north of the valley, on the top of the main peak of the highest Songqiong mountain range, with 10,000 rays of light lingering, and the white jade palace group reflects the radiance of the sky. 9 air currents of various colors slowly spilled out from the Jiuxiao Palace, arousing the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and began to gather the sea of spirits on the main peak of the Jiuxiao Palace. This sea of spiritual clouds is very different from ordinary sects, or even the ordinary white sea of spiritual clouds of the 8 ancient sections. On the main peak of the sky, the sea of spiritual clouds that is slowly opening is like 9-color auspicious clouds, with various colors. The fusion of spirit and cloud is extremely extraordinary. The white jade plaza landed, and a large figure flew towards where Chu Yan was. See Sect Master. See Sect Master. See Sect Master. A group of Jiuxiao Palace bosses headed by Elder Qin Yun knelt down in front of Chu Yan and saw the road in unison. Elder Qin Yun, everyone please get up. Chu Yan waved his hand and responded with a smile on his face. Today is the day the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was born, so even Elder Qin Yun and the others were very excited. When they saw Chu Yan, they even paid homage. This is Ouyang Chogu, the master of Songqiong Shengu, and now he is the master of my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, Songqiong Pavilion, the same rank as the master of the 9 palaces. Chu Yan pulled Elder Qin Yun to his side and introduced them. This is my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Elder, Qin Yun. Hearing Chu Yan's introduction, Elder Qin Yun and Master Ouyang Valley greeted each other, and both of them were full of joy. Go. Go back. Immediately, Chu Yan looked into the distance, and saw the Jiuxiao Palace standing on the main peak of the sky in the distance. It was magnificent. He couldn't help but feel arrogant and in a good mood. With a wave of his hands, he took all the big guys and moved towards Jiuxiao. The palace flew away. Alien League of Legends Mall. After returning to Jiuxiao Palace, Chu Yan briefly introduced the situation, and then handed over the next opening ceremony to Elder Qin Yun and the others, and he returned to his residence. After all, I am the suzerain. Of course, I don't have to personally come forward for these things, I can just leave it to them. After returning to the residence hall, Chu Yan took out all the spiritual herbs and elixir in the Rakshasa space and began to refine various medicinal herbs. During this period of time, the entire heavenly vault of God Valley was boiling. At this time, there were nearly 80 million disciples in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Except for the earliest Ling Tianzong, the Chu family and the Luoyang kingdom, which accounted for a small part, most of them were warriors from the Red Mist Kingdom. These warriors have been cultivated by Elder Qin Yun for more than 2 months. At present, they are extremely loyal to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. The exercises, spiritual consciousness and soul of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong practiced by these people will be affected to some extent. Deep in the soul, it is extremely recognized by the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. In addition, most of these people are from the Red Mist Kingdom, and they don't have much sense of belonging. Now that they join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, they are naturally easily influenced, and they have a strong attachment to the sect. For a whole day and night, Chu Yan had been immersed in the refining of medicinal pills, and in the early morning of the 3rd day, Elder Qin Yun arrived in Chu Yan's residence hall. Reporting to the sect master, an hour later, a ceremony will be held for you, the succession ceremony, and the succession of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, the position of the sect master. Elder Qin Yun knelt down on the ground, his whole body trembling with excitement, and even his voice choked up. Immediately, Elder Qin Yun took out the prepared golden robe and jade belt, and a golden crown inlaid with 9 colored gems. So grand. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan didn't expect Elder Qin Yun to prepare a dress. Although Rakshsa's soul crossing the mountain gate is a big event, compared to the current situation, Chu Yan didn't even invite anyone to watch the ceremony, just because he didn't want to make it too grand. After all, the current Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is not easy to be too ostentatious. But now, as long as Elder Qin Yun saw himself, he would pay homage to him, and even prepared a golden robe and a jade crown, as if Chu Yan was about to become emperor. However, Chu Yan knew that when rebuilding the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, the survivors of the sect who had lived for tens of thousands of years, the elders of Qin Yun, naturally looked higher than the sky, so Chu Yan did not want to hurt their hearts, so the golden robe and the jade crown are all dressed neatly. After putting on this outfit, Chu Yan's aura changed greatly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but rise up in his heart to rule the world and take charge of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Let's go. Afterwards, Chu Yan took the respectful Elder Qin Yun and strode towards the main hall. #C1039 open. At this time, the entire heavenly valley, now called the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Mountain Gate, was covered with bright red carpets everywhere, descending down the straight white jade stairs, passing through the white jade square, and reaching the mouth of the valley. On both sides of the red carpet, there are countless Rakshasa Soul Tianzong disciples, tens of millions of people, all of them are looking forward to it, looking at Chu Yan, who just appeared in front of Jiuxiao Palace. In the valley, there are more sect disciples, the number is close to 70 million. In addition to some handyman disciples and ordinary elders, deacons, and nearly 70 million sects, on Haotian continent, although they are not powerful sects, they are definitely not weak. Chu Yan stood in front of the Jiuxiao Palace, with Elder Qin Yun on the left and his father, Chu Jiang, on the right. Chu Yan carried his arms on his back, his eyes were thundering, and he swept the audience. His aura swept the sky and swept the audience. Chu Yan is mighty. At this moment, among the crowd, a disciple suddenly shouted loudly. Chu Yan turned his head to look, and suddenly there was a light smile on his face. The people who shouted were none other than Su Xing and Sun Jia, who were full of excitement. Following the high voices of the two of them, in all directions, all the disciples of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect shouted in unison, and the sound went straight to Yun Shao. Chu Yan is mighty. Chu Yan is mighty. Chu Yan is mighty. The sovereign is mighty. Chu Yan is mighty. The sovereign is mighty. Everyone shouted, and many people were extremely excited, their faces flushed, and they were extremely excited. After today, the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect will no longer be a hidden sect, and will truly stand on the vast continent, juxtaposed with all sects in the world. And all the disciples and elders under the sect, from today onwards, no longer need to cultivate in the hidden dragon's secret realm. They can finally set foot on the Haotian continent, all the secret realms and cultivation places, and begin to practice on the entire continent, compete with the world's warriors. And since they joined the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong for a period of time, they were all shocked by the background of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Such a sect is unlikely to decline in the future, it will only become stronger and stronger, and their sect master is still Chu Yan. Chu Yan, a legendary boy, a generation of monsters, every deed is enough to be called a legend. Chu Yan single-handedly killed Yaozong, defeated Ji Feng, the first arrogant in the mainland, and at the same time, when fighting the Black Blood Temple, he awakened the power of the Holy Rakshasa, turned his hands, and killed 8 strong martial artists in one move, created the strongest storm on the Haotian continent recently. The entire continent, now, is rumored about the legend of Chu Yan. Everyone believes that Chu Yan will lead the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong to glory, so even if the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is currently difficult, everyone is willing to follow Chu Yan. Especially the elder Qin Yun behind Chu Yan, and on the white jade stairs, standing in the nearest left row, Niu Mo and other spiritual beasts of the original Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. They know better than anyone, awakening Xingluo, what a terrifying existence will Chu Yan, the power of the moment, become in the future. You must know that even in the history of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in its heyday, there are only 3 suzerains who have awakened the power of the Holy Rakshasa. And these 3 sect masters, later, all became the supreme existences that disdained the entire continent. The lovely wife's magical calculation. Otherwise, how could there be the glory of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the first sect in the mainland in ancient times? But now, the lost Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was born again, and met a suzerain who awakened the power of the Holy Rakshasa. As a result, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong has become the first sect in the mainland again, and there are still doubts. Chu Yan stood in front of the Jiuxiao palace, looking at the white jade stairs in front of him, the sect leaders standing on both sides, and on the white jade square in the distance, in the valley, there were sect disciples everywhere, and couldn't help feeling emotional. From today onwards, I have quickly officially become the suzerain of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, and the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect was officially born. In the future, everything will be considered for the sect, and the burden on my shoulders will be heavier. After all, in the Haotian continent, there are many powerful sects, and some powerful sects such as the Black Blood Temple, the 8 ancient emperors, the Jinyang Daozong, etc. that still have hatred with themselves. If you are not careful, the sect may be damaged. Danger. After all, the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect does not yet have the strength of these powerful sects, and the disciples have only just begun to cultivate. This is also the reason why Chu Yan is rebuilding the mountain gate. On such an important day, he is an outsider and has not invited him. At this time, in front of Jiuxiao Palace, a huge golden throne with 9 dragons coiled around it stands tall. Next to it, the 9-color altar that used to test the disciples has become a ring. In the middle, there is a taller one. An altar with steps. Boom. 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 Stepping out, every step is vigorous and powerful. After a few steps, I walked to the central altar surrounded by 9 altars, stepped up, and climbed to the altar. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan was standing on the tall central altar, slowly turning around, facing the crowd. His eyes were like electricity, sweeping all directions. With a wave of Elder Qingyun's hand, a 9-color incense burner appeared in front of Chu Yan. At the same time, the bull demon held 3 long incense sticks, walked quickly to Chu Yan's side, and handed it over with both hands. Sacrificing to heaven begins. Light incense. Elder Qingyun shouted loudly, and the sound like a twilight drum of Hong Zhong reverberated between heaven and earth. Call. 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 On the 3 pillars of long incense, the fire suddenly flashed, and it burned, 3 wisps of blue smoke, melodious and floating. One worships Omen first soul. Elder Qing Yun shouted loudly. Chu Yan heard the words, held incense in both hands, slightly bent his body, and bowed forward. 2 worships the honor of heaven and earth. Elder Qing Yun's voice echoed between heaven and earth again. Chu Yan, hold the incense and worship again. 3 worship, gods and demons of the gods. Chu Yan, hold the incense and worship again. After the 3 worships, Chu Yan inserted the 3-column incense stick in his hand into the 9-color incense burner. Immediately, Chu Yan strode out and walked to the throne of the suzerain surrounded by 9 dragons, waving his robes, and sat lightly with the golden sword. Meet the suzerain. The greedy concubine who spoils infinitely. Meet the sect master. Meet the sect master. Tens of millions of disciples and elders shouted in unison, all kneeling on the ground, bowing to Chu Yan. Everyone, please get up. Chu Yan raised his hand slightly, and said loudly. At this moment, Chu Yan was sitting on the throne of the 9 dragons, and when he saw the crowd of worshippers from all directions, his face flushed, his whole body blood boiled, and a gust of arrogance poured out from his body, straight to the sky. Whoa! Everyone heard Chu Yan's voice, and stood up at the same time, and tens of millions of pairs of fiery eyes looked at Chu Yan. Please teach the sect master. Elder Qing Yun's voice sounded again, and he bowed and stood on one side with a very respectful attitude. Hearing the words, Chu Yan pondered a little, glanced at the audience with sharp eyes, and said slowly. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect was born today. From now on, our sect will continue to prosper, and it will restore the prosperity of the sect 100,000 years ago, become the first sect in the mainland, and reproduce the glory of my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect will forever become the first sect of Haotian continent. Chu Yan's rolling voice like a thundercloud spread, and immediately made the crowd boil. All the crowd were excited and shouted in unison. Rakshasa Soul Heaven, the first case. Facing the scorching gazes of everyone, Chu Yan nodded and continued. Yeah. Disciples from all the palaces, from today onwards, work hard to cultivate. Anyone who cultivates the true body of a Rakshasa can be promoted to an elder. Those who can cultivate an iron fork Rakshasa can be promoted to the position of the master of the 9 palaces. However, my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is different from other sections. Any behavior that betrays the teacher will be killed without mercy. When everyone heard the words, their faces were full of joy at first, then their expressions were startled, and they all showed excitement, secretly remembering Chu Yan's words in their hearts. Those who betray the sect and betray the teacher, kill without mercy. Everyone shouted. Okay. The disciples of the palaces should not leave the Tsangqiang mountain range for the time being, and concentrate on their cultivation. Without the permission of the elders, they are not allowed to leave the sect without permission. After a month, they will not care about it. Retire. Chu Yan pondered for a while and announced loudly. Yes, sect master. All the disciples bowed to take orders and retire one after another. Chu Yan stepped down from the altar and took Elder Qing Yun and other high-level officials towards the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace, ready to discuss various matters after the reconstruction of the sect. At this moment, in the sky in the distance, 3 figures burst into the sky like a rainbow breaking through the sky, fast as lightning, and burst out. Huh! They're finally here. Chu Yan turned back, glanced at the 3 figures in the distant sky, and muttered. #C1040 100,000 year sect grand formation. On the sky outside the sect gate, 3 figures flew like lightning and landed in front of Chu Yan in an instant. These 3 are not me, but Situ Yang, Zhan Tian and Xin Xingjia. Ha ha ha, big brother. I'm here. Yang was full of excitement, looked at Chu Yan, and laughed loudly, but soon, when his eyes swept around, his face suddenly froze, and then he said, "What? It's over. Oh my God, it's been 3 days, and it's still a step too late. I'm not there for such an important ceremony." "No, no, big brother, do it again." Hearing this, Chu Yan rolled his eyes immediately. "For such a big event as the opening ceremony, do it again? That's such a play. Fatty, I didn't call you here to watch the fun. Are you ready for what I told you?" Chu Yan looked at Fatty Situ and said, "Of course, eldest brother, the things you explained can be worse. Before leaving, I even swept the treasure house of the Earth sect." Situ Yang patted his chest with a dazed expression. "What? Sweeping the treasure house of the Earth sect, Fatty, do you want to die?" Chu Yan's expression changed greatly upon hearing this. The last time the three of them swept the Emperor's sect's treasure house, it was because of their hostile relationship with each other, but the Earth sect was different. That was the sect where Xinxingjie belonged, and they had always supported and gracious to themselves. Big brother, I was wrong. It wasn't a sweep, it was agreed by Big Brother Shin. He let me go in and choose, and I just took a few. Fatty Situ was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's words, and quickly explained. "Brother Chu, your sect is newly built, some spirit pattern spar is just a gift from me." Xinxingjie stood aside and smiled. "Okay. Then I'll be polite, thank you." Chu Yan heard the words, but he was not polite to Xinxingjie. Immediately, Chu Yan turned around, glared at Situ Yang, and said, "Go find Elder Qin Yun and do it right away." "Okay. Don't worry, eldest brother, this time, you are satisfied." Situ Yang's whole body was full of fat, like a mountain of meat, and walked towards the Elder Qin Yun on the side. They left together and headed towards a large hall, next to the main hall. War Days. Starting today, my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect is officially established. You are the descendant of Yin Luo Palace, one of my 9 palaces. Go, I will take you to accept the inheritance of the 9 palaces. Chu Yan looked at Zhantian and smiled. End times astray. Yes. Sect Master. Zhantian surrendered, his face full of excitement. As the first word of the 9-character mantra palace in ancient times, Zhantian, a descendant of the Zhan family, knows better than anyone that the inheritance of this 9-character palace is precious. In ancient times, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was the leader of the mainland, the master of the 9 palaces, and the existence of the pinnacle of the mainland. If you can fully inherit the inheritance of the Yin Luo Palace, or even half, then your martial arts achievements will definitely reach the 9 heavens. Afterwards, Chu Yan took Zhantian to find the spirit in charge of Yin Luo Palace, and after waiting for him, Zhantian officially entered Yin Luo Palace and began to accept the inheritance of one of the 9 palaces. Sect Master, the sect grand formation is ready and can be opened. Elder Qin Yun found Chu Yan and bowed to report. Okay. Immediately open. Chu Yan heard the words and was overjoyed. He took Xinxingjie and walked outside the Jiuxiao Palace. Rakshasa Soul Tianzong sect grand formation, 100,000 years ago, was damaged when the sect was damaged. Over the past tens of thousands of years, Qin Yun Elder and Yo Mo have been repairing it, but they have no materials and are not very proficient in spiritual formations. So, it has not been fully repaired. Therefore, Chu Yan contacted Situ Yang before coming to the Tsangqiong Divine Valley and asked him to help repair the sect formation of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Unexpectedly, as soon as Situ Yang made his move, in less than an hour, this sect formation was completely repaired. Yes, Sect Master. Elder Qin Yun led the way. Hum. Not long after, the entire heavenly valley suddenly trembled, and 9 beams of light of different colors shot up into the sky, like 9 divine dragons soaring to the sky, bursting open above the sky, and beams of light of different colors poured down like a waterfall. Swish! 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 The next moment, a full 9 light curtains of different colors descended from the sky, falling from the sky, covering the area of the 10,000-mile radius of the sky and the valley. Compared with the general single-layer or double-layer sect grand formation, there is a world of difference. Haha, big brother, it's done. In the hall on the left, Xie La Jiao flew over and rushed in front of Chu Yan, shouting proudly. Not bad. Hard work. Chu Yan looked up at the 9-color sect formation in the sky, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "What level of attack can this sect great formation resist?" When the elder Qingyun next to him heard it, he quickly said, "In ancient times, the sect formation of my Rakshasa soul Tianzong, if the 9 layers were opened together, could resist the powerhouses of the martial sovereign realm, but now." When elder Qingyun said this, he stopped and looked at Xie La Jiao, who was on the side. After all, he was not a spiritual formation master, so he didn't know much about this. Turned on. It's almost the same now. Xie La Jiao said immediately after hearing this. This sect's great formation was not damaged at all, it just endured the ultimate attack. Most of the Yuan Jing and the altar spirit pattern were consumed, and it could only be replenished, and it was completely restored. Therefore, the defensive power is exactly the same as before. Huh? Really? When Chu Yan heard this, his face suddenly froze, and a joyful look rose in his heart. Of course, eldest brother, Xie La Jiao, are the #1 spirit rune master in Haotian continent, don't you believe this? Xie La Jiao suddenly exclaimed. However, what he said is really not wrong. He has now accepted the inheritance of the Mad Blood Emperor, coupled with the spirit of the Bloodline spiritual master. I believe that there is really no spiritual master more than him in this vast continent. Powerful. However, that only refers to the combat power, not the ability of the spirit tattoo master. Excellent. With this sect formation, the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect is not afraid of any forces for the time being. Chu Yan's face was full of joy. Regarding the safety of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's reconstruction of the mountain gate, Chu Yan has always been worried about it, although Elder Qingyun also told Chu Yan before that even if the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong sect will be affected, the damage is also enough to withstand some of the powerhouses on the continent now. However, until now, Chu Yan really felt relieved. After all, the martial emperor realm powerhouses on Haotian continent are not Chinese cabbage, and the number is extremely rare. Okay. Since that's the case, next, I'm going to the Red Mist Forest. Chu Yan said. Red Mist Forest. Elder Qingyun, Shen Xingjia, and Xie La Jiao were all startled. Immediately, Chu Yan explained the situation to a few people. There are still too few sect disciples in the current Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. If you want to become the strongest sect in the mainland in the future, you must have more disciples. Moreover, the talent on the mainland is now high. Most of the warriors in the sect have already joined the sect. The warriors in places like the Red Mist Kingdom are extremely powerful, and Chu Yan will naturally not let them go. After that, Chu Yan held a meeting of elders at the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. After arranging the relevant matters, he flew towards the Red Mist Forest with Xie La Jiao's teleportation array materials. #C1041 Ambush. Leaving the Sky God Valley, Chu Yan flew all the way, almost at full speed. This time I went to the Red Mist Kingdom, hoping to recruit more warriors, although Chu Yan also knew that most of the warriors who had the idea to leave last time were summoned, and this time there will definitely not be more than the last time. However, Chu Yan only hopes to be able to summon 20 to 30 million warriors. In this way, the number of sect disciples of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong can be close to 100 million. In this case, they will have the most powerful sect on Zhongtian continent. The basics, coupled with 10 or 20 years of development, to give these warriors enough time to cultivate, at that time, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will really have hope and restore the heyday of the first sect in the mainland in the ancient times. Moreover, Chu Yan wants to end the matter here as soon as possible, and then seize the time to improve his cultivation. After all, the little white bear is still in the hands of the Black Blood Temple. Although there is a guarantee from Lei Wuhuang, Chu Yan is still uneasy. While thinking about it, Chu Yan flew all the way, and after a day and a night, he finally approached the 10,000 miles of the Red Mist Forest. The situation is not right. At this moment, Chu Yan's consciousness suddenly trembled, and he felt a few extremely faint breaths sweeping over him. Looking back suddenly, I saw a few black figures flying towards the horizon in the distance. Damn! Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan's pupils shrank fiercely, and he found that the 10 figures that came were all people from the Black Blood Temple, and his heart suddenly became cold. Chu Yan! Dare to oppose my Black Blood Temple? Courting death. These 10 figures were extremely fast, and within the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Chu Yan, and one of them shouted sharply. Escape! Chu Yan's consciousness was swept away, and his heart suddenly became even colder. Of the 10 people in front of him, 8 were from the lower martial sovereign realm, and there were 2 others who had even reached the median martial sovereign realm. They were not Chu at all. The flames can now resist. The next moment, Chu Yan didn't hesitate, his whole body was full of Xinqi, and the Yulong covered the sky with his body technique unfolded, and flew away in the distance. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, we've been looking for you for 3 days, you can't escape. The savage laughter echoed, and the 10 men in black robes unfolded their movements at the same time, rushing towards Chu Yan. Die! A tall black-robed man. The speed is extremely fast, rushing to the distance of 10,000 steps behind Chu Yan, raising his hand as a move, and suddenly, a huge black ghost claw attacks Chu Yan's vest. Boom! This black ghost claw is extremely powerful, the claw light bombs the sky, the power is loud, the cold wind whistles in the sky, the paw prints pass, the void bursts open, and slams towards Chu Yan. Fox no return. Chu Yan was startled. He didn't expect that the combat power of these black-robed men would be much stronger than Venerable Bloody Hand. It seems that the last time I met Venerable Blood Soul in the Valley of Souls, it was not because he was strong enough to accompany the Devil Emote's song, but because of his weak strength, he was sent to guard the place where the puppets were tempered in the wilderness. The 10 people behind them should all come from the main hall of the Black Blood Temple, and their cultivation and combat power are far superior to ordinary Black Blood Temple warriors. Seeing the claws coming, Chu Yan felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of the lower martial sovereign realm, but his combat power has not weakened much, at least he has the strength of the lower martial sovereign realm middle stage. This kind of strength far exceeds that of the Blood Soul Venerable who only has half-step martial Venerable realm combat power, and even more than 3 times, Chu Yan does not dare to take it hard. Besides, even if Chu Yan broke out his trump card and fought him hard, and waited for the other 9 people in black robes to come around, it would really be a dead end. Call out. Without the slightest hesitation, the 10 absolute swords appeared in Chu Yan's hand, the 5-color Gang Yuan surged, and the backhand was a sword. At the same time, Chu Yan's figure turned sharply and flew away in the other direction. Boom! Boom! Behind him, 2 loud explosions sounded, and the 5-colored sword light collided with the ghost claw. It was just a breath of time before the sword light exploded, and the ghost claw print broke through the sword light, whizzing past, at a high altitude. In the air, leaving a long void crack. I still want to run away. Seeing that Chu Yan turned sharply, he was about to flee. A group of black-robed powerhouses shouted angrily and shot at Chu Yan in unison. Boom! 10 powerful warriors in the martial sovereign realm shot at the same time. The power can be said to be earth-shattering. Claw lights, palm prints, and fist lights flew all over the sky, and the void in all directions was suddenly smashed into pieces. The nearby mountain range collapsed 7 or 8 in a row. More than a dozen attacks gathered together, like a torrent of heaven and earth, covering everything, like a meteor shower, moving towards Chu Yan's figure, front and back, left and right. These 10 people are the real powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple, and they are definitely not comparable to ordinary warriors. Obviously, these people are strong men specially sent to deal with Chu Yan after Emote Song fled back to the Black Blood Temple, and their combat power cannot be weak. With Chu Yan's current strength, if it's just a low-ranking Wuzuanjing powerhouse, Chu Yan can still fight hard, but with so many powerful Wuzuanjing realm powerhouses, it will be troublesome. Falling in love with a proud female boss. Although Chu Yan's speed was extremely fast, the torrent of attacks from these 10 people had already covered all Chu Yan's retreats in all directions, leaving him no chance at all. As long as Chu Yan was hit by any attack, or blocked, then the stagnation in the blink of an eye was enough for the 10 men in black robes to surround Chu Yan. Not good. Chu Yan was shocked, his soul trembled, and he began to mobilize the power of the 5 beasts, ready to fight with them. Although Chu Yan is not their opponent, he will never sit still. Just when Chu Yan was about to break out completely, and when he was desperately fighting with 10 Wuzuan realm powerhouses, a colorful streamer of light flew from the sky in the distance. Call out! Call out! Call out! The 7-color ring spirit treasure, dazzling and dazzling, with endless divine power, the ring body exudes one after another colorful streamer, like water ripples, rippling, making its movement. It looks like a teleportation, every time it flashes, over hundreds of miles away. A ring-shaped 7-color spiritual treasure, like an enlarged bracelet, revolved like a 7-colored sun. In an instant, it reached the top of Chu Yan's head and collided with the 10 attacks. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering sound of gas explosions exploded in succession. The 10 attacks that were like a torrent of heaven and earth just now, in an instant, in front of that round of colorful ring spirit treasures, they were completely vulnerable, and they were blasted apart and turned into 10 air waves, rushing in all directions. Huh? Who is it? Dare to spoil the affairs of our Black Blood Temple? The 10 men in black robes were stunned for a moment, then turned around abruptly, and roared loudly at the same time. Chu Yan was also stunned for a moment. He also stopped and turned his head to look. At a glance, his face suddenly froze, his face full of astonishment. I saw, in the distance in the sky, a weak figure, stepping on 7-colored auspicious clouds, slowly flew over. It seems that the speed is very slow, and the flight is not in a hurry. However, the figure is the same as the colorful ring just now, and every time it flashes, it spans a distance of hundreds of miles. At the moment when everyone looked back, the weak figure had already arrived in front of Chu Yan and 10 black-robed men. Little child. The 10 black-robed men were full of stunned expressions, staring 10,000 paces away in disbelief, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old boy with an angry face and full of indignation. As for Chu Yan, the moment he saw the child, the entire sea of consciousness was in chaos. Because this little boy is the little boy who saved me in the hands of the 4 great sons of Luoyang Kingdom. #C1042 Spirit Beasts. Seeing the overwhelming attack, all exploded, and more than a dozen bursts of energy swept the audience like a storm. Chu Yan was in the center of all kinds of air explosions. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly activated his real body, Gang Yuan, to protect his whole body. Boom! 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 One after another, the waves of Yujinchi surged past, rolling towards Chu Yan, and immediately knocked him out. The 10 powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple also did not dare to block the shock wave of the air waves that exploded at the same time from these 10 attacks. Boom, rumble. The powerful shock wave swept all directions and swept everything, no matter the sky or the ground, wherever it passed, everything turned into powder. The mountain range below kept collapsing, turning into large pieces of gravel, dust and mist, rushing in all directions. The original continuous mountain terrain was swept by the air waves, and a flat land with a radius of 10 miles appeared. What? What? Suddenly, in the mountain range below, a scream sounded. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden small sect in the mountain range. Because they couldn't escape, countless people turned into flying ashes. Help! Oh my God! The end of the world has come. Run away. Hurry. Run, ah. This small sect with millions of people, as the shock wave swept through, except for a small number of warriors who had reached the sky-reaching realm, most of the rest were all in the air wave and vanished. Above the sky, everyone had to stand on the spot, but the battle suddenly stopped. More than a dozen strong men of the Black Blood Temple looked at the colorful flowing cloud that was slowly approaching, and their faces were full of surprise. You are from the Xuanhuan sect, thousands of spirit beasts. A man in black robe, his eyes trembling, exclaimed. As soon as the words landed, the expressions of the 10 men in black robes changed drastically, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were full of horror. 1,000 spirit beasts of Xuanhuan. How could you provoke such a terrifying existence? Why is he here? For a while. The Black Blood Temple was still full of arrogance just now, and all of them were extinguished immediately. They looked at the little boys who kept approaching and stepped on the colorful clouds. All of them were full of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. However, the little boy didn't even look at them, and flew straight towards Chu Yan, who had the same dull expression. Little, master. Just like the last time we met, the little boy's brow position, the 7-colored spiritual seal, flickered constantly. His eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Looking at Chu Yan, his face was full of urgency, and it seemed that it was extremely laborious to speak, and he stammered. Lord, Mother, roar. The little boy stared at Chu Yan, his face twisted and painful, as if he was going through some torment. His eyes were full of bloodshots, and he finally roared, holding his head in his hands, completely crazy. Die. You're all going to die. The next moment, the little boy suddenly turned around and rushed towards the 10 men in black robes in the Black Blood Temple. His whole body was full of demonic energy, like a peerless beast. 10 black-robed men blasted away. Boom, rumble. The palm print is monstrous, bringing a large demonic wind, instantly covering the entire sky, completely covering the huge demonic palm occupying half of the sky. The power is far beyond the realm of terror. This, so strong. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was stunned. At first, when he met this little boy, Chu Yan thought that the other party was only in the heaven transformation realm, but looking at the current situation, it is more than the heaven transformation realm. I am afraid it far exceeds the heaven opening realm, at least has the combat power of the superior martial sovereign realm. Thousands of spirit beasts from Xuanhuan sect. Is it the same as the bull demon spirit beast of our Rakshasa soul heaven sect? Chu Yan was slightly startled, seeing 10 men in black robes fighting with the little boy in the distance. The whole sky suddenly exploded. Whoosh! In the chaotic battle circle, a black-robed figure rushed towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan, today, you must die. The powerhouse of the Black Blood Temple saw that the good situation was destroyed by the thousands of spirit beasts of the Tianzong, and worried that he would not be able to complete the task given by the devil Mo Song, so he fought out of the battle circle and attacked Chu Yan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 figures in black robes woke up when they heard the roar of the man in black robe just now, and they rushed out of the battle circle and rushed towards where Chu Yan was. Regardless of whether this little boy is the 1,000 spirit beasts of Tianzong, their mission is to kill Chu Yan and bring back the corpse. Naturally, Chu Yan is the most important. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan, who originally wanted to communicate with the little boy, did not dare to hesitate at all, turned around and left. Swish! When the movement technique unfolded, Chu Yan's figure, like a black lightning bolt, flew towards the red fog forest in the distance. Chu Yan, you can't escape. The powerhouse of the Black Blood Temple shouted loudly, and 3 black shadows, following the period, rushed towards Chu Yan. These people all have the strength of the median martial sovereign realm. Under the impetus of true qi, their movement speed is not much slower than that of Chu Yan. In the final analysis, Chu Yan's cultivation base is still too low. If he has the strength of Wu Zuanjing, even if it is half-step Wu Zuanjing's strength, with his fusion of 5 elements, the speed of movement is definitely not that these people can catch up. Want to arrest me? You are not qualified enough. Chu Yan's face was cold, he flew quickly, and shouted loudly at the same time. Between him and the Black Blood Temple, there is now an endless situation. The Black Blood Temple originally wanted him to die, but now with the addition of a devil emote song, he also wants his fleshly body. Repeatedly attacking and killing himself, remember that Chu Yan can't bear it anymore. Swish! Chu Yan suddenly flashed to consciousness in the sea of consciousness, and then the corner of his mouth was raised, his big hand turned over, a spiritual pattern jade talisman appeared in his palm, and under the infuriating energy, he threw his hand behind him. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came, and at the moment when the jade talisman of the spiritual pattern was broken, an incomparably huge thunder ball exploded. Hateful! The 3 men in black robes roared in rage, their lungs almost exploded. Thinking of my 10 middle-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouses, it is more than enough to wipe out a sect, but now I am just besieging and killing a junior of the 8th heavenly realm cultivation base, and it is so embarrassing to be so embarrassed. Bastard! Don't run away. Boy, stop, you must die today. Chu Yan, even in the sky and the ground, if you escape there, you will all die. The 3 men in black robes roared loudly, and all of them pushed their movements to the extreme, like 3 sharp arrows, rushing towards Chu Yan. However, it is not so easy for them to catch up with Chu Yan. Chu Yan's Yulong covering the sky movement technique has reached the realm of great achievement. Coupled with the power of the fusion of the 5 elements, the speed is far faster than that of other martial artists. It can be said that in an instant, it is thousands of miles away. Chu Yan looked for the direction of the red mist forest and flew all the way. He was not worried at all, because as long as he reached the red mist forest, these black-robed people, no matter how strong, wanted to catch themselves in the red mist forest, then it's hard to get to the sky. In this way, Chu Yan flew all the way, and the 3 powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple rushed all the way, and 4 figures rushed towards the direction of the red mist forest and shot away. Such a speed and a distance of 10,000 miles are only 2 hours away. During this period, the 3 men in black robes chased behind Chu Yan and launched several attacks. However, the anti-shock force of the gas explosion actually made Chu Yan's figure faster, and, getting closer, Chu Yan will throw the Mad Thunder Spirit pattern, making them unable to approach at all. Haha, you 3 old monsters, I won't play with you today, follow me into the red mist forest. Seeing the appearance of the red fog forest in the distance, Chu Yan immediately laughed and shouted. Not good. Red mist forest. The 3 black-robed men also saw the red mist forest in the distance, and their faces sank. #C1043 Re-entry Red Fog. The Red Mist Forest is a famous Jedi on the Hautian continent. Not only does it have no resources and opportunities, but it is easy to lose its way and be trapped in it forever. This kind of place doesn't mean that if you have a high cultivation base, it will be useful. If you can't find your way, you will still be trapped in it. Now, looking at the direction of Chu Yan's flight, he is completely facing the red mist forest. If he really rushes into the red mist forest, there is no way to catch him. Although their faces were extremely anxious, the three men in black robes had nothing to do. Now, there is a distance of hundreds of miles between them and Chu Yan, and there is no way to stop Chu Yan from entering the red mist forest. No, you can't let him enter the red mist forest, let's fight together. One of the men in black yelled loudly. The next moment, the true energy of the three middle-ranked martial venerable realm experts erupted in an instant, and the monstrous energy turned into black and red envelope flames all over the sky, and they attacked Chu Yan at the same time. Die to me. Chu Yan, you can't escape. It's not that easy to escape. The three of them drank violently, their fists glowed like thunder, and their palm prints were like clouds, all of them blasted towards Chu Yan. In an instant, the overwhelming powerful attack power, like a raging river, swept across half of the sky, and pushed forward layer by layer. The void continued to shatter, crushing all the way towards Chu Yan. This time, in order to prevent Chu Yan from entering the red mist forest, the three men in black robes all shot with all their strength, without holding back a single shot. These three attacks are shockingly powerful. Even normal ones are enough to kill a low-level martial venerable realm expert. Even a Tianjiao martial artist with a cultivation level below half a step of martial venerable realm is enough to kill instantly. It's a pity that they are hundreds of miles away from Chu Yan. No matter how powerful the attack is, at such a long distance, when they hit Chu Yan, their power will be weakened to less than half. That's all. Seeing a weak attack coming all the way, Chu Yan suddenly showed a disdainful smile on his face. While urging his body skills, he increased his speed by a point. Dao Chongxiao's sword fiercely slashed at the three incoming attacks. Boom! 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 Under three loud bangs. The sword light that Chu Yan slashed and the three attacks blasted together, and the sword light exploded immediately, turning into sword energy all over the sky, rushing in all directions, while the three attacks from the black-robed man did not collapse, but they were still on the verge of falling. The power was greatly reduced, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Seeing this, Chu Yan immediately destroyed the bodyguard Gang Yuan, neither dodging nor dodging, ready to take it hard. Boom, rumbling. Immediately afterwards, three attacks bombarded Chu Yan's body, exploding one after another, and the violent airflow scattered in all directions. Chu Yan's body was under the huge countershock force, like an arrow leaving the string. The speed skyrocketed, heading towards the red mist forest. Rush away. Swish. In just an instant, Chu Yan's body, like a ray of black light, rushed into the red mist forest and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! 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 The three men in black robes rushed over and stopped at the outskirts of the red mist forest, their eyes trembling, their faces full of seriousness. They watched Chu Yan escape into the red mist forest, but among the three of them, none of them dared to chase after him. This place is not an ordinary relic or secret place. As long as you have a high cultivation base, you will not be afraid of anything. However, this place is a desperate place. Die. This point, in the entire Hautian continent, all powerful warriors, no one knows. Moreover, those warriors who rush into the red mist forest every year to explore, very few of them can come back. After a long time, all warriors are more and more jealous of this red mist forest. Just now, did he die? After a long time, a man in black murmured. I don't know. It looks like I shouldn't be able to die. If you are hit by the three of us, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Hearing this, the three of them shook their heads at the same time. Although the three attacks just now were all three of them hit with all their strength, but they were hundreds of miles away and resisted by Chu Yan's sword light. How much power is left in the attack? Of course the three of them knew clearly. Ugh. A man in black gave a long sigh. They were ordered by the demon Song to kill Chu Yan and bring back his body. But now, Chu Yan fled into the red mist forest, and they were completely helpless. Even if they are not afraid of death, rushing into the red mist forest, under the dense fog, they can't see their fingers, their spiritual sense can't be used, they are like blind people, how to find it? Although full of unwillingness, the three of them still had to give up. However, for Chu Yan, this time, being able to escape from the hands of 10 Black Blood Temple powerhouses at the same time made them feel more and more uneasy about Chu Yan. It's even harder. Looking at the thick red mist in front of them, the three men in black robes had different expressions and were thoughtful. After a long time, one of them said, "Go. Go back and meet the others." As soon as the words landed, the three of them jumped up at the same time, and flew towards the way they came from. An hour and a half later, the three men in black robes returned to the place where they had just ambushed Chu Yan. At a glance, their expressions suddenly changed. On the ground, 7 pieces of flesh and blood were scattered, basically, all over the ground. The 7 middle-ranked Wuzuanjing powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple unexpectedly lost, all of them. What's more, they were all turned into scum, and the ground was full of broken flesh and corpses, and they couldn't even fight together. The bloody scene was outrageous. Sure enough, it is the 1,000-spirit beast of Tianzong. So strong. The 3 men in black robes were sluggish on the spot, feeling cold in their hearts. Fortunately, the 3 of them went to chase Chu Yan just now. Otherwise, there would be 3 more piles of rotten meat on the scene. In the red mist forest, amidst the endless billowing red clouds, Chu Yan finally stood firm and landed on the ground, his body's true qi circulated, suppressing the tumbling qi and blood in his body. This locking robe is really powerful. After a while, Chu Yan let out a long mouthful of turbid air, the blood in his body finally subsided, his eyes lit up immediately, he looked down at the Suotian robe on his body, and murmured. This Suotian robe, since I got it, has saved myself more than once, otherwise, Chu Yan doesn't know how many times it was lost. The treasure of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect is really extraordinary. This time, if it wasn't for the attack of the 3 mid-level Wuzuanjing powerhouses who were not wearing the skylocking robe, even if they were blocked by him from a long distance, it would probably be enough to seriously injure him. After all, it was the combined attack of 3 powerful fighters in the Wuzun realm, and not only fighters in the Tongtian realm could resist it. Huh. Black Blood Temple, you wait, after a while, I will definitely kill your main hall. Chu Yan was full of anger, took out 2 golden pills, swallowed them, and then strode towards the depths of the red mist forest. After 2 full days, Chu Yan walked out of the red mist forest and reappeared in the territory of the red mist divine kingdom. #C1044 Annexation. The red mist kingdom was still the same entrance. Chu Yan stepped out of the red mist forest, and saw a bright scene, and the city in the distance was faintly visible. Swish! Chu Yan jumped up directly, and flew towards Anhuang City in the distance. Soon, Chu Yan arrived at the gate of Anhuang City, descended from the air, and landed firmly in front of the city gate. Oh my God, Lord God! Quickly, notify the city lord. My lord is back. The moment Chu Yan just appeared, the guards in front of the city gate immediately recognized Chu Yan, and they all exclaimed with astonishment on their faces. The black-robed young man in front of him had been passed down like a myth in the entire Red Snow Divine Kingdom, and he was the one who killed the Yinyang Empress. Now, although it is no longer the Yinyang sect, the title of the Red Snow God Kingdom has been restored, the new emperor has ascended the throne, and even the hall master of Anhuangqing has been replaced by the city master. No matter who it is, Chu Yan will be shocked when he returns. Well, not bad, it looks much better than before. Chu Yan glanced across, seeing the piece in front of an Huangqing. He nodded in satisfaction, and then moved his body and walked towards the city. The streets of the city were as wide as possible, and a group of soldiers guarding the city had already spread their legs. Their bodies were like lightning, and they rushed to the city lord's mansion before Chu Yan, to report the news of the return of the gods. When Chu Yan was about to reach the center of the city, he saw several figures soaring into the sky above the city lord's mansion, not far away. The leader was a middle-aged man in an empty red robe, with a flustered face and an eager expression. This person is the newly appointed city lord of Anhuang City after the establishment of the Red Snow Divine Kingdom. When he heard the news of the return of the god Chu Yan, he felt chills all over his body, and was so frightened that he froze. Without even thinking about it, he took a few cronies and turned around and fled. In his opinion, regardless of the return of the god Chu Yan this time, what is the matter? After all, Chu Yan had defeated the Yinyang Empress back then, and the Red Snow Kingdom, logically, should belong to Chu Yan. Now, if Chu Yan wants to take back this place, I am afraid that the first one is to take them, the city lords. So the red-robed city lord was scared out of his wits and ran away like flying. See this scene? Chu Yan was speechless for a moment, shook his head, and didn't care. He went directly to the city lord's mansion and settled down temporarily. When Chu Yan came to Hongxue Divine Kingdom before, his first stop was Anhuangcheng, and he stayed in Anhuangcheng for the longest time. He was familiar with this city lord's mansion, so he found a guest room at random, and began to sit cross-legged to practice pranayama injury. Entering the red mist forest for a battle, although Chu Yan was only slightly injured, Chu Yan rushed through the red mist forest and never healed his wounds. Now, since he is temporarily safe, he will start practicing breath adjustment first. After all, there is no one in Hongxue Kingdom here who is Chu Yan's opponent. In terms of safety, there is no need to worry. In less than an hour, all the injuries in Chu Yan's body recovered, and at the same time, all his true energy returned to its peak. Chu Yan left the guest room, walked around the city lord's mansion twice, and finally selected the martial arts field of the city lord's mansion, and began to arrange the teleportation array. Situ Yang had already prepared all the teleportation arrays before he came. What Chu Yan had to do was simply arrange them, and then activate them with Yuan Jing. Not long after, the teleportation array was established, Chu Yan threw a lot of Yuan Jing, and the teleportation array started to work immediately. Swish swish swish. As soon as the teleportation array was activated, figures rushed out of the teleportation array. These people were all those warriors from the original Hongxue Kingdom who ordered them to wait in front of the teleportation array in the Sky God Valley before Chu Yan set off. Including Hall Master Wu Gui and Wu Hong at that time, they all walked out of the teleportation array. Everyone, this is the mansion of the city lord of Anhuang City, which is also the original Foreign Affairs Hall of Anhuang City. We are back again. Chu Yan chuckled, looked at Wu Gui and the others who were full of astonishment, and said softly, "See the sovereign! See the sovereign!" When Wu Gui and the others saw Chu Yan, they hurriedly bowed and saluted. Now, they are already disciples of the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect, and Wu Gui is a deacon elder. When they saw Chu Yan, they hurriedly paid respects. If you're not in the sect, you don't need to be formal. Chu Yan waved his hand lightly. Yes, suzerain. Wu Gui said. Haha, it's really in Huangqing, Foreign Affairs Hall, father, look, this is the place where we used to practice martial arts. As a young man, Wu Hong couldn't control the astonishment in his heart, his eyes swept around, and when he saw the extremely familiar environment, he immediately said in surprise. Honger, that's right, this is our former Foreign Affairs Hall. Wu Gui glanced at Chu Yan, and was relieved to see that there was no abnormality in Chu Yan. He relaxed slowly, looked at his son, and said with a smile. I didn't expect that this teleportation spirit array can really span thousands of miles. It's amazing. Another warrior exclaimed. Swish 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 swish. Figures continued to appear from the teleportation array, and in less than 100 breaths, a total of 50,000 disciples of the Raksha Soul Sky sect appeared on the martial arts arena in front of them. Different from the original plan, Chu Yan plans to turn the Red Snow Kingdom into one of the retreat routes of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, so this time Chu Yan plans to turn the entire Honshui Kingdom into the rear of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. The plan was formulated by Chu Yan. Of course, Chu Yan does not need to worry about the actual actions. Elder Wu Gui, with 50,000 strong men, set off from Anhuang City to sweep the Red Snow Kingdom. Chu Yan was sitting in the room, practicing all the time. Time flies, and 3 full days passed in a blink of an eye. When the sound of the report sounded outside the room, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes and woke up from the practice. In 3 days, Chu Yan consolidated his cultivation and worked hard to prepare for the next promotion. Outside the room, it was Elder Wu Gui who would report carefully to Chu Yan the progress of unifying the Red Snow Kingdom. During these 3 days, Elder Wu Gui led 50,000 strong men to sweep across the entire Red Snow Divine Kingdom, bringing the original Red Snow Divine Kingdom into the sphere of influence of the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect without any effort. Chu Yan was very satisfied with Wu Gui's performance, and gave him a bottle of golden elixir as a reward. Immediately, Elder Wu Gui was so shocked that he knelt down on the ground, trembling all over, and shouted, "Long live the suzerain!" Afterwards, Chu Yan took a brief tour of the Red Snow Kingdom, checked the situation, and found that the situation was similar to what Wu Gui said, so he felt relieved. The rest of the matter can be left to Wu Gui and the others. As long as this place can be stabilized, the Raksha Soul Tianzong will not only solve the problem of the source of disciples, but also a good way out. Afterwards, after Chu Yan confessed to Wu Gui, he left and prepared to return to the medicine sect. The time agreed with Gong Yun Tian is almost here, and the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain is about to open. What Chu Yan is most worried about now is the little white bear, so after completing the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain, Chu Yan is ready to kill the Black Blood Temple and rescue the little white bear. In addition, according to Gong Yun Tian, there are geniuses from the 8 ancient sects participating in this secret realm of Tianlian Mountain, and Chu Yan is interested in meeting these peerless geniuses from the 8 ancient sects. #C1045 Blue Sky Lotus. Passing through the red mist forest, flying all the way towards Medicine Sect, Chu Yan returned to Jiuling Shantian Sect in less than 2 days. Before leaving the sect, Chu Yan made an agreement with Gong Yun Tian to meet him as soon as possible after returning to the sect. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't even look at Yuer. As soon as he stepped into the Jiuling Shantian Sect, he went directly to the Shantian Hall of the Inner Sect Master Peak to meet Gong Yun Tian. In the study room in the main hall, Gong Yun Tian and Chu Yan sat opposite each other, talking gracefully. Chu Yan, this time, the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain is far more complicated than you think, and there is a reason why I asked you to be in the top 3. Gong Yun Tian looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly. The reason? What is it? Chu Yan wondered. 10,000 years ago, in the Haotian continent, the 8 ancient sects were not the most powerful sections. At that time, there was also the first sect in the Zhongtian continent that everyone recognized, and this first sect was Tianlian Mountain. Gong Yun Tian was not in a hurry to answer Chu Yan's question, but introduced it without haste. The first sect in Zhongtian continent, Tianlian Mountain. Chu Yan said. That's right, 10,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, Tianlian Mountain was suddenly destroyed, closed to the outside world, and no disciples of the sect walked around Zhongtian continent, and even afterward, when mainland warriors entered Tianlian Mountain, they did not see any of them. For any disciple of Tianlian Mountain, this matter is extremely strange. Until now, no one knows the reason for the sudden change in Tianlian Mountain. Gong Yuntian said. There is such a thing. Chu Yan was surprised and frowned slightly. Chu Yan, you have to know that Tianlian Mountain was able to achieve the strength of the first sect in the Zhongtian continent 10,000 years ago. There is also a Tianlian altar in Tianlian Mountain, which has a very special role. Gong Yuntian glanced at Chu Yan, his face gradually became solemn, and he said very seriously. This Tianlian altar has an extremely terrifying ability, which can change fate against the sky. What? Change your life against the sky. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed. You must know that the talent of a martial artist is inherently determined, and one can only rely on some chances and hard work to reach the top of the martial arts road. However, how far the martial arts road can go depends on In the end, it mainly depends on the talent of the warrior. This matter is determined by God. There is no way for ordinary warriors to change it. Just like the 10-star martial spirit and innate physique, compared to the low-star martial spirit and ordinary physique of ordinary warriors, martial arts achievements are naturally worlds apart. That's right, it's changing one's life against the sky. Changing one's talent, physique, and even the limits of martial arts. Gong Yuntian's tone was extremely certain without any hesitation. So, this is exactly why the Tianlian Mountain secret realm has been occupied by the 8 ancient sects, and has not been open to other sects in the mainland. Moreover, almost every time the Tianlian Mountain secret realm is opened, there will be people who change their fate against the sky. Success. Get a big chance. Gong Yuntian said. Not only that, if you can get the top 3, you can also be qualified to enter the Tianlian Pavilion. Tianlian Pavilion? What is it? Chu Yan asked. Tianlian Pavilion is divided into 9 floors, and each floor has different functions. However, I know that if you want to know the secret about the power of the golden body you awakened last time, you can only enter Tianlian Pavilion, where there is the entire middle the most detailed historical records of the sky continent 100,000 years ago. Gong Yuntian glanced at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth lightly raised. 100,000 years ago, the most detailed historical records. Hearing this, Chu Yan's heart was suddenly moved. He had many questions in his heart, and he couldn't figure it out until now, such as the 5 gods and beasts, the holy body of the Rakshasa, and the pattern of the Holy Spirit, as well as the 9-color spirit at the position between his eyebrows. Including the enemy who caused the loss of Rakshasa soul Tianzong 100,000 years ago, who is it? Chu Yan had no clue about these things at all, so he kept them in his heart. At this time, when he heard Gong Yuntian's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose. Now that he has the opportunity to figure it out, Chu Yan certainly wants to know these secrets. Moreover, there is a great opportunity in the Tianlian Pavilion. It is said that all the resources of the Tianlian Mountain sect are there and have not disappeared. If you can get some, it will be of great help to improve your cultivation. After Gong Yuntian finished speaking, he looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly. Okay. It seems that I really want to go to Lianshan Mountain this day. Chu Yan was moved, nodded, and said. It's best like this. However, this time, in the 8 ancient sects, I don't know how many people have obtained the qualification tokens. However, this time, my medicine sect will send you and Fonger into it. No matter what, don't weaken my medicine sect. Zhong Weiming. Gong Yuntian said. Qualification token. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard the words, and suddenly remembered that the token he got in the Sea of Blood in the spiritual realm was exactly the Tianlian token, but he never knew how to do it. Use. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan called out the Tianlian token, held it in his hand, pondered for a while, and injected a burst of true energy. Hum. With a clear sound, a majestic force suddenly rippled, and the entire Sky Lotus token exploded directly, turning into countless light spots, condensing together, and turning into a blue sky lotus flower. This is... Seeing this scene, Gong Yuntian's face changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. Gradually, the light faded, and the blue sky lotus flower rushed out with spirit lines, surrounding the sky lotus flower continuously, and a mysterious aura continuously overflowed. The sky lotus flashed suddenly, and flew to the top of Chu Yan's head, exuding a faint majestic breath, floating gently. This is the Heavenly Lotus Talisman Order. It turned out to be the Heavenly Lotus Talisman Order. Gong Yuntian's complexion changed drastically, and he let out a horrified expression, his face full of disbelief. Gong Yuntian had heard the rumors about the Heavenly Lotus Talisman, but he never thought that it really existed, that within a token, the Heavenly Lotus artifact spirit was conceived, and such a rare thing exists in the world. Tianlian Talisman Order. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. The pupils of the unicorn flickered in both eyes, sweeping across the mysterious spirit patterns on the green lotus, but they couldn't see through them at all. The Heavenly Lotus artifact spirit is the spirit of the Heavenly Lotus Talisman. It is of great benefit to warriors who enter the secret realm of the Heavenly Lotus. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Lotus token in the blood sea of the spiritual realm is actually a piece. Heavenly Lotus Talisman! Gong Yuntian's eyes were already flickering slightly, brightening up. Hum. As if hearing Gong Yuntian's words, the cyan lotus flower trembled slightly, rippling with more majestic mysterious power, as if it agreed with Gong Yuntian's words very much. Huh. What? Suddenly, the cyan lotus threw out a spiritual consciousness, which poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, who was unprepared, was stunned and couldn't react. What? Directly open the Tianlian secret realm. Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that King Lianhua sent such a thought directly to him, which made his expression freeze suddenly. What? Let's start the Tianlian secret realm now. How is this possible? There are still 5 days before the opening of the Tianlian secret realm. Gong Yuntian also changed his expression slightly, and exclaimed. Hum. The cyan lotus, suspended above Chu Yan's head, trembled twice again. The meaning was very clear, that is, to open the Tianlian secret realm now. After confirming the consciousness of the Tianlian talisman, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. Now, let's open the Tianlian secret realm. Undoubtedly, this time Tianlian secret realm will be attended by the strongest geniuses from the 8 ancient sects, and the bigwigs from all powerful sects will also gather together. It is definitely a rare and great scene. It's just right, let's have a good fight with these strongest geniuses in the mainland. Chu Yan stared and pondered, his eyes flickering constantly, and soon, he made up his mind and sent a confirmation thought to the blue Tianlian. Moreover, in Chu Yan's mind, opening the Tianlian secret realm now is to take the initiative by himself, and it is not bad to catch those 8 ancient sects by surprise. Buzz. After receiving Chu Yan's thoughts, the cyan sky lotus seemed extremely excited, trembling suddenly, rushed out of the main hall, suspended in mid-air, and the body of the lotus body glowed a dazzling cyan color, turning into a beam of light, rushing straight into the sky, exploding open a huge door of light, dazzling. This. Chu Yan and Gong Yuntian, who rushed out of the main hall following the cyan sky lotus, were stunned. Unexpectedly, this cyan sky lotus could really directly open the Qinglian secret realm. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth turned upwards, forming an arc. The peerless geniuses of the 8 ancient sects. This time, let's have a good time and see who is the real pride of heaven. C1046 Tianlianshan Battle. Zhongtian Continent, Lower Domain, Western Forest. This forest covers a very large area and is named Haoyue Forest. According to legend, whenever the moon shines in this forest, a monster named Moon Spirit will appear in the forest, as if one by one. The earth and silver moon shuttled between the forests, so the Haoyue forest got its name. In this forest, there is also a hidden sect. Thousands of years ago, it was a powerful sect affiliated to Tianlian Mountain. Since the loss of Tianlian Mountain, this sect has been responsible for guarding the secret of Tianlian. Its name is Huiwezong. Although this sect is hidden from the world, 10,000 years ago, it had the protection of the first sect in the Zhongtian continent, and its strength is far superior to the ordinary sects in the Zhongtian continent. Boom! Suddenly, behind the Haoyue sect's mountain gate, an incomparably bright blue light shot up into the sky, straight up to the top of the clouds, releasing a dazzling blue light, making the sky within a radius of 10,000 miles dyed blue in an instant. All the disciples and elders of Haoyue sect suddenly raised their heads to look at the cloud. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. What? Tianlian's secret realm? How is it possible? Tianlian's secret realm will be opened in advance. What the hell is going on? What's going on? For a moment, everyone in Haoyue sect was terrified, and the entire sect seemed to explode. Almost at the same time as the cyan beam of light shot up into the sky, all warriors in a huge city within 10,000 miles also witnessed this scene. The whole city was shaken. Zhongtian surged towards the entire Zhongtian continent. Tianlian's secret realm open in advance. The vast Zhongtian continent shook violently. What's going on? Tianlian's secret realm has a lot to do with it. How could it be opened in advance? Strange, this matter is extremely strange, there may be some major change. Go, hurry over there. What were you doing in the past? This Tianlian secret realm is exclusive to the 8 ancient sects. We went there, but we are not eligible to enter. Nonsense, the peerless geniuses of the 8 ancient sects gathered together, and this time, the medicine sect has Chu Yan joining. It will cause the battle of the heavenly pride of the 8 ancient sects, such a God-given opportunity, don't look at it and regret it. That's right. Chu Yan, the #1 arrogant of the Haotian continent, has just ascended the throne, and the other 8 arrogants of the ancient sects are not convinced. Now that they gather together, it will be lively. Ha ha ha, go, go, how can you miss such a grand event? In an instant, the entire Haotian continent was in an uproar. At this moment, 1,000,000 miles away, in a huge lake, a figure sat cross-legged on the blue lake water, like a dead leaf, rippling with the water, drifting with the current. Suddenly, an invisible thought came from the void and submerged into the body of this blue figure. In an instant, a pair of golden eyes opened suddenly, and 2 streamers of light shot out like water arrows. The calm lake water suddenly exploded into 2 jets of water that soared into the sky. Chu Yan. The sound as light as water echoed on the surface of the blue lake. The next moment, the blue figure stood up slowly, stepped heavily on the water with both feet, soared into the sky, and flew away in the direction of Haoyue forest. In the extreme north, on the endless snowfield, there is a towering ice peak, like an ice crystal sword, piercing into the sky. On the top of the ice peak, 2 figures are standing still, with 2 pairs of eyes, looking west at the same time Haoyue forest. Senior Brother Duan, the Tianlian secret realm has been opened ahead of schedule, A tall man in a fiery red robe, with a dignified expression, looked to the side, and the young man in the same fiery robe asked in a low voice. It doesn't matter. It's the same sooner or later, let's go. This young man in a fire robe has long fiery red hair. If you look closely, you can find a faint flame flowing between his hairlines. Signs. Whoosh. Whoosh. Like 2 balls of fire, soaring into the sky, the 2 figures, like meteors from the sky, flew towards the Haoyue forest 100,000 miles away. The Tianlian secret realm is known as one of the 3 major secret realms in the Zhongtian continent, and its reputation is even more prestigious than the spiritual blood sea. Moreover, because he has never been open to ordinary sects, only the peerless arrogance of the 8 ancient sects are eligible to enter each session. In this way, it adds to its mystery. According to the rumors, there was once an ordinary Tianjiao who successfully changed his fate against the sky in the secret realm of Tianlian. 100 years later, he became the emperor of a generation of martial emperor, sweeping the mainland like a mighty storm for 1,000 years. Since then, the entire continent has attached great importance to the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. Therefore, the Tianlian token in the blood sea of the spiritual realm will become one of the 3 most precious treasures, because it is the only one that has a chance besides the 8 ancient sections. Let the ordinary Tianjiao be qualified to enter the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. At this moment, within Haoyue sect. Within 5 hours of the opening of Tianlian secret realm, the entire forest was flooded with monsters and crowds, and a large number of warriors continued to pour into the forest. The originally peaceful Haoyue forest suddenly became incomparable. Get lively. As the Haoyue sect guarding the Tianlian secret realm, the whole sect moved together. From the outskirts of the forest, a series of checkpoints were set up. On the one hand, it is to verify the identity, and at the same time a fee will be charged, so that it is possible to enter the Tianlian secret realm. Place. This time the Heavenly Lotus secret realm opened. Compared to the previous ones, there are really too many people. Boom, boom. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura descended from the sky, causing warriors from all directions to look up. The people who came were Hong Qiyu, the patriarch of the emperor's sect, and the core elders of the emperor's sect and other giants. Beside Hong Qiyu stood a young man in blue robe. This person had a watery aura, which was extremely thick. This young man, with an expressionless face, was wearing a blue robe with gold trim and a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his chest. Although standing beside Hong Qiyu and several elders, his aura is not weak at all, even more arrogant. Wu Tianxua. Look, it's Wu Tianxua. It's the emperor's #1 pride, Wu Tianxua. Oh my god, it seems that among the 8 ancient sects of the Heavenly Lotus secret realm, the emperor's sect is eligible to enter. Amazing. In only 30 years, he has achieved a half-step martial venerable realm cultivation, and he has an innate body of water. It is said that among the younger generation in mainland China, he has an existence that is invincible in defense. Seeing Wu Tianxua's appearance, all the martial artists in the audience were all surprised and excited. These ordinary fighters are not qualified to enter the Tianlian secret realm, so they came here to watch the confrontation of the Tianjiao from the mainland, so the stronger the Tianjiao who came, the more excited they were. Noisy. Hong Qiyu's expression turned cold, and he yelled softly. Immediately, an incomparably powerful Wu Zuanjing coercion surged. Talk. Seeing that everyone in the audience fell silent, Hong Qiyu nodded in satisfaction, and led Wu Tianxua and other elders through the barriers of Huiwezong all the way to the depths of Haoyue forest. Soon, after walking for less than half an hour, Hong Qiyu led everyone from the emperor's sect to an incomparably tall mountain. This mountain peak is completely covered by a faint blue spiritual mist, and the faint spiritual power of heaven and earth and the coercive atmosphere of heaven and earth float and scatter in all directions. Even if your cultivation is as high as the sky, you will not be able to see the mountain behind the spiritual mist. This mountain is exactly Tianlian Mountain. #C1047 Soul Sect Double Pride. But now, due to the fact that the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain was opened in advance, at the foot of the mountain, a huge circle of cyan spiritual mist has been opened, forming a vacuum zone the size of a city gate, allowing people to pass through this vacuum zone. Can see the scene behind the spiritual mist. This area, which is the size of a city gate and devoid of spiritual mist, is the only entrance to Tianlian Mountain. But now, the Tianlian secret realm has not been fully opened, and the area without spiritual mist is still very unstable. If a strong man wants to forcibly circulate his cultivation-based qi, if he crashes into it, he will be killed instantly. At this time, through the vacuum area, everyone can see that behind the spirit fog is a long and secluded mountain path, which winds up and heads towards the peak. In addition, what is even more astonishing is that on both sides of the path, surrounded by lush forests, the exposed rocks are almost crystal clear. If you look closely, you can easily recognize that they are the purest primordial crystals. And rocks like this are everywhere on Tianlian Mountain. In this way, it is easy to guess whether this Tianlian Mountain is the entire mountain, and it is made of Yuanjing. At this time, at the foot of Tianlian Mountain, more and more warriors began to gather and wait one after another. Nearly 100 warriors in Tianjiao have gathered, and many of them are among the top 100 on the Qianlong list. Where is Chu Yan? Wu Tianchua stood among the crowd of the emperor's sect. With a pair of eyes with light blue brilliance, he scanned the surroundings. After searching unsuccessfully, a trace of disdain appeared on his face, and said, "Humph. With the dog, shit luck, defeating Yi Feng, delusional to set foot on the top of the continent's Tianjiao, I don't think he dared to come at all." Wu Tianchua doesn't have a good impression of Chu Yan, and he is very contemptuous. For Wu Tianchua, he was practicing in seclusion. He planned to defeat Yi Feng in front of all the powerful people in the world when the Tianlian secret realm was opened this time, and seize the position of the world's #1 pride. Unexpectedly, he was snatched by that Chu Yan. The opportunity was given, and after investigation, it was found that Chu Yan was still a little-known little man. In this way, even if Wu Tianchua defeated Chu Yan and regained the position of #1 Tianjiao in the world, it would not look so dazzling. And all of this is due to that Chu Yan. In addition, from all directions, most of the martial artists and Tianjiao gathered here are basically discussing that Chu Yan, and even many people are here for him. This made Wu Tianchua even more unbearable. These people want to talk. You should also talk about yourself. Why are you talking about that garbage? Tianchua. Wait a minute, you have to be careful of that Chu Yan. After entering the secret realm, you have to. Hong Qiyu paid attention to Wu Tianchua's expression, and found that he seemed to have some visions, so he warned him. Needless to say, it's just a piece of rubbish. Depending on luck, it's possible that it was a trick within their medicine sect. Chu Yan, it's nothing. Even if it's Huatian burial, it's impossible to be my opponent now. This time, the chance to change my life against the sky is none other than me. Wu Tianchua stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes swept towards Tianlian Mountain not far away, his face was full of pride, as if he was the lord of the world, and he looked down on all the heroes. Hong Qiyu, the patriarch of the emperor's sect, was stunned, but he couldn't respond when he heard these words. They are about to enter the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. As Wu Tianchua, the #1 arrogance of the emperor's sect, it is a good thing to have such confidence. If the suppression is too severe, it may cause a bad influence. For a while, Hong Qiyu didn't know how to answer. However, for Wu Tianchua, Hong Qiyu still has absolute confidence. Compared with the Huangzong second-day Jiao Yuqing, this Wu Tianchua is 10 times stronger than him. Okay. Since you have the best confidence, this time in the Tianlian Mountain secret realm, I hope you can get the chance to change your fate against the sky. At that time, I will make you a member of the Emperor's cabinet as agreed with us. One of them. Take good care of it. When Hong Qiyu said this, he stopped, pondered for a moment, and then said. As for that Chu Yan, if you have a chance, just kill him. Hong Qiyu never forgot the humiliation that Chu Yan brought to him. Now, with such a good opportunity, of course he would not let Chu Yan go. Now that Chu Yan has joined the medicine sect, and has the 2 major backers of the Dizong and the medicine sect, it is absolutely impossible for their emperor sect to attack Chu Yan at will like the Black Blood Temple. However, if in the secret realm of Tianjiao, because of snatching the opportunity to change fate against the sky and kill Chu Yan, even if it is the medicine sect and the earth sect, they will have nothing to say to support Chu Yan. Brother Wu, sect master Hong, you guys came so early. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and the tone was as passionate as fire, but also as cold as frost, which made people tremble and was full of astonishment. As the voice spread, everyone in front of Tianlian Mountain turned their heads to look at it. Seeing this, many female warriors' hearts beat faster and their faces blushed. But I saw two figures in fire robes slowly descending from the sky. They were the two great talents of the Soul Sect, Hua Tianzhu and Jun Luoyu. The man walking in the front has a face like a crown jade, star eyebrows and big eyes, a pine figure, and an elegant demeanor. His whole body exudes a faint aura. If you just look at it more, it seems that you will be addicted. Although these two are men, but the attractiveness of the body is even more eye-catching than the beauty. Flower Sky Burial. My God, it's Flower Sky Burial. Also, Jun Luoyu. It's so beautiful. It's just like the legend. The disciples of the Soul Sect are all so handsome, as if they were dressed up by beauties. It's so beautiful. Haha, 3 of the top 10 arrogances from the 8 sects of the ancient times have come, so it's lively now. The Emperor Sect and the Soul Sect, there are only 2. Aren't 4 of the 8 ancient sects participating in each session? It's so beautiful, don't care how many cases he has. It's a great blessing to see Hua Tianzhu and Jun Luoyu this time. With the arrival of the 2 great talents of the Soul Sect, the entire front of Tianlian Mountain suddenly became boiling. When Hua Tianzhu and Jun Luoyu landed on the ground steadily, their eyes twinkled like stars, and when they swept across the crowd, not only the female fighters, but even many male fighters all froze, and their expressions froze instantly. The Soul Sect has special skills, and all Soul Sect disciples have advanced cultivation, and their appearance and temperament will become more and more beautiful, especially those female disciples, who can even take away their souls just by looking at them. It is said that the Soul Sect's Kung Fu, which focuses on the soul, can be used in battle, and can even directly attack the opponent's consciousness and soul. Compared with ordinary Kung Fu and martial arts, it is much more terrifying. And Huanzhong's Hua Tianzhu and Jun Luoyu ranked 3rd and 6th on the Qianlong list respectively, with great reputations. Okay. In the direction of Huangzhong, Wu Tianxua looked at the 2 handsome young men of Soul Sect, but frowned slightly. He didn't expect that there would be Soul Sect participating in this session of Tianlian Mountain Secret Realm. You know, Soul Sect's cultivation technique is extremely special, which makes him feel a little bit afraid. Just when Wu Tianxua was about to speak, suddenly, an exclamation sounded. Look, people from the medicine sect are here. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly froze. Hashtag C1048 Blue Sky Lotus. There was a sound of exclamation, and everyone's minds tightened. Even Emperor Hong Qiyu twitched from the corner of his eyes and turned his head suddenly. Medicine sect is here. That is to say, Chu Yan is here too. Roar. A flying tiger beast with a wingspan of hundreds of feet descended from the sky, swirling up monstrous demonic aura, arousing strong winds, and rushing in with a mighty aura. On the back of the flying tiger beast, Chu Yan, Yi Feng, Elder Shan, Situ Yang, and all the elders of the medicine sect stood proudly together, their eyes like thunder. In the past, Chu Yan was silent and unknown, but now Chu Yan is a famous figure in the mainland. Wherever he goes, he will attract the attention of everyone, dazzling like stars. Look, Chu Yan. And Yi Feng, the #1 pride in the mainland. Fart, the current #1 pride in the mainland is Chu Yan, and Yi Feng was just defeated by him. Yes, anyway, they are both very strong, this time, it's really lively. Then, who is that fat man? Situ Yang. the ancient blood spirit master who received the inheritance of the mad blood martial emperor in the blood sea of the spiritual domain, is said to be the #1 among young spirit masters in the world, and, decades later, the absolute #1 spirit master in the mainland. Tattoo master. Damn, it's so awesome, this time, it's really lively. The lineup of the medicine sect is terrifying. This time, the Tianlian Mountain secret realm might be booked by the medicine sect. As the people of the medicine sect fell to the ground and walked towards the secret passage of Tianlian Mountain, the entire crowd of warriors was completely blown away. Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Almost at the same time, two extremely sharp gazes shot straight at Chu Yan. Their gazes were full of coldness and fighting intent. Soul Sect Flower Sky Burial, Emperor Sect Wu Tianxua. The two looked at the black-robed figure. Their eyes were like swords, and the breath in their bodies kept surging. A nameless man. How dare you peek at the name of the #1 genius in the mainland, and seek death? As long as you defeat Chu Yan, you can replace him, and become the #1 pride in the mainland. Only you are worthy of this title. That Chu Yan has no qualifications at all. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly tightened. Everyone noticed the abnormality of Hua Tianzhu and Wu Tianxua. Humph. Elder Shan froze slightly, his face was as cold as ice, and he hummed heavily. With a heavy sound, a large wave of breath rushed out, and immediately, Hua Tianzhu and Wu Tianxua trembled in unison, their faces full of horror. The current Chu Yan is no better than before. He is now a direct disciple of Gong Yuntian, the lord of the medicine sect. In terms of status, within the medicine sect, he is in existence below 1 person and above 10,000 people. As the leading elder this time, Elder Shan was entrusted by Gong Yuntian. How could it be possible for Chu Yan to be bullied by other forces in terms of momentum? After all, what Chu Yan represents now is one of the 8 ancient sects, the medicine sect. The soul sect and the emperor sect's men and horses suddenly darkened when they saw this, and were about to attack when suddenly, a strange sound exploded. Boom, boom. Under a shocking explosion, Tianlian Mountain not far away suddenly shook. In an instant, the mountain shook for 100 miles, everyone's face changed drastically, and they turned their heads to look. Okay. Chu Yan suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Tianlian Mountain passage, only to see that the spiritual mist passage the size of the city gate suddenly doubled in size, as if it was forcibly propped open by some force. Tianlian Mountain, the mountain trembled, and the endless spiritual mist rolled like waves. Everyone in the audience was shocked. The huge spiritual mist passage slowly expanded, and a light blue brilliance lit up on the passage floor, extending toward the depths of Tianlian Mountain. The road was straight and tens of feet wide, and it looked extremely Canggu is deep and profound, and the atmosphere is extraordinary. It seems that as long as you step on this avenue, you can enter another world. Hum. Hum. On the ancient road, countless cyan star-like brilliance suddenly lit up, instantly filling the entire Qingguang Avenue. As soon as these blue light spots appeared, they blended with each other, forming strange spirit patterns, suspended above the Qingguang Avenue. The breath released is extremely terrifying, even if it is a strong martial artist. If he dares to touch it a little, it will undoubtedly be damaged. However, warriors who hold qualification tokens can enter one of the 3 great secret realms of the Haotian continent. Tianlian Mountain Secret Realm, as long as they pass this Qingguang Avenue. The secret realm of Tianlian Mountain is fully opened. Hum. Swish. Suddenly, a cyan streamer rushed out of Chu Yan's body and transformed into a mass of lotus flowers. It was exactly Chu Yan's heavenly lotus talisman, which was the special one he had obtained in the spiritual realm of blood. A token that can enter the Tianlian secret realm. In addition to the other piece that Yaozong provided to Chu Yan now has 2 Qinglian tokens in his hand, and this one, Chu Yan is going to use for Situ Yang. However, the cyan lotus flower was floating above Chu Yan's head, exuding a light cyan brilliance, as if he was thinking about something. On the other side, the crowd that had already gathered countless warriors, and Tianjiao was already boiling instantly. Look, the Tianlian secret realm has opened. Everyone was extremely excited, looking expectantly at the peerless geniuses of the 8 ancient sects, their eyes sparkling. Only 8 people can enter the Tianlian secret realm. Go. Enter quickly. The Huatianzan and Jun Luoyu of the Soul sect turned into 2 flames and rushed straight towards the ancient Qingguang road. The sky-high flames were rolled up on their bodies, and the only blue light shining was the Tianlian token on their bodies. Only by holding the Tianlian token can you enter the Tianlian secret realm. Wu Tianxua took a look at Chu Yan, with a cold light in his eyes, his figure flickered, and he also walked towards the ancient Qingguang road. At the same time, a black-robed young man stepped out of the emperor's camp, followed Wu Tianxua, and rushed towards the Qingguang ancient road. This person should be another peerless genius of the emperor's sect who can enter the secret realm of Tianlian. At this moment, Huangzong Hongqiu also looked at Chu Yan with sharp eyes and a sneer on the corner of his mouth. This time, he was very sure that it was impossible for Chu Yan to get out of the secret realm of Tianlian, let alone Wu Tianxua. Even if it was a shadow, Chu Yan can't survive even if he makes a move. Let's go. Fatty. Chu Yan stared squarely at the ancient Qingguang road, completely ignoring the strange gazes cast from all directions. The Tianlian secret realm has been opened. This time, Chu Yan will not only enter the Tianlian pavilion, but also experience the legend that can the altar of defying the heavens and changing fate, advance together, and improve your cultivation level. As for the battle with the Tianjiao of the 8 ancient schools, as long as you enter the Tianlian secret realm, you will have many opportunities. Chu Yan, come on. Elder Shan and the elders of the medicine sect looked at Chu Yan with eyes full of approval, and they were not worried about Chu Yan's trip in their hearts at all. Compared with the outside world, the elders of the Yaozong are very clear about Chu Yan's strength. Therefore, they are sure that with Chu Yan joining the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain this time, it will be extremely lively. Therefore, for Chu Yan, who has created miracles again and again, what earth-shattering things can be done in Tianlian secret realm, they are also extremely looking forward to it. #C1049 Heaven-defying artifact spirit. The Tianlian secret realm opened just as Chu Yan and Situ Yang were about to step into the Qingguang ancient road. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing scream resounded throughout the sky above Tianlian Mountain. A cyan streamer shot out from the top of Chu Yan's head, rushed straight into the air, and released 10,000 azure light at the same time. Those streaks of cyan light shot straight at the figure of Shanggu Bazong, who was about to rush into the Qingguang ancient road, and immediately made them stagnate severely. What? What the hell is that? The faces of Wu Tianxua, Hua Tianzhu, and Jun Luohua changed in shock. They were just about to set foot on the Qingguang ancient road when they were suddenly enveloped by the green light. They stepped back in fright, subconsciously receded, and their whole bodies exploded with true energy. All of them turned pale with fright. They thought that the spiritual mist passage had not been fully opened, and if they did not retreat, even the strong Wu Zuanjing would be lost. They probably wouldn't even leave scum behind. Hum. When they stood firm and looked up, they realized that there was a blue lotus flower 100 feet above their heads, emitting thousands of green lights, covering them all, and the power of the green lights began to become fierce. Swish! 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 The next moment, in the blue light, the 3 heavenly lotus tokens separated from him, and went straight towards the blue lotus in midair. What? My Sky Lotus token unexpectedly lost control and was sucked away by that blue Sky Lotus. What's going on? Several Tianjiao were stunned at the same time, and suddenly they couldn't react. You must know that it was not the first time they participated in the Tianlian secret realm, and they had never encountered such a situation. After the 3 heavenly lotus tokens, several more heavenly lotus tokens rose up, buzzing and trembling, like clusters of blue light, twisting, constantly moving towards the blue heavenly lotus in mid-air. Within less than 2 breaths, it was directly swallowed by the blue sky lotus in the air. In an instant, the whole world was silent. The 9 great talents are all dumbfounded. All warriors, Tianjiao, and the giants of the 8 ancient sects in the audience were also dumbfounded. WH. What? This, how is this possible? Heavenly lotus tokens of the peerless arrogance. It was actually eaten by that blue lotus flower. Not only other people, but even Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that this cyan lotus the size of a palm has this kind of ability. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point in an instant, and everyone was sluggish on the spot, and the cold air rose in their hearts. Because, in everyone's sea of consciousness, the same question popped up at the same time. All the Tianlian tokens were swallowed up. So, how do the 9 great talents enter the heavenly lotus secret realm? The next moment, waves of incomparably violent aura instantly swept through the audience like a flood of beasts. Bold. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Asshole. Several arrogances of the 8 ancient sects were furious at the same time, and their red eyes looked at Chu Yan together, with murderous intent, like a tide, rushing towards Chu Yan. Boom. Boom. Huangzong Hongqiu and other giants also burst into groups of anger, all of them with livid faces, glaring at Chu Yan. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. Their hearts are bleeding. The Tianlian token, what a precious thing, was swallowed up like this. In this way, how did they get the opportunity to change their fate against the sky? How did they get a great opportunity in the secret realm of Tianlian? All of a sudden, more and more killing intent surged up, turned into black clouds all over the sky, and shrouded towards Chu Yan. Hum. Before Chu Yan could react, the cyan lotus in midair made a trembling sound and turned into a cyan streamer, drawing a cyan trajectory in front of the arrogants and giants, flying in front of them. That scene, it felt like the blue lotus flower was deliberately showing off, and the meaning couldn't be more clear. I did it, what can you do? Come and beat me. Seeing the incomparably arrogant provocation of the blue lotus, several giants blushed and were so angry that they almost exploded. Suddenly, they could no longer bear it. Pfft. The next moment, the faces of these giants suddenly changed drastically, their bodies trembled fiercely, their pupils trembled suddenly, enlarged, continuously, their faces turned pale, their whole bodies' true chi collapsed, their mouths opened, and they spewed out a mouthful. Mouth fog. It was obvious that they were suppressed by some force the moment they fought, and all of them suffered serious internal injuries. Not because of anything else, but because this is the passage to the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. There are countless and terrifying formations of spirit patterns here. Even if it is a strong person in the martial emperor realm, they may be wiped out in ashes. Hum. Seeing this scene, the cyan lotus flew back to the top of Chu Yan's head, trembling constantly, as if laughing wildly. This tool spirit is too. Chu Yan couldn't help but smiled bitterly, shook his head, his face full of helplessness. He got this heavenly lotus token in the sea of blood in the spiritual realm, and it was the only one with a weapon spirit. However, he never expected that the weapon spirit of the heavenly lotus token would look like this. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the cyan lotus shook violently, and streaks of cyan light crazily shot out from the body. The body of the lotus, which was originally only the size of a palm, began to swell rapidly. Thousands of green lights shot out from the lotus, in an instant, filled the whole world, shining on the endless spiritual mist that originally wrapped Tianlian Mountain, but it was like a scorching sun shining on the ice and snow, causing those spiritual mists to start rapidly. dissipate. At the same time, between the heaven and the earth, an incomparably terrifying will spread slowly on the blue lotus flower. At this moment, the faces of all the Tianjiao and giants in the audience changed drastically. What? What is happening? Chu Yan. Are you playing tricks? That cyan lotus came out of you. Wu Tianxua reacted the fastest, clenching his teeth, his face full of ferocity, his eyes shot out endless murderous aura, and he stared at Chu Yan. What? It's Chu Yan. Chu Yan. What is that thing? Hurry up and return my Tianlian token. With a startled word, the other Tianjiao reacted one after another, looking at Chu Yan. All of them were full of murderous intent. Especially Huangzong Hongqiu, his eyes were like blood, and his whole body was filled with killing intent to the extreme. If there is no Tianlian token, how will Wu Tianxua and Shadow enter the Tianlian secret realm, and if they cannot enter the Tianlian secret realm, how will they kill this damned Chu Yan? How to get? The other warriors and giants in the audience also woke up one after another, and they all gasped, looking at Chu Yan with horror in their eyes. This Chu Yan, as expected, was as shocking as the rumor said. Before entering the Heavenly Lotus secret realm, he used his supernatural powers to collect all the Tianlian tokens of other Tianjiao. This kind of means is really against the sky. Everyone shut up. At this moment, in the direction of Yaozong, behind Elder Shan, a tall figure stepped out from the crowd, stood in front of everyone, and roared loudly. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience trembled violently. #C1050 Lord of the Lotus. There was a stern voice like a bell, everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, but at a glance, a look of surprise appeared on everyone's faces at the same time. Crazy Sword Martial Emperor. Jiuling Zuantianzong, one of the Supreme Elders, the Crazy Sword Martial Emperor who has reached the Martial Emperor realm. How is this possible? This time, among the team of medicine sect who came to participate in the Tianlian secret realm, there is actually a person like Taishan Beidou, which is too amazing. One must know that the 8 ancient schools have been able to stand in the Haotian continent for tens of thousands of years, so they naturally have their own heritage and reliance. There are elder-level existences like Crazy Saber Martial Emperor and other sects, but no one thought that the medicine sect would actually send out a Taishan-level existence just for a disciple's secret trial. Could it be? The next moment, all trembling eyes swept towards Chu Yan. This Chu Yan, 10 days ago, at the Yaozong Grand Ceremony, he defeated Yi Feng and achieved the title of the #1 Tianjiao in the mainland. In the team that came to participate in the Tianlian secret realm, a supreme elder unexpectedly appeared. All these signs show that all that Yaozong has done is for this Chu Yan. Anyone who dares to provoke my Yaozong Zongwei will be killed. As soon as the words landed, the mad sword martial emperor with a face full of white and long beard shot out an incomparably fierce light from his eyes. In an instant, the sharp and icy turbulent sword energy swept across the audience like a flood. All of them felt a chill on their backs and a chill on their necks. This is the existence of the martial emperor realm. With the power of one person, he can fight against the terrifying power of dozens of Wu Zuanjing experts. With him sitting in the battle, no matter who it is, they must give 7 points of face, and no one dares to yell at Chu Yan again. As soon as the words fell to the ground, seeing the silence of the audience, Martial Emperor Quan Dao didn't say much anymore. He snorted softly, then restrained his breath, and hid himself among the dozen or so elders of the medicine sect, appearing inconspicuous. However, a looming aura spread out on the spot, making one's heart tremble. Everyone. I didn't know that this matter would turn out like this. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan cupped his hands slightly, and explained. Hearing these words, the corners of the eyes of all the Tianjiao and giants in the audience twitched, and their hearts trembled violently. This cyan lotus was obviously rushed out of you, but now, you actually say that it's none of your business. Everyone's faces were full of strange colors, and their stomachs were full of fire, but they were afraid of the Mad Knife Martial Emperor in the medicine sect's camp. I dare not say. Chu Yan. Don't think that you can be rampant with the support of the Mad Sword Emperor. Today, if you don't hand over the Tianlian token, none of the other sects of our 8 ancient sects will let you go. Hong Qiyu glanced at the crazy saber martial emperor among the elders of the medicine sect, pondered for a moment, and said. As the patriarch of the emperor sect, other people are afraid of the mad saber martial emperor, but he is not afraid. Even if the mad saber martial emperor is powerful, he would not dare to attack him rashly without excuses. After all, he is also one of the 8 ancient sections' one emperor, suzerain. This time, Hong Qiyu made a detailed layout of the Tianlian secret realm, which is a rare opportunity for the emperor to take off. If the Tianlian token is really gone, then all of this will be in vain. Hong Qiyu will still consider giving Quang Dao Wuhuang face under extreme anger. In an instant, Hong Qiyu's words made everyone in the audience startled, and the other cases also glared at Chu Yan at the same time, and the anger in their hearts ignited again. The next breath, the atmosphere on the scene became tense and dignified again. Boom, boom. At this moment, the cyan lotus in midair suddenly changed, attracting everyone's attention. Crash! The entire spiritual mist covering Tianlian Mountain disappeared in an instant, and a blue mountain peak exuding monstrous spiritual power suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is Tianlian Mountain. For the first time in 10,000 years, it has completely appeared in front of the world. What? What is this? What's going on? The sudden vision attracted everyone's attention. Chu Yan stood upright, raised his head and glanced at the cyan lotus, narrowing his eyes slightly. In his sea of consciousness, the cyan lotus is constantly conveying to him the consciousness that he can't understand at all. However, Chu Yan has a feeling that the appearance of his Tianlian talisman will make the Tianlian secret realm that has not changed for thousands of years. Earth-shaking changes have taken place. Next moment. Boom, rumbling. A huge and incomparably blue beam of light shot out from the top of Tianlian Mountain and landed in front of everyone. The cyan beam of light twisted and evolved into a tall cyan giant, standing between the sky and the earth, with soaring aura. Heavenly Lotus orders out. The world's open. Unborn and immortal, Chaos Dao Wheel. Together with Tianlian, reopen the journey to heaven today, and choose the Lord of Tianlian to come to the world. This year's Tianlian Secret Realm, the rules are changed as follows. From now on, within 1 day, all warriors who are below the martial venerable realm can enter the Tianlian Secret Realm. The towering cyan giant soaring into the clouds, every word, was like thunder, exploding in the sky, sweeping across the earth, within a radius of thousands of miles, rolling thunder, all geniuses, warriors, and big bosses, the spirits are constantly trembling. Boom! The next moment, on Tianlian Mountain, all the spiritual mist completely dissipated, and it went straight to the top of Tianlian Mountain, condensing into a huge 9-color lotus, exuding a monstrous aura, like a fairy lotus in the sky. And Tianlian Mountain, which had been closed for 10,000 years, burst out of the ground and stood in front of everyone again. All the changes gradually calmed down, and when the mountain gate with the 3 golden characters Tianliandao painted on it completely calmed down, all the visions disappeared. Between the whole world, the silence was restored again. In the audience, all the Tianjiao giants watched all this with stupefied expressions, their faces full of horror. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that this year's Tianlian Secret Realm would evolve into this situation. Swish! The cyan sky lotus in midair turned into a cyan streamer and returned to Chu Yan's shoulder, buzzing and trembling, looking extremely proud. What? The Lord of the Heavenly Lotus. How is this possible? In the direction of the medicine sect, Elder Shan and a group of bigwigs were all so shocked that their faces were full of astonishment, and their eyes were full of horror. For thousands of years, Tianlian Mountain has been opened countless times. Some people have stepped on the Tianlian altar and changed their fate against the sky. However, they have never heard of anyone who has received inheritance in Tianlian Mountain. Could it be that, this year's Tianlian Secret Realm, the selection of the Lord of Tianlian means that the inheritance of Tianlian Dao must be made public? This does not mean that the Tianlian Mountain Secret Realm is completely open, without any reservations. Joke. This is the first sect in Zhongtian continent 10,000 years ago. Its inheritance, what kind of terrifying existence would that be? In an instant, all the dull gazes in the audience gradually turned from being absent-minded to shining brightly. In the end, they were like a vast sea of stars. Everyone's eyes were as bright as stars. #C 1051 East Emperor 1. As the voice of the Cyan giant continued to sway in the sky, everyone gradually woke up from the shock. What? Tianlian Secret Realm is completely open. Ha ha ha, that's great. Doesn't that mean I can also enter it? Oh my god, I didn't expect that there is such a good thing. I am not dreaming. Everyone below Wu Zuanjing can enter. Hurry up, send a message to the sect. All warriors and other arrogances were in ecstasy. Originally, these people came to watch the Tianjiao duel, hoping to use the Battle of Tianjiao to improve their martial arts cultivation and comprehension, but they did not expect such a huge opportunity to fall on their heads suddenly. How could they not let it go? They almost fainted in surprise. This is a great opportunity to change fate against the sky, but they can also be qualified. Not only the current warriors in Tianjiao, but also the giants of the various sects such as the Emperor sect, the Soul sect, and the Medicine sect, were also full of surprises. The rules of the Heavenly Lotus Secret Realm have been changed. In this way, they can send more sect disciples to enter the Tianlian Secret Realm. In this way, the chances of getting change fate against the heavens will be greatly increased. Among the nearly 10,000 people at the scene, only Wu Tianxua, Ying, Hua Tianzhu, and Jun Luohua had cold faces, and their faces were ashen. Originally, only 9 of them could enter, so the probability of getting the chance of changing fate against the sky was at least 9 points one of them, but now that the rules are changed, the loss of a few of them is too big. Swish. 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 Just at the time of all the surprises, a large number of disciples of the Haoyue sect flew towards the forest behind them. In less than a blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 disciples of the Haoyue sect who were guarding the secret realm of Tianlian fell down without a trace of hesitation. These disciples of the Haoyue sect, without even looking at the people around them, went straight to the Tianlian mountain behind the blue giant. And go. Seeing this scene, all the major giants reacted and shouted loudly, saying, "Hurry up! All the disciples in the Chuanling sect, all those who have cultivated below the martial venerable realm, come here." In an instant, thousands of messages or sound transmissions from thousands of miles rushed from the front of Tianlian Mountain towards the entire Zhongtian continent. The entire front of Tianlian Mountain seemed to be fried. The news spread quickly, and the entire Zhongtian continent erupted. Heavenly Lotus Secret Realm. This is the Tianlian Secret Realm that can change fate against the sky. All ordinary warriors, even Tianjiao warriors, hope to go from ordinary to heaven-defying one step away. All of a sudden, the entire Zhongtian continent, no matter if it was as powerful as the ancient 8 sects or ordinary sects, as long as they received the news, they all sacrificed various mysterious methods and supernatural powers, hoping to arrive from all parts of the mainland within one day. In front of Tianlian Mountain. Of course, even if there are secret magic powers, even if the strong sects tear the void, only the sects that are close will have a chance, and those that are too far away can only beat their chests and stomp their feet, feeling extremely annoyed. As time went by, in front of Tianlian Mountain, warriors from all walks of life kept gathering. Tianjiao, warriors, sects, and gatherings within 1,000,000 miles. In less than half a day, nearly 100,000 warriors and Tianjiao flocked to Tianlian Mountain. Not bad. That's what makes it interesting. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, looking at the young Tianjiao who were constantly gathering, as well as the powerhouses of various sects. The fighting spirit in his heart continued to rise. Last time in the Sea of Blood and the spiritual domain, there were also countless arrogants and warriors gathered, and the scene was huge. However, that time, Chu Yan only participated in the sacrifice to the Tian Tai, and the number of Tianjiao warriors he faced was no more than 100. Now, nearly 100,000 Tianjiao warriors gather. This battle. Absolutely do your best. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and the blood in his body was boiling, and he could hardly hold back. Chu Yan, well done. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh sounded, and Chu Yan turned his head to look, but it was Xinjia, with a smile on his face, rushing towards him from the depths of the forest. Unexpectedly, Xinjia came so fast. Although the D-zone is extremely far away from this place, one does not need to guess. With such a good opportunity, the D-zone will definitely invite the strongmen of the martial emperor realm of Taishan Beidou level in the zone, and use the sky-reaching means to send all the Tianjiao in the zone. Therefore, Xinjia arrived at Tianlian Mountain in just half a day. Okay. Just come. Chu Yan nodded and looked at Xinjia with a smile on his face. Time passed slowly. More and more Tianjiao and warriors came together, and even casual warriors who were hidden in the mainland also gathered in large numbers towards Tianlian Mountain. Chu Yan kept scanning the crowd and found some familiar faces, but most of them were unfamiliar. In half a day, the Cyan giant guarding the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain will start to open the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. In one day, there is less than half a day left. According to Chu Yan's estimate, the Cyan giant will definitely allow all warriors to enter the secret realm at the same time to show fairness. One day is the time for the Tianjiao and warriors from the mainland to come to the Tianlian secret realm. In this regard, Chu Yan was not in a hurry. He found a place at random, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath to improve his state. However, at this moment, a burst of golden light burst from the far edge of the sky, fell straight in front of Tianlian Mountain, exploded thousands of golden brilliance, and turned into a big sky character. What? All the Tianjiao and giants in the audience were all stunned, their faces full of shock. Sky. Could it be one of the 8 ancient sects? Tianzong. The heavenly lotus realm is opened, and the opportunity is determined by God. If you all the proud sons of the heavens, can ascend the Qinglian altar of defying the heaven and changing fate, I, Donghuan Tianyi, will personally accept him as a personal disciple. The sound spreading from the golden light was like a thunderbolt, resounding on the spot. Tianzong, Eastern Emperor Tianyi. The head of the 8 ancient sects, the suzerain of the Shenwu Shaotian sect, Donghuan Tianyi. Climbing up to the Qinglian altar, one can become the direct disciple of Donghuan Tianyi. Hiss. 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 The next moment, countless voices gasping for air rang together. Shocking news, too, so shocking. You must know that becoming the direct disciple of the sect master of Tianzong will change his status drastically. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the entire Zhongtian continent, under one person, and above 10,000 people. After all, Shenwu Xiao Shenzong is the first of the 8 overlords in the Zhongtian continent. Oh my God! Sect master of the Eastern Emperor. Qinglian altar. I must climb up. That's right, even if my leg is broken, I'll still climb up. Ha ha ha, this time, with the opportunity in Tianlian Mountain and the inheritance of the Lord of Tianlian, now there is another saint son of Tianzong. As long as you get any of them, then, TSK. The Tianjiao, warriors, and casual cultivators in the audience suddenly woke up, the exclamation was earth-shattering, and countless pairs of eyes became burning like flames. Even the other arrogances of the ancient 8 sects nearby had flashes of brilliance in their eyes, and their entire hearts beat violently. Zhongtian Continent, Tianzong Supreme. No matter who they are, they all want to enter the Tianzong and become a disciple of the Tianzong. Their status and identity are absolutely superior, not to mention the direct disciple of the Eastern Emperor Tianyi sect master, which is basically equivalent to the existence of the son of the Tianzong. Now, the opportunity is at hand. #C1052 4 Disciples of Tianzong. All the arrogances in the audience stopped very clearly. The master of Donghuan Tianyi was talking about climbing the altar of Qinglian, not the person who really got the chance of defying the sky and changing his fate. That is to say, even those warriors who did not get the last chance to change fate against the heavens can become the direct disciples of Donghuan Tianyi as long as they step on the Qinglian altar. At this moment, except for those who belonged to the 8 ancient sects, all the big bosses of the other sects took out the messenger jade talisman and issued orders to the disciples in the sect, asking them to do their best, no matter what, and they must climb to the top of the gate. Qinglian altar. Although, once the disciples of the sect ascended the altar of Qinglian, they would join the Tianzong, but if they could become the direct disciples of the Eastern Emperor Tianyi, in the future, who would not be the most powerful figure in the Haotian continent? As long as he can take care of the sect he was born in a little bit, that is a great protection. Therefore, any sect will not only go to the disciples in the sect, but will desperately demand them, even if they sharpen their heads, they will also get into the Tianzong. What's more, this is not an ordinary disciple of Tianzong, but the position of the Holy Son of Tianzong. Among all the people in the audience, only Chu Yan's eyes were indifferent, and his face was ruthless. In his heart, there will always be only one sect, and that is the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect. I don't care much about the Holy Son of the Xuanhuan Xiao Shenzong. Moreover, there are still some matters to be resolved between me and the Xuanhuan Xiao Shenzong. It's really hard to say how it will end when the time comes. At this moment, in front of Tianlian Mountain, in the golden light of the word heaven blooming like golden light, figures stepped out slowly. Hee, not bad, it seems that the Tianlian secret realm is about to open. A soft laugh sounded, and the leader who walked out from the golden light of the word heaven smiled softly. This person was wearing a golden battle robe with a big heaven embroidered on his chest, and he was holding a golden spear. On the gun body, 9 colorful flowers bloomed, as if they were integrated with the gun body, which was extremely mysterious. Disciple of Tianzong, eldest grandson, Tianyu. Behind him, there are 3 figures in golden robes, all of whom have reached the peak of the half-step martial venerable realm. With the addition of Chongsun Tianyu, the 4 of them are almost the same in terms of talent and cultivation. Although there are only 4 people. However, when these 4 people appeared in front of Tianlian Mountain, their aura swept the audience, invisible, as if they were like nobles, and they were incompatible with all ordinary people in the world. Tianzong. Damn, it's really domineering. That eldest grandson, Tianyu, I seem to have heard of it. It is said that he is the direct disciple of the top 10 elders of Tianzong. People from the Tianzong seldom show up in the outside world. I didn't expect that they were also attracted by this session of the Tianlian secret realm. Everyone in the audience, when they saw these 4 people appear, their faces changed drastically, their eyes flickered, and they were all in awe. They never expected that even Tianzong would join this session of Tianlian secret realm. Young grandson, little friend. Nice to meet you. Emperor Hong Qiyu rolled his eyes when he saw the 4 of Tianzong, pondered for a while, and then said with a smile all over his face. Okay. Chongsun Tianyu and the others heard the voice, turned their heads slowly and saw that it was Hong Qiyu, the patriarch of the emperor's sect, but they only nodded slightly. Their attitudes were extremely arrogant and obvious. In their view, Hong Qiyu is just the rotating suzerain of the emperor, and after a few years, he is only the emperor of a country when he resigns from the position of suzerain. This status is not enough to be compared with their Tianzong disciples, so, naturally wouldn't care too much about Hong Qiyu. But the arrogance of the four of them, in the eyes of the elders of the emperor's sect, was filled with anger. Unexpectedly, they are just a few ordinary disciples of Tianzong, and they don't even pay attention to Emperor Zong. It's really unreasonable. Eldest son Tianyu is no ordinary disciple, he is one of the elite disciples of Tianzong. Seeing Hong Qiyu beside him, Wu Tianxua was so angry that his nose was crooked, his face was also gloomy, and he said coldly, "They, the emperor's arrogance, are actually almost all the princes and relatives of the major empires on the mainland. However, in the eyes of warriors, this kind of secular power is not worth a penny at all. Don't be angry, otherwise, Huangzong would not have been thinking about replacing Tianzong and becoming the head of the 8 ancient schools. This move is to enhance the status of those who were born in the dynasty among the warriors." In the other direction, the 2 geniuses of the Soul sect, seeing the embarrassment of the Emperor Zong, were full of jokes. Immediately, Hua Kaijian and Jun Luoyu stepped out and walked towards the eldest grandson Tianyu. The relationship between their Soul sect and Tian sect is good for friendship. When they meet here, they will naturally make friends. When Hua Tianzhu, Jun Luoyu, and Zhang Sun Tianyu were chatting happily, the faces of Huangzong and the others became more and more ugly. Moreover, the focus of everyone's eyes was on the 4 of Tianzong. The transcendent status of Tianzong can be seen at a glance. Chu Yan. Suddenly, the corner of Chang Sun Tianyu's eyes swept the direction of Yaozong not far away, and his eyes fell on Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. He is Chu Yan. He. Chu Yan, who defeated Yi Feng. It doesn't seem to be doing well. The cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly realm. It seems that Yi Feng is just a fake name. The other 3 Tianzong disciples, following the eyes of Chang Sun Tianyu, looked at Chu Yan at the same time, their spiritual consciousness swept over, and all of them were filled with disdain. Everyone in the audience heard the words of the 4 Tianzong disciples, and their faces were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect that these 4 Tianzong disciples seemed to dislike Chu Yan, too. In this way, among the 8 ancient sects, except Xinxingjia of the D-Zone, it seems that everyone is hostile to Chu Yan. Brothers, don't underestimate this Chu Yan, he has the backing of the D-Zone, and now he has become a direct disciple of Gong Yun Tian. Chang Sun Tianyu couldn't stop laughing, his voice was yin and yang, and the cold air flickered in his eyes. Chu Yan, who was practicing, frowned slightly. I have never met this eldest grandson Tianyu before. It can be said that there is no grievance at all. I didn't expect that he would be so against me. Oh? That's right, Dizong and Yaozong really scared me to death, ha ha ha. A Tianzong disciple strode out and walked towards Chu Yan. Amidst the wild laughter, the breath in his body continued to rise, and his killing intent was rampant. A trash-like person who still wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with our ancient 8 sects arrogance, Call. The breath of half-step, Wuzuanjing cultivation base soared into the sky, sweeping out like the peak of a flood. The expressions of several elders of the medicine sect suddenly changed, and their figures flickered, and they stood in front of Chu Yan one after another. These 4 people must all be disciples within the Tianzong who have reached the peak of the half-step martial venerable realm, so they were sent to the Tianlian secret realm by the Tianzong, just to suppress all competitors in the Tianlian secret realm. Naturally, his cultivation base and strength are not weak. Because according to the rules of the Heavenly Lotus secret realm, those above the martial venerable realm are not allowed to enter, therefore, warriors who can enter the Tianlian secret realm have the highest cultivation level, which is half a step to the peak of the martial venerable realm. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Emperor sect and the Soul sect was full of joy. If the 4 disciples of the Tian sect attacked Chu Yan, wounded or beheaded him, then there would be one less competitor in the Tianlian secret territory, can also suppress Zhongwei of the medicine sect. It is definitely a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. However, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. A muffled thunder resounded through the audience, and it turned out to be the spiritual array protecting the mountain in front of Tianlian Mountain, which exploded to pieces. The time limit for entering Tianlian secret realm has arrived. #C1053 as the enemy. The passage to the Tianlian secret realm is finally open. Crash. Tianlian Mountain's protective spirit array exploded and dissipated. Immediately, in Tianlian Mountain, an incomparably violent gale, composed of heaven and earth spiritual power roared out. But, suddenly, everyone trembled. The spiritual wind in Tianlian Mountain. The secret realm of Tianlian Mountain has finally been opened. Let's go. The Tianlian secret realm is open, don't worry about this kid anymore. Changsun Tianyu glanced at Chu Yan, his figure flickered, and he rushed towards the secret passage of Tianlian Mountain. It's nothing to deal with a Chu Yan. After entering the secret realm, or in the future, there will be more time. Now, the most important thing is the Tianlian secret realm. In particular, as disciples of the Tianzong, they climbed to the Qinglian altar as promised by Donghuan Tianyi, but they valued the fact that they could become the disciples of the suzerain more than others. This time, you're lucky. The disciple of Tianzong, who was walking towards Chu Yan, snorted coldly, and unfolded the same movement skills. Together with the other three, he followed Changsun Tianyu and rushed towards Tianlian Mountain. The four disciples of Tianzong just flashed, and the other martial artists and Tianjiao in the audience suddenly woke up. His eyes swept behind the Xian giant, the Xian city gate passage leading to the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain. All of them had red eyes, and their faces were full of excitement. Go. The passage is open, go in quickly. Change your fate against the sky, the inheritance of the Lord of the Heavenly Lotus, and the Qinglian altar, here I come. I'm going to the sky in one step. Hurry up. The entire front of Tianlian Mountain, and even the entire Haoyue forest exploded in an instant. Entering the Tianlian secret realm, it is possible to obtain great opportunities and other benefits that are usually unimaginable. So, for ordinary warriors and Tianjiao, it is really possible to reach the sky in one step. What a pity. Seeing this scene, the members of Huangzong and Solzong were full of disappointment. Just now, Tianzong and Chu Yan were about to fight. Unexpectedly, the passage to the secret realm of Tianlian would be opened at this time. The next moment, all warriors and arrogances below the martial venerable realm on the scene rushed to the passage of the Tianlian secret realm. It's like a flood, surging and moving. If you want to fight, just wait. Chu Yan sneered, looked at the background of the four disciples of Tianzong rushing towards the passage, and slowly got up. He is very clear that this time in the Tianlian secret realm, all the arrogances of the 8 ancient sects are all extraordinary in strength, and they are the best opponents for his cultivation. A big battle is absolutely indispensable. If his thoughts were heard by other warriors, they would probably be frightened out of their wits. You know, when others encounter the arrogance of the 8 ancient sects, they will have no time to hide, so they will think of taking the initiative to fight them. This is simply court death. Chu Yan, let's go too. Xinjia looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly. Hearing this, Chu Yan stepped out, nodded, his eyes were like fire, he looked towards the passage of Tianlian secret realm, his whole body was full of fighting spirit, he only hoped that in this Tianlian secret realm, he could let himself go and have a good fight, learn about the true strength of all the arrogances of the 8 ancient sects. At this time, all the people gathered around Chu Yan and Xinjia were the medicine sect and the Dizong, and within a day, the sect Tianjiao was quickly transferred. Most of these people's cultivation bases are above the 9th level of the Tongtian realm, and their strength is not weak. The disciples of Yaozong and Dizong are different from the other sections. They have a somewhat awe of Chu Yan, so in the scene, Yan Ran feels that Chu Yan is the leader. Change fate against the sky. Hee, I want to see. After muttering, Chu Yan's robe fluttered, and with Situ Yang, he stepped out and stepped into the secret passage of Tianlian Mountain with one step. Seeing this, all the disciples of Yaozong and Dizong were stunned. Ah! Come on, everyone follow! After everyone reacted, with a cry of surprise, a team of no less than 100 disciples chased after Chu Yan. Among the crowd, a pair of cold eyes stared at Chu Yan's back all the time. His face was full of ferocity, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. This person is exactly Yi Feng. Unlike other people, Yi Feng's body didn't move at all. He just hid in an inconspicuous corner, watching everything with a pair of cold eyes. When everyone's eyes on the scene followed Chu Yan's figure and looked towards the passage of Tianlian's secret realm, Yi Feng snorted coldly, but turned around and walked towards Haoyue Forest. Chu Yan, you ruined my martial soul, just wait, I will definitely come back. A voice as cold as ice, like thunder and thunder, resounded in Yi Feng's heart. At the same time, after a few dodges, Yi Feng's body completely disappeared in the depths of the Haoyue Forest. No one noticed his departure. In the Tianlian secret realm, a void suddenly fluctuated, and a large number of figures gushed out of the void like a tide. A total of tens of thousands of fighters, like thousands of troops and horses, all of them are like a rainbow, with excited faces, rushed out of a crack in the void, and stepped into the world of Tianlian's secret realm. At the same time, in front of Tianlian Mountain, the Cyan giant waved his hand, and waves of cyan air swayed across the sky like a surging river. Immediately, above the sky, a huge cyan light curtain appeared, showing the scene in Tianlian's secret territory, in front of all sect leaders. Whoosh! Chu Yan stepped into the secret realm of Tianlian, and the moment his feet landed on the ground, his face was startled, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. Roar! Behind Chu Yan, a huge white tiger with black stripes on a white background, 100 feet tall, tore through the void, suddenly appeared in midair, and made a roaring roar. The Beastmaster roared, shaking the sky and shaking the earth. All the warriors in Tianjiao who had just stepped into the Tianlian secret realm and didn't even have time to take a look at the surrounding environment were suddenly stunned by this change, and all of them froze. What's the situation? I just entered the Tianlian secret realm and didn't see anything, so why did I release my martial soul? Everyone looked at Chu Yan, their faces were full of doubts, they didn't know what Chu Yan was going to do. Not only them, but even Chu Yan was a little confused. He didn't urge the White Tiger martial soul at all. It was completely the White Tiger martial soul's autonomous behavior. It seemed that he had sensed something, so he suddenly rushed out of the sea of consciousness, behind Chu Yan. Manifested. With the White Tiger spirit like this, there must be something special about to happen. Chu Yan quickly reacted. He was naturally very clear about his 5 gods and beasts. Suddenly, the whole body burst out with true energy, and the 16 inner alchemy in his body were all in motion, fully alert, and his eyes flashed with colorful lights. Sweep in all directions. Seeing Chu Yan's solemn expression, the other arrogances of the 8 ancient schools all sneered and said, "Sure enough, he is a country bumpkin from a place like extreme North Continent, an aboriginal, who has never seen the world at all." Different from these arrogances of the 8 ancient sects, Shen Xingjia and Situ Yang were stunned when they saw Chu Yan's appearance as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and then both of them stimulated their true energy and were fully on guard. They couldn't be more clear about Chu Yan. If it wasn't a big event, Chu Yan wouldn't be so nervous at all. In less than a few breaths, nearly 100,000 warriors poured out from the cracks in the void, and all of them stepped into the Tianlian secret realm. For thousands of years, this is the most number of testers in Tianlian's secret realm. Haha, this is the Tianlian secret realm. Is this a grassland? It seems to be a mountain range over there, which is similar to the outside world. Hey! What is Chu Yan doing? There is nothing here. No, listen quickly, there is a voice. The warriors present looked in all directions, and many of them, seeing Chu Yan's appearance, also tightened their expressions, and looked vigilantly in all directions. After a look, everyone's face suddenly changed. On the edge of the sky, large black dots, like locusts all over the sky, are flying towards. The sky was full of black spots, from far to near, from small to large, and instantly turned into a large black cloud, covering the sky and covering the sun, covering nearly 100,000 warriors. Vote for me, thank you. Hashtag C1054 Wanjian Tian Raid. Large black dots, like countless black raindrops, are coming towards all the people who have just entered the Tianlian secret realm. What? What are those? Everyone's faces were full of astonishment, and there were a lot of screams in the sky, and the long sounds were piercing, connected into one piece, like a big wave of arrows raining. What the hell is that? Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the black spot on the edge of the sky, widening their eyes, trying to see clearly what was flying towards them. Whoosh! 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 Amidst countless screams, a large area of sharp air swept across the sky like a sea wave, forming a large area of fierce storm, rolling up dust and fog in the sky. The wind and temperature were as low as the bottom, and the cold storm passed through. All warriors in the audience, I just felt a cold in my heart, and I shivered involuntarily. Swish swish swish. Soon, a large wave of black dots fell straight down from the sky, and they turned out to be knives, swords, spears, halberds, and other various spiritual weapons. On each spiritual weapon, there was a sharp edge. The sharp cold air is all spirit soldiers of the heaven-reaching realm. However, most of the soldiers are damaged and not complete. In the blink of an eye, the rain of spirit soldiers, whose number exceeded 1 million, completely occupied the entire sky, densely packed and boundless. What? Why are there so many spirit soldiers? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and 2 rays of light burst out. Countless, spiritual soldiers. 10,000 sword sky attack. Call out. Call out. Fill in. The spirit soldiers all over the sky attacked, without a single stop, they shot straight down towards the crowd of warriors. Aha! Countless fighters didn't react at all, and were directly penetrated by this ruthless spiritual weapon sword rain, and died instantly. In an instant, on the green grassland just now, countless corpses fell down, and the bright red blood flowed out like a stream, directly dyeing the green grassland into a sea of blood. Roar! In the endless slaughter, above Chu Yan's head, the white tiger martial soul let out a sky-shattering roar. When all the spirit soldiers shot towards Chu Yan's vicinity, they were rushed by the roar of the tiger, and suddenly the bodies of the spirit soldiers trembled violently. Get out of the way. Within a radius of 10,000 steps, as long as Chu Yan is around, it is a clear and safe zone. Fatty, Xinxingjia, follow me closely. Chu Yan roared loudly, his figure soared into the sky, and headed towards the distant mountains. Situyang and Xinxingjia were already near Chu Yan, and they were not attacked by the rain of spiritual soldiers. When they heard Chu Yan's roar, they woke up from the shock, their faces were pale, and they quickly ran to Chu Yan. Quick, follow Chu Yan. The nearby Dizong and Yaozong disciples, in the spiritual storm attacked just now, because most of them were around Chu Yan, only a few people were lost. They all heard Chu Yan's roar, and immediately dodged to keep up with Chu Yan. In all directions, there are spirit soldiers shooting down with a cold light, and some warriors with insufficient body protection are unable to resist the flying shots of the sky-reaching spirit soldiers. Chu Yan's martial spirit can resist the attack of spiritual soldiers. Quick! Follow him. The other Tianjiao, seeing this scene, also found that there was no spiritual attack near Chu Yan, and they were all blocked by the white tiger martial soul, and they shouted loudly. At this moment, those arrogances who used kung fu, martial arts, and life-saving cards woke up one after another. It's just that a wave of spiritual soldiers and sword rains attacked just now, and out of the 100,000 warriors who stepped into the secret realm of Tianlian, more than 20,000 were lost. However, after the first wave of spiritual weapons and sword rain, nearly 80,000 warriors all reacted and waved their weapons one after another to block the spiritual soldiers falling from the sky. Coupled with the body protection, the power of the spiritual weapon sword rain was greatly reduced. Chu Yan, this person. To be able to predict in advance, as expected, to have some means, to stare at him. Above Changsun Tianyu's head, a black iron rod spun wildly, and all the spirit soldiers shot down were bounced away. With a pair of cold eyes, he looked straight at the background of Chu Yan rushing towards the mountains, and muttered to himself. Changsun Tianyu, Wu Tianshua, Hua Tianzhu, and all other talents, although they still looked down on Chu Yan, but seeing the white tiger martial spirit above Chu Yan's head, they still have to admit in their hearts that Chu Yan's strength is extremely strong. Although they are arrogant these days, they are not all stupid. They can see that Chu Yan is very strong after just one shot. Several Tianjiao looked at each other from a distance, and the strange color flickered in their eyes. The intangible spiritual senses were transmitted to each other, and within a short time, these arrogances reached a cooperation agreement. Okay. Join hands first. Including Changsun Tianyu, Wu Tianshua, Hua Tianzhu, and other talents, they all nodded their heads. To form an alliance with Tianzong, for them, there is no harm, and it can also get rid of Chu Yan. After rushing through the sword rain, I will make a move first to stop Chu Yan, and everyone will do it together. Wu Tianshua sent out a thought to the other Tianjiao, and immediately, his whole body exploded with true energy, and blue ice crystals floated out of his body, turning into ice shields, blocking all the sword rain above his head. Good method. Several people in the Huatian burial all cheered loudly. In any case, the alliance agreement has been reached. Put other things aside first, let's kill that annoying Chu Yan first. Ice roar 9 heavens. Ka ka ka. On Wu Tianshua's body, large groups of ice shot straight out like ice cones. All the spirit soldiers hit by the ice cones were frozen into ice swords, ice knives, and ice guns. The spirit soldiers were covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. It kept trembling, and at the same time, the sharp and cold air became more fierce. In an instant, tens of thousands of ice crystal spirit swords were all under the control of Wu Tianshua, breathing white smoke and cold air. They turned suddenly and shot straight at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's white tiger spirit is located above his head, which can block the rain of spirit soldiers and swords falling from the sky. However, these tens of thousands of spirit soldiers controlled by Wu Tianshua shoot in a horizontal direction, avoiding the white tiger spirit. Seeing this scene, Changsun Tianyu, Hua Tianzhu, and others immediately nodded with a grinning grin, and flashed out. Don't expect the tens of thousands of ice swords controlled by Wu Tianshua to be able to kill Chu Yan. As long as they can block him, and the few of them join forces, Chu Yan has no chance at all. Okay. Thousands of ice swords were shot from behind, and Chu Yan, Situ Yang, and Shen Xingjie noticed it instantly, and their faces darkened at the same time. Break it. The black robe on Chu Yan's body suddenly flew up against the wind, and a ball of fiery red astral energy burst out from him. This fiery red astral energy seemed to have an invincible momentum, and it swept out. In an instant, tens of thousands of ice swords were all melted. Fall to the ground. The power of Suzaku Emperor Fire. What a powerful fire element. Seeing this scene, Changsun Tianyu, Hua Tianzong, and the others suddenly changed their expressions, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Wu Tianxua's face instantly turned livid. He originally wanted to show his prestige in front of the other Tianjia sects, but he didn't expect that Chu Yan would destroy all of his attacks with just a wave of his hand. Court death. Just when everyone looked at Chu Yan in shock, suddenly, a roar sounded above the sky, shaking the sky and the earth. All the warriors were dealing with the Lingbing sword rain. Hearing the roar, he looked up, and saw Xinxingjia was like a golden sun, emitting thousands of golden lights from his body, and the violent pressure swept out. Dizong Xinxingjia. Unexpectedly, this person's cultivation level is not weaker than ours. Changsun Tianyu's face darkened. But it was the first time they fought, and Chu Yan's outburst of strength had already horrified them. They didn't expect that there was such a powerful helper by his side. #C1055 Ice Corpse Tide. Seeing Xinxingjia's rage, arousing the whole body's direct energy, and directly urging the supreme coercive momentum of the Jiuxiao Daiwangding martial soul, the Tianjiao in the audience was suddenly startled. However, the more astonishing the strength of Chu Yan and the people around him, the more they attracted the arrogance of heaven, and wanted to kill Chu Yan and his party as soon as possible. Everyone joined hands to suppress them. Wu Tianxua roared loudly, the breath in his whole body skyrocketed again. Just now a move was easily broken by Chu Yan. At this time, Wu Tianxua was already very angry, his face was full of anger, and he wanted to save face. The Ice Soul returns, and it is important to control the universe. Under the stern and long howling, it was like thunderbolts, every word exploded. The next moment, above the sky, blue ice crystals slowly condensed and appeared, like ice flowers, suspended in midair with a gloomy chill, trembling constantly. But in the blink of an eye, with Wu Tianxua's body, the blue true energy continued to rise, like a pile of blue flames, burning the world, and there were more and more faint blue ice crystals, like the entire sky, thousands of blue ice flowers bloom. Ha, la la. Seeing this, Wu Tianxua couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and waved his hand. Ice crystal flowers all over the sky, shining with a gloomy brilliance, fell straight down from the air, and rushed towards the corpse of the warrior on the ground. The corpses of more than 20,000 warriors who had just been beheaded by Lingbing Jianyu, all those whose bodies had been invaded by the Inu Ice Soul, shook and stood up from the ground. These corpses were covered with frost, like ice men, braving the cold air. They all turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan and Xinxingjia. Hiss! Chu Yan and Xinxingjia's faces turned cold at the same time, and they gasped. They didn't expect that Wu Tianxua's icy cold energy would have such a terrifying ability to manipulate corpses. Damn! The majestic Emperor's sect actually has such a sinister secret technique. Chu Yan and Xinxingjia looked at each other, their faces darkened, and they cursed directly. In Wuhun continent, it is taboo to desecrate the corpse of the deceased. Wu Tianxua acted so arrogantly by relying on his status as the emperor of the 8 ancient sects, of course it made people angry. At this moment, the reign of spiritual soldiers and swords covering the grassland has basically ended. The other warriors, seeing the fight between Changsun Tianyu's side and Chu Yan's side, suddenly beamed with joy, bypassed the battlefield one after another, and headed towards the distant mountains. Ka ka ka. Gusts of cold wind blew, accompanied by the sound of countless ice crystals shattering. Tens of thousands of ice corpses rushed towards Chu Yan and the three of them. Be careful, these ice corpses are very strong. Xinxingjia's face was solemn, his whole body glowed with golden light, and his fists were ready. There are too many, if it is 1 or 2, or hundreds, he doesn't care at all, but now, there are tens of thousands of them, shining brightly, like a tide of troops coming. Xinxingjia possesses 2 Jiuxiao Dihuangding martial souls, which are the supreme martial souls guarding Jiuxiao. He is extremely sensitive to these evil things, so he knows that these ice corpses are not just puppets or so easy. Of course, there are only 2 Jiuxiao Dihuangding that Xinxingjia is wearing now. If the 9 statues are gathered together, he can easily use the awe-inspiring righteousness on the Jiuxiao Di Huangding to take these evil things together. Break up. What the fuck, fart, look at me. Xie Yang saw tens of thousands of ice corpses pouring in, but his face was excited, extremely proud, and finally had a chance to show himself. As a spirit pattern master, unlike warriors who are good at fighting alone, a spirit pattern master is better at group attacks. Hum. With a face full of excitement, the power of the spirit pattern surged on Xie Yang's body, his hands flew up at the same time, and the two jade talismans flew out, directly hitting the middle of the tide of ice corpses, and exploded. In an instant, streaks of spiritual light and shadows, like sharp swords, spread out in all directions in a fan shape. Clang! 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 However, the power of the sword-shaped spirit pattern shot straight out, piercing the ice corpses, and the ice layer inside those ice corpses suddenly released layers of light blue brilliance. Immediately, all the sword and arrow spirits, the patterns, one after another, were shot at a stone, and they all bounced away. What? Seeing this scene, Xie Yang, who was still excited and complacent just now, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the ice layer on the surface of these icy corpses would have such strong defensive power. These are not just 5 elements, leave them to me. Chu Yan's colorful unicorn pupils flickered. After scanning these ice corpses, he suddenly discovered that the ice layer covering the corpses was the key to manipulating the actions of these corpses. Yuan, so, with Xie Yang's current strength, it is of course impossible to kill the corpses of these warriors who are at least at the heavenly realm. Call. Chu Yan took a long breath, and the colorful astral energy on his body instantly turned into a fiery red, and the 16 inner alchemy in the sea of qi circulated crazily. Boom, rumbling. From his body, a group of soaring flames erupted, as if it was about to burn the sky and the earth. The tide of ice corpses rushing towards him seemed to have encountered an extremely terrifying existence. His body trembled, and ice slag fell all over the ground. His body kept retreating, and he didn't dare to approach Chu Yan at all. What? Wu Tianxua was taken aback suddenly. Xie Yang and Shen Xingjia were also stunned, full of astonishment. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan didn't even make a move, and directly burst out his true energy, and suppressed all these tide-like ice corpses. Let's go. Chu Yan let out a soft drink, his black robe flew up, and he strode out towards the distant mountains. Like a dragon walking on a tiger's footsteps, or like a god walking on foot, where Chu Yan passed by, the momentum was overwhelming, and the power of the Fire Emperor followed, and all the ice corpses avoided it. Standing at the place where Wu Tianxua and other arrogances stood, Chu Yan's whole body was full of divine fire, like a holy fire burning, rising to a height of 100 feet, like a god and demon, avoiding all evil, and dare not invade at all. Everyone in the audience, seeing this scene, was stunned, completely dumbfounded, and even their bodies froze on the spot. Chu Yan led Shen Xingjia and Xie Yang, and just walked step by step, calmly and indifferently, passing through the tide of thousands of ice corpses, none of which dared to move. After a full 100 breaths of time, the 3 of Chu Yan finally crossed the grassland and stepped into the mountains. Just stepped into the mountains, looked up, and saw a majestic building standing on the top of the mountain. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 of Chu Yan flew over, and within a few breaths, they stepped into this towering building. Behind the 3 of them, a group of tens of thousands of warriors used their own means to break through the grassland and entered this tall building in an endless stream. However, on the grassland in front of the mountains, tens of thousands of ice corpses, after being irradiated by Chu Yan's Suzaku Emperor flame, the ice layer on their body began to melt slowly, and in the fused ice layer, wisps of black air overflowed and flowed into the eyes of these corpses. Next, all the corpses turned their heads suddenly, and rushed towards Wu Tianxua, Changsun Tianyu, and other Tianjiao. #C1056 Qualifications. Seeing a large wave of corpses, it was as if smelling a monster of flesh and blood, rushing towards them. The faces of the few Tianjiao suddenly sank, and their faces were full of gloom. Everyone, Chu Yan has already entered the Tianlian pavilion, so we can't waste any more time. An astonishing black light erupted from Changsun Tianyu's eyes, and when the words fell to the ground, the true energy all over his body surged wildly. Waves of purple light shot out from the void above his head, the void was torn apart, and a pagoda emitting thousands of purple and golden lights burst out of the void. The entire sky sank violently for it. Jin Guangjiashan released a monstrous aura like a river, hovering in mid-air, and his figure kept rising. Wuhun, Xiaotian Tower. Let's go. Changsun Tianyu yelled loudly, and the purple Xiaotian pagoda evolved into a tall mountain peak, and it fell down fiercely, shaking the mountain with a loud sound. In front of the eyes of the Tianjiao, all the corpses were smashed into a pile of rotten meat. The road to the Tianlian pavilion in the mountains is wide open. Xiaotian Tower, the power is shocking. Whoosh! 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 Several Tianjiao stretched out their bodies and came out towards the mountain range. It didn't take long, but they rushed to the foot of the mountain range. However, behind them, a large wave of corpses followed, waving swords, and the speed was not slow. Junior brother, form the formation. Seeing this scene, Changsun Tianyu let out a low drink, with murderous intent in his eyes, and looked at the three fellow disciples behind him. Shenwu Jiujiu formation. Changsun Tianyu flashed his figure, rushed to stand in front of several people, looked at the three juniors, nodded slightly, made seals with both hands, and flipped like flying. The other three Tianzong disciples did not hesitate at all, left and right, rushing to Changsun Tianyu and standing still, his hands formed seals, and sharp breaths gushed out from the four of them. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The next moment, the long swords on their backs were unsheathed at the same time. It turned into 4 streaks of aura, shot out towards the tide of corpses. Puff puff puff. 4 long swords flew across the void like 4 bolts of lightning. Wherever they passed, corpses exploded and turned into flesh and blood, disappearing continuously. What? This is a magic weapon. When Wu Tianxua and Hua Tianzhu saw the 4 spirit swords flying in the air, they were exactly the same as magic weapons with spirit weapons, and they were stunned immediately. In less than 100 breaths, the 4 flying swords strangled tens of thousands of corpses, leaving limbs and pieces of flesh all over the ground. They flew back one after another and fell into the scabbards behind the 4 Tianzong disciples. Go! The 4 Changsun Tianyu stood with their seals closed, and glanced back at the Tianlian pavilion on the top of the mountain. A large group of warriors were rushing in quickly, and their expressions changed drastically. Lu Guang rushed to the Tianlian pavilion on the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the rest of the Tianjiao immediately mobilized their movements, followed closely behind, and in less than a blink of an eye, Changsun Tianyu and several Tianjiao passed the large group of warriors in front of them and rushed into the gate of Tianlian Pavilion. They had just stepped into the main hall of Tianlian Pavilion, when an old voice suddenly sounded. The number of people is full, the first round begins. Others are waiting outside the pavilion. With a resounding sound, the gate of Tianlian Pavilion slammed shut, and the entire hall was pitch black, and everyone's expressions tightened suddenly. The main hall on the first floor of Tianlian Pavilion was only about 10,000 steps in size, and nearly 10,000 warriors were squeezed into it. It seemed extremely crowded, and then it suddenly became dark, which made all the warriors a little nervous. Tom! With a loud bang, a tall figure appeared in the middle of the front of the hall. This man was dressed in iron armor, only his head was exposed, his eyes were infinitely deep, like a starry sky, impossible to see through, his face was full of disdain, and his eyes swept across the audience. I, Venerable Tianlian, welcome all geniuses to come to my Tianlian Dao as guests. Hee hee. Venerable Tianlian grinned, air-conditioned. The laughter made all the warriors in the palace hear. A chill came up in his heart, and he couldn't help but shuddered. Everyone, Tianlian Dao has been lost for thousands of years, and today is the first time that all inheritances have been made public. You are very lucky. However, it may be misfortune. There are 99 inheritance places in Tianlian Dao, from 1 star to 9 star, and the ranks are different. Every inheritance, even the lowest level of 9-star inheritance, requires you to accept it. Only by testing can we get. As soon as the words fell, all the martial artists in the audience immediately looked overjoyed. 99 inheritances. Definitely have to go through one inheritance, the chance of getting it is much higher. Wow. In an instant, all the martial artists in the audience had red eyes and excited expressions on their faces. This is the first sect in the Zhongtian continent 10,000 years ago, the inheritance of Tianlian Dao, 99 places. If they can get one, or even get a few if they are lucky, then their martial arts path is equivalent to going straight to Jiuxiao. However, before entering the place of inheritance, all of you must first pass the qualification test, because the inheritance of our heavenly lotus Dao is not rubbish, and we are all qualified to accept it. Qualification test. Hee hee. Having said that, the iron-armored Venerable Tai Bian seemed to think of something interesting, and laughed again. It's just a qualification test, needless to say, just come. Wu Tianshua's face was filled with arrogance. He was already impatient to hear it. He jumped out of the crowd and said loudly. In his opinion, Venerable Tai Lian was only a martial artist, and he was obviously just a deacon, so he naturally would not take it seriously. Not only Wu Tianshua, but also Changsun Tianyu and the other geniuses nodded slightly. Thinking about them, they are all the top arrogances of the 8 ancient sects. And the status of the 8 ancient sects is not much worse than that of Tianlian Dao 10,000 years ago. Therefore, they, the top arrogances, have to accept it together with these garbage-like warriors. The test already made them unhappy. A look of arrogance rose from Changsun Tianyu and Hua Tianzhu. Boy, in front of me, you are not qualified to speak. The Iron Chain Venerable, who had been sneering just now, darkened severely, and then, a terrifying aura swept out. Boom! The terrifying coercive aura of a strong man surged out like a shock wave, sweeping across the audience. Although it was just a swipe, except for Chu Yan and Shen Xingjia, everyone's face changed drastically, their pupils shrank sharply, their bodies trembled slightly, and their legs trembled involuntarily. This is an absolutely crushing breath. Those who are strong in the Venerable realm are only half a rank higher than Sun Tianyu, and even their subordinates have defeated many low-ranking strong in the martial Venerable realm. However, the Tianlian Venerable in front of him was released. What kind of Wu Zuanjing cultivation was there? It was simply Wu Wangjing cultivation, comparable to the coercion of a strong martial emperor realm. In the audience, only Chu Yan looked calm and calm. It's not because of how strong Chu Yan is, but when Venerable Tai Lian appeared, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils had already seen through his cultivation realm. It's not a martial king realm at all, it's definitely a real martial king realm powerhouse, so Chu Yan has long been prepared. You are martial emperor realm, senior. Changsun Tianyu asked in surprise. Humph. A group of arrogant and ignorant juniors. Venerable Tai Lian's eyes flashed a look of contempt, and he ignored Sun Tianyu, the elder, and said. Everyone stand up, the qualification test will begin immediately. #C1057, see you pleasing to the eye. The words fell to the ground, and the audience was stunned. This time, no one dared to confront Venerable Tai Lian, and everyone quickly stood up and waited. The purpose of the assessment is to determine which level of inheritance you can go to, based on your talent, martial arts will, and other basic abilities. As soon as the words fell to the ground, dozens of light curtains suddenly rose. Boom, boom. In the main hall, a total of 99 light gates appeared, standing in the middle of the hall, lined up. Chu Yan swept his eyes and immediately understood that the 99 light curtains lead to the 99 inheritance places. You must enter the one-star inheritance. At this moment, Changsun Tianyu, Hua Tianzhu, Wu Tianxua and several other arrogants suddenly had their eyes brightened, and they kept sweeping across the gates of light. Inheritance of Tianlian Dao. Opportunity is at hand. Chu Yan, let everyone see who is the real #1 pride in the mainland. Wu Tianxua and the others looked at Chu Yan in unison, their eyes were full of arrogance, and their faces were full of strong confidence. They thought that the qualification test in front of them was also an excellent opportunity to prove that they were much stronger than that Chu Yan in front of all warriors, and that they were the real #1 pride in the mainland. Among the tens of millions of young disciples of the 8 ancient sects, they are among the best in terms of talent or other things. They simply don't believe that a country bumpkin native from a place like extreme North Continent can compare with themselves. I'll come first. Chu Yan was the first to enter the Tianlian pavilion, standing at the front, and immediately strode out of the crowd. Humph. You arrogant guy, it's a great luck to get a 4-star inheritance. Wu Tianxua sneered, his face full of contempt. Although Chu Yan showed amazing strength on the grassland just now, in his opinion, it was just that Chu Yan was lucky enough to be able to restrain his own secret skills. The real talent and strength are impossible. Surpass yourself. Therefore, talking about the 4-star inheritance is already a high opinion of Chu Yan. According to his inner thoughts, it is best not to pass the 9-star, so that the warriors in the world can know that this Chu Yan is just a lucky ant, and it is absolutely impossible to be with him. These orthodox ancient 8 arrogances of heaven are compared with themselves. When the people around heard Wu Tianxua's words, they all looked at Chu Yan with full concentration, hoping to see clearly what the so-called qualification test was about. However, when tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan, Venerable Tai Lian's eyes trembled when he looked at Chu Yan, and then he grinned and said, "Boy, wait." Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, and he raised his head and asked, "Senior, what's the matter?" Not only Chu Yan, but all the martial artists in the audience were stunned, and they all looked at Venerable Tianlian with a smile on his face. Swish! I saw Venerable Iron Chain raised his hand a little, and a green glow shot out from between his fingers and fell on Chu Yan. Suddenly, a blue brilliance rose from Chu Yan's body and turned into a phantom of a lotus flower in front of him. Just for a moment, it slowly dissipated. Good. 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 Withdrawing his right hand, Venerable Tai Lian looked overjoyed and said 3 good words in a row. Immediately, his eyes brightened, he looked at Chu Yan, and kept nodding. Boy, I think you are very pleasing to the eye, so you don't need to participate in the qualification examination. Go to the 1-star inheritance and try it. Venerable Tai Lian had a weird smile on his face, and his words were like thunder, and everyone in the audience froze instantly. What? No need to participate in the qualification examination. Go to 1-star legacy to try. All the warriors stared round, opened their mouths wide, their jaws almost fell to the ground. With a look of astonishment on his face, he stared at Venerable Tai Lian as if he had seen a ghost. In particular, Wu Tianxua, who had a teasing smile on his face just now, opened his mouth the widest, almost enough to fit a pig monster. However, even Chu Yan looked astonished, looked at Venerable Tai Lian, and asked, "Senior, why?" Before he finished speaking, Venerable Tai Lian waved his hand, interrupting Chu Yan's words directly, saying, "You'll know, go." The next moment, a vast force gushed out from Venerable Tai Lian, rolled up Chu Yan, and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, all warriors in the audience still had a dull expression on their faces, completely unresponsive. This. What the hell is going on? Next? When Chu Yan completely disappeared on the spot, Venerable Tai Lian's face changed from a spring breeze to a dark cloud, and instantly became gloomy, and he shouted to the next person. Senior, don't I need to be assessed? The second person to come up was Situ Yang, who looked at Venerable Tai Lian with a charming smile, nodded and bowed. Roll. Almost at the moment when Situ Yang's voice sounded, Venerable Tai Lian let out a cold shout, swung his big hand, and swept Situ Yang, sending his whole body flying, turning his body like a mountain of meat into a sharp arrow, heading towards the hall, one of the 99 light gates, directly entered. As if a drop of water had melted into the surface of the lake, when Situ Yang's body passed through the light gate, it only caused a wave of ripples on the surface of the light gate, and quickly returned to calm. Next? When the sound landed, Shen Xingjia strode forward with a serious expression on his face. Endless darkness, like a tide, completely enveloped Chu Yan's body, including his consciousness. I don't know how long it took, Chu Yan suddenly felt a dazzling light hit, and then, the body that had been spinning, landed heavily. Chu Yan's true energy dissipated, his feet stomped, and he landed firmly on the ground. Hum. With two trembling sounds, a group of cyan light rushed out of Chu Yan's body, turning into a lotus flower, suspended above Chu Yan's head, a faint mysterious power, like ripples, rippling, in this extremely silent in the world, it keeps rushing forward. I see. Seeing the appearance of the cyan sky lotus, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, his consciousness was clear, and he finally came to his senses. I'm afraid Venerable Tai Lian didn't allow himself to take the exam, so he sent himself to the one-star inheritance land. In all likelihood, it was because of the blue sky lotus in front of him. Buzz. With a tremor, the cyan sky lotus circled around Chu Yan, and then flew forward slowly. After a few steps, seeing that Chu Yan was not moving at all, it flew back again, and surrounded Chu Yan again. Circled in a circle and flew forward. Obviously, the cyan sky lotus is guiding Chu Yan to go forward. What's ahead? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and looked up in the direction guided by the blue lotus. At this time, Chu Yan was in a valley, and right in front of him was the mouth of the valley. In the whole valley, there was a faint violent aura. Being swept by this aura, it would make people feel agitated. A feeling of a lot of skeletons. Sweeping his gaze, Chu Yan found that there were some dead bones scattered around in the whole valley, and he didn't know how long it had passed. Some of them were as dim as stone and dilapidated, but some were like crystal jade, exuding a faint luster. Yeah. Primordial heart crystal grass, 10,000 years flowing tooth fruit, earth yang chong chao. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and he swept towards the skeletons, and the growing treasures of heaven and earth were suddenly full of ecstasy. These are not earth-level spirit grasses, but top-level heaven-level spirit grasses, and they are still rare and priceless spirit grasses. The most important thing is that there are so many of these top-grade heavenly spirit grasses, there are no less than 100 of them at a glance. #C1058 Biggest Crisis. Looking at the top-grade heaven-grade elixir all over the floor, Chu Yan was full of joy, his figure flashed, and he plundered towards the elixir. With so many rare elixirs in front of him, Chu Yan, as a golden alchemist, can refine better golden alchemy as long as he can get more pill formulas. Moreover, just entering the place of inheritance test, and encountered so many precious elixir, then, what will be the inheritance of this place? In less than a blink of an eye, Chu Yan, like a gust of wind, has collected all the top-quality elixir that can be seen in the valley into the Rakshasa space, and even collected some ordinary elixir. The greater the harvest, the greater the danger. Satisfied, Chu Yan raised his head and looked at Taniguchi's position again, but he could no longer see through the world. The Chilan's pupil was actually blocked, as if some kind of mysterious force filled the whole world, suppressing Chu Yan's Qilance pupil. Ka ka ka. Just as Chu Yan checked carefully, he found that there was no other elixir in the valley, and when he was about to walk out of the valley, there were sudden sounds of bones colliding in all directions. On the surrounding ground, there were dead bones, and they suddenly gritted their teeth, stood up from the ground, and burst out of dead air from all over their bodies. The auras of these skeletons kept rising, and they all had the lower level of martial venerable realm. In their empty eye sockets, 2 balls of red fire rose up, roaring, and charged towards Chu Yan. It happened so suddenly, Chu Yan didn't expect it at all, and his expression froze immediately. You know, these top-quality elixir are not so easy to get. Chu Yan looked at the more than 20 skeletons in front of him, sneered. Without any hesitation, his figure flickered, avoiding the oncoming attacks one after another. When the figure dodges, the 5-color gangster explodes, and when he raises his hand, he punches out. Tiangang Jin, the fusion power of the 5 elements, burst out violently. The 5-color light lingered, and the silver-colored fist print, like a roaring dragon, slammed into the skeletons all the way, like overwhelming mountains and seas. Immediately, large pieces of broken bones flew up, and one after another the corpses emitting black air were blown to pieces, and some even turned into bone powder, flying all over the sky. That's all. Chu Yan chuckled, his face was cold. Sure enough, as he expected, these skeletons were all strong in Wuzuanjing before they were alive, but after death, most of their true energy had dissipated, and they were attracted by this world. Even if it is alive, it is impossible to be strong there. More than 20 broken Wuzuanjing skeletons were smashed into bones with just 2 punches. Chu Yan clapped his hands, strode out, and walked towards Taniguchi. Because of the fact that he had just harvested the top-grade heavenly spirit grass, Chu Yan walked very slowly, exploring all the way forward. Anyway, in this inheritance world, he is the only one, so don't worry. After leaving the valley mouth and entering a forest, Chu Yan's face became more solemn as he went deeper. A faint stench came continuously from the depths of the forest. Smelling this breath made Chu Yan feel chills all over his body, and chills rose in his heart. Without the pupils of the unicorn, Chu Yan couldn't see through this weird forest. His consciousness and eyes couldn't find the danger hidden in the shadow of the forest at all. However, Chu Yan was sure that this dangerous thing had already run away from him for a long time. Roar! Roar! Even the white tiger martial soul and Xuanhuan martial soul in the sea of consciousness let out vigilant roars at the same time. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered this situation. When he was in danger before, his 5 spirits and beast spirits would also send an alarm to Chu Yan. However, there has never been a time when 2 spirits have issued a warning to him at the same time. This can only show that the danger this time is very dangerous. Chu Yan's eyes constantly sweeping towards the shadows around him, his soul was tense to the extreme. Quiet. There was silence. It was as quiet as if this was not a forest, but a world of nothingness. Even the grass on the ground did not shake, making even the slightest rustling sound. All of this shows that the danger is getting closer and closer. Buzz. The cyan lotus flower that had been floating above Chu Yan's head seemed to feel something, and made 2 slight trembling sounds, as if to remind Chu Yan, or to gather momentum. Boom. Just when Chu Yan raised his head to look at the blue lotus in midair, in just a split second, a cold and piercing sense of danger suddenly exploded deep in his heart, quickly dissipating throughout his body. Chu Yan shuddered all over his body, his eyes widened instantly, and the true energy in his whole body surged like a volcanic eruption. Roar! A roar of a beast shook the heavens and earth. With a roar and fierce wind, it brought up a dark figure and landed heavily in front of Chu Yan. This is a golden yellow leopard, a 6-star monster beast of the sky rank, as tall as a small house, with a pair of green animal eyes staring at Chu Yan, with black patterns all over its body, it looks extremely powerful. Tom. The golden black leopard had just landed, and a powerful force exploded. On the ground where the leopard stepped on, a wide crack in the ground exploded all the way towards Chu Yan, like a ground-splitting technique. Ordinary ground fissure is useless to a warrior like Chu Yan. As long as it is suspended, it is absolutely impossible to fall into the cracked ground. However, how could the attack of the six-star monster beast be so simple? Under the cracked ground, pillars of red and fiery magma surged continuously, with a height of hundreds of feet, splashing sparks and magma liquid, like a big net, completely covering the space within a radius of 10,000 steps. The most frightening thing is that among these magmas, there are streaks of black air currents and stench, instantly filling the entire space. These black airflows are venom attacks. Whether it's ground fissure or magma, the real attack of this six-star heavenly beast is the venom attack. No matter how high your cultivation is, how fast your body is, and the sky is closed like a rain of magma, as long as you get a little bit of venom, I believe that these venoms are enough to damage you. It's not right. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face froze, his brows were slightly frowned, and a doubtful thought flashed across the sea of consciousness. However, Chu Yan didn't hesitate for a moment. While retreating violently, he flipped his big hand, and the 10 absolute sword appeared. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he spread his consciousness and swept towards the heavenly six-star monster leopard in all directions. He looked around carefully, with an extremely nervous expression. Scoff. At this moment, in the depths of the forest, an incomparably bright sword light, like a thunderbolt, charged violently and slashed at the demon leopard. Immediately, Daping's demon blood flew across, and the huge demon leopard directly it was split in half. Overcast with the death of the heaven-level monster, the ground-splitting technique that attacked Chu Yan disappeared in an instant, and calm was restored in all directions. Falling lightly, Chu Yan held a long sword, his eyes were like lightning, and looked straight into the depths of the forest. Through the demon blood scattered all over the sky, his expression and face became more dignified. He is very clear that the danger warning just now was not aimed at the six-star heavenly beast. A six-star monster of the heaven rank, whose strength is only comparable to the 9th heaven of the heavenly realm, is not enough to pose a threat to Chu Yan. Therefore, the real danger should be the person who issued that sword light. Soon, under Chu Yan's alert eyes, in the darkness deep in the forest, a figure slowly walked out.